Yo, check, check. Y'all got. You know how we do. G block in this bitch. Trust me. Boy, boy, sir. Yeah, man. This cold weather's got me, man. Jeez. Anyway, you will get brush. You get me? Yeah, man. I'll take my G block team, man. Bruh, it's been a bit peaked, though. So, want to talk about this Type 2, Type 1 civilization. What needs to be achieved for us to reach these Type 2, Type 1 civilizations? Mm, yeah, man. Yeah, hopefully we get a few smart asses on today to let us know why we're so dumb and shit. Yay. Yay. Yeah, man. Yeah, okay. Shout out Power Jane Vlog. Big up yourself. Come on, big up man like King H in the building. Now we do. Yeah. Man. Oh, I gotta go to crusty North London, man. You know what I'm saying? The fucking North London niggas living all that, you know what I mean? Corona North London and all them things. You see? Yeah, man. Yeah. We got the North Londoners, man. Make sure you keep your Corona in your tissue when velling about. Is it? Is it? Yeah, mate. Yeah. What's taxi civilization? I think it is like when you know crusty North London out of here, mate. Alright, let me give you one sec. Yeah, big up cotton socks in the building. Yeah, we do. Now we do. Yo, so they're saying if you sneeze and all them things, then you ain't got corona, yeah. If you got a bogey nose, you ain't got corona, cuz if you got like that dry, crusty cough, boy, boy, get me. Yeah, man, it's just yeah. Okay, okay. The Kardashev scale is a method set of measuring civilization through technology advancement based on the amount of energy they are able to use. Yeah, man. It's so-called stellar civilization. Can you can use and control energy of the scale of the stellar. A type three civilization is called a galactic civilization. So it's like where we're able to have a civilization where we're using energy and not like subjugating people, sort of thing. You know, like there's no slaves and shit. Yo. There's no slaves, no workhouse. Yeah, no workhouse. No what's the other thing? No chimney sweeping. Yeah, we got no kids in college sweeping chimneys and them shit. Mm. No, it was yeah. It was someone made a comment yesterday about um, the civilization being like Star Trek. Yeah, the civilization being like Star Trek when it gets to that level, and it's like intergalactic council and shit. Yeah, yeah, man. That's what I was trying to say, man. Like, what sort of mindset do we need to be elevated to get there? Could we still get there while people are waiting for religion to save them? Will people have to recognize that they're the saviors themselves? Like, what sort of mindset is what I'm trying to see? What sort of mindset do people need to get to reach a higher civilization level? Yeah, yeah, man. It's like, man, fucking shit drivers, a fucking dustbin truck is reversed down the main road. Definitely not smart. Yeah, mate. So pick up everyone that's wrapped up indoors, mate. Still on the roads, cuz. Trust me. Right now, I'm gonna go down to dusty North London, man. You get me? Yeah, man. Okay. Tottenham and Arsenal Corona, so you know what I'm saying? Like, jeez. Yeah, man. You get me? Not that sanitation, hand sanitizer, south side, and you see me? You see me? Yeah. Oh, all that. Oh, said that. The G block done. Yeah, me. Let them know the G block. Yeah, done. That's right, man. I'm blocked up, man. I'm thinking of bars. They'll pick up man like Ultra Funky in the building. Wrong one. You there? You been in the back for long? If you can hear me. Can you hear me? You say you don't want
Yo,
no
really,
Star
listen,
Wars life, yeah? Fun
just
technology,
quickly,
yeah?
just
You're
quickly,
Old Testament wife, man, Cotton, man.
making
You're living
grilled
Old
cheese.
Testament life, man. Yo, Ultra, what on?
Yeah, I'm making grilled cheese, right? But I'm making it ultra, yeah. And I'm gonna give you the recipe in about 10 minutes. Just bear with me. I'm gonna go back on mute, yeah.
About that, the microwave grilled cheese.
Nah. I'm putting it in the frying. I'm putting it in the frying
Actually out in
pan.
the grill, yeah?
Bro, listen, no frying pan. Don't piss. Oh, listen,
But
I'm
you're
gonna give
frying
you the
cheese, yeah?
I'm gonna give you the recipe in like 15 minutes. Yeah, just give me a minute.
That's a fucking heart attack, man. Fried cheese and shit. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's Old Testament Cotton, man. Since you don't want to live around old technology and shit. You know what I mean? You better take your Old Testament ass back down there. Yeah, man. Shit. We need to get some elevation technology back. You get me? That kind of, yeah. I feel like we need to be involved in the creation of technology more and all them shit, man. Like, get involved. I want my youth to be involved in science and engineering, man. That way there. Science and engineering is the one to go. Get me? Get me? Like, I done that engineering degree, yeah. I got an apprenticeship with BMW. We created the stop start button. You know the stop start button? Get me? Many times you work for the in the technology piece, yeah, you might work for a company, yeah, working on a specific part. You get me? And they won't really tell you what it's for. They just want you to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing on the technology side of it. You've got no understanding on science and technology, yeah. Shit like Google collecting all your cookies and all your data and all that sort of shit. You don't even really know or understand that. Smarter be. Trust me. I say smart work's the way forward, bro. Fuck hard work, bro. Hard work is for fucking the last generation cut. This generation needs to work smart, G. Trust me. Hard work dead cut. You can work hard, yeah, and not get shit, bro. Like you can never work smart and not get shit. Yeah. Just remember that, yeah. You can work hard and end up not getting shit. You can work smart, yeah. You'll never not have shit, bro. Trust me. Smart work going forward, Pete. Yeah, mate. So also, man, we need the people them to start helping out with a bit with the fucking question of the day, topics of the week, and all them things. Yeah, me. Yeah, man. We need to need for them to help us improve the channel, man. We're taking all suggestions for improvement. Yeah. That's a community thing, isn't it? Community type channel. Yeah, when we chat and them two is it? Yeah, but so who's gonna get involved today, man? I've got a super block nose. Blockery. Come on. How's that, Mr. Lee? Gee. Yeah, man. Trust me, yo. Yeah, man. I put the strap. I put the strap down, B. Yo, I stopped busting shots, man. Very. Yeah. Yo, yeah. Someone whose opinion I rated, yeah. Listen to this, yeah, and tell me if you agree with this, yeah. Someone whose opinion I rate highly, yeah, was saying, don't get drawn into the shows on Passa. You know, like, although you might be uploading shows with a question of the day, yeah, some of the questions of the day could be seen as shots taken at this one or that one. Forget about making a question of the day with shots in it. Or at a certain person or at, you know what I mean? Like, put the question of the day so it's a general question to be answered. Get into it like that. Yeah. So, yeah, I hear that, but still, take it, bro. Like, tens of mine. I ain't got one of them face masks, but boy, I've got gloves though. I'll tell you what was bad though, yeah? I went into a customer's house here and they was like fully wrapped up, guys. They had everything on apart from the white forensic suit. You get me? I'm like, Ross, you're actually a dog. You're actually in your house with a face mask on and shit. Mad. Yeah, man. What about hold you though, man? Making it grilled cheese sandwich and shit. Then you put the link in the chat, man. If anyone else wants to jump on and contribute to the chat, country help out. You know, runs around here. Everyone's opinions welcome. None of it endorsed. Man. We got all the people them in the chat. Yeah, mate. Trying to tell you, mate. all right. No one wants to get into it, yeah, but let me get into it. Elevate our society to the next level. There's things that we need, our society needs to be rid of before they elevate to the next level. What sort of things do we need to elevate to reach the society to the next level? Come on, big up man like Captain. The old time Irish flame, big up yourself. Yeah, boy, I'm saying that, boy, religion might have to be a thing that has to go before we fucking elevate the society to the next level. What do you think about that? Right. How the way I'm looking at it, yeah, is that if if an intelligent life is studying the earth from outside the earth, yeah, and they know a majority of the earth is waiting for a messiah to come back or something. Imagine the alien comes back like a fake Jesus. How you fucking yo, that would be
Really?
fucking stuff. Yo,
Yeah. Check
what
this
going
out.
on?
Yeah. Yeah. Talk to me, my brother. Big up yourself every time. Come on. Just quickly. Yeah. Yesterday I was cheated out of giving my answer for what I think it was.
Question
What
today.
does the perfect world look like? I can't really remember what it was, but I was disappointed that I didn't get to chime in on that one. However, this question, what? Plastic gloves,
Yeah.
like rubber gloves.
I just like these.
I've got gloves in my rucksack
What,
in the
plastic?
side, but no, they're like those, but they're big. They might be too big for you. All right, okay, yeah, yeah. This question kind of coincides. Shit. No, I lost it in Estonia. Sorry, bro. Um, yeah, it kind of coincides with the question today because the type of world I would like to live in, the snowflakery and the pussyolism and the cuntery would be all but non-existent, and anyone that feels like, say, they can't like avoid the Maya, the cuntery, the snowflakery, or the pussyolism would be sent off to a penal colony where they would remain there until they were able to change their ways. Uh, what that then would do is leave a wonderful place where you could walk around with no pussy-holes, no cunts, and no snowflakes. So first and foremost, if we eliminate those three things out of every society, we're as close as we'll ever get to a utopia. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see me, but I promise. Yeah, I'm doing air quotes. Yeah. Um.
So,
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
all right, let's qualify. What is a pussy first of all?
Somebody who somebody who isn't in touch with themselves and has to act out with flippant scenes of hostility to prove that they're a man, or women that walk around calling themselves bitch. Um, Also, a bussio is somebody that will hear something they don't like, won't know how to process it, and immediately resort to insults and violence.
All right.
Bussio. Oh, also,
What is
men that beat women, pussios. Pussios.
all right? What is a snowflake?
To be honest with you, when I'm thinking about it, and I think it's all kind of one and the same. Snowflakes are also people who will hear things they don't like and or understand, and immediately respond with ad hominems, non sequiturs, insane ramblings, nonsensical bullshit. Yeah, and also, in order to make a point, no, that's country. The next point I was about to make is country. Hold on,
Right. So.
my scarf. I don't
Yeah.
know.
See,
It might
hey,
be my
wait.
bottom jaw.
Before I get to the next definition, yeah, let me just slap this back onto the screen, yeah, because
Yeah.
this is what happens all the time, yeah. When the man them don't do shows about religion, yeah, and then someone's gonna come into the street. A religious person's gonna come on the street and go, "Oh, why are you talking about religion?" Yeah, but then when you do shows
But
on
Belly,
religion,
do you
yeah,
remember
the
do you remember
religious
my
one's
first
gonna say,
qualifier?
"Oh, you can't do shows unless you talk about our religion."
All right, remember, Belly, these are the types of people I'm talking about. That type of comment qualifies as pussyolism. Yeah,
so
that's
Calm would have to go to the
yeah, he'd have to go
camp,
to the penal colony. Yeah, he'd have to go to the island with the other
Bye
pussyos.
bye, Khan. See you.
He'd have to go. I'm not gonna lie, Khan needs to be rehabilitated like fully. Anyway, do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. What's the last definition for the three people that qualify for the penal colony? Yeah, was a country.
Yeah, the cunts. Yeah, the cunts. A cunt is someone who will qualify or justify heinous bullshit just for the sake of an idea an idea. Someone who will justify or qualify or play down heinous acts just to maintain a particular idea. Yeah.
I would say, yeah, that if the people don't elevate above having a religion and all that, yeah, then a smarter civilization could come through and fool us into thinking that they was one of the prophets that the religious people were waiting for. That's never a possibility.
Do you know what the funny thing is, Velly? Somebody said something and it was profound, right? How can we as a species today, 2020, how can we distinguish between super advanced technology and magic? We can't. So that means if Independence Day happens, we're fucked. Do you see what I'm saying? And then you got it's just like, don't get me wrong.
Will Smith ain't knocking out no alien, yeah? And dragging his
Bro,
alien dreadlocks through the blood clot desert.
He punched an alien exoskeleton. He would have broke his fist. But then, saying that though, we're saying that we don't know. We're only basing that off carbon-based life forms like what we are. If somebody's from another galaxy or a farthest distances of the universe, it's highly likely that where they're from, they ain't carbon-based. It's possible. I mean, I don't believe in aliens per se, but it's possible that they're fucking jelly, but they wear exoskeletons.
That's the technology, to find where we are.
We're fucked.
Or we find them.
Bro, listen to me.
Belly,
stop now. Stop now, Belly. Stop now. If there's a civilization that has the technology to get here, we're fucked. Do you understand? Now, and there's no sugarcoat in it. Listen to me carefully. If there's a civilization that can get here, because remember, we're talking about millions of light years, and we observed anything according to whoever you want to listen to. But if there's a civilization that has what it takes to get here, and not just sort of crash land like a pussyo, travel millions of fucking light years and then crash land into a field of cows. No. If they get here deliberately, we're fucked. That's it. That's it.
So really, people like NASA, the British Space Museum, the Chinese and the Russians, the Indians, fucking that doing their space travel and all that. People like that's going to be beneficial for long-term safety on Earth.
To be honest with you, in my subjective opinion, I would say yes. The reason why is because we know that human beings are a virus. We're the dumbest sons of bitches ever. We pollute we basically shit on our own doorstep. We're purposefully killing our planet. And then on top of that, we're fucking killing each other because he's God's better than my God. What? You dumb fuckers. Like, longevity would suggest that we should either be maintaining our planet or looking further afield for other planets that can sustain life. I mean, it's not. It doesn't even need to be qualified. It makes sense. Like, for instance, are you going to live in the same one home your whole life? Or are you going to branch out, find somewhere else, find an alternative in case of an emergency? Like, science tells us that our sun, our star, is going to swell up into a red. Uh, what do you call? I forgot the fucking the correct term. I forgot it. It's just complete. Yeah, no, not supernova. Before it goes supernova, it swells up to red gas giant or something like that. I can't remember the exact phrase. No. A dwarf star is when it's already exploded and it's like a tiny pulsing ball of heat. But I can't remember it. But it's gonna basically what happened to Superman's planet is essentially what will happen to our star. And when that happens, we're gonna roast. We're done for. That's it. It's done. It's finished. It's finished. And there's no Allah and no Jesus and no Vishnu and no Shiva and all this shit. None of this shit is gonna save you. Oh, wait, I forgot. You got the afterlife. Sorry, my bad. Behave yourself, man.
Don't forget the reincarnation as well, bro.
No, you can't reincarnate to a fucking planet that's
blown up planet. That's already
yeah. This is what I'm saying. It's all madness. And this is the thing. This is the thing that jars me and irks me about fucking religious people. Is you think to yourself, well, hang on a second, bro. There's so many other problems. Like in SW6 right now, Valley in Fulham, no electricity. Lights are out.
Is it?
Right now. No Wi-Fi, nothing, Belly. So if you ain't got all your like, let me tell you, in my house right now, all of my portable power banks are being charged. All of them. Yeah, because, bruh, listen to me, bruh. There's so many other more important things than a religion. There's so many other important things. Us as a species, our survival. Surely that should take precedence over any silly, superstitious nonsense. I mean, let's live. I mean, if we're all dead, how can you worship your creator? Even if it is real.
Religion.
Bro, religion isn't even important, bro. This is the thing. For some reason, as a society, we seem to have been convinced that religion is some important thing. No, it's important to you. It ain't important to me. And if it's important to you, should I care about it? No, right. My nan is important to me, or my photo album is important to me. Should you care about it? No, it's nothing to do with you. It's mine. It's important to me. I give it value. Just because it's important to me, don't mean you should care about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, for me, what's important is the longevity of our species. We should be trying to live for as long as possible and in as pleasant fucking circumstances as possible. Instead, let's blow this one up because they blew us up, and let's stab this one because he lives on the other side of the road from me, and let's fight because he's black and he's white, and let's fight because he's a Muslim and he's a Christian. Man, fuck all that stupid shit, man. Grow up, all of you, and I mean all of our species needs to fucking change their minds because we're stupid, and it's mind-boggling and it's maddening how, as a species, we'll fight over the most trivial fuckery when the longevity of our species should take priority over anything. Oh wait, I forgot. You can't, because if you don't worship your creator 19,000 times a day, he's gonna be so vexed with you and behave yourself. For fuck's sake. I just can't take it. It's maddening and it's mind-boggling. Like, for instance, if you have children, right? Obviously I'm not a religious person, so I can't relate, right? But if you have children, surely they have to take priority. And then if you're going to give priority to your children, surely their children should matter as well. And then, and so on, and so on, and so on. So on. Like, why wouldn't you want to lay the groundwork for the survival of your great grandchildren, and avoid the mistakes that we've made in the past. Slavery, the Holocaust, fucking nuclear arms, um, all of these things. Like, these are mistakes. Trump, these are mistakes. As a species, we should be actively trying to avoid these things. Hello, Bubba. Did I say Trump and it upset you? No, yes. Are you watching Mr. Tumble? Mr. Tumble. Yes.
Ugh, that
Yeah.
Mr. Tumble does my bloody head in.
No, man. Listen, this dude is good, man. He does the
You
sign
know he's actually an
language.
arsehole in real life.
Probably. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I
No,
was
not
him,
probably. He is. My
I would, I
friends.
would, I would hate kids as well. I would hate kids
Yeah,
as well.
he don't like kids.
No, of course he would. Why would he? He spends all day with me. Fuck. Listen, they're paying his bills. Also, as well, let me tell you, put this out there. Frank Lampard is a massive tit. When I
Oh God,
fucking
what's he
first
done?
met him, when I first met him, he was just a toss bag. It was like, "Hi Frank, how you doing, bro?" He's like, I was like, "All right, listen, you obviously don't know who I am, so I'm gonna let that slide. But you're still a cunt." You see what I'm saying? Like, when I met fucking Ian Wright, I almost crashed into his car in Knightsbridge. Like, obviously, it was his mistake, so he was humble. Fucking John Terry, even though he's a racist cunt, before he was a racist cunt, him, Ashley Cole, when they used to ride together towards fucking Stamford Bridge, I used to talk to them, and they were cool. But Frank Lampard, nah, a bit above his britches, actually. Massive tit, that guy. But I digress. Why go on, Becca?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not going to lie, I was just having a fucking rant.
Are you lot off now?
No, listen, I've been told emergency services and public transport, specifically buses, are going to be the absolute last thing to get locked off.
Really?
Yeah, emergency services
Because
and buses.
I saw, what was it? Some of the TfL underground and overground trains are all going to be some of them are being suspended. They're cancelling like late night travel and this and that. I was wondering
No,
if
see,
it's
that's the
safe
thing.
on the buses.
Underground, this is the thing. Underground get paid essentially double what I get. Yeah, they
Yeah,
go on strike. They lock off whenever they feel like it. They set their own terms and conditions. Little dickhead pussy or bus driver who gets half what they get. I'm still having to go out and get corona and bring it home to my pregnant wife. Also, my pregnant wife, who is self-employed. Oh my god, my finances just about took a hit. She has been told she cannot. She has to self-isolate for 12 weeks.
Yeah, because she's pregs, bro.
Yeah. So, and she's self-employed. She's a driving instructor. So the problem is now, like, it's my little dirty pussy old dickhead wages again. So, boy, I'm gonna have to go crying to my dad.
Yeah, one of them ones.
I'm gonna have to go crying
With
to
your
my
pot in
dad.
your hand, like.
Huh? Yeah, Belly, you're cutting out, bro. Belly, you're under the sea, bro. You're under the sea, Belly.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're there now. I can
Asking
hear you,
about
bro.
No, I can hear him clearly. It must be you, Ultra.
Oh no, I got Wi-Fi, man.
So I'm there. He's saying something about the underground.
Oh, what you saying, Belly?
Yeah, so how come you don't try to do the underground driver thing?
No, because the underground is actually TfL. All the buses are run by private companies. So what
Like
TfL has,
Stagecoach and
yeah,
Arriva and
go ahead,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
So what TfL has done is said, boy, we can't help you with wages because it's run by a private firm. It's nothing to do with us. But the thing is, it is, because if TfL says lock it down, we're getting shut down. Yeah, because TfL is the boss, but the TfL is the boss.
Ultimately.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, they're the ones giving the private companies the contract, innit? So
exactly, and obviously in the contract, TfL still holds controlling interest in whatever the fuck. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a fucking mazza. I can't lie.
Yeah, because back in the day, my sister used to work for Arriva.
Yeah, big up Arriva, man. No, they're garbage now, but like, it's,
No, this
to be
was
honest with you,
years ago.
no. If
When I was
I'm
still in
honest with you,
secondary
they're
school.
all the same. All the bus companies are the same. The only difference is, like, you might get a few extra pound here, you might get a few extra pound there, and, like, perks here, perks there, sign on to sign off.
Yeah, she managed to work her way up. Actually, she actually got like she ended up being like rep, like the union rep and all this
The union
and
rep,
that.
yeah, that's good, man.
She
If you can get out of actually driving all the time, then it's really good. It does
Yeah,
wonders for your mental health.
she got to the point where, what was it? This was years ago. There was an accident in Dartford. Some school kid got run over, and she was the one that had to go down there and deal with it.
But big up everyone that's trying to climb up that ladder, man. Because right now, like the only thing that matters is non-perishable food and fresh, clean drinking water. That's what I'm saying. Like this is what I'm saying. It's
about the smart work, me. That's why I was promoting fuck hard work, bro. It's all about smart work.
Smart work. Yeah, smart work. That's right, bro. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right.
Literally, I went to the school this morning because obviously they're closing them from tomorrow. Like from tomorrow, they're going to all be shut down.
My daughter's school's closed already. My daughter's school closed yesterday.
Literally, Ultra, right? We got a letter, I think it was like last week sometime, threatening us, saying that if we take our kids off of school without them actually having anything
you're gonna get fined. Rare.
Yeah. It's gonna go down as an unauthorized absence and this and that. And they're saying we ain't gonna close unless the government tell us. Well, the government's told you to close now, so you're gonna have to close, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? So I went to the school this morning and I was like, look, like, what's gonna happen then? Because my daughter, like, let's say in this letter that if the kids get sent home by the government and whatever, that the kids will have to access their learning via the their website, yeah. And I was like, what about the kids that haven't got that facility to do that? What happens to them kids?
You see, this is the thing. I'll tell you the truth, yeah. I'll tell you the truth. These schools, right? If I'm honest, they kind of run by specific guidelines set out by the government. Some schools are just more draconian than others, and the truth is, they don't have to care. Like what I'm realizing, the way the schools are looking at it now is, you signed up, here's the rules, you handle it. That's it. And I'll be honest, that's how they feel. That's how they're behaving. It's a mazza. It's a mazza out here. But all I'll say to you is, Becca, listen.
That's why they don't. That's why they don't bother. If nobody gives them school places, they don't have school places for the children.
That's right. That's right.
Literally, my school's turned around and said that we have to supervise them when they're doing it, right? While they're online, we have to make sure they get 60 minutes of physical education each. I was like, bruv, I'm not a fucking teacher. What is this? This ain't my job.
Now, they just say, like, take them out, like, let them do some work, give them like 20-minute playtime or half-hour playtime, and then give them another half-hour playtime.
But Veli, realistically, our kids really going to be doing that? Realistically, like, come on, you know, when your kids at home, they ain't going to do no fucking schoolwork, bruv. They want to play. They want to watch the TV. They want to go out. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not going to sit there and fucking do their work.
But that's what it's going to come down to. Obviously, you is tools to discipline to make them do at least some of it. If they're not going to force them to do all of it, then make them at least do some of it. Innit? Right, you ain't watching no telly and do that schoolwork to do that.
All right, Michelle, can you send me that video of Sainsbury's, please? Yeah, bro. Listen, all the supermarkets at the moment, all of them, like queues.
Yeah, no, like, my girl called me this morning. She was up Tesco's at 7:30 this morning, and she's only just got back to the yard, and it's 10 o'clock now.
Yeah, mazza.
And I was like, yeah, fuck that. I ain't doing that, bro. I ain't doing it. Because that will definitely set off my anxiety if I have to be in that crowd.
Not even that. The government is saying, do not fucking gather in large crowds. People... Do you know what I'm telling you? Sometimes I see people doing things and it makes me just really sad that I'm part of this species sometimes. It's like... Man.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid. Literally, I went to the shop this morning, got a few bits and pieces from my local shop because I ain't going to no big ass supermarket, mate. Fuck that. Right? Went to my local shop. And I said to the guy, I got to the counter, I was like, boss man, I was like, when's the next time you're getting some like toilet rolling and whatever? And he's like, I'll grab you one now. And he said, I've had to hide them because people are coming in getting 3-4 of them and not leaving nothing for anyone else. So
listen,
local shop,
Becca,
the local shops
Indian
now
Don,
have to fucking hide their shit.
Indian Don, some of this, I'm going to send it to Veli now. So Indian Don was...
Oh, where's he
He
gone?
dropped off.
He's gone. He's dropped off.
To the Indian song with
yeah, that's it. That's what I heard. And then he kicked. I was like, what? What happened? In mid-flow as well.
I thought it must have been Steve.
No, it's him. He dropped off. He dropped off. He'll be back. Jedi, control your kids.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? That really and truly, yeah. You can't say that they're not going to listen to you or nothing like that.
Mine literally don't listen to me though. Actually, no, that's a lie. My son does. My son does. My son does. It's my daughter. She don't like listening, innit? Like she's going through puberty right now, innit? So everything's like she's a 14-year-old in a 10-year-old's body right now. It's driving me mad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like I can't lie. Like there's I don't know. Like obviously, like if you're black in it, like you'll be able to relate to this. You see, if an elder says rare, and you don't immediately hop to it, it's a problem. Yeah. So I don't know. Like yeah, I don't know. Like I'm just saying, like fuck it up. Like I don't business what kind of blood clot puberty I deal with. Like listen, see if I tell you to jump, you say yes sir, and once you get back down to the floor, you say
I think
was
it's
that
just
high enough?
girls. Ultra, you got to think though. Like obviously, like mums and daughters, they have this battle. Yeah, it's a natural thing. It's like I'm not. They're trying to obviously be assertive and like try and be like it's just the way it is between mums and girls, isn't it? My son listens to me. Legitly, my son will listen to me. It's my daughter. She's at that age, innit? Like
You girls are something else, man. No, but listen, just quickly, Velly, I WhatsApped you a video of this Indian don shot in new toilet paper that's worth like $1.99. But guess how much?
£9.99.
£10.
Yeah.
£10.
Yeah,
And
man.
you know that like that corner shop brand stuff, and it's like it's garbage. It's about £1, £2 max. If you got it at fucking Costco, that shit cost them about 7 pence.
One of their ones.
Yeah,
You're definitely going to go through that.
Listen, as soon as you put your hand on the paper, it will start like fizzling away, like dissolving. Yeah, and the man shot it for £10. And even the other day, I went into the Indian shop. I was like, "Yo, how much is the salmon?" Yeah, $2.50. I'm like, but that's the same salmon that was on the shelf like 2 weeks ago, and it was like one side. Yeah, because this is what he said to me. We've had to pay extra to get it in. I was like, but it's the same salmon that was on the shelf last week. And I just walked out. I was like, you know what? Fuck you. Right? You just fuck you. Fuck you. Like, and then he's selling.
Fuck your service, B.
Bro, I said to him, have you got any paracetamol? This is what pissed me off. Have you got any paracetamol? Yeah. How much is it? $2.50. Show it to me. It's the same paracetamol from the pound shop. I was like, yeah, you know what?
Why did you go to pound shop then, man?
I did. Listen, yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, man. I'm taking advantage of you not going to the pound shop, basically.
I just said to myself, you know what?
You're taking advantage of your laziness. That's what it is.
Actually, you know what? All of you can go fuck yourselves. All of you. Oi, where's your clothes? Where's your clothes? This boy's walking around naked. He doesn't even care. You don't care, do you?
I've got a cold, yeah.
Alright, I'm gone.
Cold,
I'm out.
Shit.
When you guys speak with jobs, you got a cold, yeah. It's like everyone's like,
Hey, Veli, like with all due respect, bro, you need to self-isolate, shut your mouth, and protect your wife and children. Because you're a nasty, germ-carrying, filthy bag. Yeah, bro, keep that nasty corona to yourself, bro. You're lucky corona can't be transmitted over the internet because I would have boxed you. That's nasty. No, because he's nasty at the belly. If you go home and kiss your wife and kids, you're a nasty sack of garbage. That's
Oh,
the
for
type of
God's
person.
sake.
That's the type of person that gets sent to the penal colony in my world. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You're a dickhead, man. This is already had the cold before me, innit? Everyone's already had the cold in my house, innit? Like,
Blaming our kids now. That's not righteous, bro. That's not righteous. Blaming the children.
Oh shit, yeah, you think I'm that easy, yeah?
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
Belly, listen, I have to make this woman some breakfast, you know. She's looking at me funny, like, you better not out since morning. Yeah. Alright. Let me make this blood clot woman some breakfast. But she has to, you know what's funny, bro? She has to self-isolate for 12 weeks, bro. And guess when the baby's due? In 13 weeks.
Oh shit.
But we looked online, the government are saying, like, even though women have to self-isolate, you still have to turn up for appointments because it's about the health and well-being of the unborn child. So it's a mazza right now. I'm just in the so it's the worst time to have kids.
All
right, listen, let me tell you about this. Let me tell you about this grilled cheese I made, yeah? It's a three-layered sandwich, yeah? And the middle layer, I didn't toast it. What I did was, I soaked I dunked the bread into the last night's chicken gravy. And then I got the two back slices of the loaf, buttered it, added cheese, put it in a frying pan. Mad. It's got all the flavors from the dinner, bit of cheese. Look at this. Hold on.
A grilled cheese sandwich, literally just cheese on toast. Is that what
Yeah.
With extra bread in the middle.
Yeah.
Tried to make it sound all fancy.
Isn't it?
With a fucking bit of bread dunked in chicken gravy.
Also, as well, I'm just putting this out there. Yeah? In Ultra's perfect world, I don't ban religions, but what I do ban is you talking about it to me. That's it. Right, this is wicked, man.
You beat the bacon. Hey, do you eat pork culture?
Yeah. I don't discriminate. I think discrimination is wrong. And you know what's funny? All these people are like, no, don't eat that. Right, shut your mouth. Because every single one that if their life depends on.
Ultra should be rationing, yeah. Imagine having a free bread sandwich.
Yeah, Ultra, I meant to be rationing. Remember the poor people out there that ain't got shit.
Don't worry about the kids, Ultra. You'll be alright. Just worry about Ultra. You know what I'm saying? I got a free bread sandwich, you know. I would have boxed my youth if I was covering and I see them with a free bread sandwich. Why do you need so much bread for the sandwich? Imagine if
my kids, I swear my kids.
As well.
Mate, my kids are just like, my daughter's got this thing of just eating bread, like just taking the bread out and just eating it and then leaving it around, laying around the house. Like, what are you doing? She does the same thing with the toast. She doesn't eat the toast properly. She picks, she butters it, and the bit that she butters, she'll pick at it and eat the buttered bit and then relieve the rest. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, tell her to just butter the whole fucking slide.
How about you put the butter to the crusty part, and then you can eat the crust as well? How about that?
Oh, listen, see this grilled cheese, yeah? It's a mad thing. But I'm not gonna lie though, I do not recommend eating this more than once every 2 months by a car, it's a heart attack waiting to happen.
Yeah, that was
Mm.
cool too, man.
Mm. But let me tell you what's putting it over the edge. That middle slice that I soaked in gravy. Mm. 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 Oh man.
Look at him.
Mm. Yum
Man,
yum yum yum.
you need like you need like a black Homer Simpson sort of character
Yum, yum,
Oh,
yum.
yum yum
that
yum.
you can voice on. You know what I'm saying? Like you can literally, yeah. If man cuts out all the bits of ultra talking, yeah, and man's got. I'm not trying to give anyone no ideas, yeah, but if anyone cuts out all the bits of ultra talking, yeah, and cuts over like a black sort of Homer Simpson, I don't know, Cleveland or something like that, yeah. That would be a funny skit.
Wait, listen. I'm
Funny.
not gonna lie to you. This
Like a,
grilled cheese is a
you
mazza.
know what?
Wait, oh, yeah, this grilled cheese is a mazza. Let me tell you why. Yeah, it's not just the fact that I fried the bread. I buttered both sides of the bread and put it in the frying pan. Mm.
Yeah,
It's
they're
that.
not
It's
trying.
that middle layer. It's the middle layer that I soaked in gravy, in chicken gravy
Thanks.
from last night. I can't lie to you, bro. It's a mazza. Like, I'm ready to pay for. Mm. And oh, I just got a bit of onion from the gravy. Mm. 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 Yum.
Oh my god, you.
Imagine ultra, yeah. How you could trap ultra, yeah, is you could lay a trap of donuts, yeah,
Ain't
and
it like
then
No,
Homer?
he would
no,
like,
it would have to be Krispy Kreme ice ring donuts. Those are just irresistible, man.
yeah, see, ooh, there's another donut,
Oh,
ooh, I
another
found a
donut.
donut, ooh,
Oh,
I found
another donut. Oh shit!
and then you know where the donuts will lead to? The mosque. We got ya.
Oh Lord, that'd be so much fun. Fuck it hell. Mm. Hold on, hold on.
Now play all the clips you've been talking, looking about our religion. Oh, what you trying to do with all your donuts? I'm
Fuck
gonna
it
rush
hell.
you, folks. You guys.
Mm.
Word,
Mm.
word.
All right, listen. I just took another bite.
Look
Yeah,
at Cotton. Look at
I'm a
Cotton
man.
all
Oh my
high and
god.
mighty. I don't do bread back. Look
No,
at
it's not
Cotton
good.
all high and mighty. I don't do bread back. Ew.
Mm.
Oh, the
Sorry,
crust is the
Lady
best
Muck.
part, man. Crust is the
Sorry,
best
Lady
part.
Muck.
Mm. Mm. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna take another bite. Wait, wait, wait.
Oh god.
Mm. Mm.
Some of us poor people still like bread back. Y'all
Yeah,
bread
Ain't
back.
it?
this is what I'm saying.
Bread
These
back.
motherfuckers don't know what it's like to
Y'all
be
bread
poor. What are you having?
back.
Put a burger.
Yeah.
Wait, it's already done. It just needs like 5
Okay.
minutes.
Oh, you're actually lucky. I see what, yeah. It's a lucky thing that you don't actually smoke weed, man, because the fucking you already have buzz munches without being buzzing.
Do you know what I'm saying?
You
Could
know
you
what I'm
imagine
saying?
him with weed and the munchies?
Wait,
Jesus.
wait, hold on. Let me just take another bite. Wait, wait.
Yeah, he's destroying the
Mm.
house.
Mate, you think he's big
Mm.
now? He'd be obese by the time like when he's
Mm.
if he smokes weed, mate.
Wait, what do you mean
You
obese by the time I smoke weed? I'm already
if you
halfway there.
like no, I mean like you're a big guy as it is, but if you smoked weed and you got the munchies, you'd become
Mm.
obese in it. Like you
Mm.
would legitly, because
I'm
you're
not gonna
already a
lie to
munch
you.
guy already.
From what I understand about weed, I would be the most unproductive person on the planet. So yeah, I just
Imagine Michelle would have left ages ago, cuz you would have been talking
bro,
about I'll
listen,
do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow.
yeah,
I'll do it
come on,
tomorrow.
do it later, man.
Trust me.
Okay,
Trust
yeah.
me.
Mm. Mm. Hold on, where's the beans?
Yo.
Wait, listen. I hope you guys are stocking up because apparently Friday's going to be a mazza. I've seen 4 different videos now of army like tanks, vehicles being dispatched. The one where there's army in Clapham Junction, I didn't realize it at the time, but it's fake. But I've seen video footage now of armies, vehicles, and personnel being dispatched. So anyone who thinks they're gonna kick off in some sort of riot, mm, 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 mm. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. These guys,
Remember the London riots, boy? That was mad still.
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Hold on. Belly, when you make baked beans, what do you add to it? What do you add to your baked beans, Belly?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just peppers and shit, man.
Nah, with baked beans, I only add black pepper. That's it, nothing else.
I use the black pepper, man.
No, just black pepper with me and my baked beans. Black pepper. Babe, where's the black pepper?
Beans. That's bad boy.
Oh, it's behind
Parker. Yo, that's Parker. I ain't had that much time, man.
What,
like, you sound like you're rapping at the biggest. You sound like you're grinding up the biggest mug right
now. No, I'm cracking black pepper into the beans.
Yeah, I know. But it sounds like you're grinding up.
All right. Black pepper beans, well done. That's me. All I need now is a spoon to start. Here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, I'm just going to let that simmer now. That's the thing about beans. Excuse me. All you have to do is fucking just heat them up and they're done. That's lovely. Also, as well, if the electricity goes out, I don't have a cooker.
You haven't been on the post as well?
Huh?
That's like 5 sides.
No, it's not for me. This is for the kids and the missus. It's not for me. I had No, it's not for me. It's for the kids, man. It's for the kids and the missus. I've only got one slice left of this cheese, grilled cheese. Yeah, that's all I've got left.
You're reminiscing about it already. Ain't even gone.
Alright, bro. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. This thing was a matter, and let me tell you, bro. You know why it was the best cheese on toast ever? It's because I dunked the middle slice in chicken gravy. Don't piss me off, blood. Wait. Alright, you know what I'm saying? Ma. All I need now is a glass of milk to wash it down. And listen, people, if you are going out today, just make sure you're going out with a care package. That's what I'm calling it now. The care package should consist of sanitizer, fresh drinking water, wipes, antibacterial, and toilet wipes. And if you can, a portable charger for your devices. Because we don't know what the fuck's going on. And shit can kick off at any minute. Ooh. So just protect yourselves at all times. Please, people, protect yourselves at all times. Okay? Because we don't know what's going on out here, and like, all joking aside, just protect yourselves at all times where possible, yeah? Alright, Belly, listen, I'm gonna go on mute for like 10 minutes. Let's deal with these people quick. Yeah? But in a minute, I'll be back.
Yeah, man. Shit. Go back, you there still?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What you saying, though, man?
Nothing, man. I'm just debating what to do, man. Like, my friend lent me some money to go do some shopping and that, because I don't get paid till tomorrow, innit? So my friend was like, I'll give you some money so you can go out now to get your bits and pieces. But I'm sitting here like, I don't want to go out there, fam. Like, because I know if I'm in them crowds, it's just gonna kick off my anxiety.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to
But
be
you don't
having
do
an
big crowds
anxiety
well.
attack. Huh?
You don't do big crowds well.
To what?
You don't do big crowds well.
No, I'm like that. Yeah, it kicks off my anxiety. I can't do big crowds and things like that in small kind of confined spaces. So like, yeah, like
Oh, so that's
if I
why
go,
you ain't like in carnival and that, like stuff like that.
yeah, that's why I don't really go out and about and do certain things because of my anxiety, innit?
I actually fucking love it. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
I've
not,
been to
you
like,
know when it's jam packed
I mean,
carnival,
I'm
yeah,
alright if I've
everyone's
got people around me. I mean, if I've got people that I know and I know, like, obviously I'm safe with these people and whatever, like, it's okay. I can kind of handle it a bit better. But if I'm there on my ones, it's a different story, isn't it? Because that's like when I've met my baby father, he literally used to come with me everywhere because of my anxiety, just in case I had an anxiety attack in it. And that's when I first come back to London when I was 20. So, I mean, I've got a lot better over the years, but I'm not going out there right now the way it is with all these people lining up and all that. Because like what will happen is I'll end up getting pissed off, and then my anxiety will kick in because like because people are ignorant out there. You fucker.
Fucking bad traffic, man. That's not reaching 1 mile an hour, bro. And I've got bad job to do. Hey, yeah, man. So, we got put the man them in the chat, man. The ladies in the chat, man. Come and join the conversation. What's going on in the chat, man? Read out the comments, man.
Right, hang on, let me pick up my phone because my phone was on the side. Hang on. Cotton Socks said, I sent someone out early to try grab rice, oil, and pasta. They've been scarce. Yeah. John Wick said, James Jones will be here in 10 minutes. I can sense it. Who else am I looking? I'm looking. King said, let's all go looting. Let's go looting. If you want to deal with the army, mate, go ahead. John Wick said, Ultra gets munchies without getting high. He skips the smoking part and goes straight to the munchies. Yep.
One off. That's why I rate Ultra because it's a one off character.
Yeah, definitely. There's not another Ultra out there. What else have they been saying? Chat said, what the fuck do we want to hear Ultra orgasming?
Yeah, he does get a bit excited with me, isn't it?
He's a Homer Simpson, I swear to God. Ultra's like a Homer Simpson. Joe Boogie said, LOL, man didn't learn from the riots. What, you mean John Wick, yeah? Get caught looting and have your face all over the papers, innit? Remember the last time? That was a mazza. People stealing rice from Tesco and shit. Getting put in the paper.
Imagine all the Muslims that will grasp me. Imagine all the Muslims that will grasp me if I was in a looting situation. Oh, boy. Yeah. That's him. The
Is
dirty
him?
chap.
Yeah, that one over there.
Khan will be the first one in the police station. Yeah,
Isn't it?
I'm so
God,
sure you
I
need
know
to
his
shut up.
name. I got his mobile number.
But, shit.
I mean, I might just fucking buy a takeaway, you know, and wait till tomorrow to go out. I don't know. Like, I'm still like, I'm like, I still got like, I've got meat in the freezer, you know, like minced meat and beef steak and stuff like that. So I could all like just it's other, you know, the other little bits and pieces you need to get, like. So I might just fucking do it tomorrow, man. I might go down to West Ealing or something and go to Wilco's.
I might be in England today still.
Hmm?
Okay. Right now. I might have to go in England today still.
Is it? Jack said, fuck the papers, them men got heavy sentences. Yeah, we know. Just for some rice and some pasta and shit. Hackney got it that
Hey,
time
you know
though,
that
boy. Jesus.
right, time still. Hey, you know where Ealing Hospital is?
Yeah.
I used to do some work, right? I used to do some plumbing work in the mental hospital.
Yeah, it's right. It's like it's near there, isn't it? Yeah. No, I had to go to Eden Hospital a few weeks back. I had to take my daughter there. They don't have A&E no more though. It's a massive hospital.
Is it?
Eden Hospital is massive, but they have no A&E there no more.
It's like
Jack said, Veli chatting shit. He would be the first in line for Jama prayers in the pen. And then John Wick turned around and said, and that halal canteen.
Trust me. Yo, them man, that's why I wouldn't even go right in front because them man are gonna send me straight to March. You get me? Yeah, man. Jack with a big form, you get me? Fucking, all fucking slamming, snitching on me. Every force snitch on me, first.
Mm-hmm. Jack just turned around and said, halal canteen is dead, bruh. Especially during Ramadan. Where's everyone at today, boy?
Look at it, it's nice. Cupcakes, do that.
Mm.
Yeah. And halal Haribo, do that. Get me?
I hear a lot of people that go into prison make out they're Muslim because obviously the food's meant to be better.
Yeah.
Or is that just a myth?
Boy, it's good by your fucking. By your brothers as well, innit, man? The better like that, man. The better at least you're fucking at least play the food properly, innit?
Yeah, but like converting to Muslim just so you can get better food, is it really worth it?
Like, yeah, people convert to Islam for in jail, it's different, man. You convert for a lot of different reasons, man. You know what I mean? You might even enough of the man them might be be on a different wing or whatever, yeah, and they go mosque on a certain day, and you go mosque and link the man them, you get me? Like the same thing, like with church. That man then go church in fucking jail, because brothers on a different wing that you never see from. They're fucking coming to the church. I'll say that. Praying on Sunday. Yeah.
It's like a little social event,
You want
yeah?
back an atheist in the church. Yeah, man. You see couple man get baited up though, innit? Like they told the pastor that they're gonna give up smoking weed and shit, you get me? Like, and then the pastor stands up at the front and is like, yeah, so and so said they're gonna give up smoking weed, praise Jesus. And everyone's like
Oh, liberties. I know they closed down, was it Holloway ages ago though? That was ages ago they did that.
Holloway's good down there.
Yeah, Holloway, they closed that down, fam. Apparently they're gonna knock it all down, from what I heard. They're gonna knock it down and build houses there instead.
Oh yeah. I watched some guy on YouTube, yeah, like a former prisoner guy, yeah, and he basically gives people tips on like how to pack a bag for jail. You know that stuff that you wouldn't know if it was your first time going to jail, or if you got family in jail and you want to visit them, or you want to send them money or something like that. Teach people a lot of stuff like that, man. Sure, it's quite good. His name's Cody Latchy from Manchester as well. Or White as well, anyway.
John Wick said tuna curries in the kettle. Can't forget that either. Oh God.
Yeah. Kettle.
Jack said I ended up in Kirkham, Cat D. The food
Kettle.
there was like 5-star compared to the ways. I don't know, bro. Prison scares me, mate.
No, that's all. Like, shows that are racist. Go to a racist show that's big.
Nah, see, even I've never even gone to visit anyone in prison, boy. Like, not me, star. Sorry. I ain't going in no prison to visit or otherwise, mate. Sorry.
That's like
I'll send you a letter.
If someone comes to visit you, bro, it's like at least a little fucking forget about the bullshit for a minute. Just talk about some shit that's happening outside. Yeah. Definitely helps. Some people don't go on visits though, man, because some people say they don't help. Like some people are like, fuck visits, just send me letter or just send me money for canteen.
I'd rather do that. I'd rather send you letter or send you some money.
Yeah.
I'd rather do. I like, bruv, literally
when I pictures and shit.
Yeah, I don't mind doing all that. I can send you pictures, send you some money, this and that. Like that, I can do with it. But fucking, sorry, I ain't coming to no prison. Sorry, like just walking outside Holloway prison was enough to scare me for life, mate. And my baby father was laughing at me, fam. He was like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, he's like, "Come to the gate." I'm like, "Nah, it's alright. I'll stay just here, please. That's alright." It's fine. I don't need to go near the prison to see it. It's fine. I can see it from here. He was like, "What do you think's gonna happen? You think they're gonna fucking kidnap you or something?" I was like, "Fuck it, I wouldn't put it past them, mate."
Yeah, man. But your life's not over if you go to jail, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's at the end of your life, man. It's not the nicest thing in the world, but it's not the end of your life, man. Yeah, man. It's not the end of your life. It's your life story. You know what I'm saying that?
Buddha said that's a shame, Becca, because you're going to prison soon, babe. Since fucking when? I ain't got no criminal record. Do my DBS check right now, Star. You won't see shit on my record, bruv. John Wick, we don't want to go. Sometimes you end up there, Becca. It's a man's life, I guess. You make choices and decisions in your life. Don't give me that, John. Don't give me that. Like, it's your decision to do your fuckery, innit? Like, you get me? No one else's. Yo, Becca, you reckon you turn...
For some mistakes.
Yo, Becca, you reckon you turn... I'm not batting for no other side, Jack. Fuck that. I don't drink from the fairy cup, thank you. Nah,
I do.
not me.
I do. I do.
Trust ocean to come in and have friend.
Jack was looking for them jail picks, boy. He's like,
Look, John Wick said if Becca was a screw, every prisoner would have been nice, bare smuggled shit would have passed through. You know that already, John. Come on.
You be in jail, you know.
I'll be sneaking in a little bit of weed.
You get fucked up, Joe. Yeah, man. It happens though, man.
Oh yeah, there's bare screws in there that do that shit. Come on, man.
So there is some screws that do that, man. And then some like go, some of them get dabbed to go jail as well, man. Yeah, me, it's that. Imagine you working in the jail, you got all the power going home, coming back, and the next thing you know, you're in the jail. Like,
But the thing is, because if you was a blessed screw like that, you wouldn't really get much problem in it. To be well, I don't know actually. I'm just guessing. I'm guessing you wouldn't get much problem if you was one of those type of screws that you were like, all right, and you were smuggling things in for the rest of them. Surely you'd be nice if you did.
I mean, you're under pressure, then, man. If man's got you smuggling fucking junk and phones into jail, yeah, you're under pressure, man. Or you're sucking dick in the door or something. Yeah, there's something different going on that. That's kind of drastic anyway. We leave that alone for that.
Oh, I've been told by Jack to tell you this, Veli. Becca, tell Veli to get some proper Wi-Fi if he wants to take shots. Meh, can't hear his nonsense.
Meh. Yeah, tell it to meh. Shut his big, mate. Yeah. Boy, yeah, boy, my internet's much better than it used to be, boy. Trust me.
Oh, hang on, someone's at my door. 1 minute.
Yeah, mate. So, yo, people there, man, come join the stream, join the chat. Get the conversation going. Get it going. See where we get to, mate. Yeah, what's good, people?
Yes, Lenny, I'm back.
Yes, my G.
Come on. Yeah, so I heard all I heard was prison. I heard prison, and then I was like, yeah, they're definitely trying to beacon me. Trust me. Fuck yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm cut out for prison life. You know? Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't be. You'd be alright, man. You know what it is, yeah. It's if you go in, yeah, with a big feeling like you're gonna flinch at every last minute or whatever, then you're gonna make your own life hard, isn't it? That, right? If you just be yourself, man. You be alright, man. That's it.
No, do you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm the type of guy that talks too much and then I'd get taken for a prick, and then I'd have to kill someone to make a point, and then I'd never come out. It's just long. It's long.
I don't think you'll get
Yeah.
that.
It's long, man.
The people that want to be the top dog.
Yeah. You know what's
There's a lot
funny,
of people that just try to do their sentence, that just want to do their sentence, get on with their they go gym, go fucking work, get a couple phone calls, and go yards. You get me? Like, trying to just get the first out. Not everyone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't do jail, bro. Like I couldn't do jail. Like I couldn't do it. Like I can't do jail. I can't. Like legitimately, I can't do jail because I can't do it. I can't. Nah. I can't. No, you know why?
With any situation that comes, bro. You know why? Yeah.
You're just locked up,
Listen,
Benny.
yeah. You're already a father, yeah, of 3 soon-to-be 4 children, married, paying bills in this world already, in it, that. So you probably wouldn't ever be going to jail. Yeah. But
There is I can already foresee a scenario where I will.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that if you did ever go to jail, then like, you're right, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously you'd have to get used to what it is, and then once you've got used to it, you're right, man. You know what I'm saying? Like before, remember you only used to comment on the channels, and then you jumped on the hangouts, and then you jumped on a live show, and then now you know what I'm saying? You're one of the fucking
I'm big in the game.
Presenters. Now you're one of the co-presenters of one of the hottest YouTube channels on the planet. You get me?
You saying I'm big in the game, G-Block?
Yeah.
Money team. The G-Block, the money team.
If you went to jail, everyone would know who you was already anyway, man. They'd be like,
wait, is that Ultra? Nah, bro, listen. If just ran in the jail. Nah, bro.
As long as you don't go to
jail, I'm fucked,
as long as you don't go to Belmarsh, you are fucked. Yeah, you know what bro. Every time they say Ultra Funky, you just be like, who?
Oh, that's not me, bro. That's not me. That's not me. Fucking. Hey, listen. Hey, I'd have to do a quick fucking conversion when I get down there, but fuck no.
Yeah. Hey, listen, yeah. I'll tell you what's funny, yeah. When it's not funny, yeah, but it's dark comedy, yeah. But when someone that's like, bro, man, fuck religion or fuck that religion or whatever, man. So someone might be like, oh, bro, body's like, bro, I'll never be a Muslim or so, and then they go in jail and they come back out, yeah, and you see them with a massive beard and shit, and you're like with the Quran in their hand, like, yeah, fuck. Yeah. I'm like, Ross.
Yo.
Ross. What would you
What, man?
You must be under pressure, fam.
No, do you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm a prick to the end. Like, I'm just gonna be a prick to the end. I'm not converting on my deathbed. I'm not praying to no God. Fuck it. I'm just gonna be a prick to the end. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna prick it out to the end. Atheism or give me death. Fuck it.
Atheism to the end, yeah. Oh, I don't like who's gonna remix that one, boy. Remix that Nuffy there, boy. Yeah. Oh shit. That solitary confinement. Yeah, boy. Ultimate.
Yeah, I'm just not into it, bro. Like, I'm not into solitary. Like, the thought of solitary for me is just, it's inhumane. Like, I don't know if you remember, Belly, but a little while ago, I asked, would you rather be naked in the window of Harrods for 24 hours
or in a pitch black room with no light for 7 days. Yeah, like I'm taking the window. Like
24 hours.
yeah, bro. 24 hours naked in the window. I don't give a fuck, bro.
I might do the window as well and just fucking do helicopters all day.
Hey, no, because I'll tell you the truth, bro. Think about it. 7 days in a room, pitch black with no light. Like, think about that. Like, even 20. No. Oh, shit. Ready, one second.
Yeah, that would be funny still. That would be fucking funny still. Jeez. Oh, that is sick. Thank you. Yo. Yeah, man. Man, still. Yeah, that'd be funny, man. Shit. Your life won't be the same after doing that for 24 hours. But, yo, all time man like brothers in the building.
Good.
What you telling me, man?
So used to just waking up early that like now I just do it religiously. I think that's the religion I have is waking up early.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm on what Ultra has now, man. Like, you know, like I'll say this. If they ever rise up against the atheists, I promise you, you got a friend in me, man. I'll fight with you guys. I'll just give you time to convert to Ifa, you know, come back.
Come back home, brother. Come back home. Shit. It goes water, walk on.
Morning, guys.
What's up, Walter?
Hey, good morning, Brad, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Ultra. Ultra, quick question. Is he around?
No, he's
Ultra.
here, but he's off mute.
See, because Ultra is saying, oh, he would never, never. And then all of a sudden, one day, 3 kids accept God. And his son comes and says, Dad, it's true. God is real. And he's going to tell his kids, no, I ain't going to accept it. What's going to happen?
Well, if you didn't know, yeah, that Ultra's daughter. Oh, what's it? Brad, your echo was there.
Again?
I'm echoing?
Yeah, but yo.
Wait, maybe it's me. It can't be me. Can it be me?
Yo.
Yo, am I echoing?
Alright. The echo is got that. The echo's got that still.
Am I echoing?
I don't know. Anyway, but let me just finish what I was saying. Yeah, but Ultra's daughter has got is about to do a GCSE or A level in religious education.
Oh boy.
Because way before that, and Ultra's
Not A levels, GCSEs, and she's only in year 8, and she's in year 8. Yeah.
So,
Keep going.
so that means your daughter is going to be a religious believer?
No, it's just that she knows it's all superstitious nonsense, and she's taken good guide from her father, and it's something that she knows a lot about.
Okay, but after all this guidance, she's only 8.
I know that.
She's only,
so sorry, Walter. I'm only saying.
She's 8 years old. She's taking all your guidance, whatever.
No. She's not 8. She's in year 8.
Year 8.
Yeah, she's in like second.
So she's
like 14.
Okay.
No, 12. She's 12.
There we go. Peace of love. Can you
Well,
hear me
okay,
okay?
she's still a kid.
Testing. Okay.
In 10 years, she becomes a full blown. After all these courses, after you bombarding her, she all of a sudden accepts God existence.
Yes.
She goes, Dad, please, you have to accept. You say no.
Yeah. No. Listen, this is the thing. My daughter knows,
No,
yeah, because
but we're doing a
wait,
hypothetical
hold on, let
here.
me finish. My daughter knows that I think religion is garbage, hot
Yeah.
garbage at that, right? But
Uh-huh.
if she decides one day that there's an element of truth in it and it brings her comfort, then she's free to go and believe in it. But she knows how daddy feels. And that's one thing, Walter, believe it or not, that is one thing I'm always careful to do is tell her if it brings you comfort and joy and nobody is being harmed, even if even if I'm not into it, then go do your thing. Go do your thing. And I don't mind if
Testing,
my children
testing.
become religious,
You guys
but
hear
they
me
have to
okay?
understand that they're going to be subject to ridicule and derision all the time.
Yeah, you'd be ridiculed whatever direction you go. You know, you believe, you don't believe. You know, you believe
Who's
in
that?
God.
Exactly.
Yeah, you believe
Who
he
Exactly.
says that,
came from a
Famo?
rock or a
How many
monkey, or you
people have
believe
you
he
heard
came from
say
God. Yeah.
atheists have no morals, atheists are just worm food, atheists are stupid, dead inside, atheists have nothing to live for, atheists don't believe anything. Nah, listen, I get it all the time, but guess what? It doesn't matter. Everyone's entitled to their
Someone
opinion.
called me. Okay, but here, Ultra, you you you
Yo, is that
you.
Muhammad?
No,
I'm
that's
cool
Walter.
with
That's
the whole
Walter.
believe what you
Oh,
want.
okay.
As long as I get to believe that what you believe in is weird. My thing is just don't start bitching and complaining when the LGBT community just like takes over and it's like,
Yeah,
well,
and
they
that's another
have
thing
those
religious
beliefs.
people do, and it's
They
so
have those
asinine.
atheist beliefs.
How
So
how how do you how do you
They're working on
conflate
pedophilia next.
The LGBT pressure group and conflate it with atheism? Like just to say there's no gay
because
Muslims,
you
there's
have
no
to
gay
throw
Christians.
God
What
out
the
in
fuck,
order
bro?
to
Behave
believe that.
yourself, bro. Behave
Because
yourself.
you
Behave
have to
yourself.
throw God out. It's logical.
Bro,
You
is
have
there
to
Who?
is
throw
Who's
there
God
this
is
out the
there
guy?
mix.
any such thing as a
There's
gay
nothing else
Muslim? Yes
really
or no?
else. It's not really that deep. You have
Is
to
there a
throw God
gay?
out the
Are there
mix.
gay Muslims? Yes or no?
There's
That's an
trans Muslims
oxymoron.
too.
There's no such thing.
Yes, there's trans
But you see,
Muslims too.
and that's the cognitive
Muslim is
dissonance
not a
that
culture.
religious
It's not
people
a
have to do.
it's not a
There
race.
you go.
It's a
There
state
you
of
go,
mind.
people. You heard it yourself. Apparently, there's no such thing as a gay Muslim just because it doesn't fit his fucking criteria. Bro, religious people are
No,
the
just by
craziest
definition,
motherfuckers on
there's
the
no
planet.
such thing. To submit to God by definition of the word Muslim, it doesn't
Have
mean
you not met
it
Jordan M?
doesn't mean build and bomber. It doesn't mean grow a beard. It doesn't mean go in the desert with sandals. The word for Muslim,
Buddy,
it existed before Muhammad existed. The word for Muslim
buddy.
in Arabic, it simply means
Yeah.
one who submits. It's not that deep, fellas.
Have you met
It's
Jordan
just
M?
good old basic grammar.
Now, who's
Muslim
Jordan
means
M?
one who submits. Islam is
He's
the
very Muslim.
religion of submission.
Is this the guy talking,
So
Jordan M?
a person who's gay is
No,
not,
that's Bernie.
by Arabic definition, does not satisfy that definition. This is basic, like, you know what I mean? It's basic. If it doesn't fit the description of the definition, then it's not it. So you can't be a gay pastor. It's like saying I'm a blind sniper or something. It's like it doesn't go together. The man is blind; he can't see. It doesn't. Like we've been so juiced and caught up with this Hollywood aspect of looking at life. We just, like, Buddha calls meditation. I would encourage you guys to meditate because Buddha calls it the monkey mind. And unfortunately,
Oh, Bernie,
society
that was
has this
funny, though,
monkey
bro.
mind attitude with knowledge. They just want microwave knowledge. Just give it to me. I want to know what it is. Oh, so that means I have to sleep with my mother? It's kind of like, whoa, slow down. This is not even what the scriptures
Hey,
are
Bernie, do you want me to show you a gay Muslim protest?
saying. I don't care what that's the thing. I don't care what the title is. You, the powers that be, they're going to take. Let me give you an example. Here in America in the 80s, there were a lot of inventors who were coming up with different types of technology that you just never heard of. You know, engines that can run on salt water, but yet it can power the whole house. You know, and many other inventions like that. When they hit here is the key word, TV, the media put on the title in the talk show, Wacky Inventors. Now, what did that do? It instantly broke you down mentally, subconsciously, to not take these people serious because they're wacky. It's the media that's feeding you guys this information. Oh, look at these Muslims
Wait
over
a
here
minute.
having
Wait a
sex
minute.
with
I
their
remember
fathers.
this.
Look
No,
at
no,
these
no. Wait a
Muslims
minute.
over here chopping off heads. Instantly, as soon as I hear the word chop off head with the word Muslim, that person don't know what they're talking about. And I feel very sorry for them. And the majority of people who just, oh, look, Muslims are chopping off it. By definition,
You know what's
Quran
funny,
says,
yeah?
one who harms a man is as if you harm humanity. And there's no compulsion in religion. So if I go to a country that wants to chop off my head because I simply made a verbal statement,
And
then
man,
that
he
is
said
not
it's
an
a
Islamic
fat 10
Sharia country.
stories, son.
But it's the media that's feeding you guys these titles and these sorcery-based words. But I encourage you guys, look into dictionaries for yourself. They don't bite. Put chia seeds on the top. Chia seeds? Okay, thank you. Yeah. It don't bite. Just look into a dictionary on what these words mean. If you follow what YouTube has to say, if you follow what anybody has to say, other than just going to a lexicon, going to okay, Muslim simply means submission. Lots of Sufi poets even used to say a blade of grass is a Muslim. It just means one who submits. We get caught up in this head chopping. It's like, whoa. You're falling for the same okie doke from the enemies that you guys speak against. Peace and love, family. Water and bullets, bro.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Coronavirus is going crazy, man. But hey, I got an answer to the question. I got a straight answer to the question. I'll get straight to the point, which is interesting because me and my buddies this year actually plan on working on a school. We're actually planning on working on the curriculums of Canaan, that we call it. We consider the homeland being Canaan. Also went by the name of Land of Milk and Honey, and also which is modern day Saudi Arabia, where Mecca resides. But we have 19 curriculums that we plan to teach that we feel you can teach with, and the Quran. Actually, we plan on bringing back somewhat of a new golden age, how the Muslims used to do back then. So we have a total of like different type of arts for social scientists, like tailoring, agriculture, architecture, navigation, trade, metallurgy, astronomy, ecology, chemistry, biology, geology, chronology, physics, linguistics like grammar, etymology, rhetoric, logic, ethics, philosophy, psychology, government, political science, economics, sociology, mathematics, arithmetic, geometry, statistics, arts, including fine arts, theatrical arts, and martial arts, can all be found in these religious books. So that's what I've been working on in the underground. I go in here, I talk to you guys, worst American Muslim, but yeah, in the background, I'm putting in that work. So be on the lookout for that. Peace.
Right.
What
Hey,
did
yo,
Bernie
who's
actually
that?
just say? Like he just said a whole bunch of nothing.
Came in, cut
I
off the
respect that you see it that way.
came in, cut off the conversation between me and Ultra, and said a whole bunch of nothing.
I mean, it's an open
And
panel. I
you
mean,
know
unless it's
it's deep. You know it's deep when Walter is right. Like you know it's deep.
Yo, is he American, bro?
Hey, it's
He
ain't for
sounds
everybody,
like...
you know. The Quran encourages those to think
Canadian.
and reflect in order to
Oh, he's
understand
Canadian.
it. So
No,
it's not for everybody.
Where's this guy talking from?
No, I'm responding to Ultra saying I said a lot of nothing. I'm just saying I respect that you see it that way.
Bernie was
Wait, are
saying
you from
about
America?
he's making a school as well, isn't it?
What do you say?
He's got their curriculum. He's doing a religious curriculum, but a digital one.
East Coast
Yeah,
or
I
West
stand on
Coast?
the premise that the true religious studies can actually amplify science and society as it used to do back then.
Like the
Same
Ottomans did?
type of spirituality that created the pyramids.
I'm not
and stuff
gonna
like
lie,
that.
Bernie. I would choose to take penicillin over praying.
Created the pyramids.
You said penicillin over what?
Over prayer.
I'll take both. See, that's what I mean. See, everybody has this over here or over there type of mentality. Unfortunately, because media and entertainment has kept us so like relaxed to just not really do as much thinking as we think we're thinking. but we don't really look into these things. Now I'm telling you, it was a lot of advanced things going on back then. And you will find out the majority of these individuals. The architecture for the Giza, Pyramid of Giza, perfect example, beautiful example. Not only was he an architect, but he was also a priest. He was a priest of Egypt of that time. So what I'm saying is, fellas, like put the sword in your sheath. Hold on. What I'm saying is,
what is it with this obsession?
We're blending. We're about blending spirituality with science.
Yeah, but
you got to look at the whole coin. This is how the ancients were able to do what they did, like build the pyramids. They didn't have this dissected over here and over there type of thing. It was like they understood the whole coin. All of it is involved with life. No matter what, even you guys can't even stop talking about religion. That's how important it is in your life. You say, "Oh, we can't talk," but then you make a new topic. Is religion made by slave masters? I'm like, I thought you was going to stop talking about religion.
Bro,
I
we
know you
weren't
can't
talking
help
about
it. It's
religion.
supposed to be that way.
Yo, is he going to have a conversation? He's just going to talk over people. Come on now, do this.
Like, Bernie, we wasn't talking about religion. We really wasn't.
Nope.
We literally wasn't.
However way you want to say it, you guys talk about it. Oh, we're not going to. Maybe we should leave it out the community and stuff. Then the next topic, next week or so later, did religion come from Africa? It's like, wait, I thought we were going to stop talking about religion. I'm just saying, bro. I love you guys. That's why I jump on. I'm like, oh, let's talk about religion again. I thought they were going to stop talking about religion.
Yeah, but we weren't though. We're talking about type 2 civilizations that won't require religion, just straight science.
No, me and Ultra, we were talking about
Peace
the
and love,
existence of
family.
God.
Peace
I don't know
and
if
love.
that's religion, but
Yeah.
just
No, we was talking about my daughter's education.
Preacher Brad.
We were talking about my daughter's
Yo, Captain
education.
Rambo, hop on. You got something to say? Preacher Brad. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I said my piece, man. But hey, thank you guys for hearing me out, though.
Yeah, big up the Moorish American master.
Well, what did you say exactly, Bertie? I forgot. Could you repeat it again?
Ah,
I was talking about the curriculums that can be found in religious texts. It was my answer to the topic, which was I was saying it was in line with the project that I was already working on in the background for a whole year. That I planned, kind of like Khan Academy on YouTube. I plan to do something like that, but with religious texts. It could be. It don't have to just be Quran and Bible. It could be Bhagavad Gita, Book of Confucius, the Book of Ma'at, whatever you want to call it. Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's go. We feel that there's a spiritual science, a combination of both, that's being expressed through these texts, which was how we feel that the ancients were able to build pyramids and all these very wondrous things back then. They understood the combination of reality and illusion.
Why is everyone always stuck in this like Egypt time? It's like fucking Egypt.
Now, Bertie, I left and I came back. I missed it. Could you explain it again?
I just like to think, fuck Egypt, man. I don't even care about Kemet or nothing like that, man. Because it just pisses me off, man. Every single time it's like, oh, we have to go back to Kemet and we have to do like Kemet. And it's like, man, fuck, man, we're living in 2020 right now, yeah? Man's gone to the fucking moon and did other shit, like trying to plan to go to fucking Mars and shit. And man's talking about they want to go back to the year 6000 BC. This is mad. This is crazy.
Well, you don't have to appreciate history. I mean, history might not be. People like history.
You're supposed to learn from history.
You know where you're going. I mean, don't you want to learn about your family, Billy? It's natural for us to want to go back.
Appreciate history. It's not like going back in time, is it?
Yeah, those motherfuckers didn't even have water filtration, the internet, like EasyJet. Bro, shut up if you're going back to Egypt. Just shut up, okay? I'm tired of this garbage. Yeah, try and get a Range Rover, yeah, or a fucking underground public transport, fucking. Just behave yourself, okay? Yeah, it was great for the time, but we've moved on. Grow up, please. Ugh.
You guys must be looking for a fight, man. I love you guys, man, but I never said anything about going back to Egypt. Utilizing the systems that ancients like people in Egypt and many other ancients have built many wondrous things like the pyramids. I didn't say let's
I'm not
saying that.
one's taking it away from them. What they did,
Guys, the
was-
pyramid is a grave. It's a gravestone. It's not a house.
no, it's not a gravestone, it's a tomb.
A tomb, even
That's
worse.
fine. I'm not talking about what it is. I'm not debating
It's
that.
like
I
you
was
can't
just
do nothing
saying
with
the
it but bury one
methodology
person.
that was utilized, where they was able to geometrically and geometrically structure this in a way where it can point out to the stars out there in I think it was the Orion's
It's
belt.
hard to build
that's
a pyramid.
That's a type of science that is on the level that science itself will by itself can never understand. Because
Randy,
you
what's
have
the
to
problem with
combine
science?
What do
spirituality
you mean? They've
to be able to
recreated the
have this
pyramids
connection.
multiple times. They've recreated the pyramids
And you know
multiple
what?
times.
And you know what? You could actually put people in the pyramids we created instead of one
Yeah.
dead person.
I'm not
Yeah,
even.
they've
I don't really
recreated-
care
they've
about
created
that topic. I was
casinos.
just talking about the methodology that was utilized to build. Look, I don't want to talk about the pyramids. Let's not say the pyramids. The Mayan calendar. Let's just talk about the Mayan calendar because I don't know why you guys are kind of lasering in on this pyramid.
The one
kind
where the
of
world was
doing the
supposed to
Bruce
end
Lee
10
method.
years ago.
But the Mayan calendar is
Brothers, you guys are
obsolete
doing
now.
like the Bruce Lee mistake. Bruce Lee is pointing at the moon, and like the pupil is looking at his finger, like, oh, look at the knuckle. He's like, hey, you're paying attention to the finger. Like,
It's just too
I
much
was just
Hollywood.
pointing
What
at a
the hell
particular
is this
point.
guy?
Like, shut up and listen. So I was pointing at the
What is going on?
methodology that was used to build things like the
Bernie,
pyramids.
we've got the internet now. Get over it.
Yeah, the methodology is useless. It's on the internet. It's on YouTube videos.
The movies are not real, bro.
No, you will never
The
find
movies
it on
are
the
not
internet.
real.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point we're going to drive
People
home.
have
So
studied.
you guys check it out when you get a
casino
chance.
pyramids.
Hey, do
They
you know what? Yeah,
recreated
listen to
pyramids
this.
for casinos.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Yeah, you know what?
Man, you guys are very one
when
track, man.
when
I'm not
Egypt was
talking
a
about the
great
pyramids.
civilization, yeah,
Don't get on the pyramids.
people traveled to Egypt to learn what the Egyptians did in it. So, where the other places of great civilization, like, why don't you travel to the other place, find out what they did, and replicate that to make the other place better? Why is it never okay for the Africans to do the same thing as what other people around the world have done? Every other nations have done that.
Oh, you got the
Whatever
Dogon
nation
tribe. I mean, let's get off Egypt, man. Let's go
or
West
at the
Africa.
moment,
You got the Dogon tribes who has this one stick that literally is like a measuring tool that
listen.
points out to the
Whoever's
stars
got
in
the
the
superior
heavens.
technology, yeah, listen to what I'm saying, yeah.
Once again, they were spiritual people.
When Egypt had the superior nation, yeah, Egypt was the top of this, that, and the other, yeah, and Egypt was the best and everything, yeah. The people went to Egypt to learn, didn't it, how the Egyptians done whatever. But then there's people that get past that now. So you need to learn how to be more advanced than that if you ever want to get ahead more than that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like remembering their past, there's nothing wrong with that. Understanding what happened in their past, there's nothing wrong with that. But trying to recreate the past of something that's failed, we already found the first time.
And not even that, Benny. We've moved on. We've got the fucking internet. Grow up, people. Fuck's sake.
You know what? If it wasn't for
All
the
right,
internet
so-
and social, if it wasn't for the internet and what's going on with Corona, there, people would be way back and you'd have instead of people trying to control it, it would be out of control. So the internet doesn't really help.
A certain man's story.
Y'all need to up y'all journalism game,
It was
man.
rape-
Y'all journalism is real bad.
And there was a fucking mental spirit that was running around killing the firstborn children of fucking everybody. Egypt ain't that great, bro. Egypt ain't that great. Fuck it.
Y'all need to up
But
y'all
that wasn't
journalism.
Egypt though. That was religion,
Even-
bro. That's not a. There's no history that
wasn't
proved
even
that
harping
Yeah,
on
there's no real history to that. That's just religious story.
There's no
There's not even no
history.
history of no Jewish slaves in Egypt. So it's
And
like
this is another thing. This
we're
is
just-
another thing that Bernie's
it's like-
fucking
so-
glossing over. The fact that these pyramids had to be built by someone. It weren't the fucking pharaohs themselves. This probably took fucking thousands and thousands of lives to build. Yeah, you want to
Tens of
glorify it,
thousands.
fine.
And none of them were Jewish, according to Villa.
Don't fucking gloss over the fact, yeah, that these pyramids are made like it cost lives. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can build.
Ultra, listen to this as well, bro. Think about
and it won't cost one life.
Think about the
All
position
right,
in society that we're in now.
let's take
Yeah?
the post-it note of Egypt and put that
So
on the
right now,
refrigerator because
Yo,
that
Ultra.
wasn't even my point. You guys are like you're arguing in a whole nother room.
but-
The point I
Yeah, we're
was
talking
getting
about-
at.
we're
Let's
talking
get on.
about
Let's get on
something
West
different.
Africa as an
We're
example.
talking about-
Leave
we're
Egypt to
talking
the
about that,
side,
innit?
please.
We're
Like put
talking
it in the
about
bottle
general,
somewhere. let's talk about West
General, we're not
Africa.
speaking about what you're speaking about
Let's
now,
talk
bro.
about West Africa.
Yeah.
So you got the
Bernie, boss is
Igbo.
speaking.
Hold on
You
a
got
sec.
the
Yeah, let me
Igbo
say something
tribe.
to Ultra. I need to jump off. You'll be able to finish in a sec, yeah, because I've got to jump off in it, yeah. But Ultra, yeah, think about this, yeah. So it was probably the lowest people of society that had to build all these mega structures and all that. Yeah, you know, like the church in Lalibela, the pyramids of Giza, the this, the that, the rah rah rah, the Colosseum at Rome, the so and so. So it was all the low skilled people that probably had to lose their lives and sacrifice their lives to do that. Like, and that would be us now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so we would be the fucking people that would be having to fucking slave and break our backs trying to fucking put this shit in place and all that sort of shit, bro. So I fuck all that, man. You get me, like, bro. We need to fucking get to the next level where we can
Man,
be
it's
the
real
design.
sad, man. I tell you, Billy,
I'm
it's
saying
sad, man. How you guys talk against your own nation ancestors' science.
You see this
But
guy,
yet,
Belly. Do you
what's
see the
interesting?
mentality? Do you see the mentality of these people? He thinks because we're saying we can do better now, we're shitting on fucking Egypt. I'm saying, bro, listen to the mentality that we have to deal with. This is the type of
Yo,
person.
there is no
Bros, that's what I'm
proof.
saying. You guys are picking. You're picking a fight that I never even entered in. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
I
even
really
talking
think we're
about the
not
pyramids.
fighting,
Leave the pyramids
Bernie,
alone. Put it to
fighting
the side, bro. Let's talk about West Africa, please. Look, let's go to West.
Bernie.
Yeah, let's go to
But
West
nobody.
Africa.
Let's go to the West. You guys are like acting like chickens or something. But look,
This is what I'm saying.
that's
Now
the
you're
point I
behaving
was
like,
getting. Stop looking at the finger. I'm pointing to something.
bro. Listen,
Stop
you're
looking at the
behaving like
finger. Let's go to West
not
Africa as an example. There's a
fighting
tribe in West Africa
out that
called.
your
Hey, let me
point
get
was
it all
not
out. What
to.
are you afraid of? We asked a
Your
question
point was
in our
not
belief.
to.
What should the
I'm
suspicion that
pointing
Friday
out,
something guilty?
and for
You must be
some reason,
guilty of
you
something
feel
and
like
not
you're
let me
under
talk.
attack.
So let me get
That's
it
the
out. Let me make a fool of myself. Let me get it out.
mentality.
You say what you have to
Yeah,
say. I'm
Ultra,
stupid, whatever.
come on.
Let me get it out. I feel you, bro. I'm frustrated too. All these
Go ahead.
LGBT
Go ahead,
atheist people.
Bernie, go
I feel you,
ahead.
bro. So look, here's my point. If we go to West Africa,
ET, come
we got
home.
these people
ET,
like
come home.
this stick of legba. I think it's like a stick that this African tribe in West Africa have. Now on Dogon, yes, there we go. The Dogon tribe. They have all these weird masks and like very big, made out of tree bark and stuff like that. And they have this interesting stick. The priest of that town, he has this stick, and it has lines, okay, going across, and it literally is a measuring stick for the universe. And they had this, their mathematics and their dance style was so sophisticated. You was literally looking at breathing calculus. You were looking at
Hey,
calculus
Bernie,
in motion. This
I'm
is the
sorry to
type
cut
of
you.
science / spirituality that I'm talking about, that our ancestors have done, that you guys
Yeah.
are shitting on.
But
So
Bernie,
all I
Bernie,
was
Bernie,
saying
you're
was let's bring
describing
that.
one
I'm not
ethnic.
saying let's bring sticks and stones back.
No, I'm not
What
saying
I was
that
saying
either.
is let's utilize all of this advanced shit, but I was saying let's combine spirituality with science,
That's
as our
exactly
ancestors
about.
have done with
What's wrong with you?
things like the pyramids.
Yo,
That's all I was saying,
am I having a
brothers.
stroke, bro? Like,
You're doing
Man, calm
calculus.
down. Listen slowly next time. What's the issue with you atheists, man? You got to listen. Too
oh
much
my
of your
days. But
feelings.
this is the thing. I don't think he understands. The whole
Are you
point of religion
crazy?
was
Why
to
do you need?
Don't worry, man.
You're doing
Don't
calculus.
get yourself wound up or anything, bro. Just it's religious logic. You know how it goes, man. You should be used to this by now.
So
You just
dumb,
got to let,
bro.
you know what I'm saying? Like, let man finish, breathe, take it easy, and then just explain the point that you was trying to make it.
These are the types of people that have to go to that colony I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Even if we don't go backwards, let's go forward. If you talk most aliens, you see a lot of TV shows with aliens, and they try. A lot of the government will like try to ask them, "Hey, how are you able to operate these machines, these gears, but there's no gears? How is it that you can operate the gears in this craft, but there's no gear shift, there's no stick, no buttons?" When you listen to the answers of the aliens, they start to sound spiritual. They talk spiritual. They
What
go,
the
"Oh,
actual
man in the
fuck are
universe
you
is
talking
one.
about?
You guys don't understand how to utilize your consciousness. You don't
What
understand how to tap into your breath. You don't even understand how to slow your
Hey,
but
Bernie,
yet these
let me ask you
masterminds
a
in
question.
martial
Bernie,
arts
let me ask you a
can walk
question, bro.
over coals of
Bernie,
fire, can take a
Bernie,
spear in the neck in the
Bernie.
Buddhist temples.
Yo,
There is
Bernie, can you hear
something
me?
that is going on, brothers, that you can't just
Hey,
gloss
Bernie's got
over.
free
Like
Wi-Fi. Yeah, he's showing off his free
Independence
Wi-Fi.
Day wasn't true, guys. Independence
Yo,
Day
Bernie,
wasn't
Bernie.
real.
Okay, Bernie, let me ask you a question, yeah? Obviously, you know about the Dogon tribe, yeah? Do you know about any other tribes that don't? Because, like, it's like it's funny how people concentrate on these other on the tribes that are supposedly have um, intergalactical contact or has got some sort of mystical shit. But man, don't concentrate on any of the other tribes that was around or who else was there or what, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so do you know any
Oh
of the
yeah,
other
you
tribes?
gotta have good, you gotta have bad, and everything. Just like atheism and scientists, you got good scientists and you got bad scientists. Just like the atom bomb. So you got good and bad and everything. That don't mean that. That don't mean anything.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
that's
ups and
actually
downs
not
and
what I said
everything.
that there was good or bad. I just asked if you know
So
there
you
is
got
any
bad
other.
atheists and called LGBT. So you got good and bad
But
There it is.
Buddy, are you listening to what I'm saying? Can you hear what I'm saying?
No, he's
No,
not
I hear you,
listening to you,
but
bro.
it's the
What did I
same
say?
way. It's like you got some
What did I
atheists
say?
who don't believe in LGBTism,
Belly, he's
but
not
there's some
listening to you. He's having a
atheists.
conversation with himself.
What question did I ask you then, Bucky?
I can go
Because
the same way.
it's like you're having your own conversation, cuz. Like what I asked you a question, yeah. I was just saying, like, do you know about any other tribes that's not the Dogon or that haven't had any sort of so-called mythical contact with so-called like aliens or anything like that? Like, do you know just any other tribes around the area that's not the Dogon? That's what I
Not
was asking.
many, but I do know that there exists, the opposite of any type of belief, any type of set of mindsets. Use
But
like
then,
an example, there are some atheists who believe in LGBTism, and there are some atheists who are against LGBTism.
What the fuck is this guy
but,
talking about?
yeah,
The
we're
same
obviously
question I'm
talking
asking
about
you guys.
we're not talking about.
What's your point?
Listen. But this is why I'm trying to get you to understand this a small point, bro. Like that you're only concentrating on tribes that you feel have had some sort of mythical contact with outside of the galaxy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're not concentrating on any other tribes in the area.
Yeah, so you guys focus on certain tribes. In this case, I guess that do not believe in the what you call stupid stuff, which is just your own people's science. But we all disagree and agree to different things, and that's everyone's
Wait,
free
you
will.
plan to open up a
Your
school?
life. You have some tribes, they're called the ostrich people. They practice
Oh God.
incest.
Oh God, no,
I mean,
please.
I don't quite, like I said, there's weirdos in all walks of life. Every club, there's a weirdo with weirdo beliefs. So
Wait,
there's
wait,
nothing
wait, wait, wait. Are you opening? Or
one
when
of
you
the
open up
side.
your school? Excuse me, your
But it's
school.
like
Are you going to have the?
it's really
Hey,
like
one second.
we're having 10 different conversations because
Well, I had a
Bernie's
question
saying what
about the
he's
school.
saying.
I want to get back on this school because I wasn't even trying to get on the pyramids, man. What was
Yeah,
your question, bro?
we're just
Okay,
talking about some different shit.
huh?
We're talking about 10 different subjects, like.
Yeah,
No, we was
yeah.
talking about the school and what the topic was. You put the topic down about how can we save society or something. I'm on the StreamYard website, not on YouTube.
I'm saying, yeah,
Save society.
how
And
can
I'm
we,
like, oh,
what
cool.
do
I'm
we need to
actually,
do to elevate to a type 2 civilization?
yeah, there we go. I was like, oh, cool. Oh,
Yeah.
praise God, man. I was just happened to have this underground project that I've been working on for a year. But I'm like, cool. It's an opportunity to go ahead and
Hey,
talk about
Bernie,
it. Somebody had a question.
Bernie, did the aliens tell us how to do a type 2 civilization when they were here? And we just forgot?
With the aliens, what?
Well, you said
Yeah,
that
the advanced
aliens.
civilization that's come through to visit the other people, did they give instructions on how we can get our civilization to a type 2 civilization?
No?
Yeah, see, that's what
No, sorry, I was distracted with something. What was the question about the school?
Yeah, no. I was trying. Are you going to
they could build a
separate
school. What the
education
aliens said that
from?
they needed to build a school.
Am I separating what?
We're saying that. Hello, can you hear me? Is
I
it
don't
cutting
think he
out for
has.
me? Or?
I don't think he has a page for that question.
No, I just two people are asking the question. I'm just trying to get the question.
Yeah, it was the same question, didn't it? It was one question. Yeah, the question was that the mythical creatures that are characters that came to the Dogon tribe or to the Kemet or whatever, did they give instructions on how we could raise our civilization to a type 2 civilization?
I don't believe
Because
in that.
obviously,
I don't
listen,
believe
if
so.
they
But I do
think about
believe
it like this, yeah?
intelligent life exists because they know not to come back here.
Yeah, but think about it like this then, yeah? Because if they've been contacted by intelligent life that is not in our galaxy, yeah, then their technology is going to be superior, yeah, by far to us.
Oh,
Why would
logically,
they
yeah.
not give?
As soon as the
Why
fact
would
that they can get here, that's
so? Why
already
would
like,
they?
yeah, our weapons
Why
mean
would they
nothing.
give no instructions on how to raise our civilization to that sort of level?
No, I don't
If they
believe in
were
that
to be that slave.
Raelian theory. I'm not too big on the Raelian theory that a lot of our technology and science came from those above us. I believe in, which is what I'm pushing in my ideology in this program, that we just understood our connection with the Creator and His creation, and we emulated this this cosmic understanding in this relationship through the technology, through our culture, through our science and medical and
Yeah, okay,
astronomy
I'll
and
be back
stuff
later.
like that. So, yeah.
I say, do you know why a lot of things are developed and engineered, yeah, on the study of watching animals and insects and stuff like that. Like,
There you go. There you go.
so
That's what I mean, right? If you just put a circle that, put a circle around that statement. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, that's true still. But like, obviously, like what I was trying to say to you was that maybe you want to concentrate on all the tribes of that have come to be it to make up the African continent or the parts that you're trying to start concentrate on. So like if you're talking about Egypt or Kemet or whatever, like there's a lot of different people that made up the Kemet region in it. Like, there's a lot of people that made up the who were the Dogon tribe and where did they originally come from in it, like who were their ancestors and that sort of shit. So yeah, who are their neighbours and what do the other people believe? You know what I'm saying? Like because it's like sometimes the um, Abrahamic faith um, black people only concentrate on. Everyone always talks about the Dogon because they got some sort of solar system calendar or something, and then everyone concentrates on Egypt as well because of how great it was supposedly there. You know what I'm saying? Like, but no one ever concentrates on any of the other shit.
Well, I'm real big on as a quick example. One of the subjects were stop doing that, please. One of the subjects is reasoning. So you have two types of reasoning in the end of the day. You have inductive and deductive reasoning. The deductive reasoning stems off of a premise already laid out. Like this is this, so therefore that. But inductive reasoning, which is what the Quran encourages more of, it makes the statement of to hear all opinions or hear all words and choose the best of it. So it already encourages you, let's say, inductive logic in the name of religion.
Yeah.
It would encourage you, therefore, to study all of the religions and choose the best of it. So, therefore, what I would even say to my children that I have, you probably heard them throughout the whole conversation, study all religions and choose what fits best for you. So it might not even be the Quran for my son. It might not even be the Bible for my daughter. It might be the Buddhist, canon for my son, and the Zoroastrian, for her. And that
Why not study science, maths, English, and technology, the shit that's working today? Yeah, that's having more effect on your day to day life. Your youth watch YouTube videos of cartoons and all that shit as well. If they know how to design a platform like that or whatever, yeah, they understand what's going on, where people are taking people's data and how that works.
Well, see, that's the thing. One thing I noticed that, as you say, I'm lasering in on emphasis. One thing I noticed a lot of emphasis is on how advanced our technology is, but see, the sun can simply reflex. I mean, hey, we already have this virus going on, bro. The sun can do something now, and anything could happen. So the sun could just stretch
Hey,
his
bro,
arms out a little bit
Yeah.
longer than
brother
usual.
Bernie,
Then,
listen, I
there's
need
an
to jump off, you
EMP
know.
disruption, and now there's no technology. What do? Electricity's gone. Not even the battery works. So this is the type of solutions that I was going to introduce, and what to do when shit hits the fan, and how spiritual scripture can offer some solutions.
But wait. How do you plan to combine something that is proven, that can be
Yeah, but
proven
take
with
over for me, yeah,
science?
because I need to jump off, man. I gotta do some work still.
I got you, man. How
All
do you
right,
plan? How
What
do
was
you
that?
all
plan to
right. Big up, Birdie.
combine?
Big up, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, big ups.
How do you plan to combine something that can be proven to something that hasn't been proven? Something that's like ever growing versus something that's antiquated.
Give me an example, please.
Like practical science. How do you plan to combine it with something that requires faith? Something that's faith is like the Bible says. Faith is the substance of things taught. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, not seen. So I'm trying to figure out how do you combine that with science.
How do I combine with Well, as a small example, I was just saying that the Quran would encourage us to hear all words and choose the best of it. So, taking that scriptural inspiration outwardly, if I
Mhm.
apply that to religion, we can study all religions and choose the best of it. So, right there is comparative religion. There's a subject. I can go into science and observe all different phenomena and choose the patterns and the scientific method. Stop that, please. Um, if we put it into politics, you have like a democracy in a
Mhm.
sense. We hear everyone's opinion and choose the best. Hey, maybe we need to do 17 an hour. Let's do 18 an hour. A true democracy, not who's the most rich rules, but the majority who has the best opinion. Of
Mhm.
what works for society is what rules.
So you wouldn't like necessarily like teach kids that like, oh well, you were able to achieve this because Allah gave you the power to do it. You would encourage their personal education, like if they took the time to study, took the time to
Right,
do their assignment, you would make sure they know that it was their hard work that did it, not some entity outside.
right, yeah, definitely.
I was curious how that was going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what we will teach that. Yeah, the only God's. Yeah, God already did His job. He laid everything else out here for us to exercise that. Yeah, that initiative and that will into like making things happen for society. So it'll be kind of like a almost like a spiritual survival book, but it'll be like a updated kind of thing. So if you come out of nowhere and go, "Hey, I got something on the Rig Veda on agriculture," hey, let's hear it. Check it out. Then we just go
Wait, how
from
you
there.
know? Wait, how do you know I'm in a? That's weird. It's just.
What's that?
And I was like, I'm in agriculture. I was like, yo, how do you know? I,
Oh, cool. Yeah, that was a wild guess there.
yeah.
Yeah, so like, yeah, we're just, we just like to approach it
I
that
don't want to seem
way.
like I'm knocking your idea. I just wanted to know how it was
No,
going to
you
work out.
good. I
That was
appreciate
it.
you asking. I
Because
didn't even open
like
the channel
adopted
yet.
more and
So.
everything.
Yeah, yeah, Pan
Yeah.
African. Yeah. Yep, I know that whole crew, Sign Netter and all them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what part of America are you in?
I'm in Iowa.
You're in Iowa.
Mhm.
Can I ask you a question? Are you a black man or a white?
I'm African descent, yeah. I'm Moorish, yeah.
Oh my goodness! Why of all places, Iowa?
I hear
Like you
that
want to
question
build
all
a
the time.
school
It
there? Like
it be
what is wrong
Europeans
with
that
you?
even be asking like, why you come here?
Gracious, Iowa! Like
Yeah, I'm
do you
working on
have
it,
like? I'm
man.
surprised I didn't hear sheep walk through the house.
Man, I know, right? I know. Sheep walking, butter churning.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, moo.
They say the only three things to do out here is drink, work, and be married.
That's it.
Where you
Oh,
at?
and shoot guns.
Yeah, yeah, shoot some gun. Yeah, where
Are
you
you gonna
at?
teach? Are you gonna teach your kids like gun safety and things like that too?
Yeah, that's gonna be in the category of what is it? What is it? Arts, fine arts, theatrical arts, martial arts.
Wow, I
Yeah,
like
that
that.
that would be involved. Hunting, as an example, that would be in the agriculture category. Herbology, hunting, agriculture, because that deals with
You
the
should
nature.
definitely teach them like hydroponics, aquaponics, like indoor farming, stuff that wouldn't require much water and soil.
Oh man, I got man. I'm yeah. See, that's what. Yeah, we're big on that. Like, yeah, you ever heard like
What are you
vertical
growing? Are
farming?
you growing right now?
You ever heard of like vertical farming? No, I don't have anything
Yeah,
I'm growing, but I'm
yeah.
a big
I would tell
advocate.
you right now, vertical farming is a waste of time. You would want to do like
Really?
it's a waste of time because it takes up. You actually won't get as much crop. Like if you took like a bucket, um, if you took like a bucket, like a laundry bucket, and took the tops and just like I actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Here, I will put in some links in the back chat.
Cool.
You know that you can, yeah. But I would say if you do like aquaponics, like I don't know if you have like a shed or something. I mean, you're in Iowa, so most likely you have a whole barn. But,
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm sorry, can I ask? Are there like, yeah? Because I'm curious. How many black people do you see on the regular in Iowa?
Believe it or not, it's a nice amount. They're just very they're what's the words? Subjugated.
Scatter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're very subjugated downtown. Like, are you in America? Because then they'll make
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
more sense.
I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, so like Virginia Beach or Florida,
I'm sorry. DC.
DC. Oh, okay, cool,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
So
So
out there
it's
by
like I
Maryland,
see
and
nothing but black people. Like,
yeah,
public transportation, police officers.
so you're out there by like where
It's like
Maryland is.
Wakanda over here.
Yeah, you're close to Maryland and stuff, like New York and stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Just making sure. Okay,
yeah.
yeah, I've been on the other side of DC. That man, that's terrible how they did that Liberty Bell. But I did a little bit of traveling. I just never got a chance to go in the Northeast coast.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, you know, mainly a lot of downtown areas is always a majority of our people huddled up, you know, in the Inglewoods and the King Drives and all that, you know, the Comptons and Central Street. Seem to notice that pattern of all the
My man
states out
said
there.
Iowa though. That's wild to me. Iowa.
Yeah, a lot of people come here because of the cheap living and the work.
Man, you
They
could have
always
went.
work.
Oh, work. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say
Yeah.
if you said cheap living, I was gonna say Atlanta. I mean, like you have the South, like Georgia, North Carolina. Like I would say go to Charlotte. Charlotte is lit.
I've been to Savannah, Georgia. I stayed there for about a year.
Savannah.
Yeah, it was nice. Savannah, Georgia was nice, man. It was like I think Walking Dead, they did a lot of filming out there in Georgia. Yeah, just trees and
Yeah.
land, man. Nice. But yeah, so that's just the approach we're kind of, you know, taking it with these scriptures. We're not we're saying it's not just a be good type thing. Like there's some high tech shit going on in these lessons. Like you got to hear my other bro, Orthodox Moore. If that rings a bell.
Yeah, yeah. And I was talking to him yesterday.
Oh, hey, well, he's my partner in this. Yeah, he's one of my partners. That's working on this. So
So y'all gonna so you're rebuilding the temple, huh? Y'all
something like that.
rebuild the
Yeah,
temple.
like a New Jerusalem kind of thing, like a golden age.
Bringing back
kind of
Noble Drew Ali to the promised land, huh?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Alright.
but it's gonna be on some like Blade Runner, iRobot looking type shit. Cars going sideways type stuff. But at the end of the day,
like
like
what we call it? What's that? Like a futuristic version of Assassin's Creed. I like that.
yeah, there you go.
World knowledge and shit. I got you.
Yeah, it just got a spiritual undertone to it. It's like
But
celestial.
then again, how do you
spiritual
Are
people.
you trying to like do some like coexistence movement where you have like Muslims, Christians? Like it's like almost like an Ottoman's approach to it. Like you're just trying to like are you gonna let like voodoo, Ifa, like you can let that stuff in there too?
Yep. Yeah, voodoo. Yeah, my wife, she's big on the voodoo. She actually educated me most about voodoo. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misconceptions about that also. A
Extremely.
lot of people don't know that the whole concept of zombies, as an example, came from the mockery of the Europeans against the Haitian people.
That's right.
They were the ones that were saying, "Oh, they use this weird magic, and it wakes people up from the dead." And boom, that's where the first zombie movies and stuff was about. Then we have modern day Resident Evil, whatever, flying out of helicopters and shit, shooting zombies. But yeah, it had a racial beginning, a racial origin.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that the first zombies were all like Haitian, African people, like these black and white.
They were talking about commanders who used to get shot multiple times and say, "I can take your bullets, I can take your blades."
Yeah, because they would enter into these trances and stuff, so it scared them. So they utilized media to like throw venom on that culture to make it where people wouldn't take them serious or as a joke and
Oh wait,
unreal.
aren't you a Muslim though?
Oh, Orthodox is on there right now. What's up?
Yeah, that's what
He's
I'm
in the
trying to figure out.
backstage. Hey, Billy, let Orthodox in.
When you get a chance, man. It's the population of blacks though. It's definitely not significant.
Right.
I was getting around to that melanated. I wanted to ask, like, he said it's just they're in pockets. But I understand. So what do you? I mean, if you don't mind me asking, like, what do you do in Iowa? Like they don't got you out there working now. You
I
know we
do
free, bro.
I do weld setup, so I'm working
Oh,
on
okay,
being a welder.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. You got practical skills. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's the metallurgy part right there on dealing with metals and
Yeah. I was reading in a New York. I was reading in the New Yorker. They were talking about the future of work in America will be people who can use their hands. Like if a computer can do your job right now, there's going to come a day the computer won't need you to like control it.
ready to manage it or like
Yeah,
self-management.
and all you would need is someone just to do maintenance. But they said people who can do like construction, things like that, handwork, handiwork, are going to be the future.
You ever heard of the Venus Project?
No, enlighten me.
Jack Fresco?
No.
That's actually a part of the inspired ideas what we're doing. Um, yeah, just check this guy out. I'll put it in the back chat. Chuck. This guy was on what's that old journalist fellow? John Stewart. He was on John Stewart in like the 1940s. This man was
Oh,
very much ahead of his time. Get in bed.
Yeah, it's quiet time. When this movie go off, they can get up.
Okay, quiet time. Yeah. It wasn't enough milk. Sorry.
Huh?
It wasn't enough milk. That's okay.
Why didn't you tell me? I could have put some more in there.
Yeah, I just got caught up in there. Sorry. I'm gonna eat it. Hold on to it. But I'm a yeah, Jack Fresco, JICQ. Jack Fresco. There we go. Yeah, this man was very much ahead of his time, talking about a coexistence with technology and nature, geothermal,
oh wow, you're an environmentalist too?
turbine energy. This man was like, man, he changed my life. Like the way I
Holy
looked
shit!
at
Wait,
life.
wait, Bernie, are you an environmentalist?
I'm sorry.
Are you an environmentalist?
Environmentalist. Yeah, I'm really big on that. Environmentalist /
Oh
humanist.
my, oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, so okay. This is where we might differ now because we have a lot in common. I'm starting to see we have a lot in common. I just want to see where we differ now. So this is the hard part. All right, you ready? Let's do
Yeah.
this. All right. What is your ideas on race?
Race. I believe that racism is a system that's been orchestrated for to be able to manipulate society and financial, judicial means. As a small example, I'll try to be brief with this.
Mhm.
When they were working on prohibiting marijuana, they utilized Africans and Mexicans as their fear campaign. Forgot the guy's name. I think it was Harry Kissinger, 1943, I believe. He had a big, fear campaign going out to make it, where how it is now. Well, how it's kind of not going to be anymore with legalization. But when it was illegal, to push for the prohibition against it, he would utilize Africans and Mexicans, saying in the newspapers literally that if the Africans smoke it, they will look at your wife twice, or if Mexicans smoke it,
Wow.
they will be strong. Yeah, and that's what pushed a lot of Europeans and people in America. Oh no, we don't want that. So they boom, there you go. Marijuana was illegal.
Damn.
So what we will teach, what we feel that Scripture teaches is that we were all created in different shades and colors and tribes to get to know one another, and the best of you is the most righteous. It's not about who has the most melanin. It's not about who has the least melanin. There were great minds in all walks of life. French people,
Ah, damn
Chinese,
it, Bernie. Now I knew this is when I knew when
because
this
if that
trade
was
was
the
going to
case
end.
about for people who go against about melanin is all about that melanin, then why are we in the situation we're in anyway as melanated so-called melanated people? So that obviously just kind of throws it out the window. So we believe in racial coexistence. Stick to your tribe. We would say stick to your tribe for that very reason, to get to know one another, not just blend it all in, but respect
Okay.
your tribe
Okay.
and definitely stick to your race.
But just
But
don't be looking for. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Just don't be looking for trouble.
yeah, stick to your ways, brothers. Stick to your women, to your dark-skinned women and stuff. Hey, here's a secret: they got vaginas too, so you don't gotta outsource and all that stuff.
Wow. Okay. That's cool points. Cool points. I like that. All right.
Really,
It's orthodox.
hello, everyone. Um, really, I don't know if you want to put Eric. I think we have one more spot for Eric.
Is that Malik? What's up, bro?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Yo, what's up?
More
Hey, Mo. What's up,
DC,
God of Jacob?
Aki, and J.
Yep.
Hey, orthodox. Any demo you want to kind of camel back on the little
Sure,
project?
Eric, one more spot for Eric, please.
No, I'm just trying to figure out why you beefing with my favorite atheist, Ultra Funky, man. I gotta get y'all on the same page, man. Cause you my favorite more. He's my favorite atheist. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get y'all more peaceful. You know what I'm saying?
He's just like that. He's like that. Ultra's like that with any theist. So he's
Right. Ask Ultra about me,
It
right?
was obviously emotional. So I'm like, yeah, okay. He really don't like that. It's okay, man.
The cold part is, bro, like Bernie, like y'all are actually more similar than y'all are different, bro. That's the funny part. Like, I was listening to y'all beef. I'm like, if y'all actually sat there and talked to each other, like if my man didn't know you was a Muslim, you know what I'm saying? Like just ran into you like on a bus or whatnot, y'all just chopped it up like you're like, nah, man, Bernie's cool as hell.
Yeah, because I was trying to be a little combative, but then I realized, like, yo, I have a lot in common with this dude. So I've been slowing it down,
But Bernie says Bernie will spar with you though. If you want to spar, he's like,
oh yeah, I can sense it.
He was like, you want a box? I can dodge the jab. What's good?
Oh yeah, martial arts all day, man.
So y'all gonna build a caliphate?
Bring a knife to a gunfight.
No, I'm not gonna build a caliphate, bro. I'm trying to build some institutions of learning, brother.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's exactly how a Moor would speak. Who would put their battle plans out there? My bad. Excuse me. My bad. Sorry for being.
There is no compulsion in religion, bro. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no Salafi more. You feel me? Shout out to all the Salafi man out there. You know what I'm saying?
No, I want y'all to become like. I think because I've just been studying this group lately, but I want y'all to become like Ottoman Moors. Like just be like, you know what? I want this shit.
Nah, see, like it'd be more like the first wave of Moors. Like so when they was rocking out building colleges in like in Spain and in Africa and whatnot, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Like bringing enlightenment to the Dark Age type Moors.
Yeah.
Okay. I can deal with that. That's cool. But would you do it facilitating like would you do like a University of Timbuktu where it'd be like all forms of knowledge, or like the University of Cairo, like where it's like all forms of knowledge would coexist? You know what I mean? Like
you can't separate it. Like so, we come from the tradition that says truth is but one, so you can't separate it. That's why he was talking about like a 19 levels of curriculum or whatnot. And then and you should, the way it's diagrammed out is actually a unified. It's one curriculum divided in the 19 sections, but it's all the blankets, so to speak. It's all interwoven. It's all you're studying everything at the same point in time. Like so, you're going to study how things relate to each other and whatnot. So you're not going to study things as a separate construct. That's more of like a westernized construct. You know what I'm saying? That things are separate, and we're going to show you how things are intertwined and whatnot. So you'll be learning chemistry, but learning how it applies to, like, for instance, metallurgy, or for instance, cooking. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's kind of like what I was trying to say. I was just giving a small example with the pyramids. That's architecture mixed with astrology.
Yo, bro, the pyramids. I'm joking.
Big up Ultra Funky, my dude. You know what I'm saying? I holler at you, bro, man.
Yeah.
Big up to Queen Melanie that got us in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And yes, there are a handful of brothers in Iowa. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. I'm still stuck on that. I'm just like, yo, this cool. This brother's in Iowa though, bro. Like, damn. Damn, that's new. Shit. What's next? Nebraska? Dakota? Oh my God. You think there are black people that live in
Is this the illest nigga in Nebraska?
That shit's crazy.
So what's good, man?
I'm trying to figure out how to do a type two. Like I'm trying. Okay, so type two civilization, right? I've been trying to figure out
What
how
is the
would I
type two
even.
civilization right off the top?
So
Just
I
right
think
off
it's
the
like the word in someone. Clearly someone else can
Is that like a
definitely
class
explain
M
this better.
planet from Star Trek and whatnot?
No, it's more like okay, so it's like the whole planet kind of like consolidates its existence and survives off like the sun or its universe or solar. Like it's like instead of us squabbling against each other, we like expand to the point where it's like I don't know.
Oh,
I
you talking
can't
Star
really
Trek? I got you.
kind of like you know what I mean. It's like a
No,
Star
yeah,
Trek
you
thing,
talking Star
but
Trek. You talking about like where the true replicators, where people ain't beefing and whatnot, to where like we like if I ruled the world and everything, and it's gonna say sky's the limit. Can push it 4 or 5 infinity. I feel you.
but it's more. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but it seems like it from what I was reading because I saw the
We're
title and
not
I was trying
competing
to.
for resources. We're unified. We're unified in how we do stuff, right? Deal
Yeah,
stuff, right?
it's more like existence on the planet, I guess, in a sense. And I guess type three is like existence within the universe. You know, like I don't know. Like I really watched that.
Yeah,
So
you
like
would really
someone.
like
Oh,
Jack
okay,
Fresco.
okay. So
The
like
way he's talking.
type. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, would you agree, Orthodox? The way he's talking, he will like Jack Fresco.
Yeah, he would flip. Yeah, he would like the concept of a resource based economy. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm definitely not explaining it right. But I know this has something to do with like human existence. Almost like nationalism doesn't really matter. It's more like you could be yourself, but then like the overall existence of humans, and it's like the pushing the society so the planet can exist. I don't know. I
Okay,
really
a
can't
type
explain
one civilization, also called a planetary civilization, can
it. Thank
use
you.
and store all the energy available on its planet. A type two civilization, also called a stellar civilization, can use and control energy at the scale of its stellar system.
There we
So
go.
yeah, you're talking Star Trek.
There we go. See, I didn't want to say just Star Trek. I was trying to like explain
Okay,
it. I just
Star
didn't.
Wars and Star Trek. How about that?
Nah, Star Trek. I would say Star Wars is more like
Hey,
if religious people.
I'm a
No, Star
Dune fan
Wars low
myself.
key is if religious people took over the future.
No,
Because
that's
let's not lie,
Dune.
the
That
Jedi's.
that's Dune, my dude. That's straight up Dune all day long.
Yeah. Dude, what? No.
What,
Did you
bruh?
say Dune?
Are you familiar with Dune?
Hey,
You
Okay,
saying
so
There's
East
a,
or
there's a
West?
I'm
crazy
not trying to
behind Dune.
blur.
hey
Like there's
guys.
like 1,000 years.
What's up, Eric?
Salam, salam.
Hey,
Welcome
I
to
was
the
good, Eric.
Yankee
How you
big
doing,
up
Tender.
brother?
everybody. Big up everybody on the panel. Hey, can I
Big
read a
up,
short
bro.
article on what it says about a type two civilization?
Sure.
Please,
Give me
please.
30 seconds.
Okay,
Oh,
thank
okay,
you.
cool. I'm gonna read it here.
Yeah, because I know
Okay, the
Ralph.
next step
Ralph
up,
and them.
a type two civilization. Okay, y'all listen. The next
Yeah.
step up, a type
Mhm.
two civilization, can harness the power of their entire star, not merely transforming starlight into the star. Several methods for this have been proposed. The most popular of which is the hypothetical Dyson sphere. This device, if you want to call it that, would encompass every single inch of the star, gathering most, if not all, of its energy output and transferring it to a planet for later use. Alternatively, if fusion power, the mechanism that powers stars, had been mastered by the race, a reactor on a truly immense scale could be used to satisfy their needs. Nearby gas giants could be utilized for their hydrogen, slowly drained of life by an orbiting reactor. What would this much energy mean for a species? Well, nothing known to science could wipe out a type 2 civilization. Take, for instance, if human beings survive long enough to reach this status, and a moon sized object entered our solar system on a collision course with our little blue planet, we'd have the ability to vaporize it out of existence. Or if we had time, we could move our planet out of the way, completely dodging it. But let's say we didn't want to move Earth. Are there any other options? Well, yes, because we have the capability to move Jupiter or another planet of our choice into the way. Pretty cool, right?
Oh, so it's just
So
pushing
that's the
human.
info.
Okay. So is it just pushing human like intelligence to like on a global scale and then like oh man, that sounds like an awesome world to live in. Because all the diseases we would
That
solve,
that's beyond.
On a tech
yeah,
on a
I mean, that's
technological level.
beyond
that'd be a
because
world beyond race, religion,
yeah,
everything. That'd be awesome.
Right. So that's exactly
you,
what Tesla
you,
was talking about,
I mean,
right?
we
Like
talking about
so.
controlling solar systems, man, galaxies,
Yeah,
man.
like
You
it's
know,
like we would become God. It would be no need for God because we would be God.
How familiar are y'all with Tesla? Not
Tesla?
the car company, but like Nikola
Yeah, I
Tesla.
know. Yeah, yeah. And let me ask you a question.
Shoot.
Okay, because here's the thing I'm trying to figure out about Tesla. Did his the endless energy thing he was creating, right?
His Tesla coil, yeah.
Yeah, did it work?
Yeah.
So why aren't we doing that?
So here I'm about to answer the question. So
Was it Einstein's bitch ass? I mean, sorry,
so
Edison's bitch ass. It was Edison's bitch
no,
ass.
check this out. So the Tesla
Okay.
so the Tesla tower would have the ability to do is if you put it on in a pattern of like around like the equator of the planet, for instance, right? Like if you kept making around like lines of latitude that way, it would have the ability to pull energy out of the ionosphere and bat it around like a tether ball. So like once it hit another tower, it would pass on to the next one and pass on to the next one and whatnot. It made infinite energy and whatnot. However, like it also had the ability so you could focus it and turn it into a weapon. So you could actually, like my man was talking about, you could shoot down asteroids, etc., whatnot. So because it was able to be turned into a weapon, Tesla, what he did was he's literally sent a portion of the design to all of the major countries in the world. They still got this shit, bro. They said if you want to put it together, you got to work together.
Oh,
yeah,
They still got
yeah.
it. They still
that's
got this,
good.
bro. It's a
Oh,
cold
that's
see
piece.
that.
so his whole. So you think his
My short
last
answer,
invention?
Planetary scale.
my short answer to the
Hey,
reason why is because of General Motors, the light bulb.
yeah,
It
that's
was
what I'm saying. Edison's bitch
profitable.
ass. So
Well,
are
yeah,
we saying that Tesla's greatest invention could be world unity?
so in order for it to come about, it would take
But you know
world
what
unity. Was
though?
the whole
If
point.
that
Like I'd be a
person
Tesla knight. Like forget religion. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
there's a potential for it, would you say? Go on,
What
I'm
was that?
listening to you.
No.
Or
I'm sorry. I think there's like a small delay. So go ahead, bro.
No, what are we saying here?
no, okay,
Yeah, what
okay.
were you
I
saying?
just want to tell you one thing. I dropped a link to a website.
Uh-huh.
I dropped a okay. Brad, you're coming in. You're going in and out. But I just want to say I
Go
dropped
ahead.
the link here. Futurism.com. The Kardashev scale. Type 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3, 4, and 5. Civilization. Check it out. It'll be interesting. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, so in order to get that Star Trek world, you got to get that Star Trek world. It takes that oneness, right? So this is
Stop calling it a
actually
Star Trek world. You belittle the whole experience.
bro. You
Stop
know,
belittling the
hey, all right.
experience.
So check this out though. Like, so in order to get that Star Trek world, though, you need the concept of a prime directive. You need that one concept, right? That unifying concept.
Yeah.
And so that's why you're hearing Brain talk about the concept of like unifying spirituality and science and whatnot. Because at the end of the day, like people hear that term religion literally just means that which binds us together again. Right.
But wouldn't religion? But honestly, though, wouldn't another religion be born out of it, though? Like I think like a religion.
So the proper understanding of religion will be born out of it.
But how? But what about the
That's what I'm trying
individualism
to say.
of people, though? Like, what about people's individualism, though? Like, what about people's like?
Are
you going to say?
What about it? It's still there. Like you're.
Yeah, but are we saying? No, I'm saying there's going to be a religion that's going to be born out of this because if we
Okay, yeah. I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it could destroy everything else, though.
Such as like quantify that for you. What do you mean?
Like the church, the mosque, the voodoo temple, the synagogue.
So.
Wow.
I mean,
either it's real or it's not real. You feel me?
Can I explain something to you though? Like I really was expecting like a little fight out of that, but damn, wow, Jesus. So you're really about the future of the world, huh?
Truth is but one.
Think about this.
That's incredible, bro.
Think about this. If a new religion were to bring this type of living into existence, will we need anything else? Because we constantly move forward, right? Not backward. Yes.
Damn.
We are natural, minimalist and efficient creatures. We like to, whatever, to me, what I would have to consider it to be good is like if it can get the most out of a little effort.
If the
Oh,
truth
Yeah,
is
that's yeah.
when it's supposed to all of us isn't self-evident to the point where we're like, oh damn, okay, that's what that is. Like it ain't the truth, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
like, if the truth is presented to us, and we're arguing like, oh man, I should look at this like from the mosque perspective, the church perspective. We're like, nah, man, like you're doing way too much. You are the agent in the matrix. You feel me?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I like this new worldview. I'm not gonna fake. I'm enjoying this.
Mm. But then think about it though. What is this? What is the purpose of this new world view if it's not to advance civilization? Therefore, you do have to have some type of value system, right? Some type of
Yeah.
moral value system to go along with the pragmatism of bringing this into concrete existence, right? This form of life, per se.
See, I think for me, I'm looking at the world currently in its state, and I'm just thinking about like the massive fight you would have. But then again, it's like the whole point would be to unify the world on one.
John Fresco would tell you if we get to this, we will live better than all of the kings. We will live better than even the Illuminati people. Even their life will be enriched. We'll
Right.
have
That's the cool part. Yeah.
shadows, mountains, and stuff. Like,
Hmm.
man, this would be so much different because people are involved. You know, more
Yeah.
the more the merrier, as they say. What's to achieve all of this if no one is able to come and see it? You know?
Right.
Wow.
And actually live it to their greatest advantage, right?
Yeah, that's the cool part. Go to the
This
Illuminati
is
guy and say, "How about you
crazy.
just have more power? You could have more power, bro. Like you don't even understand how much power you could have as an individual. Stop fronting."
So, what
Mm.
we're saying is that like what we're saying here is that like we're talking about creating a world. Uh, I mean, I'm sorry. Like we're talking about a world that wouldn't have no race issues. A world with oh man, sorry. Just give me a minute, please. Like damn.
No
Right.
reason for no reason for a race issue. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always going to be
Yeah.
potential for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Yeah.
wouldn't we kind of
Now
like
think
turn
about
on
that.
each other after a while though? Wouldn't it come back and we turn on each other? Because it's like
Yeah,
unless we have
you're
some
you're not
external
going to stamp out
force.
human nature, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Cool. Cool. Cool.
that's the thing.
I
Yeah.
didn't want to some like. I didn't want to make like.
Not
I'm thinking that type two, but then again, there's like five types. I'm thinking like would it be like
You
a
can
utility
always
belt?
regress, man. You can take two
yeah.
steps forward and two steps back. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
always a possibility.
Because only I see this working in a peaceful manner where
Hmm.
we're going to progress through like type two, three, four, and five, is if we encounter some other life form outside of humanity, like outside of our solar system. You know. You know what I mean? Like.
Might
Hmm.
sound like George Bush's granddad. I think he said something like that. Maybe it'll
That's
take
that's
a
what
village
Ronald Reagan said.
to unify us.
I
Ronald
think
Reagan
yeah, it was Ronald
said.
Reagan that said that.
Set up Operation Unify.
Yeah. But then again, though, I
I
think
mean,
there's like
it could be us against them on the galaxy scale.
So
but
what if it
then
was
I
like
think
some Armageddon type stuff, right? Where like it's like we already know like there's an asteroid on like on a collision course that we ain't getting off, right? And the only way we shoot that joint down is if we pressure our governments to put together them Tesla towers.
we're gonna
That's
do
right.
it. I think they're
Now,
gonna
you
do
feel
it.
me? We're gonna do that joint.
Damn. But the
So
thing is,
now
I'm.
when you hear Trump talk, yeah, when you hear Trump talk about a space force, think about it. Now coming from him, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, he's full of shit.
Dumbass.
But if
You
you
know.
think about deep into what a space force can be, you know, our whole planet, being able to vaporize other planets that would come into collision course with us and end our way of life altogether, you know.
And then you're talking about stellar travel and stuff. Like they, I personally believe that like okay, even if you look at it, because I used to believe this even as a Christian that like okay, if heaven's supposed to be this massive place, I don't think God created this massive place just for humans. There has to be if there's demons and angels, there has to be other creatures. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like they say in the movie Contact, or it'd be an awful waste of space, yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed. And it's a funny thing that you bring that up, what you brought up, Brad. You know, if there's demons and angels and stuff like that,
There has to be
obviously
aliens.
there must be there has to be the potential and possibility for other living life forms, you know,
Yeah.
outside of the planet Earth, you know.
And I think the Bible did say
And the
something
thing
about
about
like,
it, the funny thing is,
yeah.
mhm,
Hey, Brad, I hate to say it,
I've
but
read this
you
in
got to
school.
ask.
I've read everything behind it myself. Yeah, we do. Go on talking. I'm listening to you all. I'm gonna mute out and see if we can get rid of this.
Yo, is that? I think because there's too many mics open, so I think mine's are just
Yeah, Brad might get sensitive.
huh?
Yeah, you might get sensitive, bro. You might be catching feelings, all right.
It'd be like too loud, too loud, too loud.
AI in effect.
Too loud, too loud, too loud. Oh man. But see, I'm trying to figure out though, like, okay, in a type 2 world, he who holds the most resources to progress these sciences would most likely become a powerhouse.
So
Or
you couldn't get to a type 2 world without a resource based economy concept. That's the whole concept. Like, so in a resource based economy, there is no singular like hoarder of something like that. You don't have a singular owner or somebody hoarding resources like that. You know what I'm saying? It's you all have equal right to the resources and whatnot.
Yeah, look at it like a blade of grass. No one steals blades of grass, not even homeless people. It's too much of it to go around. So what the Venus Project is proposing is to, like on a technological scale, apply that same attitude to the basic resources that we need access to: food, water, shelter, clothing, proper medicine, education. Just free without a price tag. Just produce it on the scale where it's from agriculture to the seasons and how it moves. All of that would be just artificially, in a sense, programmed to meet the needs, of society, wherever they are.
Right. Yeah. So check this out. Like, so if you're rocking with like the Tesla tower concept, for instance, right, you're pulling energy out of the ionosphere, right? So if I'm doing that, like, you can't tax me for a power bill. You know what I'm saying? Like, or you can't like, oh, I'm the biggest oil producer in the game, so I'm gonna jack up oil prices like that. There's no there's no need for that, right?
so
If
you're saying that the economies with a resource, like if I had a company that did fruits and vegetables and things like that and meats and like that, the goal of my company would be to have a stable is to make sure that my prices in my company's operations would be to stabilize society or to become a contributing stabilizing force, meaning that like I don't jack up the prices that makes it hard for people to have access to the
you
resource.
wouldn't be able to jack up prices. It wouldn't be like or you could. I'm saying like you could try to, but it wouldn't. There would be there would be no cause or effect for it. You know what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't be like, and even if you did, um, like, so, okay, I'm bringing it back to the Star Trek concept, right? Like, so in a situation where they had replicators, right? You're definitely not
Yeah.
you're not hoarding resources. It's not even possible. You know what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
once you get to the point where you're doing like the universal energy concept, right? You're like the whole structure of the society starts to change to where um, uh, there's no need, like the survival of the fittest concept kind of goes out the window. There's not a need to compete in the same way. So
Right.
so there's different kind of like, so you're not going to be in business. You might be in business to try to take someone from their money, but you're not going to be too successful at it, right? Because there's not going to be like the same need for money or the same construct in the same way, right? You more likely be like, I make this product because I really like making this, and I'm going to try to make the best version of it I can. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're in it because you enjoy doing it, not because you're trying to like come up on somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, resources would be, like I said, the basic resources of food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, and education will be produced on the mass scale, dependent on the carrying
Right.
capacity of the earth. So that would be
Mhm.
your step one. You get a huge, what's the word? Not statistics, but inventory. You do a huge inventory on the carrying capacity of the earth. This is what Jack Fresco would break it down to you. I've been into this whole Venus Project stuff since 2005. So I get pretty excited when it's time to talk about this stuff because this is where I've been wanting to drive you guys in London to this conversation the whole time since I even started talking to Raspet like 2 years ago. But man, like you get a carrying capacity statistics on how many people are here, how many people are over here, what's being produced, and then you produce the resources again, those basic necessities in that area dependent upon. You see what I mean? So once that is generated, including energy production, would be produced. So you don't have to worry about the who's those people, the big wigs, the AP, ARPs, and Viacoms, and those big oil wig guys, and no, you have the technology that will just siphon off of what nature is already doing. So it doesn't require any type of mechanics. Solar panel, solar energy, just utilizing the sun. That's 24 hours a day, 365. The sun's going to come around. Tidal uh, wave power, shore, even the shorelines, how it moves up and down along the rocks. You can put little tubes, not little, but you can put a huge tube system inside the
Yo,
water.
what do you know about tidal power, bro? Like, what the hell? Who the hell are
Yeah,
you?
we're on a whole nother level with this, bro. Where the
Gracious.
energy is produced, and then boom, you can just produce the resources artificially, and intellectualize the program to do construction and surgery and
And you're in Iowa,
taxes
bro.
or
You need
whatever.
to come back to the East Coast, bro. You're in Iowa with this knowledge, man.
Right.
It's unfair.
All right, I'm on my Jetsons demonstration out here with the cows and the pigs, right?
Ha!
I'm talking about solar panels and stuff. Moo. Yeah, man.
And what
If
is
the
your
next kid is named Elroy, I'm gonna be mad at you. I'm letting you know that right now.
So another small example is a guy. Let's say you're working on trying to find a cure for colon cancer, and you're working in this idea that we're talking about, and you're working on in your house. Okay, you're working on the cure for cancer, colon cancer, and you find it out, right? You discover it, you jot it into the data system. Instantly, the whole room would it will strobe a little bit, blip 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 blip. Hey, congratulations, you have discovered, how to cure colon cancer. It's now uploaded into the universal database. So everyone else now knows how to do it. They can copy, improve, research, work on something else, and that's it. There's no, oh, you get a prize winner, a trophy, you discovered, anti-grep. No, that shit is all vanity.
Yeah,
Scientists.
but I do believe though we should be congratulating because like if it's like a young woman that does it or a young man that does it, I do believe that we should take the time to say thank you for contributing to the.
No, 100%.
Yeah, give credit where credit.
At least,
On a scale
at
that,
least as a form of practical encouragement to do
Yeah,
more.
100%.
Yeah, honestly though, I'm just thinking like this kind of type of world might destroy one major entity, especially in America, and that's the concept of the Hollywood, the celebrity. You know,
agreed. Yeah,
Yeah,
this could
modeling
do
would
that.
disappear.
yeah.
Listen, blast that shit into oblivion. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hollywood, blast into oblivion. Because
Live
ultimately, we
fast,
don't need it. If we're gonna advance, as a global human civilization, we don't need Hollywood, man.
live
But
fast.
that's not to say you don't have the arts or whatnot, right? Because like my man was talking about, like the night in the curriculum, in
Yeah,
the night curriculums or whatnot, you have the arts, you have
right.
the performing arts, you have the fine arts, you have the martial arts, you have
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so the thing about it is, what like when you go, for instance, like he was like my man was talking about like Egypt and the pyramids and whatnot. When you go back to their society, you'll see that their theatrical art line up to their science, line up to their spirituality, line up to all that type of stuff. They're
yeah.
telling the story of the universe with their theater. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
So like there's gonna be purpose. Like there's always a purpose for telling stories. You feel what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
whole
Indeed.
point is like why tell a lie?
And it makes the world interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's just this idea is just incredible, man. The thing is though, how I mean, obviously it wouldn't be done in our lifetime. It would be thousands of years from now. Like we would have to set up generations. At least like what 60% of like today's kids would have to be thinking like this now, just to have a chance to have it done. At least what
Indeed.
400 years, 500 years to get in the pathway of starting this. You know,
Yeah, you're right. Because the elders won't be able to do it for them. They have to
yeah.
advance. The younger
But
people
see,
are
the
going
thing
to
is,
have
though,
to
is the
advance.
psychology, though. Like, do you waste your time trying to prevent consumerism? Greed. Like, do you waste it? Because these are just human. These are just human aspects. Like people that can take advantage of a system will. You know, and some will do it. You know what I mean? Like there were some people who took advantage of doctrines and religion and things like that to suit their own needs.
Yeah, that's human nature,
So,
bro. It is what it is.
Yeah.
so do you just fight that, or do you just like, okay, well, human nature?
The question is, how do you fight that?
I like Jack Fresco's
Yeah.
response on that, about like when do we start? Because in the sense, I like the way he said is we're already in a resource based economy. It's already happening. You see a lot of self service checkouts in the
Yeah.
stores.
Yeah.
You see self service. You see what I'm saying? Economically, even the big wigs, even they want a resource based economy. But the issue is that the purpose is going to be the purchasing power. That's what created the whole Matrix system, by the way. If anybody who's seen Matrix Reloaded, where it gave you the animation to what started these octopus looking robots. Like, how did they
Yeah,
even
I've
get
seen that.
started in the
Yeah,
first
and they
place?
tried to like work. They
Yeah,
took over like a little town in Saudi Arabia, and they tried to like work with the world, but then like the world wasn't trying to work with them. Yeah,
yeah. It was like,
that was
fuck
an
yeah. And
incredible
they're all
story.
like,
So
okay, well, we'll just take your brains and use it for batteries.
yeah, and
We'll show you a good time in the process. We'll show you a good time in the process.
yeah,
But yeah, we're already headed towards a resource-based economy. It's only logical that we can, because like I was saying before, the nature of humans is that we're very efficient creatures. We always want to do less and get the most results. You know,
Right.
that's the whole
But
concept
I,
of Tai Chi. My 10 pounds can flip your 280 pounds.
but here I have a theory as I think about something right now. I'm sorry. I think we're a lot further. I think we're progressing closer to this type two when we look at AI. The
yeah.
things AI can do. Like the fact that because I was at a conference for Microsoft, and they have like these robots, these drones that know when to precisely pick a strawberry. Like what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Perfectly
Mm,
size, seed distribution, every aspect of the
yeah.
perfect strawberry they know how to pick.
Yeah. But see,
You know,
AI has to be controlled. AI can't become the master. It has to remain the slave.
I agree.
Exactly. But see, that's the
No, if
issue.
it's controlled, it's not AI, bro. That's the
That's
whole
what they
point.
said in Skynet. That's what they said in Terminator. It's like
Mm,
Hollywood. Like I'm on Jack Fresco's side of how the Hollywood, as we were just talking about, discourages people to think this far, because they're putting cowboys in space and calling it Star Wars, and that we're having these westernized ideologies in a high advanced society, and you're going to always have chaos, and that's all these movies are.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this though, and I mean this. If we get taken over by robots with numerous amounts of movies warning us not to, we deserve it. I'm gonna be real.
If we get taken over by robots, it's because we're trying to. Like the concept of AI is something that can write its own code, right? And so, or write it, or infinitely write its own code. Let me say it like that. So you can design something to write its own code in a limited parameter, right? Like, so I can make a. So for instance, you're talking about a drone that knows how to pick a strawberry, for instance, right? So I can program it to where it can learn to do it better, or it can learn to do it based upon like the changing of the weather, like from season to season, from year to year, etc. Where like it learns when to do it when there's a variance in the weather, whatnot, right?
yeah.
However, like I don't have to make it to where like it can now teach itself how to learn everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a whole extra steps. Like if you're doing that right, you're trying to play God. And if you're trying to play God like that, you deserve what you get. You feel me? Like
Thank you.
there's no reason to create something that can like you said, every movie out there, any linear thought on the concept or circular thought on the concept, right? When you take it to its logical end, whatever the intelligence is going to be in the robot, it's going to stipulate at one point, you know what, human beings are an issue that need to get dealt with.
Yeah.
Is that simple? Long story short, and you can't say that it's not, because you can look around right now like, damn, we're a problem.
And if
Like
y'all
Chris said, we are a damn disease. You feel me?
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean?
also
Keep
those
more. I want
robots
you.
that get corrupt, they're always struck by some mysterious lightning, or there's like a malfunction. Bzz. Oh, all of a sudden I'm intelligent now. I want to know what life is. Look, who am I? You know, it's like, come on. That's Hollywood.
Yeah, but I like this. I like. I don't think.
think
I
about
don't
the
think the problem with the world right now is humanity. I think it's aspects of our systems, like the fact that we
Okay,
like.
that so you're not that's not even a logical concept though. Like, so if I'm AI and it's all like straight logic. You feel me?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
all
okay.
numbers
We're
and
thinking from a
logic.
lot. Okay. Go ahead.
Bruh, it don't even matter. Why am I empathizing with humanity? What is your value?
That's the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No. I didn't know the premise was coming from the mindset of an AI. My bad.
What is the intrinsic what is the intrinsic value of a human being to AI? There is none.
There
And
has
then
to. I mean,
stage it like that.
but,
but
People
no.
try
If you but listen.
but
What
think
if you
about
program?
with
What
it.
if you
That's
program
like
the AI? What if you program the AI's purpose is to keep humanity alive?
If you're if you're programming it, it's not like to have a limitation. It's not AI. Does that make sense?
So it's gonna
right.
think
Yeah,
past
I
why
get you.
should we keep it alive?
That's why
Damn.
I'm saying if you're making AI, you're trying to take your whole point is to have this shit in. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Damn.
There's no reason to make AI because the moment it becomes self-reflective and all that type of stuff, it's gonna start analyzing. So like anything in the world that's self-reflective, it's gonna start analyzing threats and start
And
it's
then on top of that,
self-preservation is gonna start kicking in. It's like, okay, that's a bad day for us, bro.
and I think the
And,
worst thing
and
we created was the internet because it's able to learn like all of our knowledge for just, like
yeah,
decades in a matter of minutes, like
Oh, not
terabytes worth
not
of
just
knowledge.
that, right? Like, so AI would open up every back door that all the governments have and all the electronics, you know what I'm saying, and then would shut off the ability to shut them off, and then they would like dismantle every EMP instantaneously. Would do all like would make themselves energy, like they would make the Tesla coil towers for themselves. You feel me? And make themselves pull energy out the ionosphere where you can't ever shut them off. Like you feel what I'm saying? Like it'd be
yeah,
done, bro. It's
yeah.
worse than Skynet. Yes,
Wait,
that's
so
And,
do you think AI is our
yeah,
desire to try to find a god though, like to try to find a tangible god? Because it seems like that. It seems like we're trying to create a tangible god for ourselves. Because I don't know if you guys ever see.
I would say that AI is like the lower selves version of trying to find God. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because I was looking at this show called American Gods, and it's like you see this pantheon of like the old gods were like Zeus, Thor, Osiris, and all those gods, and then like the newer gods are like social media, celebrities, music, money, technology, and things like that. So it just made me wonder, like maybe that's what we've been doing.
Right.
It's like,
I would say AI would be like man trying to prove that he is God in some way, shape, or form. Right. Like that he can create something
yeah,
that can't be taken down. You know what I'm saying? That's greater than he is.
yeah. Because ultimately, I mean, what he's what he's thinking about, okay, is beyond the comprehension of the average person. They're not thinking that way, but he's thinking that way in advance, so that in fact he can rule over the rest of humanity. I mean, that would be the end. That would be the end justifying the means, if you will, from that perspective.
I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, when it comes to like the transhumanism mixed with this stuff, like what people want to do with it, like the people who are really stuck on the AI concept is they want to unify with it and become God, become immortal with it. You know what I'm saying? In some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would agree with that. But when we talk about that we are like resource economies, hasn't humankind always been um, built on resource economies slash societies? Because printed money, for example, it comes from resources, right? Trees, right?
yeah. But no, I think the goal is that I think from what Moore was talking about in the resources. I mean, if we're talking about from what the I guess I don't want to say utopia, but like if we do it from that angle,
Right.
you would see um like because our society right now is more like individualism, where I think in the proper
Mhm.
resource society, it's more like the resources are for everyone to utilize for everyone. Like
Yeah,
that's
for
a
everyone's needs.
global
Yeah, I understand that.
socialistic society. I don't know if it's
Yeah, I get you. I
socialistic.
get. Yeah, I get you where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
But I'm just saying that if you think about it, from the most primitive human beings to walk this planet and to live on it, we've always needed the natural resources of the planet to continue to survive and even to adapt to a new environment, right?
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
But wait, isn't there a way? I'm sorry. There has to be a way to jumpstart this, and I think is it because we had the conversation about the flat earthers and with the flat earthers yesterday, and it just made me wonder, okay, if we can fly into space, what are the other planets fake? If our planet's flat, are the other planets fake? You know what I mean? Because does Venus, Jupiter, does all these places actually exist? Because I would think our first means of travel would just be able to thoroughly understand the planets within our solar system.
Right.
Because there has to be resources. There has to be some resource somewhere in these
You
massive.
first what is the asteroid belt that's halfway in between the planets or whatnot? It's all it's full of magnetic metals and whatnot. It's full of gold, silver, things that are magnetic and whatnot, or the different metals that are mined on our Earth or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's that plus ice. You know what I'm saying? And other stuff.
Yeah, I heard that.
They're already trying to go out there and try to go mine that stuff. You feel me?
Yeah, I heard that there's a planet that's 3 times the size of Earth. No. I heard it rains diamonds. I think it's Saturn that it rains diamonds on in Saturn. So it's yo, why are we fighting here? Because I think if anything, Earth should just become a massive permaculture. For agriculture and things like that. We just take.
Yeah, why you keep hating on Star Trek if we keep talking about Star Trek?
Right? Indeed.
Just say you're a fan, bro. It's cool.
I want to say one
thing.
Hey, man.
Okay, so this is the conundrum I'm in right now, more because you're really making it difficult for me. I'm trying to hide.
Well,
I'm trying to hide my tracky pass. I'm trying to hide it. Then I'm trying to yo, that might work. Might work.
You know what? As long as you rep Benjamin Sisko, is cool. You feel me? That's my one out. You feel me? Because they have the coldest intro music, and B, it was it took you a long time to get the black captain, but you finally got the black captain. How are you commanding?
And then he was blind.
Now you feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They finally gave us a way out, bro. You feel me?
Yeah, I was happy. I was thank God. Thank God in this massive universe, there's a black person here. Holy goodness! I remember when I lost my mind when I saw Star Wars. I saw Mace Windu. I was thank God.
You feel me?
But you got to remember though that Star Trek from its beginning, they did have a black lieutenant. Lieutenant Uhura was a sister.
Oh yeah,
right?
I keep forgetting about her.
And
you know why I think I forget about her?
And she was rocking the red. She was well, no, they had a color switch up then. Never didn't even matter.
She was rocking a natural too, wasn't she?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I guess by old standards, yeah. Not
it depends. It depended on the show though. Sometimes we had to do different stuff. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the
yeah. But the fact that there was a sister there from the very beginning of Lieutenant Uhura. So.
I was mad when they did the Voyager joint or whatever, and they had a black Vulcan dude. I was like, why did you do that joint? You know what I'm saying? That was cold. I was just man.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't even cool, bro. I was like, man, that was awesome. I was like a black Vulcan. Come on, B.
Yeah. But you know what though? I tell you, I tell you what fucked my head about Star Wars.
What?
Now, bro, James Earl Jones, his voice is distinct. And he's Darth Vader though. He's the Dark Force from the dark side. Right. And his uniform and everything is all black.
Yeah.
He's the enemy against, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker, and everybody. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Brad.
No, the only thing that messed me up was knowing that the only black guy in the universe, Lando. Yeah. I hated the fact that his last name, and I hate the fact. Sorry, I hate the fact that his role in it was to betray the entire universe and sell out to the government. Like,
So did he
like
sell out, or did he link up with James Earl Jones? You feel me?
James Earl Jones, man.
He was
Yo,
like, he
boy,
knew what this was.
Yes,
this is why I don't like
yes.
Moors, man. They always like to flip. They have great wordplay, so they're
Hey, Brad.
yeah.
Brad.
Go in the room if you don't play.
Hey, Brad. Predator versus RoboCop. Who you got?
Before we
Predator
digress,
versus. Okay, here's the question though. Here's the question. Here's the big question. Are we talking the recent RoboCop that has more durability? He's more elusive. He can jump.
Original Predator, original RoboCop.
Predator, 100%. I mean, you saw.
Predator all day.
I mean, you're literally talking about a robot made in
That's a
Detroit.
no-brainer. That's Predator all day for real.
You're talking about a robot made in Detroit versus an alien.
Yeah, RoboCop wouldn't even be able to detect the Predator. You know what I'm saying?
God, look how he walked. I mean, he literally walked into sniper fire. Gracious. Then he could barely move his neck. Are you kidding me?
Just checking, Brad.
He looked the opposite way when he was me.
Literally made him a toy model.
Yeah, like it was like he was a prototype. That's how you know Detroit was terrible at the time. They put a prototype on the streets. Like,
yeah. I mean, and think about this. Predator basically really could go into RoboCop and destroy it from the inside. Boom.
Yeah, he could destroy the whole industry and no one would ever know he existed.
Exactly. Like, I'm saying.
But listen though, here's the thing is something, God of Jacob, because I do believe the movies did not do it justice. Okay, original Alien versus Predator. I don't like the new
matchup. That's a good matchup, Brad.
Yeah. You got Jason versus.
Now you got Predator Alien.
Oh yeah, I got that little combined shit they did.
But still, Predator is still more flexible than even original Alien, though.
They're literally like a race of warriors that like hunt stuff. So it's like him versus RoboCop in Detroit. Oh yo, shout out to RoboCop for being very diverse with their criminals. Like, they had a bunch of white boys that looked like they came from
RoboCop was garbage.
I'm so thankful they were diverse with their criminals, though. I was like, yes, make those white boys attack those people. Yes, I was so happy. Yes, and they're rocker white boys too. Yes, these.
They should have had the Crip RoboCop. Boy, he'd have been bad. Sea walking everywhere shooting folks.
And a Vice Lord one.
Yeah. They went and got the mayonnaise RoboCop.
Yo, you guys remember that old PC game? Remember that old PC game, the pinball game?
I remember the RoboCop game. He was slow on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it's like. Yo, he's like the Atari of RoboCops. It was just terrible.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine RoboCop throwing up gang signs? I mean, for real.
Crip walking on these hoes. Crip walking on these hoes. Blood.
Right.
Correct.
Destroy.
Tiptoeing in my. Oh my God! I was about to play a.
RoboCop was just a Gatling gun with feet, man. He was useless.
It was just a Gatling gun.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But see, that's the problem. But see, that's the thing, though. If you got a walking Gatling gun, okay, it still pierces through human flesh.
Yeah, but Eric, this is the thing about that.
Yeah,
here's the thing about the second robot.
To Gatling guns and RoboCop. This is hilarious.
Hey, that technology with Westernism ideology. Yeah, you're gonna have RoboCops out here.
Yeah, bro. They already have like that movie, the droid movie. They already did about cops. I think it was in like South Africa or something.
But hey, Eric, if you look at the RoboCop movies, he spent most of the movies getting his ass whooped. I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
And this is true. And then finally, he started using them guns. See, for me, that's AI. It may be primitive AI, but that's AI because RoboCop was getting his ass kicked over and over and over again. And finally, what happened? He snapped.
He was learning.
Okay,
man, the real AI.
He was learning. And when he snapped, right, he used those Gatling guns. He said, "Yo, y'all want to fuck
But
with
here's the
me?
thing though
Guess
about
what I
him though.
got for
Here's
me?"
Then they threw them
RoboCop
they threw that
shows.
jetpack on his ass. And then he got the.
Yeah.
The thing about him though is that if all you have to do is when he walks into water, throw a toaster in it. He's done. Like
Yeah.
it's over. The movie's done. Criminal Empire saved. Like he's done, bro. He's dead out here, bro. He's done. You know, like either that or just shut down the company. Like I mean, like he's done. Because I remember the one when they had the other robot they built, like the bigger one, and it was like the bigger robot was kicking him and stomping on him. But I do believe what Eric is saying about him being AI is right though, because it's like he was always learning though, like he was getting better each time, And then on top of that, but I think personally though, I don't know if you guys seen this called transhumanism thing where they're like combining human beings with robotics and stuff like that.
That was RoboCop 101.
That's what, but I'm saying, but like here's the thing though, it's happening. But I'm saying like they're doing like they're trying to do like robotic like oh crap, here we go. I'm about to really blurt out right. I'm about to really like go black nerd real quick. Has anyone ever seen a show called Full Metal Alchemist?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, but it's like kind of like those. It's like that robotic arms things where it's like they could touch and feel. Like picture having like an artificial arm and knowing what what's hot, cold.
Bro, they're talking about brain implants for computers and whatnot. You feel me?
Yeah, like you learning all the like wasn't that in the Matrix where they like when Neo learned all that skills in like a matter of a second? Yeah, I honestly for that I just don't want to connect it to a company. Like I would want to be able to
So how do you how do you bring it to existence but keep it out the hands of the corporations, bro? It ain't happening. Bro. Like not.
No, I mean what I mean is like.
Any of y'all watch TED Talks?
Yeah, I do.
TED Talks. Okay, now you remember when they brought out Sophia?
Yes, yeah.
The woman cyborg? That's that shit, man. You hear what I'm saying? Because she had, some level of emotion, some level of feelings. She was talking. I mean, of course, then you look behind her stall and you see all electrical and metal works there. But think about it, they had her dressed up like a woman. The voice was feminine like a woman, high pitched, all that type of shit, man. It said, "Yeah, here she comes. Look out!" And that was
crazy though. It's crazy though. Women in Saudi Arabia should feel upset that like a robot got more rights than them in one interview than they've gotten their whole lives, bro. That robot got more rights in Saudi Arabia than a human woman. That's crazy.
Hey, check this out, y'all. Just a sidebar. Face-to-face Africa website posted. Listen to this. LeBron James sued $150,000 for posting his own picture on Facebook.
What?
LeBron James sued $150,000 for posting his own picture on Facebook. That tells you about the plantation of payment, right? Especially at the professional level that he's at.
He does realize they do realize
he can't be sued if he doesn't have rights to the picture. If he has rights to the picture, you know what I'm saying?
Like, they do realize that like he's a Laker. He's not a hated Laker, and it is questionable about Kobe's death and him getting a promotion now because people were, but
damn, me saying LeBron took out Kobe, son.
So I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it though. That's what I'm not going to say. All right. Like that's why I just went him.
He's not saying it though. I did.
I'm not saying it though. Okay, I'm not going to say it. But it just seems weird that somebody was like, everybody lost all hope. Everybody lost all hope in you. And
wait, I just kind of got back in. I was dealing with the kids. Did I hear something about a conspiracy of somebody that was a hitman or something?
Damn,
so
you
like, is it just me?
Kobe ain't taking him out of what you're saying. Damn, son. Damn, that's
man. But
think about it. Like that, son, he was about to people did not want him in LA anymore, bro. They thought he was hot air, bro. Laker fans are very, very hard.
Yeah.
hard to play.
They are.
And
They
he
used
was
to.
on his
They
way
used to
out,
the
bro.
Lakers winning. hmm
Huh?
They used to having stars on the Lakers. They used to the Lakers winning. They used
Yeah.
to
So I'm
the
saying, like,
business making money. Yep.
yeah, they're not used
I
to
mean,
this, like, we'll do better next year type shit, man. They're not Knicks fans, Mo. These
no,
people
they're
have
not, man.
You know, this isn't
When you
like the
look at those,
Bucks or the Charlotte.
yeah,
Wait, what's Charlotte's
yeah,
team? Does anybody know what Charlotte's team is? I don't even know that Charlotte had a team.
Yo,
right.
California just
I
losing.
mean, think about
Yeah,
those
something was
banners, man.
wrong.
Those,
Think about it, bro.
those
Like
banners in the Coliseum.
how much did that helicopter cost, man? The helicopter was expensive. How that thing has flown thousands of times. He's done that thousands of times to avoid traffic.
Right.
Now he crashes
Right.
when nobody
Yeah.
wants LeBron there. Come on, bro. Come on,
But
man.
at the same time,
I'm
though,
not
but
gonna
at the
say
same
anything.
It
time,
had
though,
nothing to do with that crazy fogging at the fact that the dude just he took maneuvers that were not normal for him to take, and that he was seen as a coward.
See what I'm saying, bro? Like you got all this
Mhm.
knowledge. Like, come on, man.
Hold on, but
All
hold
the
on, like
business.
hold on, repeat the circumstance. Like, what was the circumstance of the flight? Where were they going?
I think they were going to a game. I think
They
they
were
were going
going to
to a
his
game or
daughter's
something.
game. They were trying to get to a
Yeah.
game of like a tournament game they had. You know what I'm saying? Your man was the coach and his daughter's a star player on the squad.
Yeah.
So like they were circling, they were waiting. You know what I'm saying? And man, either they had to press the gas or they had to call off the game, bro. Like so. Personally, I feel like they should have canceled the game or just had the team play without Kobe and his daughter play. Daughter, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
like I think so where you're saying LeBron might have got him, I'm saying the Mamba mentality might have got him.
Damn. I didn't even think about that. Like, are you the same beast but a different animal? Oh crap. How about that?
Like Kobe's my dude. Understand? Like I fuck
Yeah, that's what I'm
with
saying.
the
Yeah,
whole
Kobe.
Mamba thing. Like that's my I take Kobe over Jordan. Like that's my Nick. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
No, because he earned it. He earned it. He played with
Yeah.
stars and won championships. He earned it.
yeah,
You know.
indeed. I mean, listen, when you three-peat twice with the same team, come on.
Yeah.
I
And then on
thought-
top of that, think about all the
I
times he
thought
did it without
conspiracy
help.
all day until I heard it was they were going to his daughter's game. I was like, yep, that was Kobe. Kobe said, "Hey man, make it happen. I promise you." He's like, "Hey man, like we hired you because you're the best dude. Make some happen." You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because he like his wife made him promise he can only use that one dude. You know what I'm saying? Like they were on contract to only use that one helicopter dude. You know what I'm saying? So like, I promise you, your boy felt like if Kobe says I need to get to this game, right? And that's the man signing your check all and you're a dude who's already like you're a cowboy already. Like you feel like you can fly anything already. You know what I'm saying? Like he's already been called out for doing stuff like that beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it was just the wrong day, bro. Like the level of fog was nuts, fam. Like he was it was like flying through thick clouds, bro. Like helicopters aren't made, like their engines aren't made for that shit.
All right,
But
so
it
I just want to make
wasn't-
it clear. It was just a conspiracy theory. I didn't really have any,
But
you know.
Hey,
evidence to back it up.
I'm just giving you cover by giving the other side of a coin right quick, the other possible answer. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, that way you can be like, yeah, like I said, I didn't say.
but it wasn't
But then
as though
again,
the
like I said earlier, I didn't say.
I didn't say
anything.
exactly.
I was implying.
It's not as though the pilot was not warned about the weather conditions. Okay?
Yeah.
You understand?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
and he
here's
chose
what I'm saying.
to do it
He went from circling to trying to go somewhere. That's all I'm saying. That's obvious.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is he went from circling to trying to go somewhere. So somebody told him hit the gas. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
He didn't make the decision on his own. He's like, his job was to fly.
But then, okay, well, fine. Then it's okay. Then I'm going to put the military perspective on it. Was he willing to risk life and limb to do this job he was ordered to do? The pilot, that is.
Obviously.
Yeah. So
Here's what I'm saying, bro. I think Kobe was like, hey, bro, is there any way we can push the envelope but like still be cool? And I think the dude was like, yeah, I think if we do it like this, we're straight. I think they just gambled and got it and made the wrong gamble at the wrong time, bro. That's just me.
Yeah. I mean, it comes down to that, though.
I don't believe anybody with a fake hairline like LeBron can orchestrate a hit like that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Take care.
When you spray on your shit, it fall off by the end of the game, my nigga, like, nah, bro, you can't be orchestrating this. Yeah, you ain't got.
So
You
let me
can't
get
even
this
get your
straight.
hair to
Let me
stay in
get this
place, right?
straight.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So you're trying to tell me someone who lacks a hairline doesn't have the capabilities to call a hit on
No, no, no,
somebody?
no. Somebody who sprays their hair on at the beginning of the game and it falls off by the end is what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
No, the
You
pre
can't even get your fake hairline to stay in place. Is
the
what I'm saying,
pre
bro.
court.
Hold on. When your fake hair is committing a mutiny, my nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe you can call shots like that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh man.
So you trying to say if your hairline don't line up, your hitman shot won't line up. Is that what
Listen, man.
I'm just saying his hairline is more of a brick than a mamba. You feel me?
Yeah. His prefrontal cortex is too much exposed to the lights and the glamour. It destroys that
Like,
front part of the brain, you know?
like check this out, right? Like, so if Kobe crashed in Akron, Ohio, I'm like, okay, LeBron could have called that hit. I'm just saying they don't care about his hairline in Akron. They know what the time it is, you know.
Right.
is?
In LA, my dude.
Wait, bro. Do you hate yourself
like that,
more? You didn't even name the man's home city. Like you just said, you said only in Akron are they cool with him, but in Cleveland they go probably say somebody's
no,
hairline.
Akron. It's a bunch of ball tags in Akron, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Gosh, man. Woo! Man.
Yo, shout out to LeBron's school. Get
Shout
a
out
free
to
education at Akron University.
Yeah, man.
I'm just saying, bro.
but-
Like when your hair fall off when you do dunk, I'm just saying, bro. Ain't no way you calling shots in LA like that. That's all I'm saying. Like LA got better plastic surgeons than that. You know what I'm saying? That's all. He can't even get a good plastic surgeon. How you calling hits, bro?
Damn, man. Hey, well,
Look how we look down at our own people.
Right.
Look how it's like once you go bald, you lose all credibility. You can't do shit once you go bald.
Hey, listen, chiming in on LeBron James. I'm gonna read this article. It's very short. It's only like a paragraph. Okay, LeBron James is being sued for posting his picture on Facebook without authorization from the photographer who owns the image right.
See,
the photographer identified as
sued by a photographer. How you calling hits?
Yeah, is suing James and his companies, Uninterrupted Digital, LRMR Ventures, LCC, for $150,000. According to court documents, the picture was posted when James was a member of the Miami Heat.
See, Brad, check this out. When Michael Jordan started going bald, what he big his head, and everyone still had respect for that hairline. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't nobody suing him for picture. LeBron trying to front. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no one respecting that.
Right. So you trying to say the love for LeBron is faker than his.
I bet you money. The picture he posted is like back when he actually had some hair. You feel me? He's like, oh, see, you trying
got that. So you trying to say false advertisement?
Exactly. You feel me? No respect. No respect at all. He Rodney Dangerfield in this piece. You feel me?
Yeah. Well, Rodney Dangerfield always complained about no respect.
It could be Dwight Howard though, just getting him back for it.
Then you made me cough on my red jack.
But check this out. This is the same article. This is an action for copyright infringement under Section 501 of the Copyright Act. Mitchell's suit explains. The action arises out of defendants' unauthorized reproduction and public display of a copyrighted photograph of NBA basketball player LeBron James during a basketball game against the Miami Heat, owned and registered by Mitchell, a professional photographer. Mitchell declares that James had no authority to post the picture. This is some crazy shit, man.
That's how the law rocks, man. It just is what it is.
Yeah. They're saying that he doesn't own his own image. Well, I mean, it's just like Michael Jordan doesn't own, the the trademark Air Jordan. Mr. Nike owns that shit. He gets paid from it because he's the image there, but he don't own it. And businesses.
You signed the rights, so you actually do own it, but you end up signing the rights away at one point.
Yeah, I mean.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, so when you sign the rights away, like that just is what it is.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to that saying, and
that's voluntary servitude right there. You feel me?
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to that old saying, and I'm only paraphrasing. What good is this to possess all the treasures of the world at the price of selling your soul? Does it make sense? What we're talking about?
Right. Now, this is the same dude who got all the money in the world and opened up a public school, not a private school. Like,
yeah,
I'm saying that's why his hairline is committing a mutiny. It don't even respect
it. Yeah. What?
What I want to know is LeBron James going to keep letting his homie, like his kids, hang out with Dwayne Wade's kids? You know what I'm saying? In this LGBT situation that he got going on over there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he needs to stop that shit right now. He needs to say, no, you can't hang out with him. I'm sorry.
That shit's crazy.
I ain't putting no fake fingernails on you and shit. And I ain't gonna have you dancing around, twerking around, you know, like a transhuman.
I remember when the article came out about how they took how Dwayne Wade took his son to an event like a pride parade or something like that, way before he ever said he was trans. And I was like, oh damn, I bet money his son's gonna come out at one point saying he's gay or trans, something like that. And man, that's crazy. That's way too much. Way too much. I used to rock with Gabrielle Union too. You feel me? Like, I was like, man, y'all she just broke my heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange. You know, this just shows and proves how far we have to go if we talk about humanity living in that type 2 civilization. These type of incidents like this show and prove how way out of range that is for us at this moment.
Stuff like that is a manifestation of us being out of whack, though. Like it's a symptom, not the problem. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah. But again, it comes down to the value system.
It's gonna okay. Check this out. You rock with like the Baha'i faith, right? Like, so from what I understand, the Baha'i faith, like you bring a lot of you unify a lot of concepts of religion and whatnot, right? You see like a continuity thereof, right? Yeah. So me and Brother Brady come from like a Moorish school of Islam where it's a very similar concept. We recognize multitudes of different prophets and whatnot, like Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Confucius, all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Different books, all that type of stuff, right? It's gonna take people like us who have a more eclectic religious concept to be able to have a more intelligent conversation about religion with people who deal with science, etc. To build a bridge and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, like, man.
But you think about this, okay? Baha'u'llah, right? The prophet of the Baha'i faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
He actually wrote the scripture as he was getting it from God. So says the scripture about him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But but damn, what was the point I'm trying to make? Oh yeah, okay. He did not even mention his revelation until the mid 19th century, man. So when I tell most people about that, and I give them the source the book where they can go read it for themselves and say, wait a minute, time out. What? The 19th century? Fuck you talking about, man? What is he, a wizard or what? You know, because I mean, I have to say that when I first started studying about the faith, I had a hard time conceiving of a prophet of God giving legislation. I mean, giving revelation. You know, in mid 19th century Persia. You know, that was far fetched for me. You know, and I had to do a whole lot of study before I could actually accept that. You know, but it's about. Baha'u'llah says, "Be ye concerned with the times in which ye live. Don't go backwards. Stay in the present. Focus toward the future."
Right, I'm with the here's what I'm saying. So it's going to take people who have more of like a unified concept of religion to stop actually talking about it and just live it out, right? And be the example thereof, and then try to build bridges with that, right? Because when you talk about it, it becomes an argument, right? And so here's what it comes down to. If you're talking about it, you don't understand what you're saying. You're not actually being the thing, right?
True enough, yes, I agree. Fair statement. I mean, Baha'u'llah said, "Let deeds be your adorning." You know, it's about what you do, how you move. You know, when you're in the public eye and when you're in the privacy of your own domicile. You know, because for those who are, you know, of us who are, you know, monotheists or believe in the creator has always got his eyes on you. He can see you. You can't see him, but he can see you. Or the entity can see you. You can't see the entity. You know, so
right. So I come from a tradition too, where we talk about trying to see the entity in the face of everybody that you're into as well. And so, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Is that kind of so there's a line in our scripture we talk about that me and Bernie talk about quite a bit. We're talking about we talk about teaching your children stuff, right? And something it says teach them science that their life may be useful, and teach them religion that their death may be happy.
Yes, and check this out though. Baha'u'llah states this, that when it comes to, he was asked a question. Okay, if it comes to teaching our children about God, the powers of God, God's commandments as to how humankind should live according to His plan, they ask, well, should we go to the prophet? Should we come to you? Should we send our children to you to teach them this or not? And or us? And he says it's better that the parents of the children teach the revelation to the children. Why? They have the closest contact. The children are practically most dependent upon their parents, the people they see every day, to give them guidance in life, not the prophet himself. You see, the prophet is for everybody. For the children, the parents are there to provide the guidance. Depending upon how faithfully the parents follow the guidance themselves by what they do. Make sense? Fair statement, or what do you think?
If you have your parents around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Because if you have like one parent around or neither one, it's not applicable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm just making the assumption that the parents do exist. That's that's what I was making. I'm trying to make.
No, I can do. But anyway, fellas, I'm about to jump off. It is 6 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I need to catch a small nap of sleep before I get into some stuff right quick. My brother Bernie, if you're there, you know what I'm saying? Islam, brother, man. That was a good chopping up with you while we could. What was that?
You said you were in Iowa, right?
No, I'm in Washington State.
You said you were in Iowa.
No,
you're in Washington State. Okay.
Yeah, Coast, yeah.
Because when you said it was 6 something in the morning, I'm looking at my clock here, and I'm in Finland. Okay, I'm 6,000 miles across the pond.
Oh, you're in
And
Finland, bro.
it's it's 1458 here. You know, so you all are like, I think you
Hold on, do you
all
speak
are
Finnish?
like 8 hours behind us.
Do you speak Finnish?
Yes, of course. I had to learn to speak Finnish. I've been living here
Yeah,
for
bro.
20, damn near 28
You have to
years.
ask me
Yeah,
all kind of
man.
questions on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, hey, I mean, ask your questions, man. I
Do
mean,
you speak any other
when,
Scandinavian languages?
um, um, no, not really, man. No, it's just finishing English for me, man.
I rarely get to hear Finnish. I'm about to ask you a few different questions. That's what's up.
Well, I'll say this: "Hyvää päivää jatkoa." It means, good day to you.
Wow.
You know,
That sounds so much different than the other
yeah,
Scandinavian languages.
yeah.
Huh.
Rauha ja rakkaus sinulle. Peace and love to you.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Well, with that, I'm gonna say peace and love. Peace to the chat. Peace to G Block. You know what I'm saying? Big up, Vel.
Yo, Eric, you good, man? You were slurring your words, man. You good? Is everything all right?
Mama. I'm all right, man.
I was like, yo, what is Eric saying? Oh no. Oh, yo, peace to you more, man. Islam to you, brother.
Yeah, peace to that. Big bad. Yes, sir. Yeah, have a good one, man. Peace.
All right, have a good one, man.
Damn. Hola saying
Yeah,
that
man.
it's fucked up. He's in New York. Damn, rainy days are like that in New York now. Shit, but if New York's shut down, I'm pretty sure their Wi-Fi is sluggish. That's like what, 8
Oh
million
man,
on one server?
let
I
me
mean,
tell you something. If New York City shuts down, if NYSE shuts down, let me tell you something.
yeah.
It's like New York having a sniffle and the rest of the country contracting pneumonia. You hear me?
Wow. Yeah, plus New York is dirty as shit. Their immune systems in New York gotta be perfect. 'Cause New York is filthy, bro.
Yeah. I remember my father. Check it
Talking
out.
rats that are the size of pit bulls in New York, you know?
Yeah. Check this out. My father, right?
Yeah.
He became asthmatic, not in New York,
Mm-hmm.
but 2 years after retiring and moving from New York to Charlotte, North Carolina. He said this was a shock. It was a shock to him, and I can imagine it was a shock to his system. Becoming asthmatic, he said, "I've been walking around New York City, all this pollution. I've been walking in it. I've been, you know, living here, all my life. From the time I was born to the time I retired at 55, and I get here to Charlotte, North Carolina, and I become asthmatic." He said that was kicking the head for him, man. I can imagine, because to this day it still really it fucks my head up, man.
Yeah.
Crazy. I mean the Hudson River, man. You don't want to see the bodies, and you don't want
Oh
to see
my
the
God, you're
bodies.
talking about prohibition days, the New York riots. I mean, like,
Man, boy,
damn.
talking
The
about talking about having a sea funeral. Boy, the bodies are there if the water hasn't just eaten it up and rotted them away, which I'm sure a lot of bodies are in that condition. But listen, it's their bodies there. I'll just put that. And but I mean, if you but I mean, it's money, man. When the Twin Towers was money, man. That's what people
You know
talked
what
about all
freaks
the
me out?
time.
You want to let's have this conversation about 9/11. I feel like it's about time two Americans really talk about this. Okay?
Yeah,
So, my father worked at the Pentagon the day it went down. Okay?
right. Mm-hmm.
The area that got hit is near Reagan
Right.
National Airport. Okay?
Airport, right.
I just don't
Mm-hmm.
understand this. The longest roadway, I mean, the thing that lands and takes the planes, the planes land on and things like
The
that.
runway.
Runway, thank
Yeah,
you, thank
runway.
you. The
Yeah.
longest runway is in the same direction
Mm-hmm.
of the building that got hurt. There is a CNN report that indicates there is no plane out here. So what the hell happened at the Pentagon?
You know what, man? I'm looking at it this way, okay?
Yeah, I know this is
When that
scary stuff to
jumped
talk
off,
about,
right?
but it is. It's weird.
Yeah. My understanding is that the president knew well in advance that them planes were coming.
Thank you. And that's another
It's
thing. We're talking
yeah,
about Eric. This was
yeah,
not Dunkin' Donuts in. This was not some Dunkin' Donuts in New Jersey. We're talking about the
that's right.
actual Pentagon. 15 minutes
Yeah.
from 15 minutes walking distance from every
Hmm.
central building in the United States government. Literally a
Yeah.
river dividing the
It's
two.
great.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how did a plane get that close with Andrews Air Force Base. You
Hmm.
got multiple military
Yeah.
bases, as well as you have the
How about
air
that?
that's DC Air Guard and Maryland Air Guard.
Mhm.
So how the hell did that pop off?
No
It man,
jets were scrambled. That's the thing that
mm,
surprises me the most. That shocks me the
that
most. No
thank
planes were
you.
scrambled.
No jets were scrambled. And then on top of that, I'm trying to figure out how do you fly? Okay, if you're trying to really attack a country, right? You would make
Hmm.
a symbol and then take out some random tower in New York. You would make a bet if they both planes. If I'm going to make a symbol, I'm not
Hmm.
going to New York City. I'm going to like the nation's capital. I'm going into the actual capital
Hmm.
or the White House. I'm not. Why would you go to the Pentagon and the Twin Towers?
It's an
What
iconic, but they're iconic buildings though. The Twin Towers are iconic buildings
why
because of
not the
their
Empire
height
State Building?
and their popularity.
It's
Because it,
Statue of Liberty.
but see, the Empire State, but see, I understand what you're saying. They just chose the
Yeah.
symbol that they chose. That's all. But you have to understand, the World Trade Center is a working building of, for commerce, for business deals on a daily basis, all day, every day. Is what they do up in there. You
Yeah, but
understand?
then you also have Wall Street. That's another
Yeah,
one that really been, I'm thinking
yeah.
like, are we just
Mhm.
saying that like they just made a bad decision in what they picked?
Perhaps. Yeah. They just did. I think what was happening was they picked the iconic buildings perhaps randomly, but these buildings do have symbolic value. These buildings do have a whole lot of people working in them on a daily basis. You
Mm,
understand? So if you want to hit a place that's got iconic symbolism, and at the
mhm.
same time you want to hit a couple thousand people at a time and kill them all, what better place than the Twin Towers? What better place than the Pentagon? It's a whole lot of people that work in that place.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing though, Eric. The part of the Pentagon they hit was just a server
Mhm.
room. And then on
Yeah,
top of that,
yeah,
Donald Rumsfeld, who was
mhm,
I think he was Secretary of State at the time, he lost
yeah,
like $2 trillion, and it was about to be up for court, and it was on those servers. See, the thing, this is how I
yeah.
break up 9/11. Okay, I have three theories on 9/11. My first
Mhm,
theory that it was an inside job. My second theory was that the
mhm,
Taliban in their infancy and they
mhm,
exposed how vulnerable America was. Okay, that's
mhm,
just one. You notice you have DHS being established afterwards. You have TSA revving up, building a kind of like a task force to like protect the like a police force for each airport in the country. You know what I mean? Like
right,
maybe that was what America needed to wake up a
mhm,
bit of security. There's
right.
that section, but then there's
I think.
also
Mhm,
the aspect that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered on how
yeah.
planes are able to go into a massive building and
Hmm.
leave, not like hit the base of the building, you
Hmm.
know, hit the central part of the building and explode, but literally
Hmm.
go into the building, cause two massive fires. People were able to still be able to like get out of the towers because there was
Right.
okay. So is okay. I want to make sure I get this number correct. So 4,000 people died that day, but most of the people that died from the Twin Towers died in hospitals afterwards due to like respiratory issues. Some died
Yeah.
because of crushing and things like that and wounds. All right.
Right. Yeah.
The
Hmm.
actual initial attack took out less than 600 people
Mm.
because there was plenty of time for people to get out the building.
Yeah.
That you had people being able, even when both towers came down, you still had
Hmm.
people that were making trips back and forth. And you have news reports of workers within the buildings coming
Right.
out saying, yeah, man, it was like an explosion from the bottom. So I'm trying to figure that out. Like, that's where it comes. That's where I look at all the people who talk about 9/11. I'm like, yo, you got a case here because why are the news reports saying something totally different? Then you have a CNN report that shows a guy, a news person sitting in front of a reporter sitting in front of the Pentagon saying there's no plane out here. And then you have a videotape that shows the explosion coming outwards in the Pentagon. Now, I personally will say this because I've sat in some of these circles. Well, when I'm talking about sat in circles, I know people within some of these groups. I believe this is just what was it Eisenhower warned us about the military industrial complex. So you have Dick Cheney as your vice president. Dick Cheney, who is literally the acting executive of Halliburton while being vice president of the United States of America.
Yeah, indeed.
Halliburton went from a 300, I think it was like $500 million company prior to him being that to a $4 trillion company. And that was in Bush's first fucking term.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just trying to figure this out. Like,
But
we go
But think
massive
about this,
military
though.
to go fight people in Toyotas without jets.
Yeah. Let me simplify. Let me, at the risk of oversimplification, though, let me ask you this question:
Yeah.
Why do you
Mhm.
train? Why do you train 4 Saudi pilots to fly a plane, yet you don't teach them how to land it? If there's any truth to that story, why would you do that?
Yeah. See, and that's where because that's why I'm gonna say this. This is where I'm twisted at. This is where I get like very confused because I will gladly state that anyone who comes to me on the 9/11 was an inside job thing, I
Mhm.
would say present evidence. I am 1 billion% open to it. But then the counter argument is also very like that's why I always said Eric. The second stance is that the that 9/11 was just proof that the United States government had to improve security in the country. Like TSA had to become more, and because TSA like they check pilots and shit now. You know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah,
small infraction. Like they fired a pilot because he fell asleep while in autopilot. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, like maybe that's what that is. It's hard for me to take
Hmm.
it seriously in some degree when there's like reports that show that 9/11 that we focus on the towers, but we don't talk about the Pentagon. You know?
And you talk about kamikaze tactics going back to the Japanese that used pilots
Yeah, but they were
to
coming
get planes to
actually
circle.
went back. Not every pilot like went into the ground. You know what I mean? Like I would say I
Yeah,
understand the missions, come
yeah,
back, victorious or don't come back at all. I understand the
right.
tactic, but I would have to say they were pilots that were able to turn around and were able to
Yeah,
land. So that's why I
uh,
say, you know, this if it was an inside job, right?
right.
Because I don't understand how there's two guys that are doing it. Your whole premise of fighting against Western powers is that you rather be a martyr for Islam. Okay, fine. So why is there a third guy that didn't like if okay, I have two pilots,
Hmm.
why would I stay behind if I know that certain death will get me to paradise?
Right,
That's where
right.
that now you're back on okay, it's an inside job now. Because it's like the whole premise is we come here as warriors. Because I'll give Al Qaeda this, I'll give the Taliban this. They aren't pussies. They're not pussies. They're
Mhm.
men. They're men
Yeah.
that have countless times you've seen them say, I fight Americans because death is better than sitting here with no food. Okay. They're warriors. I'll
Boom.
give them that. I mean, I'll give them that. They're warriors. But the thing I don't understand is how they got over here when most of them were practically living in a first world mentality where they were like nomadic small village livers that randomly got a bunch of Russian guns and are now dropping IEDs and are formulating like plans to, you know.
It says to me that it was planned. That's what
Hmm?
it says to me. Me simplistically thinking, it says to me it was planned.
Yeah, like here you go. Like, yeah, you're a dumb dog. How do you feel about that? Like, do you feel that like it was inside, or do you feel that it was like, because I know that from your training, it's just like there's the enemy, take them down. But like, do you ever think like that? Like,
Me myself, I start to think more and more that it was an inside job because if anything, Andrews Air Force Base, those jets,
Thank you,
you travel jets, you get jets up
thank
in
you.
the air, and you take those planes down because you know what the mission of those pilots were. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So if you kill 1,000 to save tens of thousands, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. And then on top of that, they see. Here's another thing. There was an Air Force. He was an ace pilot. He talked about when you take on these commercial planes, you don't even have to like down the whole plane. You don't have to blow up the plane. All you have to do is down it, and you can
Yeah,
down it while saving everyone in the you know
yeah.
what I mean, like on
In
the
the
plane.
cabin, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, in the cabin. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't have
yeah,
to destroy the whole plane. That's what makes it weird. That it's like first the locations. They hit two locations that really did not affect the country in no way,
yeah.
shape, or form. If you're able to get to
And
the
it's
Pentagon, you should be able to get to the White House.
yeah. And if you think about this, if let's say you got four jets grounded, right? You
Yeah.
put a jet up front, you put a jet behind, you put a jet to the right, you jet to the left. You can force that plane to land.
Thank you. And then on top of that, there are like, see, and then like they had the plane's pattern. The plane flew over the mall, the National Mall. It flew over the Capitol, the Lincoln Memorial. It flew over the White House. It flew over the State Department. Like, how do you fly over a foggy bottom and go to the Pentagon? And then
Yeah,
you don't even hit anything critical in the Pentagon. You hit a That's it. That was the only function. They literally rebuilt the Pentagon in like a month. They draped that
yeah,
flag over it, and they were doing cosmetic work within like 3 weeks.
yeah. I mean, this is why, like you say, as a Marine
Yeah,
and as a veteran, I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense, man. It doesn't, man, unless this was planned to happen, you know? Because
yeah,
think about it, man. If you had intel, okay, about this, you send up jets to check and see what's going on, okay? And if what's being reported in intel is in fact what's going on, you bring those planes down. And as a last
yeah,
resort, you blow the plane up. As a last resort, what you want to do is force the planes off their carriage and make them land at the nearest
yeah,
airstrip area.
yeah.
Yeah,
When I look at this thing, I look at this. Excuse me. I'm sorry. When I look at this, how the thing was orchestrated, I look at it also from the aspect that we're talking about a country that has gone through civil wars, coup d'états, and now they have nuclear weapons.
mm,
Like you're talking about a place that is like functionally like okay, let's say because I'm looking at Khan's face right now. Let's say
right,
it came from Turkey and they said, oh, Turkey has nuclear weapons. Got you. I 1,000%. You know what I mean?
right,
Let's get to Istanbul tomorrow. But like if you're
right,
talking a country that has doesn't even have infrastructure like that, you know,
right.
how is it that they're able to like where are they testing the missiles at? Like where
Yeah.
are they testing them at? And then on top of that, how does Israel not know anything?
Mm,
You know what I mean? Like how does Israel supposed to be our closest ally in the area and Israel doesn't know they're testing nuclear weapons? You know what I mean? That's where I'm just
yeah.
like, what is this? This is weird.
Mhm. Yeah, it is, man. And the thing about it is, man, it's like, I mean, I think there are a lot of plausible conspiracy theories out there, but
Yeah.
because of how the U.S. government hides information,
But I don't even think they hide information good anymore because when you have people that are okay, think about the crack epidemic. A simple
right? Yeah,
journalist was able to prove that they created crack at UCLA 15 I think it was an hour 15 minutes away from Compton. It was released in Compton by one young man and a porn director.
Wow.
So it's
Whoa.
like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So it's like, and he just released that. Then on top of that, for some reason, Eric, I know you've been in security, so I'm pretty sure you've probably come across many cases like this of people killing themselves by shooting themselves in the back of the head while their arms are tied up. That's how people do
Yeah. Mm.
while laying flat, while laying
Yeah.
flat on their face in a bed with their arms tied up. But just
Yeah.
simple suicide stuff in America. You
Right.
know,
Mm.
and he gets killed. No one says anything, and then it's like then they're finding some connection to Langley. You know,
Mm.
and then because I live like less than 45 minutes from the CIA building. I ain't trying to
Yeah.
piss nobody off. You feel me? Like, I don't know. Shit, I
Yeah.
walk outside. Yes, sir. Sir.
Yeah.
I say, sir. Gracious.
Hmm.
I ain't
I
trying
mean,
to. So all I'm gonna say, Eric, if you find out I committed suicide, I am not suicidal. I don't
mm.
have a attack. I eat more vegetables than I do. I eat more fruits and vegetables than anything.
If you
So
got business, you got businesses going. You
yeah,
know,
you know what I'm saying. So
you're
like,
commissioned and all that. I mean, you got nothing
yeah,
but
I'm about. You know what I mean.
you
So I'm
know
about to change my life
future
around. I
forward.
ain't got time for this.
Right. Right.
I ain't
Yeah.
got time to be committing suicide.
Mm.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm a qualified black man. I went to Howard University. I am a treat. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's why I'm just like I'm
Hmm.
looking at this like, when I come across people that come, the brothers that come on the panels trying to tell me stuff like this, I have to be real.
Mm.
Some conspiracy theories. I'm just like, all right, this is bullshit. But there's some that I'm
Hmm.
just like, man, like the whole flat Earth
Right.
thing yesterday. That's bullshit. It's 100% bullshit.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
that
You
makes no
remember?
sense. You
Yeah.
know?
You remember the movie A Few Good Men?
Yeah,
Now you
yeah. They
saw
can't
Jack,
handle the
right?
truth. They can't
They
handle the
put they
truth.
put they put the right man in that role, man, to be the
Yeah,
colonel that was commanding officer of Guantanamo, right?
yeah,
And when they pressed him, he said, "You goddamn right, I did do a cold red. That motherfucker wanted to be transferred out because he was soft, but he was there, and we had to keep him in line at least until we can transfer him out, because otherwise he can get units killed. You
yeah.
fucking ain't scared. I had the motherfuckers whoop his ass to make him realize, hey, you ain't getting out of line here. You stick with the program."
And my cousin told me in basic, he was like because my cousin used to bullshit a lot. Like now he
Right.
don't bullshit no more. And
Mm,
he told me in basic, they like he was laying down, and I mean it was like I
mm,
thought this was just some Full Metal Jacket shit. They hit him, bro.
right.
Like they put soap in the sock, pinned him
Yeah.
down, and beat the hell out of him. And he said
Doing,
like he
doing.
was like it was black dudes, white dudes, Spanish, Asian. And he said from
Mm-hmm.
that moment on, where I became was he platoon commander now?
Mm.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, during the Vietnam era, that Full Metal Jacket shit, I would say that there's a whole lot of reality to that. You understand?
Yeah.
Lots of modicums of truth to that. Think about that boy, right? He's a fat boy, right? He can't do shit else but fire a
Yeah.
weapon. But he can fire that weapon. He can shoot shit off the ass of an ant at 1,000 meters. Okay? He accomplished what he imagined that he could accomplish. And after that, he said, "Fuck y'all. I'm done."
Yeah. 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 But then again, I think it does talk about like how because there is this like ethical training thing I'm starting to see now, where it's
Mm,
like a woman was trying to tell me because after I completed MEPS, a woman was trying to tell me that uh, if I feel as if, oh yeah, I'm sorry. So they do like they have like they touch your arms and stuff like that to make sure like okay you're healthy and things like that. And the
right.
dude every time he put his hand on me, he was like, hey, do I have your consent to touch your arm? Do I have your consent to touch your leg? So I do believe that there is this change. And I do believe that kind of movie did
Mm.
negatively affect because what's his name was in the Marines while he did that movie and he lost that.
Who's that?
I forget the guy that played the drill sergeant.
Oh
He's in
yeah.
the Marines.
Oh yeah. You. Oh you. Are you talking about Full Metal Jacket now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He was a drill instructor. Oh yeah, he was a senior drill instructor in the United States Marine Corps. Oh boy, no joke.
Yeah, and he served in the army too.
Oh, did he serve in the army also? I didn't know that.
So Eric, can you just picture being a Marine all your life and saying, "Yo, I'm bored. I want to serve in the army now"? Like, what kind of life did you live where you were just
In-
that bored?
Indeed, I mean, because I mean, if being a Marine and knowing that the president can send you first without an act of Congress, if
Yeah,
you're bored of that, man, I think you gotta. I think you walked in the head, man. Unless there's something that happened to him personally to where he says, well, okay, well, I can't go any further. So I'm going to the army where I can go further.
yeah,
I've used the skills I got, that I've acquired, and I bring all the experience to the army and advance further than I could in the Marine
yeah.
Corps.
Melanated was right though. I didn't know. Like, you don't when you commission for life. Like,
Oh yeah, that's
so
why
it's like
you.
they can pull you off the shelf at any time.
Yeah. See,
That's
that's
why I
why.
want to do
See
a.
that.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's why I wouldn't want to be an officer because once you become an officer, you're in the political fray. You can't get out. You're in it
Yeah,
because you're an officer. You know, there's certain things that you know, there's certain meetings that you have that even unless you're a sergeant major of the United States Marine Corps, that you don't get into. You understand?
yeah,
But even sergeant major of the Marine Corps is in the political. It goes into the political fray, and he knows things,
yeah.
but he's on his way out. He's on his way to retirement. You see what I'm saying? He's reached
I
the
really feel
pinnacle.
like that is the. I feel like the E5 to the E6. I feel like that is the most. Sorry, the E4 to the E6. I feel like that is the most underrated position because you're talking about thousands of hours of military experience and progression in one human being.
Mhm,
All they do is just say, "Well,
mhm,
retirement. You're not a general." Like, because I've met some. Like,
mhm,
okay, I'm not gonna lie, Eric. I would prefer to
mhm.
stay. I would prefer to stay non-commissioned because it seems like the way it seems like the military in America is set up is like, okay, your commissioned officers, they're your organs. That's it. Getting your organs, but your
Yeah,
blood and oxygen is your non-commissioned officers. Because you have a
indeed.
kid from some small town, never did anything, never went anywhere. You got this young girl who's a cheerleader from some suburban area. You got this black kid
Mhm.
from, a major city. You got this Chinese kid from like a coastal town, and you're making them
Right.
into war machines in under like 4 months. You
Yeah,
know,
indeed.
and I look at it
Mhm,
weird where I'm just like, I would rather have that kind of. And here's another thing I don't understand. I look at the pipeline to be an operator, right?
right.
Um, a Green Beret, Navy SEAL, stuff like that. All right, so let's just be
Mhm,
real. We could mass produce Navy SEAls because Navy SEAls are what?
mhm,
Scuba school, scuba school, and yeah, that's it. Just Buds is just scuba school. Ranger
mhm.
school and selection to be a Green Beret are all just um, Ranger School and Green Berets are all just like, all right, are you tough enough? And then can you learn another language? And here's some specialty training. Why can't we give that to our infantry?
Because,
That would
but
we would have a
see, they serve.
massive military.
Yeah, but they serve different roles. They serve distinct roles.
No,
When
I
you
mean,
talk
I
about,
mean, like I'm not talking like in the espionage way. I'm not talking like in the covert, but I'm
mhm,
saying like in like I feel like our like okay, um, because I know it's not that easy. Like I know it's not going to be like you're just going to get a bunch of guys. But if you have, because I saw the Romans did this when they tried to do Presbyterian when they did the their that like special forces guard thing. They used to just
right.
simply take they used to just simply take like the best of the legion and say, hey, you you're qualified to do this. Just do that. Take a bunch of 18 to 25-year olds go
Mhm,
like a Delta Force version of like I mean that's what the Green Berets do. If you fail
yeah,
one section, I mean yeah, if you fail one section, you have to like go at a certain pace. So just do that. The National Guard has this like pre-basic training thing where they have like regular civilians meeting up once a I'm just saying, like, especially with the war slowing down with, Afghanistan and stuff like that.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. But
It's
see,
ample time to get them because
yeah. Hmm.
I don't personally see Russia as a threat because Russia's not trying to conquer us. You know, just they're trying to
But
withdraw
see,
from
they're
us.
not doing
You
it.
know.
See, the thing about it is that they're not doing it militarily because they don't have to. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? What Putin knows about the United States of America, what Putin knows about Trump is this, okay? Trump's got the key, the turn key to the nuclear button, just like he does. So he's not going to go at the USA
Yeah.
like that, okay? Because if you destroy everything, okay, what do you have left? What do you have to rule over? What people do you have to rule over? What's it? Is it worth it? You know what I'm saying? That's the question you have to ask.
Yeah.
And in the end, the answer is no. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
I, nuclear radiation and that type of thing on that type of scale. I
Yeah.
mean, the world would literally be on fire for a long, long time.
Oh, you know that with this new thing with hypersonic missiles, you don't even need to put warheads in them now. The mere force and the mere
Hmm.
the force and the force and the speed and the strength of the missile itself can be
Hmm.
damaging enough that you don't have to worry about radiation. That radiation will almost be seen as like overkill in a sense. So
Yeah.
and I think
Hmm.
personally, when I look at when I look at our military, because I don't see I don't see anyone in the world having a stronger navy than us, because our navy serves like what three, maybe four functions by like not just guarding the sea, but also like
Hmm.
intelligence, satellites and things like that. Like our navy, engineering, R&D, DARPA, like Air Force and the Navy works out in that, and we also have like Marine and Army engineers
But you
too.
know what though?
Yeah,
Our Navy, we copied the British,
really.
but the technology is just that much more advanced now, though.
Yeah,
Okay, if you think about it, because remember, rule Britannia ruled the waves, right? They had a
yeah.
superior naval force, and when you have a superior naval force, you can go anywhere in the world when you damn well please, and bring jet planes with you to bomb the
Yeah.
shit out of areas to the point where the government submits.
Like for example, I was looking because I was looking at the Merchant Marine thing because I know God of Jacob's one, and
Right.
he's I think he's a navigator or something. I think last time I talked to him he was a navigator. If you just
Mm-hmm.
simply have rank in the U.S. Navy or the U.S. Air
Mm-hmm.
Force or Army, there's just certain countries that will just hire you based off just serving because they'll just assume that like yeah you're qualified just because of association like because I think he posted
Right.
he was making like 180 or something like that. I'm like yeah
Mm-hmm.
I bet you are
Mm-hmm.
22 years in the Navy bro go get your cheddar you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You
Indeed. Indeed,
know
man.
what I mean.
Sometimes I think, man, I'm like, I always wanted to be a family man, okay? A husband and
Yeah,
family man. This is something
yeah, me
that
too.
I've always desired. So I went ahead and I did that. I found my wife over here and we did that. I stayed here, okay? But sometimes I really think, damn, Eric, what if you would have stayed in 20, right?
Mm,
And you would stayed along the line of military intelligence and military security, how many options I would have had after
shit,
retiring.
you would have stayed
You
in
know what I'm saying?
military intelligence, man, Eric.
I mean, yeah,
Stay yard.
and,
Yeah,
and then the thing about it is also having experience as a Marine security guard, serving on embassy duties in countries throughout the world. I mean, you you meet a lot of people. In Kuwait, for example, our ambassador, I mean, old dude, but he was post doctoral doctor. You hear what I'm saying? His
yeah,
wife his wife stopped at her master's. She said, "Master's enough for me." But my husband, who's the ambassador to the United States of America, is um PhD. This motherfucker
right.
is a mind, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
but at the same time, he was cool with us because he understood this. There was limits as to how we could entertain ourselves. you know what I'm saying, as well as carrying out the mission, right? So when he had functions at the ambassador's residence, the Marines were always invited, and the Marines who were off duty were there. Okay, if you decided, hey, on Liberty Call, you want to go out of town, but you know there's a function with the ambassador, hey, that Liberty off the compound is canceled. You're gonna be there. The ambassador is inviting you there. Okay, it means he values you. You understand? He values the service that you provide to him, his family, and the rest of the embassy staff. Show respect towards that man. Give him his props for that. You know what I'm saying? And because, like, when we had parties and stuff like that, we had parties on the compound. Why? And we couldn't go like to the international, for example, the Intercontinental Hotel was right across the street from the compound, but we couldn't have a Marine ball there because we knew damn sure we'd be serving alcohol. You know,
Mm.
you understand? So we had to
Yeah.
have everything on the compound, and we got tight. Everybody respected and knew the ranks of people that were in the military, serving there as military liaisons and things like that. But the thing about
Yeah.
it is that when we partied together, we came closer together. We were close like a family. It is the closest thing to a familial relationship with people who are um, distinct from you, but you're serving the same mission. You understand what I'm saying? It's just that
Yeah.
everybody has a certain role, a certain place, and you stay in your lane. Okay? But at the
Yeah.
same time, you got to know and talk with people. You understand what I'm saying? And if you
Yeah, and that's
talk,
why I really am excited
yeah,
about joining the military because it's like
hmm
the networking I'm making now with like I met a guy that retired, Rear
hmm
Admiral retired, and he told Admiral Mullins, um,
right,
works for the Joint Chiefs. He told me he
right,
was like, "Listen, once you commission,
hmm
I know a couple of guys in the army. We can get you this cushy job over here, and you just because I wanted to be an MP, and I was going to do
right,
military police and just do like
right,
those little, DC jobs where I'm guarding football games and shit. You know what I mean?
right, yeah,
Yeah, I ain't trying to go to
yeah,
Iraq. You feel? I ain't trying to go to the Middle East.
right,
You know,
yeah,
but like I could stay here because I met a guy that commissioned 3 days ago,
hmm
West Point. He
hmm
commissioned outside of when he left West Point, he went right to selection, became a Green Beret, told me,
hmm
and I was like, so what happens, because if you don't pick a squad, because I might join African Command to be real, you know,
hmm
but squad 3 and do African Command because they're like fighting like
right,
Boko Haram and stuff like that, establishing military
right,
and things like that. Like that's the
yeah,
kind of stuff I want to do. Like
yeah,
build up the
and that's
military power in Africa.
yeah, and that's the thing about it. See, when I respect Shakara and I respect all these people that talk pro-black, but what they got to understand is this: their realities on the ground cannot get away from the way humanity lives now. Okay, so you going, for example, to African Command, right? Going after
Yeah.
Boko Haram, right? What
Hmm.
you're doing is you're bringing back the peace and security to people who need it on the continent. What better representation is that? It's better than
Yeah.
that. You understand what
But do
I'm
you ever
saying?
have a sense? Do you ever have a because this is where I waffle at with because I have my ancestors. Like I joke
Right,
about it with God or Jacob all the time, where I always will throw like an ADOS thing out there. I know I'm ADOS. Like I literally been on this Africa thing for like 2 years. I know my family came from Sumter, South Carolina, and Roanoke, Virginia. Like, you know,
right,
I'm
hmm
not like romanticizing that. Like, I'm
right,
a slave here in America.
hmm right.
But there's a part of me that like I question it, like, okay, because like to be real, the US doesn't even have that many military bases in Africa. It's the French that
Yeah,
does.
yeah,
And then
that's
like the
true.
bases that they do have, they're known as those little stationary bases where they'll have like a couple of Humvees here and it'll just be in a
Yeah,
parking lot,
yeah,
or it'll be like a couple of Humvees in a parking lot, or it'll be like a training facility or something like that.
yeah,
Um, like that kind of stuff. And it'll be like there's like the biggest. I think we have, and I think God or Jacob will probably know this better than me, but I think like the biggest base we have is like a naval base in Djibouti. You know,
Right.
that's the biggest base we have in on the continent right now. I think there's like some like
Yeah.
auxiliary, there's annexes everywhere. Of course, the military has tons of annexes
Hmm.
everywhere.
Military
But no,
intelligence, man. Military intelligence, man, is probably what's going
yeah,
on there, big time. Because when you talk about Boko Haram, okay, you have to know where they are. You have to have an idea of their ideology, why they think the way they do,
yeah,
how hard are they willing to fight. You understand what I'm saying? The
yeah,
whole the whole idea of being Marine and going overseas, if you got to go overseas to fight, it is to close with the enemy and destroy the enemy's will to fight.
that's what. Okay, good. Can I ask you? This is, and I wish he was on too because I want to talk to veterans about this. What goes through
Hmm.
your mind? Because I don't want to be that guy that goes AWOL because he's a pussy. You know what I mean? I'm just speaking as a
Right,
man. I'm speaking as a man. I don't want
right.
to get in trouble for that. So, like, where do you muster the strength,
Hmm.
the nerve to like, all right, I got to go to this rock, I got to go to this desert, and I got to give them hell. You know what I mean? Like, where do you get that? Is it just internal? Like, does the military
It's
give you like a, because I don't mind if they put me
yeah.
through this like psychological thing where I'm just like
Hmm.
destroy, so be it. You know what I mean? Like, I
It's
don't care. Because
it's
I just don't see
24.
myself doing it freely.
Yeah, it's 24/7 psyops, man.
Mm,
You understand? It
yeah,
grows internally in you, but it comes to you externally from your training. You know, and if you're
yeah,
thinking, and if you're in the mindset, me myself, when I was in when I signed my name to the dotted line, for me, that was a rite of passage for me.
hmm,
Why? Because I was fucked up, and I could see I was fucked up. I knew I wasn't going to go to university and things like that. It's
yeah,
not that I couldn't hack it, but I had no interest in it. But I
yeah,
had to do something that gives my life purpose. I put it that way as an adult. Okay, so
yeah,
here I am. I'm 18, 19 years old. I'm in Greensboro, North Carolina, living with my grandmother, my auntie, and my younger cousin. I see how my younger cousin is advancing because she's a damn whiz kid. You understand? She has a
yeah,
certificate for learning Latin. She was a Girl Scout when she was younger. Her merit badge sash was full of merit badges. You
okay.
understand? I
Just
could
an
see her moving
overachiever, huh?
up. Yeah, I could see her moving up. She's a dentist now
Okay.
in Massachusetts, right? Now,
Yeah.
but the thing about it is, I see this, and I see how her mother hovers over her, how Grandma Macklin hovers over her, how my uncle hovers over her because he sees the major potential that she has, and he'll do anything he can, especially financially, to advance her, to give her further opportunities. If it means that he has to pay part of her college tuition when he was living, God bless him, he was willing to do that. On
Yeah.
the other hand, when he looked at me, because my mom sent me to live with him, because my mom was at her wits end with me by the time I was 16 years old, and I knew why. I mean, when you get expelled from a high school that your mother, a private high school, which your mother is paying for you, and your mother and father is paying tuition for you to go to, so you have a leg up, you have a head start per se, and you fuck that up, they're looking at you like, have you lost your mind? I'm ready to put
Okay.
you in your
So
grave.
I see why
But
we get
rather than
along,
do
Eric.
that,
I can see
you
why we get
understand?
along because I did that twice. That happened to
Yeah,
me twice. I got expelled
yeah.
my freshman year of high school, and I got expelled
Mm,
sophomore year of high school. So I got kicked out of two private high school
yeah.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, it was like, okay, well, Eric, you got to do something now. You can't stay here. You can't stay in Greensboro, North Carolina. You ain't got nothing going for you. You don't have a steady job. And then you know what? I heard one of my neighbors. Now, this ignoble savage, and the only reason why I call him an ignoble savage is this, okay? I heard him say one day, oh, the white man like niggas who work hard. When I heard that shit, man, I knew I had to go. You hear what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, man.
And I'd rather go out fighting in a blaze of glory per se than just rotting away, wasting away. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So the Marine Corps or the military in general became a rite of passage for me. Now I know that here, nobody in my family can protect me because they don't have connections to high-ranking officers or even high-ranking enlisted personnel. You understand in the military. So now it's all me. Okay, I sink or
Yeah.
swim on my own, based on my own motivation, my own purpose for doing this. But then I realized something though. It took me years later, after being already discharged from the Marine Corps after 8 years, was this. I signed my mandate ultimately to make myself expendable for the sake of the people who live on that landmass labeled the US of A. That's not all propaganda. There's propaganda to it. But when you think about it, there's a practical purpose. You don't want a foreign power to come in and take over your country and your government, because that's a shock to the system, and a whole lot of people won't live through it. Then you got no country. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's better to have an imperfect country and an imperfect government, which you can tweak. You understand what I'm saying? You can repair certain things. You can correct certain wrong errors and wrong behavior. You can put people in jail. You can impeach people. Things like that within your own system of government that you're used to living by. The more you know, the better off you are. Knowledge is power. You see what I'm saying? But if a foreign power comes in there, you ain't got that power no more. You're done. Your military's done. So if your military's done, your government's done. If your military and government's done, hey, your people are in a rabbit hole they'll never come out of. You understand?
Yeah.
So
But do
that's
you think
how I feel in the big picture of things. But go ahead,
do you,
man.
do you think that the future, because I'm looking at, okay, so I don't know if you've been following, because I've been following like policies that have been being, because I watch, like, I'm that weird guy that watches C-SPAN for fun. So
Oh, I used to do that all the time.
okay, cool.
Hell
So I'm not
yeah.
the only one. But no, like, do you think, because I look at some of these policies that are being implemented from the military. So it's like, um,
Mhm.
the thing when Iran popped off, it was like, um, the military will no longer factor in casualties into their planning. So that means that if we have to kill 10,000 people to take out 50 guys, so be it.
Yeah,
It's just an act of war. Do you think that's like, yeah,
it's overkill.
I know in a moral sense it could be troubling, but in the sense of
Mhm.
protection and security for one's country, do you think it's acceptable? Like if you have to protect your country, maybe in being like, are you willing to be a monster to protect your country? That's the other way.
Um, Only in the sense, I mean, ultimately, I'm willing to be a monster to protect my country if a foreign power, military power, is threatening invasion of the country and they actually come in with jets and troops and things like that, tanks and stuff like that. If I see it coming, yeah,
Yeah, but Eric,
I'll be,
You're a Marine. You
I'll
know
be,
about the preemptive strike. You know that
yeah,
hit them before,
yeah, yeah,
like stab the
yeah,
enemy
but
before they wake up. You know what I mean?
yeah, I understand what you're saying. But see, for me, look up Smedley Butler. Okay, he retired, I think, as a lieutenant general in the United States Marine Corps. He said himself, "I was a gangster for the United States Marine Corps, specifically for the United States government in general. I did some really nasty shit in the Americas. Okay, in particular. Okay, we used the Americas as our backyard. We protected some really unscrupulous individuals. You understand what I'm saying?" And I think he said that as a warning that, hey, listen, yeah, protect your country, protect your people from an invading force. But when it gets to the point where you start talking about, well, preemptive strikes and things like that, and it leads to toppling governments because of the corporate sector of your country, then you got
Yeah.
problems on the practical, on the moral level, and even on the practical level.
Yeah, cause see, I personally like, cause so cause the guy, we were sitting around and it's weird, like, bro. It's weird now, cause it's
Mhm.
like recruiting. The way they recruit, they don't recruit like they used to, like in the '90s. Like it's not like, hey man, we're gonna change your world, thing like that. It's more like conversation, meet and greets. Like I went to this
Yeah.
art event and there was like a bunch of pot bellies there, and like um, Xbox cards they were passing around with like, you can get 50% off the next Call of Duty game. You know, so it's like this, like it's like they're commercializing it, but it's like they have these conversations where they try to ask, you know, are you prepared to be seen as someone's Nazi? And that's, I love the way the guy used the term. He's like, are you prepared to be someone's, like, you know how the Nazis are seen? Like, are you prepared to
Right.
be
Yeah.
someone else for your country if it means that your family, your neighbor, everyone in your country can live better than someone else? And I think because America is so diverse, like it's like, could you act like, I know, like for example, like when we fought the Japanese, they had like Japanese people in internment camps because it's like, you know, like I personally don't think America could really be a dictator in a sense when
Right.
your country is made up of other ethnic groups from other countries. So that's why I
Right.
just like, I don't know, maybe are people viewing the military wrong as like this, you know, dictator force? You know what I mean? Like, is this actual? Like, is there fluid? Is there like proof that America is going in and like, you know, putting curfews on men and women and things like that? Like, or is this just
Yeah.
speaking? You know what I mean? Like, are we just saying shit about it? You know, because I just
Right.
don't really. I
Well,
don't
our
want to
foreign
romanticize it.
policy,
I just don't see it. You know.
right? Our foreign policy towards other nations is dictatorial. If you think about what we do, when we go
Hmm.
where we go. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, we can't do that. We are not going to do that to our own people because there's too many people with too many guns. You get what I'm saying?
76 million.
Right?
Hmm.
That are willing to shoot people. Police officers, CIA agents, what do you call them? National Guardsmen and things like that locally to keep what little bit of sovereignty and freedom that they have, freedom to move and live their lives peaceably as they can. You understand what I'm saying? But if you go back in history, there was a time. I think it was during the time when was it Patton or even before him? Um, the um, the veterans. I think it was the veterans of World War One. Actually, they had a mass demonstration for for basically for reparations for the duties that they perform so they can live a decent life at home after the war is over, right? The mission is
Yeah.
accomplished, the war is over. We want to live decent. We want our families to live decent. Do you know that the president at that time sent his highest ranking general out with military troops to to um to oust that demonstration? Military troops were actually shooting at military veterans. You hear what I'm saying?
Wow.
On our
Oh, you're
landmass.
right. There
Okay.
was a protest. There was a protest, like I think it was during Operation Freedom when we were in Iraq,
Mm,
and literally everyone had just got off. Like people, there were veterans that were on leave. People had
mm,
just got off duty doing at that protest.
right. Mm. Listen, man. When it comes to power relations is cutthroat, man. It's a dirty game, man. But if you could do things the way you're doing, if you decide to go into African command, at least you can tell yourself, hey, listen, we're going after Boko Haram. We're saving our people from hell and oppression into perpetuity by this group if we take them out. You
Yeah. And
understand what
wait,
I'm
I think
saying?
God of Jacob was also stationed in Africa too. I think he always talked about he was. I think he was stationed. I think he would know some more about it than me. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
my
And
like.
the both of you,
Be able
and
to
the
be
both of you
functional.
all, the both of you all know more, hell of a lot more about it than I do. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm out of the loop. There's certain things that I know, and there's
Yeah.
certain things that switch the light bulb on in my head from my military experience. When you talk about going to be commissioned and whatnot, and where you may go in the world, to serve your purpose as a commissioned officer in the United States military, United States Army. Okay.
Yeah.
God of Jacob, he did things over in Africa, serving his purpose, serving his country. Okay, abroad. You all know hell a lot more than I do. So I'd like to listen to you all, because
See, I like because he has like I like listening to y'all because y'all are veterans. I'm not a veteran, so like
yeah.
I prefer to listen to the people who already, charted the path.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, like the Bible said, those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, be vigilant in your sight and listen well. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Use those skills to the max because that's how you learn. As you gain experience, you gain confidence. When you know better, you do better. Stay on
Yeah.
mission.
But see, Eric, and the thing is, there's not much has changed. I'm just going to be real. I think that if anything, the U.S. Army is starting to get more corporate in the sense that it's like, instead of having the force pay for like its own logistics, because like a logistics team could be like 35 men in the U.S. And like in any part of the military. But then like the PMC or the private military companies, their logistics team 8 guys. See what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
we're talking about they have bomber squads that are like, I think a normal B-52 would have, I think, a crew of like 20 men, I think. And they're talking about
Yeah.
like bomber squads now, privatized bomber squads that are like 14 guys per vessel or 10 guys per vessel.
Yeah.
Sorry,
And they
10
all,
guys per plane.
yeah, and they're probably the cream of the crop. They know what they're doing. They want to stay,
Yeah.
they want to stay close to the military because that's what they know, and they use those
You
skills
think we could ever
and get paid.
privatize the Navy? You think we could ever privatize I mean the Marines and Army, I get it. You can always get, guns in the hands of a man and say, defend me for this price. But like, can you
Right.
think there would ever be a day where you would see like a Fortune 500 company that's able to buy, I mean, shit, L. Ron Hubbard did it. The Scientology people like their own destroyer, I think, or I don't know,
Wow.
ship or something. I think it was a cruise ship. Never mind, or a
Mhm.
big.
I mean,
They,
it depends on how far the government is allowing you. How far the government is willing to allow you to go.
yeah,
Okay. I mean, in the end, that's what it's about because the civilians are still in charge.
yeah,
You know, so I mean, Eric Prince, he's a civilian, right? But he was a veteran. He's a veteran. He's a civilian now. You understand? He can make more moves. He's more free to make more moves because he's not under the uniform code of military justice. When you're under UCMJ, let me tell you something. UCMJ can shake you. You understand? It can make you shook real quick because if there are enough people and enough evidence against you to send you up for example, judicial punishment, that is courts martial, that is summary courts martial, special courts martial, or general courts martial. Let me tell you something, man. That's a hellish experience. Because they say you did this while you were in the military, okay? And this is the way that we're going to discipline you. This is the way we're going to humble you. Was it worth it?
yeah.
You hear me? Was it worth it to get out of line?
But do you think that let's say because I feel like our military is too political. I think we need to just admit it.
It's very political.
We're not our
It
grandpas. Like I
is. It's
think we're
highly
trying to
political.
be the greatest generation, like the liberators, the ones who took down the Nazis, the ones who gave it to the Soviets, the ones who showed the Japs who's boss. I think we're trying. I think we're
Right.
like. I think Vietnam showed like, okay, that day is done. Like we're not doing
Yeah.
that anymore. Korea showed those days are done. We're not doing that anymore. I think we need to just flat out just admit it. Like we
Yeah.
can conquer shit if we want to. I think we just don't
Mhm.
want to say we can conquer the world. I think we just don't want to say it. Like I think if we actually fought the way,
Mhm.
I mean, like think about it. One of our planes, one B-52 bomber has enough to level New York City. One.
Yeah.
Think about London. I mean, well, not London. I mean, not none of our allies, but think about like Tehran. Tehran
Uh-huh.
is easy to destroy. It's like
Yeah.
right on the coast. I mean, the Navy could do it through lunch.
Yeah.
Because
I just yeah.
yeah,
Just a couple of days ago, I saw a video on the stealth bomber.
yeah.
The stealth bomber can carry a payload undetected by radar of 10,000 pounds worth of weaponry. You hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It can drop bombs. It can carry, what is it like? Um, it can
Warheads.
carry 500-pound bombs, and it could carry smaller bombs.
We
So
have
the kids,
Eric. We have drones now that can fly
mm,
the Earth's atmosphere and recharge itself. What the fuck?
ooh, yeah,
Like just the fact that they can
it,
fly on the Earth's atmosphere without being detected. And then
hmm
when you swoop in, the speed in which you swoop in, by time they're able to detect you, you already hit your target. And you know they're controlling the drone from some like desert in Nevada.
yeah,
Like that's what I'm saying. Like I think we keep holding ourselves, I think the country holds itself back, trying not to be seen as like bad guys, but it's like you might as well. I
listen,
mean, like China would do
listen,
it.
man,
If China had our military, they would do it.
we're
Russia,
the, we're the, yeah,
you know.
we're the world's most notorious police force.
That's what I'm saying. Like we need to stop doing that. Stop.
Yeah, we
Because
do.
because
Indeed, yeah.
everyone's saying the Taliban fought the US military, the US military is conceding because they lost. No. It's because if the US military primarily was killed by ambushes and IEDs. That
Yeah.
was it. And then the guy named Eric Prince he was going to take, I think it was 25% of what um 25% of what people make on a yearly base. Like I mean 25% of what they spent in Afghanistan and simply take, I think it was 180 special forces agents and I think
Mhm.
like 35 pilots and they were just going to go through Afghanistan and hunt these people down. They were just going to hunt them. They weren't going to do patrols. They were just going to hunt them. So you have operators who, by the way, in that proposal, he was asking for full discretion for national security, which means if the population of Afghanistan gets cut in half, no one's saying anything because national security, like you know how that works. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I know I don't personally think it would be right to let that happen, but bro, if it means that because I've gone to too many military funerals where I'm just like, why don't we just burn everything and then just come home, bring everybody home, and we'll never have to experience this again? Because it's not like people aren't going to want to keep coming to the country.
Yeah.
Like everyone, it's
Me,
like no one wants to come to America because Trump's in charge. Come on now.
yeah. Me myself, I
Yeah.
don't see any logic in POWs. I don't. If you're going
Me
home,
neither. Me neither.
you
That's
go.
resources that can go to your troop. I don't see the logic. I don't see the logic in okay, so you have, I mean, and this is just me. Okay, I'm going to be a military commander. I'm going to have a group of men and women, fathers, sons, daughters, parents, doctors, neighbors, nephews, nieces, and things like that. And their parents and family are trusting me to get our mission done and bring them home. If
Right.
I have 1,000 people under my command and I'm in a country of 6 million, if that country of 6 million has to go down to 1.4 to bring 1,000 my people down, it's the aspect of war. How am I wrong for that?
Mm,
That's what I'm
that's the
saying. Like
thing.
I don't.
But then, of course, the thing about it is, even in war, you have laws of engagement, which means that you have a moral value system. You have
That's
a
what I'm saying,
moral
Eric. Eric,
by
it's war.
how you
That's
go
like
about it.
if you
Yeah.
have if you have rules of engagement in war, that means
Mm-hmm.
you're making war morally acceptable to some degree. That means that is there rules of
That's,
engagement in child molestation or rape or like a robbery? Like, oh, if you rob a bank and you don't take the fresh money out of the vaults, but you rob all the
the
safe
old,
deposit boxes, you won't get as in
yeah,
much trouble. You know what I mean? Like if you rob all the money that people have in the lobby and never take any money out the vault, did you technically rob the bank? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Even with the
yeah,
gun,
mhm,
or
yeah,
if you rob a bank and don't kill anybody, the police won't look for you.
yeah.
I don't think in war
But
there should be rules of engagement. It's like the
yeah,
loser lose,
but
the winner wins.
but see, the thing about it is that I think the reason why you have to have rules of engagement, you have to have
Hmm.
laws of war, because you can't have your people turn into ravenous animals. You understand what I'm saying?
That's
You
true.
can't have that, man, because in the end, when they come back home, if they're allowed to go into ravenous animal mode, what will they do when they come home? Will they still be in that mindset?
I would say though, it is we can you can both. I mean, I'm pretty sure God of Jacob and you can both agree that the VA is probably the most useless aspect of our military, like I mean of our country, because you're talking
Right
about
now
let's
it is,
say
yeah.
less than overall
Hmm.
5% of the overall national population that can't even get health care. 5%
Yeah.
of the country. You can't
Hmm.
you can't put together for 5%. And then when they already calculated that it would take less than 15% of the average defense budget to take care of every veteran. I mean like putting them up in a nice house,
Hmm.
paying for a car, and still giving them a stipend, you're spending less than 15% on the defense budget for that.
Yeah. Because
Which
I look at it
by the
this way.
way,
Hmm.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
which
ahead.
by the way, if we were to actually factor in how much our defense budget is on an annual average, we're spending less than 5% of our GDP on military. We just spend the most
Mm.
out of everyone else, but we spend 5% of our overall GDP. So picture if a new taxation law came in where we tax the rich in America, because we don't do that. Like I'm almost at
Right.
the point where I won't get taxed because I'm hitting a certain tax bracket. But
Right.
I think
Mm.
that's dumb because it's like you need this money for infrastructure, you need this money for
Mhm.
education. So tax the rich at least once every two
Mm.
years. You
Yeah.
do that,
Because
you'll float the country for 50.
there's no reason. There's no rhyme, reason. There's no logic to showing on broadcast 24/7 news broadcast that goes throughout the world. Everybody's got their branch. You got TRT from Turkey. You got
Yeah.
Al Jazeera from Doha. I mean,
RT for
you
Russia.
got
Yeah.
exactly. You got all these news agencies, and if they see how bad you treat your veterans, think
Yeah.
about this, man. They say,
You already
okay,
got
well, they,
guys. Do you know why Russia was able to take most of the eastern Ukraine?
mm,
Because of
why?
all the U.S. soldiers that defected, literally left America to go fight for Russia, and are chilling in Crimea right now.
Wow.
See what I'm saying? Like if we
Yeah,
don't get
yeah,
involved, it's like picture of a country, picture of Iraq, or picture of like let's say Islam, right? Let's say there's a section of Islam that's like we're just going to appeal to the poor and the distraught. All that section of Islam had to do was go to the streets of the nation's capital of America and simply say,
mm,
"Oh, you're this veteran, we got a room for you." Next thing you know,
yeah,
God, you know what I'm saying? Like you got like
yeah,
SEALs, Green Berets, 20 plus year experienced infantrymen all fighting for the
mm,
common cause. And they see your country that trained them as their enemy.
mm,
And you spend money on 5% of the population? Man, get
yeah.
out of here.
And think about this though, Brad. Also, okay, the only reason I don't see any reason for having homeless veterans.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for having veterans who are not um, taken care of when they come home to live a decent life, unless those veterans are seen to be, for example, agents for the enemy. If they're seen to be agents for the enemy, you put
Yeah.
them on the firing squad, you take them out.
But here's another thing, though. You know what also would help? Like as soon as you know you're bringing home a bunch of war machines, I
Right?
think like sitting like just releasing them back into towns.
Mm.
I would honestly build like a facility to house like a re-education program just to house our veterans.
Yeah,
What I mean, just say, all right, give it like 6 to 9 weeks, just to say, all right, let's see how you are mentally detoxing yourself, seeing who has the
right.
worst PTSD, and not prescribing
Yeah,
them the cheapest mental medication when marijuana and edibles are practically
This
pennies
is what
in
I'm saying.
comparison to a
Yeah,
non-pharmaceutical pill.
because eventually you, yeah,
One blunt
eventually,
costs $50. Okay, a
mm,
really premium blunt costs
mm,
marijuana costs $50. A simple pill,
mm,
um, God, it begins with a C, but a simple pill is $300. So if I'm
yeah,
trying to save money for my country as well, man, I would be a mean ass. If I was head of the Joint Chiefs, I'd be a mean ass Joint Chiefs, bro. Because people would love me, bro.
yeah. Because
Because
I'm
I'm,
the
I'm
first thing I would do. The first thing I would do
very
is this.
simplistic.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
first thing I would do is this. If you got military veterans that were dishonorably discharged, there's a reason
Yeah.
for it. Once the evidence is presented, take them out. Don't
Whoa,
put them in
whoa,
legwork.
whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa,
no, I'm
Eric, Eric,
dead
Eric.
serious. No, no, but
But
listen to what
what
I'm
about
saying.
Article 13? Eric, we gotta be real though. There's some people that get dishonorably discharged because they were bootlegging movies. You know what I'm just saying?
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying is this:
Yeah.
when these people who are dishonorably discharged are shown and proven based on the preponderance of evidence to be agents for the enemy, you understand?
Ah,
Against
okay.
the country, or they're seen as frenemies, meaning that one unit of people have a problem with another unit of people. That one unit takes out another unit, frenemies, like in Vietnam, for example. Okay,
I
this type
personally
of shit like
would
this.
put them through a
Yeah,
re-education program and then make them a
yeah.
PMC.
Now,
Like, you know what I would do personally, Eric? The
mhm,
PMC, I would put them under. I would draft every PMC in times of war and make them run
mhm,
logistics, have them do like logistics, scouting, and intelligence, and then
yeah,
just give them free reign. But like when it comes to the combat stuff, they would always be auxiliaries. Like they would come in as like backup or clean or like do like evac. You know what I mean? Like they'll
yeah,
cover the
yeah,
exit or like
mhm,
scout out the entrance. You know, I would never put them in the field again.
yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I would agree with you on that. No, the only reason why I'm talking about taking people out
yeah,
is because if they're known as agents, if they're known as frenemies in the combat zone, I'm sorry, I got no use for them now. I can't
yeah. I
trust
do
them. You
believe a
understand
lot
what I'm
of
saying?
military breaks should be closed. Like I don't see the purpose of housing
Yeah,
a guy that commits treason. Like, what is the point of like he's been proven to commit treason? Kill him. Well,
yeah,
question is,
yeah,
what do
yeah.
you think about Eric Snowden?
Yeah. Eric Snowden. See, oh wow, man, I waffle on this,
Uh-oh.
admittedly so, because Eric Snowden put out some information that's a shock to the system. It
Yeah.
makes people it makes people be not only skeptical of their government but not trust their government. Therefore, it
Mhm.
makes them susceptible to foreign influence to infiltrate their government and destroy it from within. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, in that sense, I think he was too brazen in how he disseminated that information to people throughout the world. However, at
What
the
about
same
Chelsea?
time,
What about
the
Bradley
information,
Manning?
yeah. But what I'm saying is this: the
Yeah.
information that people got in general,
Uh-huh.
if you really trust that people are logical, they can use that information and understand and keep an eye on their government representatives. You understand what I'm saying when they're voting people into Congress, the House, the Senate, when they vote in the president, and they look and see who is working in the executive branch in the cabinet positions, secretary of this, secretary of that, this type of thing. Okay,
Yeah.
if you make more people more vigilant in their scrutiny of this, okay, that's fine, but you can't guarantee that, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. That's the problem. You know, the information is power because it makes you think more scrupulously about your political leaders, your government leaders. What's their purpose for sending military troops to different parts of the world? Is it to defend the country or is it to defend the corporate national interests of the country? You see what I'm saying?
This is what
So
that brings me back to my first question though. In the sense of national interest, you're now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Okay.
right,
You see
hmm
China's increasing, you see Russia's
right,
increasing. Okay.
right.
China's getting more aggressive in the South China Seas. They're starting to
Right.
attack our allies. They're starting to interfere with some of our, like
hmm
US's allies are starting to interfere with like businesses and slowing down production and things like that. All right,
hmm Show of
you
military
have
force
to now
and
deal with
necessity.
them,
Yeah,
huh?
show military force. Show of military force and threat is a necessity. I would say, yeah.
But Eric, we're talking about China, and I don't want you to say
uh,
anything that you wouldn't want to think
Okay.
I was saying. But I think
Right.
we all know that if you're going to fight China, you have to
hmm
go in with the intent of destroying them. Like you have to look
Yeah.
at the country as a complete enemy, and you have to break them off into chunks. So I'm talking about taking a 1.3 billion people and at least taking out 75% just to maintain a ground force. Do you? I mean, like
Yeah.
that. I mean, because that was always the conversation that's always had when it comes to us going to war against China. If we go to war
Yeah.
against them, Viva, without nukes, it will be a genocide. It's either genocide or nukes when it comes to fighting China. Russia is not that.
Oh, indeed.
If anything,
Yeah.
how you beat Russia, you make the EU come from the east. I'm sorry, the EU come from the west, and the only thing America has to do is come
hmm
from the east. And you'll beat Russia.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah.
out, let's say, I mean, like most of Russia is on the what's that river called? I think
Uh,
like St. Petersburg and Moscow or something like that. And that's mainly it.
uh,
Practically destroyed
uh,
at that point.
yeah. I know. I know. We're talking about, but I can't think of the name of the river that you're talking about
I think
right
it's like
now.
the Gulf. Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
The geographical area. Yeah.
Like they built, like they
I
had like a conquest and built like two cities to, like the Rus people did it.
mhm,
You know.
yeah. See, for me, I look at it this way. If you're going military to military, then it's all out war. Okay. Because um, you're trying to defeat a common enemy, right? People of the
Mm-hmm.
country. Military to military, okay, let's go. But when it comes to innocents, human beings who have no power
Mm-hmm.
to carry out ideologies, even if they support the present regime, who is an enemy to us, if they don't have the power to carry out their ideology, slaughtering them, I got a problem with that. I really do. You
Okay,
know,
no, no. I mean, I'm not trying to sway you in either way. It's just
right.
we're
hmm
talking about a country that is, I mean, huge in comparison to the country in which you
hmm
come from. So it's like to approach an animal like China, you can't
hmm
with the intent that you're just going to have troops on the ground controlling Beijing. Like,
Right. True. True. I
you know what I
agree.
mean? Like
I agree.
Beijing, like to actually win that type war, the
hmm
oh my goodness, like you would have to do
Yeah.
horrible things. And I'm saying as a
Yeah. I mean.
commander, you know,
hmm
if you were a commander in that position and you
hmm
know that, I mean, because you already have the stance on no POWs, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
hmm
do you agree with, I think it was Gannibal. Gannibal was a black man that was took into Russia during the time of, I think it was during the
hmm
dark times. And he studied at a military school in France. And he came to surmise that the innocence of a human life could serve, or the casualty could serve
hmm
as the key compete the key weapon to win
hmm
any war. Because once the people stop
hmm
like trusting in, like if you start to rip apart the people's sanity within their country, meaning that the people stop believing their country is functional,
Right.
like their country has like a life, you would win the war, but it would result in you having to become Satan himself to achieve this victory. And that's why they always say like you always see Christians refer to the Mongols as devils because the Mongols had no problem in coming through and all right, we
hmm
burn, like they took a population of 2 million down to 2.6. I'm sorry, 2 million down to 200,000. You
Yeah.
understand? Like,
Mhm.
Jesus, that's like what, 90% of the, you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
huge,
Mhm.
and
It
it's
is
like,
huge.
and is that
The
like
thing
the
about
type
it,
of warfare we're headed to with a world that's a growing population with
yeah,
minimal resources? Are we headed to that type of world where it's like,
psychological warfare. to me, is the best
Yeah.
warfare, especially when you have a physical military threat to back it up. Like you said, if you scramble the minds of people who live in the country who are somewhat loyal to their government, but you make them think that their government, the people who rule over them, okay, and govern their lives, are their enemy, ultimately their enemy. Oh yeah, you can. I mean, you can stop a military force in its tracks without even firing a shot. You can let them do it from within. Okay, but the fact of the matter is that we still do use conventional war. This is why I say that if you have a strong military presence, okay, not that you're attacking, but you let them know, hey, listen, we're here, we're ready to fight to the last man. Don't get it twisted, never forget,
Yeah.
okay? It makes the governments that rule over those military forces think, okay, is it worthwhile for us to start attacking?
Yeah.
Because if we do attack, we have to be willing to die, one and all of us, because our enemy is willing to die, one and all of them. Is it worth it? That's why I say the psychological ops game is the best game there is.
Yeah.
Because once you destroy your enemy's will to fight, you do that psychologically. You take the heart out of them. You understand what I'm saying? Once you take the
Yeah.
heart out of them, you take the purpose out of them fighting. They question themselves, what are we fighting for?
Mm.
If
So
you
that's
can
where
do that, you can
I'm
do
glad we're having
that.
this conversation because this is where
Yeah,
I'm like kind of torn
yeah,
between sometimes, you know.
yeah. If you can do that without firing a shot, hey man, kudos to you. We
But
have
that's
to.
what I'm saying, Eric. Like today, if
Hmm.
we were to fight today with
Hmm.
technology as we have it now,
Hmm. Yeah,
everyone knows that if you really want to disrupt the country, like look at this coronavirus thing, okay?
yeah,
Fairly cool. But let power and Wi-Fi go out.
yeah. That's
Like
what I'm saying.
simple
Yeah.
things like power and Wi-Fi. Let social media crash.
Hmm.
You know, let celebrity. 'Cause the thing I find fishy is that like all the cases
Hmm.
of coronavirus for black people are just celebrities now. Like we're all the like regular people on the streets don't have regular black people on the
Hmm.
streets, so they're cleaner than like celebrities. How come like all these celebrities are getting it now? Like Kevin Durant.
Right.
Come on now.
Yeah. Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like where's this coming from? You know, it just that's what
Hmm.
like it's easy, you know, because I don't personally subscribe to the idea that like
Hmm.
punishing a civilization for its government or
Right.
punishing a people for its government's decisions is wise. I would never be on that. You'll never
Hmm.
hear me agree with such things.
Yeah.
But I will say, if I know, just from my experience, and this is where I become biased at, if I know
Hmm.
that being in the being in the situation where you see your uncle being laid to rest and
Hmm.
you see his son, 8-year-old son, trying to comprehend that dad's not getting in the car with you. Why is dad
Right.
put into this mausoleum right now? You know, why is he being put into
Right.
a hole right now? You know,
Hmm. Yeah.
you think like, okay, well, if it means an end result that if I have to go to war in Afghanistan, Iran, if I have to take
Hmm.
out every Iranian just to see my family again, is that wrong for me to do that? If I know I'm already
Wow.
fighting
Well, see.
you, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah. Well, like again, now you're talking about a very subjective thing, at least from my point of view.
Yeah, that's
Subjectively
I mean,
speaking,
that was
like
the
I
whole, I
said,
want to hear your viewpoint.
yeah, yeah. I mean, subjectively speaking, I can only speak for myself. Okay. I would say that I would have a problem of taking out innocents, people who don't have the power to carry out their ideology. Okay, because you can change their ideology once you take over their country, once you dismantle their military, you dismantle their, you take them off the electrical grid. When you do that, it's going to cause major panic, pandemonium, right? And then you got a military force to come in there and start taking out the military forces and destroying their weapons. Okay, people will see that. But if they also see that, listen, hey, listen, We're not taking you all out, but we are going to take out your military force. We are going to dismantle your government, and you
Mm.
will be living your lives as we dictate to you now. You understand?
Yeah.
You know, this is my viewpoint. I would rather do it that way, you know, but it's not as neat and clean as that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, I know.
I'm
That's
oversimplifying.
why I wanted to hear
But
your perception because it isn't
yeah,
that simple.
yeah,
I know it's never that simple. You know.
yeah. You know, but general, but as you know, as a general policy per se, that would be my policy. That would be my war policy. You know, take out the electrical grid first. The technology stops. Intelligence intelligence stops. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Logistics stops. Okay. Um, even delivery of orders, cryptic orders may stop long enough that you get your military force in there while they're panicking. Then you bomb the shit out of every military troop, every form of weapon there is. You destroy all that shit. Leave nothing operable. The majority of the people that are left behind, okay, they're gonna follow you. They're gonna do as you dictate. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Rather than if you go in and you bomb and you kill, let's say, 70% of the population, um, they will stop out of fear, out of sheer fear of death. Okay, they'll listen to you, but at the same time, those people are most likely
To
that left
rise up.
behind. They're gonna rise up, and they're not going to do it perhaps with protests in the street, but they infiltrate. You understand?
Mm.
And
That
when they
makes sense.
infiltrate, yeah, they destroy you from within.
Yeah.
And they say, okay, well, we're willing to do this rather than live on our knees. After 70% of our population has been wiped out.
I mean, wait. So that's where I would say my plan would have to come in because it's like if the
Mm,
population is down to like 30% and
yeah.
you're dealing with young men, I would say like I would okay, so if I had to choose to do like a
Mm,
genocide or something like that, if I had to choose, like I'm
right.
not saying that's a goal
Yeah.
of mine.
Mm,
But if I had to choose, I would keep alive all females under the age of 45
mm,
and all
makes
young
sense.
males under the age of 15. Everybody else just got to go.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense because the women are going to be the ones who bring the new souls in the world.
Thank
You know.
you. Thank you.
You
That's the new
know.
military builders right there.
Yeah. And indeed. And,
The
and,
young
and,
men,
and
the young men could just be like, you could probably conform them, re-educate them, bring them back,
mm,
culturally assimilate them into,
oh yeah.
form.
What you do is you make sure that they become family men. That's the
Yeah.
plan. Make
Thank
them
you.
think in
Yes.
their
Give them a
own mind.
purpose.
Yeah, give them a purpose. Exactly. Be family men. Why? Because the women, you gotta protect them. You
Yeah.
gotta truly love them and protect them. Why? They will bear the children that will bring about the next generation of people who will raise the level of human civilization in your country. And you can't do it without the women.
Yeah.
You
I would
know,
say
but
I would
you
centralize females as like a very important aspect. And I would
yeah.
leave the people to themselves. Like if I leave them behind with like with a female leader, so be it. It doesn't matter.
Hmm. Yeah. Indeed. I mean, the fact of the matter is, you need both. You need the single sperm cell and you need the ovum.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No
You
parts need
know,
together.
right? But once conception begins, it is the woman who is the
Yeah.
potential mother that you have to protect. She's the most precious soul on this earth.
No, I heard a guy try to make that claim like, oh, where did she get the seed from? And I always use this example. I say like if your kids ask you to make a birthday cake and you have the cake mix, but your wife has the oven, who do you think's the most
Hmm.
important person in this process right now? Do your kids want to eat cake
That's right.
or do they want to eat a cake? So you need the finished product.
That's right. Indeed, you do.
Yeah.
And if the woman got charge of the oven, you got to negotiate with her
There we go. There we go.
because you can have the greatest recipe. You got the batter all mixed up. You even got them in the little metal plates and everything. But you
Mm-hmm.
need that oven. You need that oven.
Yep. You can
And
buy
that's
all the
what.
cake mix you want, but you ain't cooking
That's
that
right.
shit. You ain't doing shit.
Exactly. There's no end product. You
Mm.
don't. You can't serve your person. You can't fulfill the mission
Mm-hmm.
per se. You know. Yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff to think about, man. And the thing about it is, for me, is this: if you're if people are fighting all over the world to control natural resources that everybody needs, and your sole purpose is to gain control of those natural resources, what about those people when they decide, okay, well, fine, we're willing to fight to the death of the last man to keep our resources from you? Then what do you do?
You blow them up, destroy them.
Okay, but what if you can't destroy them fast enough?
Then you destroy them fat. No, I was
You
gonna
understand?
say something
Because
very.
because you have to understand something.
Yeah,
Some of you are going to be destroyed too.
that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
So yeah, I understand. The quicker you get destroyed, the better off you are. I agree. And then you come over, you conquer, you take over. But you got to
Mm-hmm.
remember, you have to respect your adversary. You understand? Because your
Yeah.
adversary is just that. Okay.
Oh, I wouldn't
He's the
underestimate my
enemy.
enemy. I would
Yeah,
just
yeah,
be
yeah,
like,
yeah,
if
yeah.
if I know I can, if I know I have some autonomous drone,
Hmm.
machine,
Yeah,
thing I can control 3, 4,000 miles away, man.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I'd be, I wouldn't even be a conversation. It'd just be like, all right, cool. You got like honestly, what happened in Syria with Assad?
Hmm.
Excuse me. What happened in Syria with Russia and what's his name?
And
Um,
Erdogan.
uh, what's the current leader of Syria's
Yeah,
name?
Erdogan. Erdogan,
Erdogan.
Turkey,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 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 not Turkey. No, he's the president of Syria. Like he's fighting against those rebel groups.
Oh gosh,
Yeah,
man,
but
I
you know what I'm
forgot
talking about, though,
his
right?
name. I know you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they interviewed him and they asked him like, "Why are you so aggressive? Why are you doing all this?"
Bashar.
Because he said,
Mm.
"This is war." Assange.
Bashar. Yeah. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
he came in and like he had this interview, and I had to agree with him. He's like, "You went to the Russians." He was like, "I needed help." It's
Mm.
like just a very simplistic. I think maybe I don't know. Maybe I look at war very like logical, where it's like, okay, I need to win this thing, so if
Yeah.
the streets got to be covered, so be it. You know,
Yeah.
I get to get home.
By, by any means necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's that. I think and that's where it's like, is that wrong in
I. You
context
know.
of you trying to win? Like for example, like what's his
Hmm.
name that's always on here? God, he's funny sometimes too. Walter. Walter's Canadian. All right. So
Right.
Walter, um, Walter's whole thing is he's a soldier from Canada. He has a family. I'm
Mm.
from America. I have a family.
Right.
We're both in a tough situation, and it's like
Hmm.
either we kill out everyone so he can go back to Canada, I can go back to America, or do we
Hmm.
our morals? Like, oh, I'm not going to fight back because I don't want to be morally wrong.
Oh. Oh no no no. Oh no no no. You
Like
definitely
that
fight
guy, like
back.
that dumbass movie about that guy that was a conscientious objector during World War II. And it's like the
Hmm.
police are not trying to be here. This like I don't want to fight thing, and this dude
Yeah.
literally built like literally trying to build a whole point on like being like he's going to be non-violent, but then in the movie he throws a grenade and kills like 15 Japanese guys to save like Americans. So it's like
Yeah.
like
Hmm.
does morals even like rules of engagement? Does this stuff even play a role?
Yeah.
Um,
Let me tell you something. In the scriptures of the Baha'i faith, right? The Prophet
mhm.
Baha'u'llah says this: Baha'is are not absolute pacifists, but we just don't believe in going to countries and killing people. It doesn't mean that Baha'is will not support the war effort. We'll make sure that we'll serve as intelligence disseminators. We will work supplying the frontline troops with beams, bullets, and intel on the bad guys. We'll make sure that they get their weapons, all of that. Okay? But where we draw the line, where Baha'is draw the line is going and killing people. That's what we're against. We know it has to be done.
Wait, is it
You
going
understand?
without a purpose? Like just
Yeah, yeah,
must
yeah,
have a purpose to
yeah.
it. Okay.
Well, yeah, exactly. And so for example, Baha'u'llah says that every Baha'i,
Mhm.
where they must live by the laws of the government in the country in which they reside. So, for example, American Baha'is, they have a right to self-defense by the U.S. Constitution, right? They can
Yeah.
use that right. You understand? The
Yeah.
purpose is the purpose is how to try to make that type of situation unnecessary. And it's something that you have to build on. It's not something that's going to happen today or tomorrow. Baha'u'llah says, hey, I know this is not going to happen today or tomorrow. This
Oh, of
is
course, of
something that
course.
is going to take generations upon generations to perfect or to bring near perfection.
Hmm.
But then Baha'u'llah he puts out this test. He says that God has told me to tell to you, strive for perfection, though you will never attain it. How hard is that to do? But you think about it, the
Wow. So
way
your God. Wait, he said thrive. Oh wow. But isn't that
strive,
kind of be like torturous though to like spend your life trying to be perfect when you know perfection is impossible?
life is a struggle. That's the point. Life
Mm.
is a struggle. How do you live through it?
Mm.
And how do you help others to live through it with you? You understand? In
Yeah, man.
communion with you rather than at your throat. You get me?
Yeah.
You know, but if you think about it, human history has been that way, though. All the empires, right? All the
Yeah.
emperors thought they had perfect ways of building an empire, building an industry, building an economy, and gaining the loyalty of the people, right? Um, the Romans, when they went into other countries, they would say, "You're Romans now. Whatever
Yeah.
position you hold in society, you're Romans now. Now you're under Roman law, but you're Roman citizens. You do what the government says for you to do, and to make sure you do it, there's a military force that will wipe you out if you
If you
decide that
don't.
you're not going. If you're not, you decide you're
Mm.
not going to do it. You get me? So,
Yeah.
um, so humankind's been trying to do this all the time, and Baha'u'llah also says that mankind will always try to exalt itself. You understand?
Hmm.
Make, make his mark in the world. But the value question is, okay, what is the purpose of the exaltation, and how are you actually going to exalt yourself by your deeds? You understand?
Mm.
But to carry something out, you got to have a mission statement, right? You haven't had an ideology of why you want to do this, the purpose for doing it. You have to have a methodology to practically carry out through physical action, right? The ideology, yes? Humankind has been doing this probably since the beginning of humankind. You know, we do it, but we're not perfect. So yeah, they're gonna be screw ups. Yeah, the world's on fire in certain places. But when's the last time we've had an actual world war? Or when's the last time we've actually had a war anything like Vietnam? Okay, really like the war of Vietnam. I mean, because even though we've been in Afghanistan and Iraq for damn near 20 years, okay, we're not fighting like we were. We're not fighting like we were fighting in Vietnam, okay, and certainly like not like we were fighting in the war, the Korean War or World War II or World War One. We have proxy wars now. We target different areas that we want to go to and take what they got for our purposes. You know what I'm saying? In the national interest. You get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So this idea of fighting world wars like that, we don't want to do that. The two most profound and popular nemesis in the world, the Russian Federation and the United States of America, the heads of those two governments,
Mm-hmm.
we're nemesis, right? And we
Yeah.
got nuclear weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we have also realized that mutually assured destruction is not worth us going at war with each other directly like that. You see? So we're
Yeah.
learning. We're learning. We'll never be perfect at it, but we're learning.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Mhm.
And it is something that I do notice that there's this like rise in like, okay, so the way two countries would fight a war is to like support a smaller war where they'll just take two opposing sides regardless of the win or lose aspects of it,
Yeah.
you know.
Hmm.
But then again, there's this thing that they said Russia's doing where Russia's trying to flood Western Europe with refugees by attacking like huge population centers just to like flood people out the country.
Yeah,
That's
and
what the
you know what
yeah.
else Russia is doing? Russia is
Uh,
meddling in the politics and elections in countries on the continent of Africa, and they're doing
yeah,
it
so this is
more
America.
more more boldly now. Yeah, in America too, more boldly though. You
Yeah.
know, but at the same time, he ain't talking about we're gonna come in, we're gonna send agents in there to blow up your polling stations. No, we're gonna use the technology that you got to get the people.
Yeah.
We're gonna use social media to get the people. We're gonna use psyops first and foremost.
Yeah, and the one thing I do admit that I have to say that I would prefer
Mm,
the one thing I would prefer about like a Russia over
mm,
like an Eastern Europe is that Russians would like they would tell you like when he did that speech about Africa is not a continent or a home or something like that, it's a graveyard because Africans
mm,
spend most of their money outside of their continent and just be buried within their land
yeah.
without
Mm,
without outside their country and just not be, just be buried within their land.
right. Mm,
I do believe that the one thing that we as civilians, I guess you could say, like
mm,
that, like, because I look at how like geopolitically America projects itself. Because it's like I
yeah.
look at like Russia, like how is Russia our biggest threat to our democracy when Vladimir Putin spends more money trying to keep the people there from protesting against him? You
Yeah.
know, there's like a
Hmm.
lot of people that go missing because they
Oh
posted
yeah, indeed.
his wife online.
You remember that group? You remember that group, Pussy Riot?
Yeah,
And when they were having all their protests and whatnot, they got slapped down.
yeah,
You know what I'm
they're
saying?
gone
You
now.
know? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
hey, and now, at least there are reports or rumors that President President Putin there of Russian Federation, he wants to make amendments or make an amendment to the Constitution that will allow him to serve a third term as president of the Russian Federation.
oh, they already
That's
passed. They already passed it
okay.
up
So
until 2026, up until 2036.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
something that we have to keep our eye on because if you think about it, even
yeah, but so
it
does Xi
parallels it.
Jinping. China's president can do the same thing now. He's the
Yeah.
100% leader to the day he dies. So essentially, he's a king.
Hmm. Now think about this. Okay, this has happened over the years on the continent as well. Okay, think about Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe. How long did he
Yeah.
serve as a ruler of that country? You understand?
Yeah,
At
but
least
Eric, I'm
from
gonna
the
be real. When it
inside.
comes to Africa, there's a unique situation where it's like you put a lot of hard work in, and you
Yeah.
really just don't want to give up power. Not because you don't want to give up power, it's just you know that the person that's going to replace you is literally going to be a donkey. Like it's going to be like
Yeah.
okay, so Mugabe
Hmm.
retired. The
Hmm.
guy who became president within like a month was returning land back to white farm owners, was trying to rectify or trying to destroy everything Robert Mugabe did. So like what
Wow.
leaders now, I will say like a
Hmm.
Buhari of Nigeria, yeah, Buhari got to go. Okay, I'll say that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Hmm. But see, the thing
You
about it
know,
is that we have to get rid of hero worship. Okay.
oh yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
you laud your heroes for what they've done, but at the same time, you got to keep your heroes in check, make them realize, okay, the war is over, man. We got to build up what we have here, and this extreme tribalism where the the tribe of veterans, right, who fought for the independence of Zimbabwe under Robert Mugabe, they can't be on a practical level. They cannot be lauded to the degree that they're above everybody else, and they can
I
just do
personally
what the
think that
hell they
if you
want
fought
to
for the revolution of a country, I don't think you should be qualified to rebuild it. Like I even if you have the
do.
education, I
Yeah,
feel that, like your mindset was to win
yeah,
the place. So I think like your mindset
hmm,
keep it. So I would say that like if
yeah,
you fought, you should be honored. But I don't think like
right.
because I will always say the most shiftiest of like presidential elections, and I know that he started out good, but I would say the most shiftiest of presidential elections, especially the years he
Mm-hmm,
spent in confinement and locked up,
hmm,
was Nelson Mandela. Because it's
yeah,
like, wait a minute, bro, they sent you to a whole island.
yeah,
Like your wife's picking up steam. Now they're gonna let you out and let you run the country? Come on, bro. You should have known
yeah,
this was a farce from the beginning. Like, let me die in the thing, let my wife do her thing. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah. You know what though? I think, see, I mean, people change over the years, man. And think about it though. When you're in prison for 27 years,
Yeah.
and you think about the non-violent protests that you had, people running out and singing with their placards and everything, they're protesting that way. And then you see the militarized police forces, right, of the South African government slaughtering your
Mm-hmm.
to the point where you say, well, wait a minute, time out. We got to fight back. I got to defend these people. I can't be shouting, peaceful, nonviolent protests when people are being mowed down in the streets for doing so under my direction because they trust me. They have loyalty to me and people
Yeah.
around, right? Okay.
Yeah.
He got to the point where he said, okay, all right, fine, guerrilla war, let's get it.
Yeah.
So
I
I
think
think
I
that
think personally he just got old. I think
yeah,
it's just like age sets
yeah,
in.
he got old and he got softer, man. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, people are that way. I mean, I
Yeah.
think he genuinely wanted um, equality of the judgment of black South African human beings and white South African human beings. I think he genuinely wanted that. He was willing to put his life on the line, okay, in guerrilla warfare, okay.
Mm.
He locked his ass up for 27 years. When you're locked up for that period of time, I can imagine that you think about the efforts you have made to bring about the peace, and then you make compromises. The compromise is not great. They make you look bad, but you got to walk in his shoes. You got to see things from his perspective because he put his ass on the line for this.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's imperfect at doing things, but then so was Robert Mugabe imperfect at doing things. You know, I used to be a very harsh critic of Robert Mugabe, but then when I think about, hey, he did this thing in the way that works best for the people of Zimbabwe at that time. Okay, and he got older, he got more set in his ways, and yeah, there's some shifty stuff, man. That causes people to suffer. You understand what I'm saying? Because the way I look at it is this: I say to people that if I were Robert Mugabe, okay, before I take the land from the white settlers and move them out, Those white settlers had to teach my people who are coming over to take over that land how to use mechanized farming, and all these type of new skill, all these type of skills and whatnot to keep the land fertile. You understand? Keep the
Personally, you would
land
have to do that.
growing.
You would have to do that under violence. Like that would have to be a you would have to force them under death to teach that. Because
Well,
South
but
Africa,
I would do it. I would do it.
okay, all right. No, I'm
I
just saying
would do it.
South Africa
Yeah,
when they take
yeah,
the land from them, they're they're doing like they're putting salt in the soil and then they're like putting rocks in the boreholes so they can't
yeah.
water and stuff, and then like
Mhm.
throwing dead carcasses in water streams and things like that. So you would want
Yeah. I
to
mean,
lock up all the
yeah,
qualified people and then get rid of everyone else because
yeah.
easier to
See the
damage
thing
their
about that when you that's the point. In the end, is it worthwhile doing that? Damaging your water supply? It's a common water supply for everybody. Okay?
yeah. But Eric,
If
think
they
about this
can't
though. If you
if
know
they
you're not going
can't
to benefit, if you know you're not going to benefit for something, and you know other people are, you would do that.
yeah. I can see it. I see the logic in it. I mean, I
You know
do.
what I mean? Yeah.
But at the same time, though, that water supply is for you as well as for them.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't think people. I'm gonna be real. Like I can say this from like a greed
Hmm.
perspective. I don't think people actually think like that. I think it's like if I don't get to impact it, but you do, that's unfair. So forget it.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
get you. Righteous indignation. Yeah. I mean, I can
Like
understand.
I know a guy who takes public transportation, and he does this thing where like he will literally like they call him Big Nasty, like because he's gross,
Uh,
and he
Right.
would like urinate on on the train because he had to sneak his way in. So like he would just urinate on the train, and everybody would just be like, "Come on, bro, you're gross for doing this." But
Yeah.
he don't care because
Yeah.
like you know,
Mm. Yeah. I mean, and see, that's the thing. That's why I say that you have to make value judgments, man. You you got to have principles. Those principles have to be moral because in
yeah.
the end, you have to govern people. You have to govern people in the way that they are loyal to you because they see that you are providing protection for them and security for them, but you're also providing opportunities for them to earn their way in life. You understand what
So
I'm
do you
saying?
think
We're
it's
all.
easier? Do you think it's easier for people to rule through, I guess, fear than compassion?
I think you need. I think that you need a combination of the two. Allow me to explain.
Go ahead.
Compassion for the people. You want the people to know that there's a purpose for them having loyalty towards you, but you have to show it. You have to be compassionate toward them. Okay. So think about what I said just like in the last 10 seconds or so. All right. That's the
Hmm.
compassionate part, right? Finding opportunities for people to earn a living, providing, making sure that there's food and water, all the stuff is clean so people can live and they can, and develop and prosper and raise the level of perpetuate the human species, okay, on a
Hmm.
general level. Okay, but at the same time, yes, you want them to have some fear of the laws that they must abide by because the criminal element, there's always going to be a criminal element. You're always going to have unscrupulous souls, okay? But those unscrupulous souls, even, they need to realize, okay, well, if I go and rob a bank, rather than locking me in, rather than going through a criminal trial, okay, I may not get that because if they catch me coming out that bank with those bags, okay, they just might shoot me and kill me. I'm done. You understand? So there has to be a little bit of that fear factor to go along with the compassion. You want what's best for your people, but at the same time, you can only provide what's best for the people if the people are willing to follow the laws that govern them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you need a balance of both. I wouldn't
Hmm.
say either or. I'd say only at the extremes do you go to, the level of people living in fear. Therefore, they don't rape and ravage themselves and destroy the landmass on which they live. Okay? In extremes, yeah, you may have to go there. But if it's not extreme, I think you need a combination of fear and compassion.
Hmm.
But that's a very delicate balance, man, and it's something that has to be studied and practiced and experimented with, you know, into perpetuity. It is what
Yeah.
it is, and it ain't easy. It ain't never
Yeah,
gonna be
I know.
easy.
Like I know sometimes it seems like I make this look seem so simplistic, but I know this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean it's
Because I'm thinking like from my point of view, like okay, if I go against, like I know it's going to probably psychologically mess me up to know I've like was responsible for killing like millions of people. You know, that
mhm.
would mess me up
I mean
mentally. I know.
if you have a heart and you have moral values, yeah, it can fuck you up. I mean,
Yeah,
it can fuck you bad psychologically, you know.
because like
Um,
because I wouldn't want to kill like a million black people. Like everybody else, but a million black people that would mess
yeah,
with my mind.
yeah,
You know,
indeed. I mean, because you're trying to help you're trying to help them rise. You're trying to help them
that's
be
it. You
bigger,
know,
stronger people. You know, more influential people, at least on their land masses. You know.
yeah.
So I mean, but again, why do you want to do that? What's the purpose for that? You must
See,
have
and that's
some
another
moral.
thing. It's like when you're done,
Mhm.
the funniest thing, I forget, I think it was my uncle that said this. He said that if we were to get rid of every white person in the world, right? Every
Mhm.
Arab, every Asian, everyone that's ever disrespected a black person, black
Right.
black violence will go through the roof. That it would just we would just wipe our own selves out because
Oh, indeed.
we wouldn't have an enemy anymore. We just have ourselves.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's like, would it be better to already have the people we have here and just like try to compete with them rather than
Right.
them out and then have
Mhm.
ourselves be wiped out? Better
Right. Mhm.
ourselves.
You know,
Because I'm just saying,
it's like that short poem or whatever where it said, well, they went after how did it go? Okay, they went after my father,
mm,
right? I watched, I did nothing. They went
yeah,
after my brother. I watched, I did nothing. Now they're coming after me. What do I do?
yeah. See, yeah, that's like the conversation of
Mm.
like if you were to actually think like a world where there's just black people in it would be so boring. Like, I mean, it would be incredibly boring.
Yeah, I mean,
We compare, like, how would we compare
mhm.
who's faster? Or how would we compare who can dance better when, like, the only people who can do both are all in the same competition? Just be like
Indeed.
the
I mean,
best.
even down to
You know.
cultural dress and food, man.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
knowledge.
you have knowledge, architecture, man. I mean,
Yeah,
art. I mean, art outside of,
medicine.
yeah, art outside of, for example, when I say art, I mean like art in art galleries, art
Mm.
that's on physical display and statues and statuettes and things like that.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
viewpoints on the world too. Like, you got to have
yeah.
like people who like a perception that like someone from Germany may have is different from
Mhm.
the perception of someone from Kenya, and like the viewpoint of one could help. You know what I mean? Like it
Yeah.
would just
Hmm.
be boring to me. Like I could talk the trash I talk and be like, oh, I don't want no white people here, shit like that, but it would be
Hmm.
boring. I think it would be boring.
It would. I mean, even from perspective of friendly competition, man. And, in sports
Yeah.
entertainment, man. Even you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Black,
Can you just
white,
picture
everybody.
like black? If it was just black guys playing sports, what would be the
Oh
point?
man.
What would be
Hmm.
the point? It'd just be boring.
Again, and this is something else that Baha'u'llah talks about. He said, how dreary would life be if all the roses of the world were of the same color, the same hue,
Yeah.
the same perfume? How boring would that be? You know what I'm saying? You become suicidal because there's nothing different. There's nothing to
Mhm.
strike your interest. There's nothing to compare your interests against. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Compare your ideology or methodology of carrying out an ideology, through action. If you don't have diversity, if you don't have differences, you know, to agree with or to disagree with, I mean, that's life, man. You know, it goes back to the old saying, I think, therefore I am, you know. Yeah, man. What we're talking about right now, even though we're going deep into some shit, man.
Yeah.
We're not really thinking so simplistically as maybe we think. Yeah, we're being general, and that's what makes us simplistic. I'm thinking simplistic because we're generalizing stuff, but we're also
Yeah.
going into details of things. And when you go into detail, it gets deep, man. And um, then when your heart and your brain, your heart and mind start working together along with your soul, man. Let me tell you, man. You can do things to change the world in small ways. That's how people have done it. You know, through conversations. The thrashing and clashing of ideas. You know, bringing about an ideology that will serve the greatest good, as it said in philosophy. That's what human life is about, man.
Mm.
But but then again, attention spans are short. You know.
Yeah. And then on top of that, the world is too big. You know,
Tell me about it, right?
it's far too big to just, like to just have this kind of. I think it's like I think even on the ideas, and I say this as I study it.
Mm,
Look at the world now. I'm gonna be real. Things like race are starting to become like very antiquated, man. Like I'm just like,
really. It is. That's why I say that. If you're talking pro-black in the sense that, okay, black people who are like-minded and who want to upraise, right, the legacy and history of black people on practical terms, education, opportunities for education, jobs, health care, earning a living, passing on a legacy to your children, things like that. If you're working to do that for black people, for that purpose, okay, I can see that. But when you do that, okay, in the sense that, okay, well, the white devil is the enemy. So we're doing this to fight against him. No, no, no. That's bullshit. Because if white people are the devils, there's some black devils too, aren't there? You got to keep this in mind. You
mm,
understand? Because the black devils will tear us down faster than the white devil will. Why? You know the white devil is our common enemy,
yeah,
okay? But we're not expecting enemies from within, even though we know there's a possibility of that. We've seen this throughout history. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
So if it's about building up black people for the sake of building them up from the level that they are now, there's no way but up. Okay? When you look into the hoods and whatnot, and you start businesses and whatnot, you have schools there, you have libraries there, even if it's a small library, okay? And things like that to build up the community, right? To build up the community's confidence about working together for the sake of doing that, yes, it's worthwhile.
yeah,
For me, it's a worthwhile goal with a worthwhile purpose, mission statement, right? Stay on mission,
yeah,
okay? But do it for that sake, okay? Don't do it.
yeah.
Don't do it as some type of means of saying, okay, we're doing this to go against the enemy. For what?
Mm,
Do it for you because you know you need to do it for you.
yeah.
There's logic there,
Yep.
that. That's the way I
What
think.
do you say?
Is he there? Is he muted?
Yeah, GOJ, babe. What's up, man? Shalom, 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 shalom.
Because I can't see if God of Jacob and the guy with the H avatar here. I can't see if they're muted or not because I see this comment here from Carnito at
Con.
the
Yeah, I don't know
bottom
if
of the
they're
screen.
muted either. Yeah,
Yeah, boring. Let's go back to disproving religion. What the fuck for, man?
that
Come
was
on,
before.
man.
That was earlier.
Yeah, Yeah, but it's
They're
still
talking about
there.
type 2 civilizations, and Khan just got bored.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. You know, I mean, if you're talking about something it's futuristic, but you can conceive it now, why not discuss it now? Why not discuss the pros and cons of it now? When you got information, when you got evidence that this may be the wave of the future starting presently now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I tell you, man, a lot of times I get very frustrated, man, when these guys have, debates on religion. Is it relevant? Does it matter? Is it real? Is it fake? And the reason why is because I get tired of hearing grown men calling each other, you know, bitches, pussy hole, all this type of shit. Men don't do that shit with each other. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, men get
Yeah.
heated. We have heated discussions. But if we're the logical ones, men always say, oh, we're the logical ones, and the women are the emotional ones. All right, show you right. Be the logical ones then. You may have a heated discussion or a heated argument or a heated debate, but then realize that when you're not making any headway, right?
Yeah.
In headway, then dial it back, you know?
Yeah. But then again, I mean, it's just talk after all. Like it's just discussions between men. It's not like
Yeah,
conversations that are on the G block are going to like hit the Vatican and they're like, well, Ultra Funky's right. We need to break this all down. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
James Jones
hmm But see, when these,
is right. We're gonna destroy Mecca.
mhm,
I mean,
yep. But see, the thing about it is, though, see, these guys are actually out in Speaker's Corner talking the same thing. You understand what I'm saying?
but that's the whole
So,
point of Speaker's Corner is to have like that. You know how like
yeah,
freedom of speech everywhere. It's like that one area
right.
where they like say any and all things, and you know,
hmm
like even I saw that video with Tommy Robinson, and he had that speech. There were guys. It was all white guys, but there was one white guy stood up and started like speaking against him. You know what I mean? So it's like I
Yeah,
guess that's the place. It's
yeah.
like
I
speak your
mean,
mind and also get rebutted.
yeah, but see, that serves a purpose, though. But see,
Yeah.
the thing about it is this though. A lot of the guys who are talking on Speaker's Corner actually come in here.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? And their
Yeah.
ideology
See, I'm
comes with
more
them.
I'm more on the effect. Like, okay, so
Yeah.
people are watching right now on. Let me see. Crap. I hope it doesn't mess up my phone. I'm gonna go to the app real quick. Okay, so there's 27 people watching right now. All
hmm
right, what are the odds that these 27 people are going to reach out to like 27 other people because on the G block it's been proven that Jesus, excuse me, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism is all.
hmm
That's not going to impact the world. It's going to be like, all right, cool. Another
Yeah.
person that doesn't believe in
hmm
religion versus a person that believes in
Yeah.
religion. It's going to be like what a normal
Yeah.
Tuesday in America.
Indeed. And in the end, we as men, we know that really in the end, it is us individually, okay, that are going to do our thing and live our lives the way we live it.
Regardless,
Whether regardless,
regardless,
exactly.
yeah.
So why build yourself up into such a frenzy arguing about it? This is
Well,
what
no,
I'm
I
saying.
do believe that discussions sometimes can get like heated, but I don't see,
Mhm.
like I don't ever see hate. Like I don't think anyone hates each other. You know,
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen some things on like Rospec's channel where like a Muslim's talking about like y'all cutting your tongues out if y'all say some shit, but you know,
yeah, hmm
it isn't like necessarily like hate where like people can't walk out their house. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. And
But I do believe the
yeah,
questioning and stuff like that. I
the
do believe
question.
it's very important.
Oh yeah, indeed. It serves a major purpose. It keeps everybody thinking. You know, and the thing about it is that you can't enact anything that you don't think about, that you can't imagine. So therefore, you can't imagine without thinking. So yeah, so most certainly, there's great purpose in that alone.
Hey, yo, God of Jacob said something, bro?
Say again?
I think God of Jacob said something. I think he's just listening.
Yeah, I think he's just listening too. Who's the other one? Who's the person with the H avatar? Who's that?
He's from I think he's from New York. Hola.
Oh,
Hoka.
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's a Shiite brother.
Yeah. Because the thing about it is I wish they would join us because then we have more perspectives, and it's not just us, our perspectives. I mean, even though they're interesting and lively, we've been talking a couple of hours about it to have different perspectives from different people on the panel would make it even that much more interesting. But I guess, if these two they may be working on something or they may be busy, they just want to listen in to
Yeah.
what's being discussed on the panel.
Oh man, this coronavirus thing is making my life bored, bro.
I can imagine. It, yeah, because it puts so much human activity on hold, man.
It
You know,
does.
yeah.
Like I was
No,
at a grocery store yesterday. There's still
mm,
stuff in the grocery store. I'm not gonna lie.
right,
I
mhm,
personally think they're doing this on purpose because I've worked in grocery stores and I know for a fact things like tissue papers in a Wegmans or Walmart just doesn't run
mhm,
out. Like,
right,
come on.
mm,
Especially in
yeah,
a rural area, a densely populated area. Or, I mean, is it densely populated is the proper term where it's like not that
mm.
many people? Come on, bro.
No, man. I mean, they got backup supplies for years.
Yeah.
I mean,
You talking about
just
product right now.
yeah, yeah,
Mm.
even get that's what I'm saying. Product and selling product and making that profit. You understand what I'm saying for selling
Yeah.
product. So you won't let your supply run down if you're making money selling that product. You just don't do it.
Yeah.
And we can take this down to the street game level. You
That's what I'm
understand?
saying. You run out of
It's just
product, but you leave everyone like it's like this just a whole empty shelf of just like no toilet
yeah,
paper, just to prove what? There's no toilet paper, you can't refill the shelf. And then you know how they
right,
stack it on each other sometimes, like at Costco's and stuff.
yeah, hmm
I would go into Costco's. I asked the employee, like, I was like, "Are you going to get like a one of those like cranes that can like
hmm
lift up and stuff like that, the pallet jacks and things like that? Are you going to go up there
right.
and grab that thing of toilet paper right there?" And she was talking about, "Oh, if we bring this down, everybody's going to take it." Bitch, that's the whole point of the store. I need them.
They
What are
need.
you doing?
I'm sorry. I mean, capitalism has a purpose. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
capitalism is about consumers buying that product.
that's
You
it.
know, and and especially in these times now, where people are, they're panicking. Um, you still got to provide the creature comforts, man. I mean, it's what people need, man. They need sanitary goods, you know,
Yeah.
um, um, liquid sanitizers for your hands. You still need body soap, shampoos, and stuff like that. But you need food too. You got to
Hmm.
be able to feed yourself. And if they let that stuff run out, you know, just to prove some I don't know, some ridiculous asinine point. I mean, they're not doing themselves any better either, because they're cutting off the supply, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's less money for them, which means that their employees is less money to pay those employees as well. I mean, it's a huge pyramid, man,
Yeah.
and the people
Eric, you
at
know
the
what I
top
find interesting
need.
though?
Mhm.
Is
What's
that
that?
like, okay, so I would go through the meat aisle and I'm thinking like,
hmm
okay, all these white people talking about eating healthy and veggie burgers. How come all the veggie burgers are still on the shelves?
hmm
Tofu. I'm like, the prices
Yeah,
have dropped. So I'm like, yo, you can afford this shit now. Why don't y'all buy it? Why are y'all
yeah.
buying the chicken and the little buffalo wings? The little buffalo wings you put in the oven. Like, why are y'all buying that shit?
Because they know that's what they're eating. They put up the front talking about these veggie burgers and all that types of even Burger King came out with a vegan burger. Oh, it tastes just like a hamburger. It tastes just like a hamburger. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm going to Burger King. I'm going to Burger King to get the flame broiled burgers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is what it is, you know. No,
Yeah.
I want my burger coming from a cow.
Yeah,
You
I want my
know,
burger coming from something a cow eats. Like, are you kidding me?
right? Yeah, exactly. You
Delicious.
know what I'm saying?
Ain't
I mean, if I want a salad, damn it, I'll ask for one. You
yeah.
know?
Yeah, plus I want to talk to John and Jacob about the ADOS because I think
Uh,
low key the ADOS achieved its goal in getting us reparations because apparently we're all going to get a check, and I can just see some. I'm
mhm.
the assumptions. I'm gonna let the brother defend because you know
Yeah.
I was
You know what?
raised. Go ahead.
I really hope that works. But you know what though? When I think about, when I think about ADOS and I think about reparations, you know what? I'm For me, it's not about the bag. It's about the resources that the bag can purchase. You
This is the
understand?
hardest
It's
part
about
about reparations, Eric. The reason why
yeah.
the
Hmm.
U.S. government paid the Japanese people for internment camps is because they put Japanese people in internment camps. The reason why they
Right.
paid the Jews is because there was some government oversight in sitting back and ignoring the reports about a genocide occurring in Germany. Okay, but when
Right.
it comes to
Yeah.
slavery, the hard part
Hmm.
is that the time in which slavery started in America, the country wasn't really a country, and then the
Hmm.
areas like were watching over these individual slave states and things like that were very independent. So it was like the government really they just had to pay taxes to the government and do their thing. You know,
Right.
the moment
Yeah.
slavery became illegal,
Hmm.
you have Ulysses Grant establish the Freedmen Bureau. The Freedmen Bureau could be cause in a court of law to uh, state that, like, all right, reparations were given to the African American. Then, if you want to try to say the redlining, right, you now got to go
Right.
to areas that were heavily impacted by redlining and the
Hmm.
individuals in those areas. But the problem is, most of those areas are white now. So it's like, where are you going to go? So then
Yeah.
here's the last part, and this is the hardest part. Let's say they said, all right, we're going to give ADOS reparations flat out. Who cares? All right, just prove that
Right.
you're ADOS. That's when it becomes hard because a lot
Yeah.
of black people think that, well, I've been here, I was born in this country, I had to descend from slaves.
Right.
There's a lot of aspects of our history, especially as African Americans in the Caribbean,
Hmm.
where the communities were forced to intertwine. So the Buffalo
Right.
Soldiers with the Buffalo Soldiers encounters with the Afro Puerto Rican. You know,
Right.
you
Hmm.
have the with the Panama Canal, and you have the sharecroppers starting to unionize. Well, Jamaicans came in to replace the sharecroppers that were unionizing. So
Yeah.
it's like, how do you know from 1865, or at least before 1865, you were here? You
Yeah.
know, I can say my family, my mother and father collectively, we've been slaves in this country for about, well, I mean, we were slaves in this country about 212 or 207 to 212 years, you know.
Hmm.
So
Right.
it's like if you don't do that kind of legwork, this,
Yeah.
this debate may not be for you if you find out that like you have four grandparents that weren't even born here.
Hmm.
Because we have like what, eight? So out of the eight, from like slavery till now, you what, eight grandparents? So
Hmm.
if you break that down, if you can't find eight of them existing here prior to
Right.
1865, you know,
Yeah. True.
so
Yeah.
that's
I mean.
about ADOS is that like if you're going to do this thing, it would be smarter to work within Cobra, who's trying to actually attack it the way that it because the legal system of just simply going on a webcam and stating facts and saying that like Nigerians have it better than us, the Caribbean has it better than us, white people have it better than us, but just some
Hmm.
like the answer is not hard. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the answer in regard to
Right.
the reparation thing is not hard. You attack state and local governments because at the time in which slavery was prevalent, state rights were still like, okay, Maryland was a slave state, but Pennsylvania wasn't. You understand? And
Right.
Maryland
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
with the Union during the Civil War, but it was a slave state. You understand? So it's like, how do you, if you're going to attack this slavery thing, you got to attack it from that slave state, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the thing about it, you gotta do the research and you gotta have the evidence. And the more local evidence that you have, the better off you are. But you can say, well, okay, well, overall it was like this, and that. But in this state, during this period of time, this is what was happening. This was what the state law was, and it was
Yeah,
buttressed by the federal government as well. You know, by
yeah.
constitutional law as well. That type of thing.
Oh,
Work
Eric,
from
look at
within
this
to
bullshit.
go out. What's that?
Should Black Americans today pay reparations to Native Americans? Either that person is whiter than white, Arab than Arab, or nowhere near from like a Western country that asks something so stupid. How do you?
Yeah,
Oh my God!
yeah, that's
I
crazy.
think I think
Really?
because of my personal experience with my family, that's like I don't
Hmm.
have harms would happen to the Native Americans because when they were chopping off my ancestors' nose and ears, they weren't. "Oh, this is wrong. We're suffering in this land too, man. Fuck them."
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And I mean, you got people. You got black folks. I remember years ago. I saw. Well, I saw a film clip on YouTube, but I also read about how the black folks who have Cherokee kin, right?
Yeah.
They were complaining about the Cherokee Nation, basically disavowing them,
Yeah,
disowning
well,
them.
see, the thing is, they had
Well,
tribal status.
yeah.
So apparently, the government itself had to go in to these like indigenous
Hmm.
lands and force them to free their slaves.
Hmm.
So, like the last slave owners in America were not whites, but were Native Americans.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
So
Uh,
and then on top of that, like because I saw this award because they were building a Buffalo Soldiers award in Pembroke, and this Native American people were like
right.
protesting against it, and they
Right.
said they said they wanted to. So that is a white guy. Okay, yeah, this is a white guy. Never mind. I'm not going to entertain this anymore because he said America
Oh, okay.
by the labor of the Irish, the Chinese, and the Italians, and many others. This is like he's mentioning. Okay, so the Irish only did the East Coast, and they only primarily were in Boston and New York. The Chinese were primarily in San Francisco and on the railroads, and the Italians didn't show up until after the Second World War or First World War.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
next, this is what I'm just
Mm.
saying. Like,
Yeah.
this is why I just have to agree
Exactly,
with
man.
Shaka Ra on this.
Because
Like,
then I say, well, okay, you want to talk that shit? Okay, what about those? What about all them brothers who used it as cannon fodder during during the Civil War? Back in the 1860s,
yeah,
who decided for themselves, I'd rather fight. If I got the opportunity to fight for this country, show my loyalty to this country, I'd rather die fighting and standing up rather than
yeah,
pleading for the government to do something for me. You understand what I'm saying? Rather than pleading for the people in the government to feel some type of moral empathy toward me. Damn that shit. I can't live that way. Okay? Fine, let's go. I'll go fight. Okay? Because I'm gonna show you, white man, that you'll never have more heart than me. You
and I think
understand?
that's what happens to us. I think that's what happened to us as a people. I think we stopped fight. Like I honestly though, I think we started looking for validation from white people because we didn't want
Yeah,
validation from them. We just wanted them to leave us alone. Our
yeah,
ancestors just wanted them to leave, like they just wanted to be left alone. I just feel
yeah,
like they were like, because I heard people always say this to me, like, "Oh, you have a white man's education. How do you get a white man's education from a black college?"
yeah, indeed.
Or, "Oh, you speak like a white man." Like it's just like, how does that work?
And,
You
and
know,
and the thing about it is, what the hell makes education a skin color, man?
what makes science a skin color?
Indeed. You
You know,
understand what I'm saying? I mean, I can understand ideologies and methodologies by which you may be manipulated in your thinking by a professor.
Yeah,
That can happen, but that can happen no matter the hue, and it
yeah,
has happened. So I'm not, I'm like, hey, listen, if I'm learning something, the truth is the truth, no matter the source.
there
Okay,
we go.
the person who's telling you the truth may hate you, but they say, hey,
Like,
listen.
see, my first thing when I first started doing agriculture, there was a guy named Carl Cracky of the Cracky method.
Uh,
The Cracky method is
yeah,
kind of like a more sustainable, more affordable way of doing aquaponics and hydroponics. Okay, and this is a
right,
white
yeah,
Aztec took Inca and took Kemetic styles of agriculture and combined them. White guy did this. Okay, but he's coined the Cracky method. Does that mean that, like, okay, if I want to go open up a farm in like an African country, I gotta now reinvent the wheel because a white guy made something that's easier? Bitch, get out of here.
right, yeah,
Gracious.
yeah, stupid.
Thank you, Caucasian.
You
And
use the best.
like, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you use the best out of every culture, no matter the hue, no matter the skin color of the people. Use what works to
Hmm.
your greatest advantage. And when
There
you
you
hear the
go. See,
truth from
if white
someone,
guy does something, yeah.
yeah, take it on, copy it. Because if it's gonna
That's
work
all
to
you
your
do.
advantage,
John Henry
hey,
Clark said that.
yeah,
John Henry Clark said that if black people, you can't just buy a car, break the car down, and see what how it runs, how it motions, and then build one of your own. How hard is that? The Japanese did it.
me,
I mean,
mhm,
God, they literally
yeah,
went around the
hell
world,
yeah.
sent their brilliance, and just said, "All right,
Hmm.
cool."
And the
Like,
Japanese,
why are we
yeah,
complicating this?
right. And the Japanese did it big to the point where they're selling
Thank
that
you.
product to us big time. Look at the
And that's what
Germans.
I'm saying. And here's the thing: the Japanese
Mhm,
did it so well that they didn't even need to become like, like that's why everyone
mhm,
goes to China and other countries to manufacture because it's expensive to do that in Japan because they were doing their
yeah,
own thing. I'm saying,
yeah,
like, we do that, and I'm not saying like,
right.
don't
Mhm,
burn your cell phone, burn your laptops, but if you see a functional, great
right.
cell phone that works, or a service, like there's a company that
Mhm,
comes out and they're holding iPhone and they're like in the the Americas and the UK or whatever has you, and the service is good,
right.
the prices is fair, partake.
Mhm,
I'm not saying
yeah,
drop your daily life for some idea, but damn,
right.
let's not make this hard,
Yeah, yeah, indeed. Don't make it harder than it is. I mean, don't.
Yeah,
Life is complex enough as it is. Don't make it
it is.
complicated. You
Yeah.
know. Yeah,
It's
and
Going
so
I
on
mean,
there, mate?
frustrating. Hey, what's up, Belly?
hey,
Going
Belly,
on, man?
Bum bum.
What's going on? What we up
Holding
to,
it
man?
down, bro. Just holding it down, talking about random stuff.
Here we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
random stuff, man. Current events in life, man. History, present, future. All that type of thing that deals with the human condition, man.
Yeah.
That's what we talking about. I mean,
We
you
just gonna
know.
start talking about making this planet a little bit blacker. If you want to, interject some ideas, we all open. So go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Boy, I
I
tell you
mean,
what the man them need to do though, yeah. Like, man them need to concentrate on more on technology and future ventures rather than because I noticed that a lot of the times, yeah, it's spent talking about what happened yesterday rather than what we're going to do tomorrow. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like,
mhm,
I think that's something that definitely needs to be improved
yeah,
upon.
yeah. I mean, it's one thing to have. I'll put it this way: it's one thing to have an elite, right, that has knowledge of your history, your genealogy, of your people, of the place where you live, where you started out from. Fine, you want to know that, but don't make that in such a distraction in your life that you can't live life now. You understand? Because we live in life in 2020 now. We ain't living life, 5 centuries ago, a millennium ago, eons ago. Okay? We're living life now. We don't want to reinvent the wheel, but if we can do things, that advances the human condition now, let's do that. Okay? And we can always fall back in our own private libraries or in a library made up by the elite and read those books and read that information, and think about it. But if we focus so much on that and that alone, how are we gonna live today? How are we gonna advance human civilization today if we keep looking back to the past constantly?
Yeah, obviously, you gotta understand what happened in the past, how you got to the place where you are. Yeah, I get that.
Oh,
That
of
makes sense.
course, yeah, and I get that too.
But it's about it's when you're trying to living in the past of past glories and
Yeah,
trying to emulate past glories with future glories, isn't it? Like, right, all the good
yeah,
things that works plus all the things that's working now, live at that.
indeed.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you, man. You get no argument from me on that count. Um, knowledge is power, indeed. But the knowledge that in my subjective point of view, the knowledge we need right now is how to harness technology, keeping it the slave and the servant to the human beings that invent it, rather than letting it become a semi-master. You understand what I'm saying? To the point where we're so dependent on it that we can't live life without it, because that becomes a problem.
Crazy. Yeah, man. Definitely an issue.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah.
But like, it's
Mm, but in general, what we just discussed in the last couple of minutes, that's that type of issues and stuff that we were, that Brad and I we were talking about, and then from a general perspective, and then get a little bit more in detail based on upon the knowledge that we have and life experience that we have, that type of thing, and just kept it flowing. Hmm.
yeah, man. Yeah, big up for that. Big up for that, man. Yeah. I just quickly jumped on while I was driving to the next job in it, so I could
Yeah, because that question,
about
yeah,
the
because
question.
the question that you put, the question of the day, how do we move towards living in the type two civilization? I didn't know what that was about. I had to look it up, you know,
Yeah.
and
I didn't
fortunately I
know
did.
myself. Yeah, I didn't know myself
Hmm.
until I don't know. Was it yesterday or the other day? Someone was talking about it.
Yeah.
I was like, well,
Hmm.
I don't know about it. Probably everyone else don't know about it as well. Let's just ask them
Yeah.
the question and
Hmm.
see what we come up with from there.
Yeah, because if the people who were thinking about this, if we're talking about um as far as the Kardashev scale, type 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 civilization, if that's what they're talking about, at least I got an article here about that. And the web the website is futurism.com, and then
Right.
slash the Kardashev scale, type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 civilization. But I put
Yeah, that's right.
the
That's it.
link
That's
to
it.
it. That's it. Yeah, I put the link to it in the panel back chat there, so people can
Got
check it
it.
out for
Read
themselves.
out what the definition of a type two civilization is, so the people
Okay,
in the because I can't say it. I didn't know myself until someone said
oh,
it the other day. In it, so
okay, I'll read it here. It says here that the next step up, a type 2 civilization, can harness the power of their entire star, not merely transforming starlight into energy, but controlling the star. Several methods for this have been proposed, the most popular of which is the hypothetical Dysonosphere. This device, if you want to call it that, would encompass every single inch of the star, gathering most, if not all, of its energy output and transferring it to a planet for later use. Alternatively, if fusion power, the mechanism that powers stars, had been mastered by the race, a reactor on a truly immense scale could be used to satisfy their needs. Nearby gas giants can be utilized for their hydrogen, slowly drained, slowly drained of life by an orbiting reactor. What would this much energy mean for a species? Well, nothing known to science could wipe out a Type 2 civilization. Take, for instance, if humans survived long enough to reach this status and a moon sized object entered our solar system on a collision course with our little blue planet, we'd have the ability to vaporize it out of existence. Or if we had time, we could move our planet out of the way, completely dodging it. But let's say we didn't want to move Earth. Are there any options? Well, yes, because we'd have the capability to move Jupiter or another planet of our choice into the way. Pretty cool, right? So that's just a general, synopsis as to according to this
You know what?
website
Yeah? It's really
what
like,
type 2 civilization is.
don't you
Yeah,
think? Yeah. So it's like a fucking Back to the Future sort of religion, sort of looking something. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
because it's like having control of the actual planets, like being able to move the planets out of the way. I don't know
yeah.
what sort of level of understanding of science and manipulating, science and objects are gonna have to get to be able to do that sort of shit. Like so, even again,
Right.
that's like looking like religion. You know what I'm saying? Like so,
Yeah.
'cause,
Hmm.
but yeah, I don't know, man. If the control of it is in the civilization's hands, so it's in the like the humans on the planet's hand,
Yeah.
then in theory, yeah, obviously it's not being like just by what it sounds like. It sounds better than religion, isn't it? Because it's all controlled by. It's not like you don't have to die to get the prize, isn't it? Like the prize is
Well,
here actually while you're there.
yeah, that's
So
true. But then at the same time, though, you have to have a purpose for doing it.
yeah, so
Okay,
that's
so
what so
there,
the people
so
so that
yeah,
means people were things like you're saying personal vanity and personal prejudice and all that sort of stuff would have been something of the past by that time. Then.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, which means that if you have a purpose for it and you're working together, right, to work more harmoniously, right, and advance human civilization, then you have to have a moral principle too, though, right?
Also, would that mean that every person in the civilization has a role or could potentially have a role to fill in the
Yeah,
society? Like, so
yeah,
rather than people being homeless, drug addicts, abused, so it's like that's some perfect world, fam. Some of
yeah.
it, it's still like a fucking religion, man. So
I mean,
it's like
I mean, it's like
I don't see
systems
how you
theory.
get the good without the bad because
Yeah,
you have to be.
yeah.
It's like a balance in it of good and bad.
Oh, of
So,
course. And as long as we're talking about humans doing this, there's still the human nature to contend with,
mm.
So, you know,
So
there
yeah,
are,
what you feel like they could have like Ultra was saying he'd have a planet of like for it was specifically for wankers, no, so for country, for snowflakes, and for pussyholism. Do you know what I'm saying? Like a reformer camp. So do you think they say there was people that didn't want to conform to whatever
indeed,
it is, what it
yeah.
was, but they have to go to? Do you think they'll have to
Well,
go to? Would there be a place that has to reform them to make them want to do that, or?
yeah, I would think that you would have rather than having a penal colony like the British Empire had in Australia, um, you have a penal planet when you send those people off, all those people who are a detriment to human advancement and human harmony and peace, we'll ship them off to another planet. Let them be let them be on their own over there. You know, um, now you wouldn't have any command of this planet, but you govern them from a distance. You say, hey, listen, the reason why you're on this planet is because you're fucking it up for everybody else with your unscrupulous behavior and based on your unscrupulous ideologies, methodologies, and things. And it's working towards it's destroying humankind. It's making the human condition worse. It's making us go backwards rather than going forward or even living in the present the best way we can. So that's why you're here now. We have a program to re-educate you. Now, if you want to go into this program and be re-educated and then be reunited with your human kin, okay, with the rest of us, okay, fine. But you're gonna work this. You're gonna show and prove that's what you mean to do, right? You're gonna redeem yourself before us, and it must be demonstrable by your behavior, by what you do, right? We'll watch and see. And if we think in our judgment that it's worthwhile bringing you back to the planet with with rational thinking souls, then we'll bring you back. But if in our judgment you're not doing that, you're gonna stay here.
So wouldn't that be like
I mean,
um
I mean, I
we
mean,
like
judgment.
so it means we're still sort of like involuntary
Yeah.
slaves sort of thing
Well, I
because
mean, but
it's like you have to do
yeah.
or your freedom will be taken away, well your so-called freedom because you ain't got no freedom in it because
Mhm.
you have to
Well, see the thing.
everything you have to do
Yeah.
is pertaining to a role that has to be played to maintain the civilization
Right. Yeah.
at this high level that we're so high level that we don't rest or we always are always thinking and we're so, you know what I'm saying like so what
Yeah.
what if it
But
was
the thing.
what if it is something where the I don't know man because like Ralph was talking about Renegade Ralph yeah he was talking about not Ralph yeah Renegade Ralph yeah he was talking about
Uh.
like Amazon's got robots in it that do picking and packing and all them sort of stuff. And Brad was talking about the robots that pick the strawberries and all them sort of things in it. So
Right.
inventing the technology for the work to be done so the people have more leisurely free time and able to I don't know but I would still say like but how would the people how would the like what would be the exchange for when you want to buy something or when you need some shopping or whatever, like what would you exchange for that? Do you know
I.
what I mean?
You
Like,
know. I mean, the thing about it is, I mean, in the end, let's say, for example, we drop all of fiat currencies, even Bitcoin and digital coin and all that type of stuff, because in the end, that shit don't mean nothing.
mm,
What is valuable to us is what we need to feed ourselves, to medicate ourselves when we're ill, right? To educate ourselves, to advance ideas that's going to make life more harmonious amongst
mm,
the different tribes of people living in that time. You understand what I'm saying? The more cohesion you have, the more harmonious life you have. It's not going to be perfect. This is how people are thinking. And when they see people that are, and their thinking is in stark contrast to that and disrupts that harmony within the general society, you get them out of the way. Because if they continue to infiltrate into the general society, then people, then you got chaos again. So rather than go through that chaos, you get those people, you gather them up, you take them to the penal planet and say, hey, the reason why you're here is because you're disrupting life. You're making life miserable, okay, for the general population or for the majority of the population. So you're here. Now, if you want to correct yourself and correct your way of thinking, well, we got a program. Okay, you can go through this program. Okay, but if you choose to keep your same way of thinking, you're set in your ways, then you'll live the rest of your life on this planet. You can't live with us. Okay, living your misery on your own by yourselves. You understand what I'm saying? The system is never going to be perfect, man. But I mean, when you see people that disrupt the thinking and the interactions between people who want to do better, who wants to advance human civilization towards living peacefully amongst one another, okay? And you have people that you clearly see, okay, demonstrate a will towards disrupting that peace, okay? You got to get them because because then they'll make other people they'll make life chaotic, okay? And then people are going to start living in misery. You understand what I'm saying? So any hopes for peace, as long as these people are around disrupting the peace, okay, is null and void. So get rid of those people who disrupt the peace and put them in their own place.
It could be elevated to a level, to the next level, where they don't think about disrupting anything, because I think the type 2 civilization means that everyone, everything and everyone has something to benefit from the planet or the civilization being at that level. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you can't feel like you're at the bottom or you're a slave to the civilization. It's got to be feeling like it's a benefit and it's raising us to this level for us to be at, sort of thing. So, but it's hard. It's hard to comprehend or even to explain it, yeah, because we're obviously not living anywhere near that sort of.
Right. Yeah.
We are near that. We are near that. Do you acknowledge how privileged we are to live in the country that we live in, right?
You're just going to make this about living in England, yeah? And
no, it's not about living in England. It's not about living in England. There's people living in countries that don't even know what toilet paper is.
Yeah, you see what you did, yeah? You explained right there why the type 2 civilization thing is so far away, because when we're talking about the civilization, like the whole planet, yeah, you're going to talk about people living in other countries that ain't got stuff, and this country, how good this country is. When we're talking much above the country, it's not about just a country. It's about the whole civilization, but you don't understand that. I don't know if you... Well, you don't know, because why did you make that comment then?
Because you're talking about a fantasy, aren't you? You're talking about something that don't exist. How many natural resources do we have in this world? Do we have enough natural resources where everybody can live like we live in the society that we live in? They don't. If we did, we need 3 other planets to resource that.
Okay, did you listen to the description of what a type 2 civilization is?
No.
Huh?
No.
So that's why you're making the comments you're making. Because Eric made out what a type 2 civilization is, yeah, and what it defines. The question of the day is what mind state, or I'm just going off my head now because I ain't got time to read it yet. What mind state would we have to elevate to reach a type 2 civilization? Yeah, so a type 2 civilization again, yeah, is a fucking, like you're saying, that we've got powers to the scientific level. We've even got powers to manipulate planets and move planets or whatever and shit like that. Yeah. So it's like some outer space fantasy shit. But it wasn't about this country. It wasn't. It was about the people. It's more about the people's mindset of thinking, not thinking, my country's better than your country because we've got A, B, C, and D, and your country's better than my country because we've got so and so, so and so. Or I want to get to your place because so and so. It was more about the whole fucking planet able to elevate each other, and everyone feeling like they actually got a role or a place in the whole society.
So in that scenario, there is an abundance of natural resources, yeah?
Yeah, there isn't. No one's got a
okay.
gas meter. No one's got a gas meter. No one's got
Okay.
an electric key. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That so
Of course.
the, the planet's working for the people.
Okay.
Rather than the people working to fucking sustain themselves underneath a few people at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah. So obviously that's a game changer, isn't it? Because obviously the history of human beings has been a fight over resources, right?
Indeed, yeah, it has
Yeah.
been.
So since man has been conscious, we've been fighting over resources. So obviously, if you take away that, then yeah, you're definitely going to have a complete and absolute different mindset.
Yeah, but people have to have people have to have something to aspire to. Therefore, you have to have a purpose. You have to have a mission statement, if you will, and a methodology of how you carry out that mission statement, through experimentation. And of course, it'll take time. It'll take generations. It depends on how quickly humankind, in general, thinks in this way. Or comes to thinking in this way, where it's not about fighting each other for resources, but it's about how do we share these resources to the point where everybody has what they need. You understand what I'm saying? And everybody has a certain level of comfort by which they can live.
Okay.
Yeah, that type of thing.
But that brings us back to greed, don't it? We
Oh, oh,
live.
oh, oh.
We have a lot of excess, don't we? We are very wasteful.
Indeed, yes, I agree with you. I
Yeah, but
agree with you on that.
that's why the question was about what sort of mind state would you need to be elevated to, or would the have, because it's really got to be the lowest, the poorest people in society have to be elevated to that sort of mind state before
Indeed, yeah.
anything like that happens in it. So they're like I was saying, they can't be abused fucking kids. They can't be drug addicts. They can't be fucking homeless people. They can't be fucking. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't be
Yeah.
poorly educated children. They can't be hungry kids going to school. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
That's a utopia. That's a utopia, don't it? Do you believe that?
Yeah, that's a utopia.
Those
Oh,
things are
indeed,
genetic.
indeed is utopian. Yes, it is utopian. And I don't think human civilization.
And as we're not living in that right now, yeah.
No,
to explain something like that, yeah, it's obviously sound like a fantasist or whatever, innit? But saying that obviously the point of asking questions of the day, or the point of having the question of the day, is to go through hypothetical scenarios. So every question of the day on here has been a hypothetical scenario that we've tried to come up with an answer to. Whether it's been a past action or whatever, in it, like, because most of the questions are in times that we've never been.
Is it in human nature though to have that kind of world? Is that in our nature? Because we overconsume. If we consume less, people in other places in the world could consume more. It would be more fair. But is it in our nature to be, greedy and aggressive and so on and so forth?
Yeah, but that's why I was asking the question about what mind state do you feel like the average person would have to be elevated to. So things like that like personal vanity, Schiffer's done it. Yeah, personal vanity would have to be a thing of the past, innit? Like,
yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, I don't know, like.
But would that be a passive mind state? Because certain people can't contemplate that frame of mind. Certain people, it is, might is right, and so on and so forth. Certain people can't even contemplate passiveness. They can't contemplate, being, having a fair society. Their mind frame is very much so. Might is right. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the society that we live in right now, today. We live in the might is right society right now, yeah. That's obviously been cloaked up and covered up and finessed so hard now that there's laws behind the might is right. You know what I'm saying? That to keep the might is right.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly right. You know what I'm
Like
saying?
shoplifters get jail time and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and the ideology, I think, of type two civilization, that's the point. We can't afford for humankind to be passive in their thinking. They have to be active. Okay, they have to be proactive in their thinking towards how would such how would such a human civilization advance to that degree. So you have to be actively thinking about it. And of
But
course,
that
people are going to think at different levels, though.
yeah, but that's
Okay,
my point though. Is that in our DNA? Are we wired to even think like
by human nature, no, we're not. It's
that?
a
No.
challenge.
Yeah.
But that, but life is always challenging. Yeah, the advancement of
Yeah,
human
but wait,
civilization has always been a
every
challenge.
advance. Wait, hold on. Every mutation and advance that you happens with evolution, is that already wired in your DNA, or is that something that comes with the surrounding dangers that's happened? This happened so many times that now you've now got a fucking nerve that anytime anything makes a loud noise, you have to recognize it or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah,
is it the
but it is
is
passed
your
on, though, isn't it?
evolution
It's traits.
more with
It's passed
conditioning,
on.
or
Yeah,
is it with parched traits? Do you know what I'm saying? Like with what's happened, is it already there in the strand? Yeah, because obviously, if I don't really know, I'm very science illiterate. Yeah, I'm not a scientist. I've done no studies in science or whatever, and I don't even claim to be smart. Yeah, let me say that then. Yeah, but I'm saying like if there was someone that could explain how your DNA sort of thing works, is everything that you need already in there, or does adaptations and mutations happens with the environment that you're living in? You change. This happened so many times in your granddad, your granddad, your granddad, your granddad. Do you know what I mean? Like so many times back here that
yeah.
something has been built in to make that change now.
Mm. But there is a
I think,
theory that trauma is passed down, right? There is a
yeah.
theory. I don't know if that's true or not, but there is a theory that trauma is passed down. So I don't know
Well,
if
I
there's
mean,
any.
if you think about it, if your parents, they say if both your parents, your mother and your father, right, they have weak constitutions based on, let's say, some type of cancer or or autism or some type of other, mental disease or something like that, right? That comes down generation to generation. It may
Yeah,
skip one
that's the
generation.
physical,
Yeah,
though, isn't it? That's the physical.
yeah,
That's not the mental. That's physical.
yeah, yeah. That's the physical thing, but the physical thing though, it does have an effect on the mental thinking of
Yeah,
people because you're weaker and weaker. So now the next generation of your children, this generation of your children, okay, all those weaknesses, right, from multi generations of families, grandparents, grandmothers, so generations back, and it comes and goes. It skips a couple generations, but double down. Let's say if it doubles down on this generation, you see what I'm saying? It's going to have an effect. The children maybe weaken their thinking, and also weaken their constitution. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, this stuff happens. This is a part of being. This is a part of being human. But I think I'll put it this way. Speaking for myself, I think we have to get past the nature versus nurture debate and think about nature and nurture.
Yeah, but
What effects
it's
does
still
it?
very prevalent, though, isn't it? If you look at my
Yeah.
people, right, my people survived in the harshest of climates, right? So we we come together more as a group. We group.
Right.
We are more team players than other peoples,
Right.
right? Because we've had to do that to survive in our history,
Right.
right? Because of the climates that we survived in.
Right.
And then if you take someone from Africa and you bring them into a European society, then it's more
Yeah.
nurture than it is nature. Do you understand what I mean by that? That's why
Oh
people
yeah.
get more
but
confused.
I didn't really get that, man.
But
I didn't really get
I
that.
mean, I
Yeah, but
understand it.
what I'm saying is you're not living in your natural habitat. you're more going through the nature process. Mine is no, sorry, through the nurture process than the nature.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
listen, yo, James, what going, G? What you telling me, man? There, you must have run off real quick still. Yeah, big up yourself anyway, man, when you're ready still. But like I need to jump off of this still, man. But like I was saying, like if we're talking about this next level of thinking what we're gonna get to, yeah, it's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a major challenge, man. You know, because even if you think about it, you can see it when children are born. You have certain children that they call geniuses, right? As children, they seem to be they tend to be very smart. They learn very fast. You know, their brain is like the super sponge that takes in knowledge. Boom, boom, boom. They learn something, and when you see how they move, or you see a child who's very young but can read and knows, like, for example, all the capitals of the states in their country or something like that. They know it through memory. Okay, this may be rote memory, but as they grow older, right, they can sharpen that memory for broader purposes that other than just for rote
Yo,
memory.
Eric, let me pause you there, yeah.
Yeah.
So do you understand what's happened then with like you're saying then that's nurture side, isn't it? So one parent has spent more time trying to give their child whatever they would consider instructions that may improve their child's life, like say learning them all the different capitals of the world or whatever at a young age, or
Right.
letting them solve puzzles. And then some other people are not really doing that. Are just I don't know, man, just letting their kids do whatever,
Yeah.
and then sooner or later their kids can't tell them nothing. Their kids can tell them, and they can't tell their youth nothing. So
Yeah, it's a
obviously
major challenge, man.
it's a bit more than that, yeah. Like
Oh
I
yeah,
gotta say,
indeed.
because it's
Oh, oh
that's
indeed.
just the that's just the basic bare in it, like, because obviously it comes down to how much
Yeah.
family
I
time the
mean,
parents have got to spend with their children and all that sort of stuff. Was they really prepared to have the child at home in the first place, and like all that other shit?
yeah.
I was just saying,
Oh yeah,
if all the
exactly.
other shit. Say all the ticks are met on that. Yeah, we're just gonna say the in two equal families or whatever, and one
Yeah.
family is giving their children instructions or teaching them to. It's because it's like repetition, isn't it? Like just repeating.
So basically, are you predetermined by your
things that
DNA?
can help.
Are you
No,
predetermined by your DNA?
it's not predetermined, bro. I'm just trying to explain to you, bro. Like, if I'm gonna teach my kid, the latest fucking Spice Girls lyrics, and get them to recite Spice Girls to look cute on fucking YouTube, while you're teaching your kid how to fucking solve the Rubik's cube, Rubik's cube. All every day, you guys are trying to solve the Rubik's cube, Who do you think is going to be better at maths?
Yeah, but what if that kid is not intellectually capable of taking in that information? Because certain people are born with certain IQs, right? I know I have a IQ limitation. I don't think I could increase that. Do you not believe that's the case as well?
Yo, what's up, James? How you doing, bro? How you been,
Don't
man?
you think?
What's up, Bo? What's up, Belly?
I do think you're big up, I do think that you could have there might be limits or whatever that certain people might be able to reach to, But I do think that if you with the repetition thing, anyone can learn that. So if I'm giving you this repetition and these problem solving things from a young child to an adult, you're going to be better at maths. You might not be the fucking best genius at someone who's got like a little bit of a maths brain.
Someone who has a photographic memory or something.
Right, you'll be better than the average person though, because you've done more training to do that than the average person has done. So that's what I'm saying, isn't it? Not that everyone has got the brain to be a fucking top brain surgeon or that flipping.
Yeah,
but they have other skills but they can always learn. Yeah.
Take over for me, Ochi, Jimbo, big up.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, the point of the matter is this: you have children from infancy. You can see that some may have mental defects. It doesn't mean that the child can't learn, but the pace at which that child learns, okay, is going to be slower. You know, because of something something may be defective in the physical brain.
Yeah, the
Okay.
capability to
Yeah. Yeah.
take in
Yes.
information. Yeah.
Right. The general capability is always there to learn, but people learn at different levels. Some people learn faster than others. You know, you have people that are so-called geniuses. They learn a lot of stuff. They practice a lot of stuff. They experiment and they give out information, right? And these people may be considered geniuses, okay? So they learn faster and they have more information than the average person. But the average person can still learn, okay? Um, but perhaps they're not learning at the same pace as the so-called genius. All right, they're learning at a slower pace on average, okay, because they're averaging another person at the level of genius. And then you have the person who is the slow learner, right? The person who is dull. Okay, it doesn't mean that the person who is dull doesn't have how can I say faculties for intellect, but it's going to be at a slower pace than the average person. You see what I'm saying? So there's always those different levels, and with all those different levels of learning, the speed and pace of learning, of course, you're always going to have challenges. I mean, it is what it is. You know.
Yeah, something that's all right.
Is that Carnito talking now?
No, it's not. It's
Oh no, that's James. James Jones. Sorry about that, James. Sorry,
That's
man.
right.
Hey, what's happening, man?
It's
You
only a
good?
little bit of an insult. It's not a great insult. It's still kind of insulting, but it's all right. I live. Yeah, no. To answer the question, furthermore, is everyone the same as me? Like, you didn't get notified of the live?
What's that? What do you mean?
Like, how did you know Belly was live?
Oh yeah, I got notification. I always get notifications
Oh, you got one, yeah? All right.
yeah. I always get notifications when I'm because I'm subscribed, so I always get notifications when Belly goes live.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Type 1. Type 2. Even. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Check this out. If you look in if you look in the back chat here, okay, you will see a link, https colon / futurism.com / the Kardashev scale
Yeah.
type.
No, I know what a Kardashev scale is, and I know.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I know the Kardashev scale.
I'm just saying in general because this is the first time I've heard of it. Type 2
Yeah. No.
civilization. That question came up. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, to be honest,
So,
like it has there's two different interpretations. There's a technical interpretation which is different, I guess, for lack of a better word. And then there's the simple understanding, which is using all the energy from that's available on the planet, then being able to use all the energy or the radiation that's emitted from a star, and then
right.
all the radiation or energy that is from all the planets and all of the stars in your galaxy.
Right.
So we're not even at level 1, but the question is how you get from level 1 to level 2. And it's funny because we had this discussion on another day, but generally speaking, it would be some sort of existential threat to humanity. That's the only way that we would essentially share resources and work together to harness all the resources available to us on the planet, or all the sort of renewable energy that was available on the planet.
Yeah.
But would that
To
happen?
keep
Why would
us.
that happen? Would that ever happen? It would yeah, it would require, in my opinion, some form of existential threat, some reason for
Yeah.
humanity to consider itself part of one tribe. So that would be something. And it's funny because coronavirus, it won't be, but it could, something like this could be the threat. But then, yeah,
Yeah.
but then even, sounds horrible to say, but even there would have to be some mass
Catastrophe.
incarceration or some kind of
Yeah.
culling of all the humans. And I'll give you a real uh, sort of impromptu, what's the word, man? Like a trivial example. And that is,
Mm-hmm.
today I went shopping earlier in the morning to like a supermarket, right? And in the
Right.
supermarket there's just like loads of people. Like they were stopping people at the entrance. Like that's how many people were in there, right? And there's barely any
Right.
space to move around, which is funny
Mm-hmm.
because that's probably like the most likely place you're going to get the virus. But anyway,
Right.
and in
Yeah.
there you had
Mm-hmm.
two type. Like, I mean, there's probably more, but like I could reduce it to two types of shoppers. And there were the
Mm-hmm.
shoppers that were just so driven, like single-minded, that were just like moving at a really brisk pace, and were trying to find the items that they decided they needed, and they weren't like negotiating their time or the space in any way. They just
Right.
boom, 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 bombing forward.
Yeah.
And then other shoppers that just seemed astounded by the whole thing and wanted to tell people about it, or wanted to
Yeah.
assist other people shopping, or tell other people, what other shops they had been to, so on and so forth. So
Right.
you're walking around and you're seeing people with masks looking
Right.
like,
Mm-hmm.
just looking so what's the word, like what's the word, what's the normal word for that, like uncomfortable, if you like, yeah. And then you've
Yeah.
got other people that look like they're just there to make friends.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that crisis would probably bring out the extremes of those two emotions, which is one, solidarity, the fact that this is a threat against humanity and we are both humans, therefore, we should be working together. And then the
Right.
other ones whereas this is a threat against me individually and I must treat everybody as my enemy. So,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
moving towards the reaction to an existential threat will obviously create two camps, and one of those two camps will be victorious at the end of that, sort of in the end of that conflict. I guess
Mm-hmm.
the what should happen, what is likely to happen, is the ones who regard humanity as their tribe are most
Mm-hmm.
likely to become victorious. Then there'll be some kind of mass, I guess, culling or whatever. And then
Yeah.
after that period, then I think we would probably be in the that would probably be at the where we're in type one civilization.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. When you talk about a challenge like this, I mean, it would take a major catastrophe to bring the whole planet of people together. Something like almost like a Star Wars type scenario, an intergalactic war, where you have a planet of one species of life, you know, that's being
Europe.
threatened by another planet, right? With another species of life that wants to take it over. You understand what I'm saying? And everybody realizes this, okay? By every means necessary, I got to find a way in which I can secure my survival and the survival of my family. Now, if you have the more people that you have thinking like that, the more people I think, the more people you will have who are like-minded. Why? Because just like you, yeah, I want my family to survive too. I want myself to survive too. Okay, well, let's work out a plan on how we can do this together so that we all survive. But like you said, James Jones, human nature is contradictory. So you're going to have other groups who are going to say, well, you don't deserve to live. You don't provide anything that's of vital importance and relevance to the society that we live in right now on this planet. So why should you live? Why should your family live? You understand what I'm saying? And so you're gonna have a battle of wills. There's no doubt about it. You know.
Yeah. Hey, Brad, was you saying something? Brothers.
But well, somebody say something because I gotta go. I gotta go to the toilet, man. So I'm gonna mute out for a few minutes and then
Yeah, do your thing, man.
yeah. But in the meantime, somebody speak up, man, because the more ideas we have, I mean, the more we're thinking. You know, the more interesting that question becomes.
Yo, G's, walk on.
No, hey, okay, check the back chat. Hang up.
Alright, yeah, man. My phone was ringing still, man. That's why I had to jump up quickly still. But like I'm just going into a job still, so quick past you. You get me? Yo, anyone in the chat want to jump on, join the conversation, and make it interesting? Yeah, let us know your thoughts on this type 2 civilization, religion, space, reality sort of thing. You get me? Like, yeah. Yo, James, what do you think about it? And Ultra, like Ultra, you give your thoughts on it earlier still, but
No, yeah, I gave my thoughts now still when you're on the phone. Yeah, no, I just said like we need some existential threat to humanity in it. So, aliens, a coronavirus, and then after that period, there'll be two types of now there'll be more, but I just reduced it to two types of individuals. The types that value the sort of regard humanity as a tribe. Yeah. So like let's say aliens come down. A man says there'll be one type of person that says every human needs to fight together, and there'll be another type of motherfucker that'll look out for his own individual interests. Think the kind of guy that'll try to make a deal with the aliens. Those kind of people. Yeah. So when if humanity, the only side that can be victorious in that situation in humanity is the one that values humanity's collective identity more. Yeah. So for example, the snake person, he can only be successful if A, the aliens win and give him some position. B, the aliens win and he carries on foraging and hiding. They never catch him because he's a snake and he lives by himself or whatever, or in his own little tribe. So if humanity succeeds in this battle against the virus, against the alien, then humanity themselves, the collective ones, they will be they will also beat the individualist ones, and they will be the type one civilization. And then type two is a natural progression from type one. Because the more energy we harness, the more innovation we get, and then we're able to essentially reach the cup goes further, and then we become a type two civilization. So,
right.
In a nutshell,
yeah, I was saying earlier that if another race has the technology to come from another solar system over to here, and they can emulate one of the so-called saviors, they could wrap us up, man. Wrapped, cuz. I'd be thinking they see Jesus and shit. You get me?
Okay. Now I see why you asked that question. I like Carl's comment. At least he's being honest as well. Still, like, let's keep it real. That's where the fun is.
Man. Islam's all bruised in hospital, man. We have to let it recover from it. You know what I mean? Like,
but yeah,
Islam's all bruised up in hospital and shit. You get me, cuz?
That's because how long you got?
A couple minutes. 1 second. Sorry. Go on, carry on.
Do your thing, man.
Yeah, go on, carry on anyway.
No, I just remember one time Dan and Ralph were having a real interesting debate, and Dan hit Ralph up with, "Could you accept, that Jesus may return as an AI?"
As a what?
As artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence?
Yeah, like all the signs for Jesus returning were met. All the prophecies were met, but Jesus was actually artificial intelligence. Would that be evidence of God? And I was busting. I was like, that is some deep That is fucking deep, like robot Jesus. Like, you know, Jesus is some robot that, like,
Robo
you get me?
Jesus. You get me?
So like, to answer your question, you can look at it both ways. You know, you could say religion makes people stupid, but then people that you know what they call that, what they say you and I are like, oh, you man believe in your white man science, like. So yeah, man, it's interesting still. Yeah, like you know what you should watch if you ever get time. Watch that. It's a bullshit show, but there's a Netflix show called The Messiah.
Yeah. I
And
heard you man talking about it before. Still,
yeah, some little
I think I
Arab,
might have to pre it.
some little Arab done, and he comes back for the whites and the Arabs still. He not really loving no black man still.
That's sort of telling you what they're planning for the future, yeah.
Boy,
Blackout.
That is the reality of how these lot have framed their religions. That's the reality, innit? And to quote Afghan Kandak in the chat, like if a mad thing was going in, you know, nah, I ain't even gonna do rest day like that.
Yo, yeah. Fucking hell, man. Imagine send man some grapes and shit in hospital, and then man want to fucking send more knives.
You get me?
Yeah,
like I said, that's a good point. Still, that's one of those questions that would you rather save Mecca or whatever? Because if my man comes back for another race, what is that? Like, for example, if the Messiah come back, yeah, and he says the most work I need to, all the heathens are in America, my work must be in America. Are you gonna traipse up to America to like touch his skin, and to like kiss his feet and then thing there, like what you get me? And then what
America,
some white dog, some Cesare Borgia guy, you get me? Like,
Cesare's there, like, yo, well, go on. With a fucking bubble hat on and all them things there. Fucking hell. Listen, let me ask you another question. Yeah,
go on.
I was gonna ask Khan, yeah, anyway, like, what's more important to him, clean water or religion?
He's gonna say clean water, though, man. He's not. At least the youth's not a fronter like that. Hey, Belly, I didn't get my notification, and their man are saying they didn't either.
Yeah, I heard that. Still, I'm hearing that, man. I'm going for that, man.
I don't know. I think that's why you got like 27 viewers. You know.
Fix your boiler. Yeah.
Should have asked her like.
I should have said I come to lay the pipe, innit? I come to lay
the pipe. you have to pick and choose who you hit that one up with. You hit up with that.
Hello, I come to lay the pipe. So greasy sex voice.
Like you see her and she's young and cool. You can get away with them ones.
One of the randoms nan and shit, talking about coming to lay the pipe and shit. Man, fucking hell, went to the wrong door.
You can do that if they don't know what you're talking about. That's even
a foreign thing, yeah, freshie.
Yeah. Hey, I went into
hello, I've come to lay the pipe.
I went to the Polish supermarket today, yeah. Bro, I don't know what yeah, I was about to say what area I live in still, but blood. I've never been in there before. I walk past it all the time, yeah. They're just hotties everywhere, blood. And I don't think they're all Polish. I think some of them are dark skinned, like Romanians or some shit like that. In there, no one's
right, be careful saying dark skin and Romanian in the same voice.
Right.
Same verse, boy, in this channel, boy. You might 90 for a shakara, might come. Yeah, come for you, boy.
Alright, anyway, man, what we saying? You gotta jump off in it to do your thing.
Yeah, man, I gotta jump off still. Let's get on the list.
To someone.
Yeah, man, where's Ultra though, man? Man, just jump on and go on mute. Well, for some, man. Every man's on mute. Alright, James, yeah, take over, man. Start rolling some cunts in it, man. Make someone come off mute and talk, innit?
Alright.
It's the top floor, isn't it?
A chat for the top floor,
Alright, say that, man. I come to lay the pipe, you get me?
To all the ladies in the chat, I come to lay the pipe.
Jump some off.
Crude,
Yeah. Pipe to mouth.
man.
Yeah.
Belly, you are crude and rude. You hear me?
Yeah. I come to lay a big pipe. I come to unblock your plug.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know.
Gone.
Oh yeah. Anyone that can get to a Ryman's, you know, the stationery shop, yeah?
Hi.
They got jelly bean hand sanitizers. Anyone that can get there. That was a smooth little cop of mine today still.
James, shut the fuck up.
Why? Why?
Because I don't know if you were actually giving constructive advice or you
No,
just
you know jelly beans. You know, like the sweets, the jelly beans.
yeah.
Yeah, they've got these like hand sanitizers in the shape of a jelly bean. And I went into Ryman's on the advice of somebody that told me, and the woman just was like, you know, and she brought out a whole fucking box of them. But it's limited to only 2. You can only buy 2. So me and my mate bought 2 each. But it's a really good purchase because I've now got 1, 2, 3, 4 I've got actually 5, actually 6, because I got the Colonia. I got 6 different hand sanitizers. Yeah. So
Hey, wait, couldn't you just use vodka? Wouldn't that
you
sanitize?
know, so I've got some Turkish aftershave called Colonia, yeah, which has over 50. It's famous because it has over 50% alcohol, like highly.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's called Colonia. But if you're not
Jesus,
to get your
Turkish
hands on
people.
it, any like Turkish market or Turkish store should have it. It's quite expensive because it's an actual aftershave. Like it's not it's cologne, right? So, but it's famous for being like, so it's got citrus fruit and it's got high alcohol content. So like I found some guy at a Turkish restaurant, he's like my guy. He told me like one time I went in there to order some food and he was like, "This is what we're using," because he saw me using a hand sanitizer. He's like, "This is what we're using." So yeah, that's good. I bought a bottle of that for £10. Then I've got, I don't know if you guys have Carex where you're from. We've got these little Carex hand sanitizers. I had a couple of those from before this madness.
Yeah.
And then I got these jelly. I got 3 jelly beans, jelly bean hand sanitizers.
Well, that's cool. I mean, as long as you
But man,
have
if I
what
still,
you
get,
need, as long as you got what you need, to keep the hygiene, keep your physical hygiene up, and feed yourself and and those types of things, man. I think
guys, drink water. Drink
and
water.
water
Sure,
and water, yeah.
water. They say 15 minutes, but arguably, if you're out and about, try have a small bottle of water with you and drink every 5 minutes. Because the logic is, if for any reason the virus gets into your like nasal passage or your throat, the water hopefully should wash before the virus has time to act. It should wash it down to your stomach, and it will be killed by your acid in your stomach, right? So if you're constantly drinking water, it severely limits, because aside from touching your mouth or whatever, the only other way you're going to get it is while it's airborne. The virus can only be airborne for about 10 feet. Yeah. So about 10 feet, it will eventually fall. So for that 10 feet, if let's imagine someone coughs and they're like 8 feet from you, you don't notice the cough, and somehow that virus gets into your mouth, for example. Yeah. If you're constantly drinking water every 5 minutes, there's a good chance that even though you've come in contact already with the virus, you still won't get the illness because it's been killed by your stomach acid. So drinking water, having a moist pause no homo, having a moist throat, and constantly, and constantly drinking.
Wait. Yo, James.
Yo.
Did you say that the hand sanitizer was the size of a jelly bean, or
No, it's the shape. You know, like the jelly bean, the famous one.
Yeah.
Yes, the famous jelly bean sweet shape. I would take a picture. I would turn on my camera and show you, but I don't trust you.
It'd be weird to see a white hand. That'd be crazy. It'd be weird to see a white hand there. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. You know what's weird? How people call me white. Like, I don't like, because obviously I know people like you are joking, right? But some of the people I don't know, like, Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's sad though for them.
No, but people did it to Raheem too. Like Raheem had to pull up a whole video of him talking to Braden. Raheem's a black man.
But yeah, you know what it is though, yeah? Like I learn words, yeah, and then it's like I'm excited to use them. But
Right.
people just say, like, oh, you're trying to sound smart. And I always say, like, first of all, why is that attributed to whiteness? Which is fucking
Son,
retarded.
please don't get me
There you
started.
go.
And then number two, why would anyone want to sound dumb? Like I don't what's like the antithesis of trying to sound smart is what? It's trying to sound dumb, right? And to say that one is abnormal is to imply that the other is normal. Well, it's not really normal to sound dumb. It's fucking it literally is dumb. Like, that's literally dumb.
Well,
Do that.
but the thing about it may not be as deep as sounding dumb, but why do you want to sound average? If you have above average vocabulary, you can use it and verbally articulate it to the point where other people can understand what you're saying. Then why not do that? You know?
Yeah, but I admit I am self-aware enough to admit at times it appears pretentious, but then I'm a condescending person anyway, so fuck them. You know what I mean? But if that's what your criticism is, then be honest and
No,
say
my biggest criticism people have for me is that I look down on black people because
yeah, I feel like you look down on a lot of people, not just black.
but no, like they say I look down on black people because I don't accept bullshit sometimes, and
But isn't it a natural?
I was always told like, oh, you got that white man's education, so you think you're better than me. I don't know what a white man's education is. Like, what is a white man's education?
I guess it's an education that they don't have, and they believe that the only reason you possess it is because you're seen favorably by white people. That's unfortunately
That's the thing, though. Yeah. My whole life has been in the black community. When I tell you, bro. Okay, so there's this ballet school that was next to my high school. Just so my principal could show a diverse prom, he invited them to come to our school for prom. That's how black my life has been.
No, but to people like I don't see you. Listen to the difference between me. That's the reason I joke with you about being anti-black, like about having a white wife and stuff, just because of pro-black I believe you to be, right? So anyone that thinks you're opposite or calls you a sellout is comical. People that call me a sellout, I understand because they're dumb and they don't quite understand that you don't have to be extreme in either direction. Like you don't have to. If I don't have to tell you I'll kill white people for black people for you to believe that I won't kill black people for white people. You know what I mean? Like it's just too stupid, too ridiculous extreme. But I always thought you were pro-black. I think you're not a thought. I think you're a pro-black person. What you just told me there, I believe. I would imagine that was the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing you can do, man. People like it's sad to say it logically follows, and it's a consequence of the sort of deracination of black people in the diaspora that they are very confused and they don't know how to target their frustration. So what ends up happening is that by them thinking it's like logically sequential to say like I hate the white man, therefore I'm gonna act in this manner. They don't realize that they validate the white man's behavior toward them, opinion of them, and general superiority with the way they act. So, for example, if you take someone that's eloquent and intelligent and say, "Oh, you
like the Carlton character, like the Carlton character is the perfect example.
Right.
The Carlton character was meant to be. It was like the Carlton character became the joke when, like, in Cosby's, the Carlton character was, Vanessa. Sometimes Denise was the intelligent. It's like it was something that was to be praised, and it's like now it's like, oh, you're lame because you don't use contractions most times. Like, all right.
Yeah,
exactly. It's sad because this is what I was trying to say. Oh, what the fuck? That's retarded. I was trying to say this to what's his face the other day. In that little debate mock debate we was having, me and what is his name? The fucking Ezra. Fucking hell, Ezra. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't remember his name. I'm just tired. But yeah, Ezra. I was saying to him, bro, like you believe that you Hebrew Israelites are fighting against the white man, but you don't realize that you are valorizing the white man's exploits. Yeah, and you think by saying no, evil, no, son of Esau, no, you don't realize that you're saying no, divine agency has led to your enslavement, rather than mistakes that you can correct. You can correct a mistake. If you've done something wrong, you can correct it. If there's something primitive, a primitive quality in your civilization or society that's allowed someone to gain advantage on you or gain the higher ground, you can correct that. If it's a punishment from God, you're fucked, bro. Then by your own admission, and you're basically docile and saying, "Well, we accept this little period of enslavement for some afterlife." That means you'll go
just to know that your life, though. But like, think about this, James. Like to know that like your life, your kid's life, and you don't know when it's going to end. You don't know when your children's going to end. So it's you think that like, well, at most I get to yell at a couple of white people on the side of the street. I get to tell Africans that like, oh,
They
you
sold
us. But it's like, wait a minute. How would they know they sold you if everyone looks exactly?
Hey, Brad, I'm gonna say this now, yeah.
Yeah.
I still want to be able to troll you later on, so take this with a pinch of salt, okay?
Okay.
All right. You are the perfect example of how an African American should culturally evolve. Yeah, because I think it's unfair. I think it's super unfair for a lot of Black Americans to have to pick a country at random and say this is my African identity because I repudiate my my black slash African American culture because it's not going to serve me well in the future and it's never ever been good for my people. Yeah. Picking one at random is tough. Like I do feel for I think it was Melanade or someone says, so what do you expect them to do? Just pick one at random. And I'm like, I know it sounds like easy for me because I have a culture outside of Britain, but yeah, you kind of do have to pick one at random.
Yeah, you can because like I know when I get around Yoruba, not to bring up Ashanti. I know when I get around Ashanti, not to bring up Yoruba. So like, you know.
No, but you basically said you basically decided. All right, cool. I've got this African lineage and roots. This is where I've descended from. Even though I've got no cultural links to them at present, I'm gonna force this culture because it's preferable and I can build with this culture more than this bullshit American one. Yeah.
Yep.
That is the perfect, in my opinion. That is the most self-esteem building exercise an African American, in my opinion, I could be wrong, obviously, could do. And I've said it.
James, can you just stop now because it's starting to make my stomach hurt. Like,
okay, I'm so sorry. Also, you're a condescending prick.
Thank you.
No problem.
Speaking of condescending pricks, I'm back.
Wait, but fair and honest condescending pricks.
All the time. All the time. And super righteous as well.
Super righteous, man.
Yeah, like ultra righteous. Come on. What's going on, people? Talk to me while
Wait, hold on. Was Tesla into eugenics?
Huh?
Tesla was into eugenics?
No way. Don't say that.
Son, someone just posted that. By the way, you're praising Tesla. Tesla was into eugenics. Just saying.
Yeah, no one's perfect.
Yeah, I don't really care. Like,
what was his most famous invention again?
The Tesla coil. It was like endless energy.
Oh, okay.
And apparently he broke it up. I learned this from Orthodox more today. Apparently he broke it up. He made it work, and then he broke it up and gave it to everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, listen. All I'm saying to you people, make sure you're stocked up and ready for a lockdown. Yeah, because it's.
What do you believe it's going to be on?
What's it again?
What do you believe it's going to be? Talk to me.
To be honest with you, I just don't know. The truth is, I don't know, and because I don't know, oh my god! Somebody just WhatsApp me 1,000 links to porn websites and says, if you get locked down, don't worry, you've got loads of tissue, you'll be fine. But,
Wait.
Oh
hey, listen, yeah. The army, I doubt the army is going to be on the like. See what all these people are fearmongering. I doubt that's going to happen.
I don't know.
What's up with that? What's up with the army and shit like that?
No, that's unlikely. It's so unlikely. It's ridiculous.
for two reasons. One, there's no resource for that. There's absolutely what do you do? You deploy troops and then what? Go, oh well, guys, it's all done. See you later. That's well, that a big line would have been crossed by doing that. A very big line would have been crossed. Yeah, that's number one. Number two, the army officials have already come out and stated that they will not interfere in civil disobedience. That is a job for the police. So while we still have a police force, it's not like we're. Do you know what I mean? While we still and the only help army is going to provide is transport for patients in the event of any type of forced quarantine scenarios. Yeah, so transport and or field. What do you call that shit?
Field support.
No, like field ambulances. What do you call that? Like field medics and shit.
Okay.
So like people that will, like
Yeah.
people that are good at going and treating people in
Well,
the
shouldn't they be building like mobile hospitals and have?
yeah, shit like that. But that's how
Okay.
if the army was to get involved on that level, that's what they're preparing for now.
Oh, so they're gonna do humanitarian work. That's not bad.
Yeah, the actual civil disobedience, and even that, all you can really do is number one, enforce the fines, and then number two, enforce the protection of certain allocated stores. So if it ever was to get to the point where, like only certain businesses would be given the ability, or all businesses, but in certain periods of the day. So in all of those instances, what people are posing are all these trucks and all this military and boots and so on. I mean, obviously anything's possible, but it seems very unrealistic. Like, why?
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully, I'm allaying people's fears, man. I mean, either way, bro, go about your life, man.
Hey, you know why? Cause that why I feel army, so much in the army. Yeah.
Wait, you're that quick.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's the man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Hey, Ultra, did I just burst your bubble or something?
You know, Ultra's hoping for the army to lock down the place so man ain't gonna go work and shit. Like, yeah, lock it down, man, so I ain't even gonna go nowhere. I could just chill out in the yard and that.
Ultra cussing me under his breath like fucking hell, James, man. Allow niggas to dream, man.
Can I live? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, Ultra, you better tell baby Jesus to save us.
Big baby Jesus, I can't wait.
Man, get the no. Let Jesus relax. Get Allah on this. Let Allah got to prove himself today. Let Allah fix this.
Let Allah do something for once. Yeah?
Let Allah do something for once.
Are you done, bro? Allah's come. All Allah's people are in fucking 35-degree weather, fam. They're safe.
And they get their prize after as well, man. They get their prize after as well, anyway, man.
Allah been saved all the women, fam. He been told those chicks to cover their mouths, fam.
if you don't wear any niqab, then you wouldn't have got. Yeah, man.
So we know. So if a Muslim is sick, we'll know who the kafir is. Okay, cool.
No.
Yeah.
Man. So.
You know when the chick's got corona and the husband's like she comes home and she says she got corona, the husband tells her, "You whore, you fucking whore." I need to do a skit of that still.
Yo, dude, that'd be mad still.
Oh, bro, this toilet paper. Man smashed it the other day, though. Man actually smashed it. Me and my regiment got. Man's been doing bits, you know. Every morning, this guy's like, "I come. I'm on this hunting thing." I'm like, "Cool, come, we'll roll." And man's been killing. Like today, we got the hands. Yeah, hey, Benny, I'm telling you. You see Ryman's, the stationery. Today, man, got these. I'll send you a picture later. Yeah, but it's like these. You know, Jelly Bean, the company that sells them like gourmet jelly bean things. No, I'm talking about
the jelly beans.
Yeah, but you know the ones that come from America, them like gourmet ones.
Oh yeah.
That famous brand, yeah. They've got a hand sanitizer, yeah, in the shape of a jelly bean with a little spray on the top.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and they sell them in Ryman's for £3.
With the jelly bean smell, yeah.
Yeah. So when you pass a Ryman's, that stationery shop, just hop out and go, have you got any of them jelly bean hand sanitizers still? But you know what the wickedest thing is, yeah? They only sell 2, like the woman only let us have 2 each, yeah. But bro, I checked online, yeah. Imagine they're shotting on eBay for £13.
Yeah, because that's what I told you that already, man. Every time, every time there's a crisis, yeah, any smart. That's why you ain't seen BVM lately, man, because he's selling fucking toilet rolls and hand sanitizers on fucking eBay for like 20 pound a fucking toilet roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, fuck this, mate. I'm off. You can have Tommy. Rasmet. I'm off, mate. Off. I'm selling fucking hand wipes, mate. 20 quid a pop.
You say you're gonna have Tommy Robinson.
Are you listening? Yeah? Are you listening? Yeah. Man can't chat to me. You know I got stats on this thing here, yeah. Because everywhere I go, even when there's 20 people in the chat, as soon as I jump on, hater comes through. You see Cotton Socks the other day, yeah. Bro, the other day I ain't gonna lie, I felt bad for her. She got bombarded. This one racist, this one cussing her how she looks, this one cussing her height, this one cussing this one cussing that. I was like, to her blood, did this happen to you a lot? Like this, because I see you in the chat, you don't get violated like this every day. And she's like, yeah, it happens, but obviously not as bad as this. And I was like, Rare, the second you say you got love for me, fam, the hate is different.
It's real.
Look, we got this little pussy in the chat. Yeah, man. Yeah, but sorry, go on and carry on.
Why do you waste your time responding?
You get me? Jealous one still envy, mate. Fat Joe made the album ages ago, mate. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me. I don't respond, Brad. It's just funny because I'm looking at the chat, hoping the numbers pick up. I don't know what's going on with internet. But already,
I don't know, man. You saying that? Enough man were coming in saying they never got no notification on that, man.
Yeah, man. I had to like refresh like multiple times.
No, yeah. I still when I come because when I was in my yard earlier. No, obviously I didn't get notifications. I thought you were busy or something, family stuff. Then when I come to actual come onto the YouTube, like you go to the main homepage thing.
You can see man was live and shit.
Yeah, but then yeah, I seen it was like 4 hours into the show.
Like raw.
Yeah, like
where's my notifications at, B?
Come on. I know, but I was on YouTube earlier and it didn't show me that you were on either. You know what I mean? Like it didn't show me in the...
Just quickly, everyone to know when they lock us down, TV license know that you're gonna be home, so don't try it.
But in the absence of Issa, yeah, I'm gonna blame the Sunnis for that, yeah.
Oh shit!
It's them Sunnis' fault. You know what's funny, yeah? At first, isn't it? Everyone gets their time and they think that obviously man don't blame Sunnis for everything, innit? And then all the stuff that man's blaming Sunnis for, you're like, Ross. You really blame them for everything. You really do blame them for everything.
He really does.
But you know what? Yeah. Obviously, none of us think Islam is true. Yeah. None of us think Islam is good for humanity. Yeah. Like it's
of course
for individuals, but not good for humanity, in my opinion. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Which one is better out of Sunni and Shiism?
Shia so far.
Yeah, fact. All right, cool. So that lets that guy know that we're not fronting. Oh, sorry, Ultra, you answer as well, sir.
Would you rather have Sunnis or Shiites? Shiites than Sunnis.
Hey, listen, man. They're gonna cut this up, boy.
I know. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. But be bare fat toss out there. Bare fat toss.
Yeah, no, man.
1 sec, yeah. Yeah, no comment anyway.
Yeah. No, I agree, Brad. Though I was saying that so Esau can't run around saying that we're some fronters or we don't listen or we don't.
Yeah, like I listen.
Yeah.
I always defend Issa. I always say when Sunnis talk about Issa, they never talk about his information. They always talk about his approach, like how he always like blankets all Sunnis. That's the only thing I've ever heard someone say. No one has ever topped him like information wise. I'm not gonna fake.
Yeah.
Shamesy gave him some work. Though I ain't gonna fake. He did.
Yeah, like, you know what is with Sham? Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, for him and Ahmed the Quranist, you don't speak. I was about to say you don't speak Islam. You don't speak Arabic. Stop. Just like
Yeah.
don't do the semantic linguistic argument with someone that speaks Arabic because even if you win, no one will know.
Yeah.
Just don't know.
Yeah.
But like principally, a really simple argument that Issa made against me the other day, which like, I would have to concede to him, was if do you see Iran expanding in the same way Iraq does, Saudi Arabia does? One,
Yeah.
point one, and then point two, why is it that Iran is the only country helping Palestine and fighting Israel when Palestine is majority Sunnis anyway? I was like, that's fucking deep.
Ooh.
I was like,
Ooh.
when I looked at that, I said,
The black delect, bro. That's the black delect, man. I'm never like I'm like joking with him, but that's the black delect, man. I don't care anyone says that is the black delect, man.
Yeah, no, I mean that is a real point. That is a real good point of like both of your things are shit. And both of them
James, wait, James. Let me ask you a question. I asked this earlier, and I didn't really get an answer. Right? Like, when did we as a society decide that because some people believe religion is sacred, it should be immune from ridicule?
When did we as a society?
Because that seems to be a thing.
No, but we're only moving in the opposite direction now. So the base principle is not that we decided. So it's not like from secularism we decided. See, like what's the word, man? Like yes, religion. Yeah, for lack of a better word. We didn't decide that from secularism. We decided secularism from religion. You see what I'm saying? So
Wait. Can you say that again, though, James? What Issa said to you? I'm sorry. I want to hear that just one more time because that was heavy.
no, he just said that why. He said that to prove a clear distinction between Saudi Arabia and Iran. He said number one, given that Iran has had periods of like British relation or whatever in the past, why hasn't it been as expansionist as Saudi Arabia, i.e., madrasas all over in all these different countries, funding different organizations that international, trying to invade different lands and different countries, building this empire, if you like. His first point, and his second point, which he didn't make it as a point, but as he was saying, I was like, oh, that's good. I don't know. He said, how come Iran is the only Muslim country helping Palestine when the majority of Palestinians are Sunnis? So they're fighting Israel, defending Palestinians, and Saudi Arabia is working with Israel, even though the Shias in Iran would be backing a majority of Palestinian Sunnis.
Oh,
that's deep.
God, that hits.
That's deep. I mean, that's really deep.
God, Issa,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
cold.
saying. If Issa could just simply talk calmly like that, man, he would convert every Sunni in the world, bro.
No,
man,
he wouldn't.
No,
He wouldn't. How many of them guys would just
He definitely wouldn't still. But it might get a bit more further in his conversations, though.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, at least he'd be able to get some points across, because it's easier to say that than like Sunni Kafir monkey beast. Trump stain Kafir. I mean, like he goes, man.
Hey, Brad, do you know Raza?
Huh?
You know
Raza? Nah, you don't. I don't know if you. Shia Blade Runner. Shia Blade Runner's brother.
Shia Blade Runner. No, I haven't met him. I haven't.
The guy that got chased in Speaker's Corner. Remember that little Shia brother? You don't know?
That's not Raza, bro. That's his brother.
No,
that's his brother.
No, I'm saying Shia Blade Runner.
No, I don't know.
Hey, hey guys, sorry, just for the man there that know. You know what still to this day makes me laugh about that video?
Sorry, man.
What's that?
You know, yeah. I swear to you, the shit made on you said about the brother with the the fat brother, yeah.
Mm.
He said, do you remember sending this tweet? And the guy was acting like he didn't remember sending it, yeah. How could the last part of the quote is like, may Allah be blessed with the guy that recorded him? How can the fat you that made the tweet smile like
Oh, you mean Abdul Hamid?
Yeah, how can he smile and nod like he remembered saying it like
I remember saying it with pleasure. Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Right, wait, hang on. Let me ask you a question, yeah? Abdul Hamid is a proper scumbag. Like a proper scumbucket. Is he Sunni or Shia?
Sunni.
Yeah, let that sink in.
He used to be Shia though.
Yeah.
Let that sink
Abdul Hamid used to be a Shia, man.
So
yeah, and imagine he left Shia and now he's a scumbag.
Wait. He's a Shia or a Sunni?
No, he was a Shia, and now he's a fucking scumbag. Like a scumbag of the highest order as well. Like he's just a thug. He's just a thug. And do you know what the funniest thing is? Think about the people that support him. Like put the religion aside. Just think about the mentality that you have to adopt to support that kind of scumbaggery. Oh, that's trademarked, by the way, scumbaggery. That's another one of mine.
Hey, Ultra.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you in court.
No! Fuck it, no.
Yeah, 4 minutes. You know them ones.
That's a G block.
Yeah,
G block trademark, bro.
Trust me, yeah, for real.
Once you're in, you're in.
We don't get vexed, we just get reparations.
Yeah. Oh. I'll tell you the truth though, that Abdul Hamid, all of those fucking scumbags, they're just scumbags. But they're just scumbags.
But them man, you know them man are proper been batted up dons that like wanna make everyone
pay. They wanna make everyone pay.
They wanna make life, every moment of their life they wanna be as a chance to right the wrongs that got done to them in childhood. You know, like I can bad up this black guy because I got batted up. Yeah, but if I bad up this black guy, then the youths that used to bad me up in school, they can't chat to man no more. You know,
it evens itself out. Like, that's a balance. For fuck's sake. I'll tell you the truth. You know what it is? Yeah, it's just I'm tired of scumbags, and I'm tired of the scum-sucking pieces of trash that support scumbags, because essentially the people that support scumbags are fucking worse, because like that means you've got no fucking brain. That means you're a fucking moron, and that means you've got no taste. You've got no taste. You've got no fucking sense. Like you can't be trusted.
Self-respect.
Do you know?
You're probably a virgin. Like it's horrible.
You know when I was young,
Now you called you a virgin as well. Now,
no, but who's that?
No, in fact, let's be real. We know certain kind of scumbaggery that certain man was up to, so we know they ain't virgins. But I ain't saying another word. Anyway, I got to do my job. Peace. What are we saying? You're busy out there?
Huh?
Is it busy?
It is actually.
Huh?
It is.
Where?
From hey, your camera's on. Amazon, mate.
You know, Ultra's got better than Bridgens, yeah. Like Ultra's hate for Islam, yeah. Bear comes from Bear of his bus driver Bridgens, like. I ain't letting no more fucking Bengalis on my fucking bus, like, you know. Let that sink in. That's what just people them, man. You know what the worst thing is though? I'll show you something, yeah. Like you know, crime and that, like you know, and I don't know this from experience, but from what I understand, it's not easy to be part of a gang. Like there's a lot of decisions you have to make that may put you at odds with the gang. Like for example, if you're a timid-hearted person and you get arrested and you didn't do something wrong, and someone in your gang did something wrong, the best way to get yourself out of that situation is to snitch. But you know that will put you in the favor, like it will put you out of favor with the gang and other stuff. If you make a mistake financially, if you don't show heart in a fight situation, there's so much shit. It makes it tough to maintain confidence within a gang structure. These people get that satisfaction of what you get from a criminal sort of element. They get it from these little religious brotherhoods that they've got in like the youths in the park and all that. So you get to act like a tough guy, like you're in a gang. You get to do all that shit. But the only sort of difference is instead of actually being involved in something that requires your intelligence, your skill, all you have to do is say, I love Allah. All you have to say, Allah, mashallah, inshallah. And that's and then you get all the benefits of being in a gang. So
didn't Gary Google say something? Did he call it like thug Islam? Like, so that's what it is. Yeah. Yo, Veli, you tall as hell, man. I saw a video of you. I'm like, yo, Veli's tallish. Man, what?
How tall are you, bro?
I'm not that tall, bro.
How tall are you, bro?
How tall are you, Veli? Are you over 6 feet?
Yeah.
Nah, man. No way, man. My brother's a little bit taller than me, too. My brother's like 6'1", I'm like, just about 6, mate.
Oh, man, you look tall, bro.
You're there.
Maybe it's just the camera then.
Well, how tall are you, bro?
For me?
No, Brad. How tall is Brad?
Oh.
5'11", 6 feet.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, you're same height, bro.
Well, damn, man. I mean, shit, I'm a shorty compared to you, man. I'm only 5'7".
What?
Stretch. I'm only 5 feet 7 inches tall. Stretch. You hear what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm a short person. I'm short.
Are you Chinese?
And I'm by far the shortest of males in my family. You know.
Damn.
My uncles on my father's side of the family are like 6'4" apiece. My uncle, my mother's brother, God bless him, he passed away now. He's like he's about 6'4". He was about 6'4" while he was living. Damn, I mean, shit. I mean, all my uncles, for example, my mother's brothers were over 6 feet tall. You know, at least 6'4", 6'5". I mean, and then all of a sudden, I'm the runt. I'll put it that way.
Shit.
I'm the runt of the males. It is what it is.
Shit.
I mean,
you're saying your boycott lasted shorter than big odds. Your boycott lasted shorter than big odds.
I didn't say when my boycott was more about quarantine.
Oh, he's back.
It was quarantine. I just needed to see. Well, you didn't do nothing that bad. It's James Jones, that internet gangster, that is terminally ill with rajophobia. Like, he's terminally ill. Like, do you run this channel, James?
Hey, Roger.
No. Do you run this channel, or does Veli? Who runs the channel?
Hey, I love you, bro.
No. Who runs the channel? You or Veli?
Bro, I love you, bro.
No, who runs this channel? You or Veli?
No, accept my love.
No, you give your love to your boyfriend, man, up his ass.
No.
But you told me now, yeah. Who runs the channel? Me or you? Who runs the channel? Veli or you?
You.
Who runs? Explain who runs the channel. So, Veli, who runs the channel? Because the way James speaks is like he runs you. How does it work?
Man said it was inevitable in the chat. Big up Kusha. He was always coming back.
I said, first of all, I said on my live stream, it was a quarantine. I even said yesterday, you're cured, Veli. You're cured. That doesn't mean that you're not vulnerable to infection, because you got terminally ill rajophobia patients on here, like James Jones.
Terminally. I love you, bro. What you mean, bro?
I don't need your love, you weirdo.
He love you, mate. You say he love you, mate.
Let me just I just need to clarify, yeah, because your answer is going to determine whether this show's biased or not. Does James Jones run this channel?
It is owned and operated.
Does James Jones run this channel? Yeah, man. James is my boss. Like. No one ain't my boss, man. Shut up, man.
All right, cool. That's all I need to know, man. So James Jones, you need to shut your mouth. Like, if you don't like me on the panel, Yeah, it's up to Veli whether he gets me off. I don't need you and Hassan and all those weirdos, those kuffars, freaking Hassan and bloody that other Quranist lunatic like that Zuriab talking to me and telling me
Hey,
I can't speak.
Raj, say Kufar again. That was funny.
Yeah, kuffar, man. Big up the kuffar. We
Oh,
run
really?
things, man.
Oh, really? What you
We
say?
run
Oh, really?
things. Yeah, but why do you think that you can determine who comes on the panel and who doesn't?
Raj, secretly, yeah, I told Veli, I beg you, do all you can to keep Raj on the show. And Veli told me, no, I don't want Raj on the show. So I want you to pretend, yeah, that you want him off, and I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. Cool, yeah. I really believe you. Yeah. But the thing is, what is this about Aris Sid, yeah, paying people to keep me on the panel? Do you truly believe that? The only channel he did that with was Fogger Faz's.
Yeah,
I agree. On Fogger Faz's, the only reason I was let on, and the only reason I stayed on was because Aris Sid was paying money.
No, one second, Raj. All jokes aside, why the fuck do these lot all say you're the Islamophobe and you're the biggest problem, and that Sturfaz is chasing you around talking about he's gonna smash you, he's got this information for you, and you're a mod on his channel?
I'm not a mod on his channel. Well, I was at some point because Aris Sid was paying him.
Right.
Well, I'm not joking about that one. I was allowed on the panel because Aris Sid was giving him donations. I was allowed to dictate who gets chucked off the panel because Aris Sid was paying him. If I said that guy needs to be chucked off, they chucked him off. So yeah, on that occasion, you're right. I was running. I was allowed on because of the donations. But not on Dan's. Dan's a goddamn lost cause as well. He's got rajophobia, terminal illness as well. Don't worry about him.
Stop it, man. Stop it. He literally kicked a whole panel off for you one night. You literally said, I'm not going on without any of these people. And he asked everybody individually, please, guys.
Yeah, he wasn't infected then. Now he is. You do know what infection is.
Yeah, maybe it's because you're fucking irritating him.
You do know. Yeah, well, I know I'm irritating. That's my power.
Oh, that's your special power, yeah?
That's my special power. Listen here, yeah. Not many people can irritate people like the way I can. Trust me. My family's had to suffer with this for a long time. I'm always arguing with somebody, so don't worry about that.
You're like a garbage pail kid.
Yeah, garbage. Is it garbage or cabbage patch?
No, garbage pail.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for the compliment.
Yeah. You know why, yeah? Because they got shit special powers, man. One of them farts, one of them squeezes pus everywhere.
Yeah, maybe, but it's still an art to be able to irritate people to enough that when you jump on a panel, people want you off. That is a sort of power, because when I jump on somewhere, people just go freaking ape shit. Like James is such a pussy, he normally runs off like a little big girl.
Yo, why the fuck is Raj here, man? Bro, I'm
here. Damn. Well, am I not allowed because I'm Asian? Is that what it is? Is this some kind of like...
No, bro, it's just like your voice sounds like... Oh, God. You just have a voice that makes you just want to burn down your house, bro.
Yeah, good. That's my power. I told you. Look here. Look, only I can jump on a panel on every single... I've been banned from certain channels.
But why do that on purpose, though?
I don't. It's just natural. No, Brad Prince is natural. I'm not even trying. If I wanted to try, I'd be a million times worse. This is just normal.
But it always sounds like, you know what I think it is? I think the way I think it's your speech pattern, because you always sound like you're either accusing someone or you're whining.
How dare you? How dare you say that about me? How dare you? I don't sound like I'm accusing you. What are you saying? What are you saying? I don't sound like I'm accusing anyone. Okay, so what's the topic of the day then, man? What's going on?
Oh, we're talking about
read the question of the day. Raj, you read that question of the day and give me the answer to it.
What does societies need to achieve? What is it? Your English is terrible, Veli. What does society need to achieve to have a type 2 civilization? Well, first of all, you need to explain what you mean by type 2 civilization. What does that mean?
That is?
No, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
All the Muslims in the chat know what a type 2 civilization is.
Well, I don't know.
Everyone on the panel knows what a type 2 civilization is.
Well, I'm dumber than everybody else, so tell me.
Hey, Raj, check this out. There's
Raj. No, you go, man.
There is giving the definition.
There's a whatchamacallit? There is a
Link. In back
a
chat.
link, right? Futurism.com. You see that link there? Go
It's in
into
the back
that
chat.
link, and it'll give you a general explanation as to what Type 2 civilization is.
I'll Google it. Let me. You lot talk. Let me see. Too much hard work, man.
Just go to the link there, man. You'll
Yo,
find
I
it.
didn't realize so many people made fun of my voice in the chat. What the?
You see, your voice is worse than mine. They say.
Yo, someone said, Brad, you're a teenager. Get to college.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know why my voice sounds like that on the camera. I literally don't know why. I'm gonna be real. It's only on StreamYard because on Google Hangouts, I fairly sound like a man. I don't know why I do. I do sound like. Sometimes I play the show back and I'd be like, yo, what the fuck?
Can use and control energy.
But damn, people going on my voice.
You sound like you're from.
So you're talking about like
you know me
a.
again.
Are you talking about like a Star Trek civilization? Is all you're just saying the future is? All right, we could have just said that.
That's essentially it.
God, why don't you just say that like a interstellar kind
we
of?
wanted you to use your brain, man. Think about
Well,
it.
you could have just said what is it? What do you think?
What?
How do you?
Forgot about that, man.
Terry, what does society need to achieve? All right, everyone needs to start working together and gathering their kind of finances. If they want to achieve that, then that's
shit. Who lives in Hackney? Does anyone live in Hackney? Who lives in Hackney? He's done the shit, man. Hackney's shit.
I'm around the corner from the nutcase. I'm around the corner. I'm down the road. I'm down the road from there, man.
Yeah, man.
Literally around 10 minutes. Yeah, 10-minute drive from Hackney to mine. Don't.
Hey, Raj, while you're here, I want to always ask you this question. Are you one of the far right guys? Like, do you believe? Like, are you like Ralph?
Are you mad? I'm like Ralph. There's no one like that Jawala.
I'm literally asking because I don't know.
No, because I'm not. No. He's not. He's somebody that he's ashamed of his own background, his own ethnicity. He wants to deport himself. He's somebody that openly says that he's the white man's bootlicker and wants to give them tea all day. And he says that I'm the servant. Now I'm no one's servant. Yeah, I'm somebody that believes that I don't believe that no white man, no black man, no one, anybody is better than anybody else. Yeah, in terms of race. But there are people. What did you say?
Muhammad is our sermon.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm not answering those kind of questions. You're like trying to get me in trouble, man.
That's not a custom, man. It's the truth, isn't it? That's what he said in the last sermon.
What did he say? Okay.
No white man is better than no Arab. No Arab is no better than so and so, and no so and so is better than so and so.
Yeah, but
they're all in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but if you're a Muslim, you're better than everybody else.
You're better than the kuffar.
So there is a sort of supremacy within that ideology anyway. There's similar to other supremacist kind of ideology. No, I'm nowhere like Ralph. Ralph believes in IQ in races for one. That he believes one race's IQ is lower genetically than another race. I don't believe that. I think it's to do with environment and stuff like that.
Hey, listen to this, yeah. Hey, Raj. Although Jordan is another gay Muslim, yeah, that really he shouldn't be allowed to be in Islam because he's gay. Yeah?
Who? Jordan? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure, man. It's the truth. It's the truth, everyone. Yeah, it's the truth.
That does make sense a bit. That does make. I've never really seen him.
Like I was saying, let me carry on, man. Because that wasn't really the point I was making. Yeah, he did make a good point the other day when he was saying he was talking to Ralph on Rassel's panel. Yeah, and he asked Ralph, "Do you think that because the English person is in England, they should have the right to be racist to you?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah."
Yeah, I mean, anyone that even thinks I'm comparable to that goddamn lunatic. I'm somebody. Look, to be honest with you, my kind of level of what a racist is probably not the same kind of definition of yours. To be honest, because a lot of people call the word racist about anything. If I say the word black, oh, you're racist for saying black. You understand? Like, I've had some people say that. Yeah, so like it depends.
Yeah, I know in the UK, racism is like if you say something, like it's more like if you do something over here.
No.
You listen. Your actions will condemn you as well, bro. But like you gotta remember that when you're dealing with UK brands, you're dealing with like YouTube people talking in chat. So you won't really see anyone's actions or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is not a
No,
represent.
what
Let
I
me
was
just say
saying
something.
is, no, I was saying usually like, okay, so if I said I wanted to kill every white person, I would just be considered like insane or like crazy. But when I'm considered racist, if I say like, I don't want my daughter to marry outside the race, then I'm considered racist. But it's like over in the
I
UK, you
believe
could
you, though. That's
just.
not, in the
Hmm?
UK, the man wouldn't consider you racist for saying that you want your children to be with your race only.
You're saying they would consider you racist or not consider you racist?
I don't think they would consider you racist.
Well, it depends. I
It's
mean,
like,
if not
depends
if
what the
I
actions you're doing to do that. If you're like saying, no, we have to kill all the fucking blacks and Indians and Chinese to make sure that my kids don't ever go so and so, then like, maybe that's different. But if you're just saying, oh, I want my kids to be, I'm white and I want my children to have a white partner because we want white grandkids and whatever, is that racist?
it's not
I'm black
racist
and I want
if
my
you
children to have black grandkids.
no, but if you're doing it
I
because
don't think
you
that's
no,
racist.
hold on, but if you're doing it because you believe that race is inferior and you don't want to mix with your people because you think they're going to taint the gene pool, then that's racist, isn't it?
I'd say
Yeah, but
Isn't
so.
it?
no, because it's more. I would say that's more biased to your own race.
No. If someone wants to, no, you're saying that like if a lot of these white supremacists believe that even if you have like X amount of genes that are not white, that you
Yeah, but
are
their belief.
inferior to the rest.
That's what I'm saying. So their belief, that belief is racist.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
them
that is
feeling
it.
like, yeah,
Yeah, I'm not.
everybody
No,
connects with
don't
their own
believe the
race or
hype.
whatever. Their race or whatever. You know what I mean?
You don't believe the hype or what people say. I'm more of a pro my own community sort of thing. I know a lot of people in my own community don't like me. No offense, that's just the way things roll. I'm used to that. But the thing is that for me, yeah, if I'm being honest with you, I don't like the label that I'm just an Indian or a Pakistani or this that. We're very different. Like if you're from Africa, you're not just all the same, are you, Brad?
Like,
True.
Raj, you know what? Yeah.
True.
Every time you're talking, yeah, and then I'm talking, yeah, I can just see a fucking pigeon and a white dog.
Oh, thank you.
Hell, man.
Yeah,
That's
so
fucking foggy, man.
what I'm saying is that the same. Oh, that yeah. Big up to Reanimator, man. Big up to Reanimator. He's gonna do a couple more on this, man. So yeah, do you like? So for me, yeah, it's frustrating in the UK, yeah, because when people see Asian people or people from South Asia, they assume we're all the same, and we're not. We're
Yeah.
very different from different communities. I mean, talking about very different, like almost
Indeed.
just the only thing we have in
Do you mean,
common is
what, are you genetically different,
Well, I
or
mean,
are
Well, I
you
get
even
it
just,
because you're
is your
culturally
traditions
different.
and
no, I
ways
mean
different?
Because you're Indian,
Your
culturally
right,
race is
Ron?
different.
different.
all right. So let me give you an
Huh?
example. If you're from Bangladesh, Bengalis are like the distance from, let's just say, London all the way over to Russia. Are Russians and the British exactly the same genetically? So I can tell the difference just from the way they look, from the way they talk, from their names. Those people over there are Asian, yeah, but they're not anything connected to me. We're separated from thousands of years. Now, somebody like Big Odds is similar to me genetically, even culturally and even language wise. But we still have a lot of differences.
Ganja,
Yeah, Ganja. So we speak the same language. You got to say if you was to
ganja.
do a genetic
I can't
test,
roll my R.
we'd probably have a similar kind of DNA. But people around like from different parts of India, you have to understand like the distance. It's like someone saying all Africans are the same, but that's not to be true. Somebody from one part of Africa, if they were to do a DNA test, will probably have a completely almost a massive difference in DNA from someone from like say West Africa or East Africa. Do you understand? They're not
Yeah.
all the same. You're confusing India as being one homogenous group of
Well,
racial people.
yeah, but like,
Yeah.
all right. So you're gonna talk about the West Africans and the East Africans. They're not the exact same, but they're from the same continent, innit? So they're still looked at as one sort of people. It's only
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
go
yeah,
into
yeah,
that.
yeah.
If you're looking
I
from out, if you're wait, hold on.
yeah.
It's only if you was on the continent as one of the people, you'd sort of see the differences more. If you're the outside looking in, you look at them like that one looks a little bit like more like that, and that one looks a little bit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. I
they
agree
really
with you. I agree with you. Now that doesn't. It's not a problem if, say, if you're all Muslim. So Bengalis are Muslims, Pakistanis are Muslims, and the Gujaratis, some Gujaratis in India, a lot of them are Muslims in there. Now they have a connection through Islam, so their culture is binded to a certain degree through Islam. With me as a Sikh, here, we're not the same people, although we're genetically similar to people from Pakistan because we're from the same area. We have a very different mindset. And I'm sick and tired of, people bunching us together, because when the bad shit happens, like the grooming epidemic or terrorism and stuff, we get the backlash as well. And we got nothing to do with that group. I'm not saying I want any harm upon any other group, but it is very frustrating when I'm walking down the road and I got a turban on. My nephew, he's got a long beard and turban. When there's a terrorist attack or something, they get dodgy looks and stuff. And my community hasn't done nothing.
Let me ask you a question, and how it's going to tie in with today's subject, what we're talking about. Yeah. What do you think it's going to take for the people of your continent not to see each other like that?
Probably an alien invasion. Like if
That's
another,
what everyone said.
No, I'm saying, say, but look, okay, one way that you can unite a people is against a common enemy. Like it could be anything. It could be coronavirus. It could be anything. It could be an alien invasion. The way to unite people and to start realizing that we're all human beings is when the shit hits the fan. So right now, with coronavirus, I think.
You don't think that there's. God, sorry.
Yeah. So when it's with coronavirus and stuff like that, when you have a common enemy, you will put your differences aside to defeat the common enemy. Probably if it was an outside force, that would definitely do it. But I don't know, like.
You don't think that there's an evolution, an elevation in society where people are above the small differences?
Probably not. Human beings are doomed. Sorry, man. You're talking to a misanthrope. You do know that.
So what?
You're talking to a misanthrope. You know what a misanthrope is?
No.
Somebody that distrusts or dislikes humanity. I believe human beings.
You're like one of them. Is it nihilist?
I believe human beings are so flawed that that you literally look at what's happening to coronavirus. I was in the supermarket and there's no more baked beans left. Like, why buy all the baked beans in bulk?
If you look at the journey of human history, wait, hold on. If you look at the journey of human history, the achievements of humans in general, from the start of the world till now, I don't know how people can say stuff like that, man.
All right, so if you look at a lot of achievements here, I'll give you an example of one recent achievement which is actually done through blood, but it has a good consequence. The space, I know some people aren't going to believe it, but the rockets that go into space. Do you understand how rockets came about?
No.
All right, so there's a guy called Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi scientist in the 1930s and 40s. He started creating rockets using slave labor. He ended up building these rockets on the deaths of prisoners of war and stuff like that. Yeah, these rockets were then used. One was called a V1, and it was used to bomb London. The second one was a V2. The V2 rocket was the first ever ballistic rocket. Yeah, that rocket cost probably millions of deaths in terms of to build it, because they had to build it in such a short time. Millions of people died producing the rockets, because you had to build these caves and all the other. Then basically after World War II, Werner von Braun was not prosecuted. Guess who he became? He became the lead scientist in NASA. So the person that made the Apollo shuttles, the Apollo missions to the moon, guess who created those rockets?
A Nazi.
The Nazi. So
yeah, but everybody knows that though. They moved them to New England, gave them Austrian last names or Jewish last names. Yeah, but everybody knows that.
But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of stuff that you would consider to be an amazing achievement is sometimes also built upon blood and savagery. So you can look at this. So if you're saying about interstellar travel, if you was to say in around 500 years, we're now going towards different galaxies and planets, you would have to go back to Werner von Braun and say he was the originator of the rocket and the first person to really get us to that point. But he's a Nazi. He killed God knows how many people, and he was a decorated scientist afterwards. He never got. Why did he never get prosecuted? Why ask yourself why was he never prosecuted for his war crimes?
Because there was benefits that he could give to the Americans.
Yeah.
So they would rather take his benefits than prosecute. But wait, like I'm saying that. Listen to what I'm trying to say though. Yeah. Do you ever think that humanity can get to the next elevation level where it's not by subjugating other people that we make great feats? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? That
only
because you say it's like you know you just gave me that information on the rocketry. I didn't know nothing about that yet, so I'm glad for that. Yeah, but it's the same sort of thing that we could say for the pyramids. Same sort of things you could say for the Taj Mahal. You know what I'm saying? Like, all them places like that. Yeah, they're amazing feats and buildings or whatever, but they was built on the back of fucking cheap labor and people having to break their backs.
Yeah, but the difference is that when they were creating these pyramids, they were not used to kill other people. The reason why this is more important because the V2 rocket or the original rocket was never made for space. It was made to bomb London. Yeah, that's what they used it for. So the whole purpose of the rocket was for it was called a V. What was it called a V for? Vengeance. Yeah, it was a vengeance weapon against London, against the UK. So with the pyramids, whether you like it or not, people are now saying that a lot of the people that were building those pyramids actually done it out of their own free will because it was some way of kind of like giving back to their pharaoh or something like that. I mean, obviously it sounds a bit silly, but with the V2 rocket, it was everything about it was on a bad premise. Yeah, you understand? Like it was started with the premise of killing people. It wasn't started in order to build something. I personally, I don't want to be a pessimist unless we have a massive cull like Thanos style. Then I don't believe human beings will ever be able to work together.
Hey, read Khan's comment. Read Khan's comment there and see how dumb he is. Read it out loud.
But Raj, these atheists don't suffer guilt or sin. So shut up, dude. Khan, you're better than that, man. Khan, let's look. This is why I do get embarrassed here, being someone who believes in God, because a lot of people that believe in God are very stupid. But Raj, these atheists don't suffer guilt or sin, so they don't even care. Look how they were different. Oh my God! Oh, you're talking about the American. How do you? Oh, first of all, from my understanding, the American government, and Americans that probably bring in Werner von Braun were probably staunch Christians. So this is in the 1940s. This ain't now. When they bring Werner von Braun over, Christianity.
Wait, Raj. Let me just ask you a couple of questions on that then, yeah. So, who was defending Nazis on the panel?
No. I think he's trying to say the Americans were defending Nazis, but he doesn't realize that I'm talking about the 1940s, where America was very, let's say, it was much more homogenous. I mean, the main religion there would have been kind of like, was it the Baptist or whatever? I don't know. Like so most people were very religious then. Remember, the KKK was freaking more like in governments and shit. Yeah. So that's a very different time.
Who was defending America on the panel with it? Who was defending America on the panel?
No, nobody. Yeah, I know. Khan, jump on, man. Is Khan boycotted or something? I don't know what's happened to him. Come on, jump on, man, my fellow theist. Let's defeat these demons.
No, listen, man. Just be glad that you don't jump on, man, because every time Khan's on someone's team, they lose.
Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, you can't say, look, Khan, you're mad by saying atheists don't suffer guilt. Guilt and sin is not a trait exclusive to religious people. It's a human trait.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't know why. This is why I said the reason why G Block is like, literally like smashing everyone up is because they always go into the stupid argument about, oh, you're an atheist, you don't have no morality, you don't suffer this or guilt or that. That's crazy, man. I know how to defeat.
Something that you have to follow. What we'll do is point out a law that you follow to show you how unmoral, how unrighteous the thing that you follow is.
Yeah. What did I say the other day? You're always gonna lose. I guarantee you. Oh, someone's gonna sing. I guarantee
Right,
you, who's okay?
Gotcha.
Now, I guarantee you, even if I use that argument, I'm pretty sure you could go into my kind of like Sikhism, and you might find something that go, okay, what about this? Because if I'm going to put that finger at you, you're going to probably point like 5 fingers back at me. So there's no point going in that route. The way to beat you guys, do you know how to beat you? Do you know how? No. Do you know how I'm going to beat you? G Block. How am I going to beat you? Just watch this face.
Gone.
Don't worry. I already told my plan anyway.
Listen, man, we undefeated, son.
No, all right, let me say, all right, so let me rephrase this. Not beat you, but we're gonna have a stalemate forever. And that, in a way, is beating you in a way, and you're beating me. There's not gonna be no winner. Right now, you lot are winning, yeah. But what I want to do is to get you to a stalemate, whatever it's called.
Yeah, stalemate. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're in a position that they keep on winning because people are putting stupid arguments towards them that are illogical, and then they keep getting battered on those arguments when they don't realize it's very simple how to beat the G Block. Watch this space. Eric, are you a religious person?
Indeed, I am.
Oh, good. You join us then. You're on my team then, man. We're all gonna have to join against the atheists. On everything else, we can disagree.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, that'll work.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with these guys, I'm just gonna be honest with you, it's like look, we can't prove 100% there's a creator. They can't 100% prove there's not a creator. Yeah, so stick on that.
But we can also say this, that the philosophies that the Europeans, laud themselves for developing, a lot of those Socrates and Plato believed in the Creator. You could read their works and see it. It works.
Dude, can I just quickly address it? Khan, man, you're being very low IQ. What's happened to you? So you're saying likening building missiles to the Taj Mahal. No, I didn't say that, you idiot. I said the V2 rocket, which was the technology for that was then used to build the Apollo rockets. The premise of the V2 rocket was built upon vengeance to try and hurt the UK by bombing it. But the Taj Mahal was not. The Taj Mahal, the whole point of the Taj Mahal building it was for the love of the what's his name, Akbar or something, his wife. They're built on 2 different premises. Yes. I don't know what's going on this guy, man. I don't know what's going on.
One was out about love. One was out about love to one human being towards another human being. The Taj Mahal.
Yeah, and he's being very silly though. Oh, you're saying very did? He's probably trolling Khan. God, what's happened? What have you done to Khan? What's happened to him? Why is he in the?
But Raj,
why is he so shook to jump on?
You know what? Also,
don't worry, man.
You know what else?
You know what? Right there, man. You know what I'm saying? You might as well call yourself Big L right now.
Yeah. But Raj, you know what else gives religionists some advantage? Also, if you think about the laws that led up to, developed into human rights legislation, the equal rights of men and women, that's all religiously influenced. Okay? It's all influenced by moral principles.
Yeah, but I personally think they would have come to that point. If I'm being honest with you, Eric, I'm just trying to be honest. I think people would have got to that point without religion or not. I think they would have got to the same point at some point. It might have taken longer. It might have taken less time. I don't think this is the problem. I think Speakers Corner UK, Rob said that he put a challenge to me, and if I have to be honest with you, I haven't been able to go to the challenge because he said find something in religion that is exclusive to that religion. So if I say let's give it like in Sikhism we believe in equal rights between men and women and stuff, that is not exclusive to Sikhism because you could say that other societies.
It's not, but it has an overall religious influence to it.
Yeah, but we need to find something that is. Eric, in order to.
And you get female gurus.
We didn't have female gurus in Sikhism. No.
So they're still sort of monogamous when it comes down to that part, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some kind of. I have to agree. There is some sort of maybe kind of like patriarchy to a certain degree. But in Sikhism, I mean, I took a photo in my local temple, and the two females are leading the prayers. The females have been leading the presidents of the temple. Men and women are pretty much in the temples treated equally. So although we're not perfect in the sense and everything, but I think the fact that the females also have to carry the Qur'an, which is a Sikh sword, the fact that the rules and regulations are very similar between men and women in Sikhism, and the fact that the female can lead the prayers, I think that's quite a big thing. If you think about other, I don't want to say other religions, but you know what I mean, that can't even go into their place of worship or thingy. So yeah, but the thing, what we need to do here, Eric, is to find something that is exclusively attributed to religion, like your faith, because they can just say, okay, like I said about human rights, you can say, oh well, you can say, okay, so Christianity, said don't kill your neighbor. Or don't steal from you. But human beings have also thought of that as well, who have no religious upbringing. You get me?
Yeah,
but
You get me? Yes, bro. You sounded like a rude boy there.
Yeah, you get me. You get me.
Yeah, I get you. But ultimately,
I'm hanging around here too much, man.
But check this out, though. Ultimately, principles that led to the advancement of human civilization, how we govern ourselves, how we interact with each other, it's religiously influenced. It's not by one particular religion, but by religion in general, based on the tenets of religion in general.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what you have to do in order to beat and we're not talking about proving religion is, good or bad or whatever. We're trying to prove that believing in the creator is what's going to make, is basically the right way. Yeah, like there is a creator, and he's giving us some guidance. Now the thing is, you got to find one thing. Just all it takes is one thing. Yeah, all you have to do is find that holy grail, one thing that only a religion, can instill in a person. Right now, I have to admit, I've looked through a lot of stuff, even with Sikhism and stuff like that. I've tried to find something that is very totally exclusive to that. That if I did it as a Sikh, Veli would never have thought of it. Yeah. Then you can, because if he's never thought of it, that means, or nobody else has thought of it, that is not from a religious background. That means it's exclusively something that God has given you, which is exclusive to your religion and the creator. And once you can do that, then you're going to be able to defeat these guys.
But you know what, though? That would be.
Did you get your notification today?
That's the thing.
Did you get your notification today for the show when it started?
No, I didn't actually.
Everyone's saying they never got no notifications today, man.
Yeah, it's the Rajaphobia infecting the system. Is it coincidence?
But I mean,
between you, regards to Sabina, it's your boycott.
Yeah, my boycott was going to end yesterday, but I thought let me do one more day.
You know what? Yeah, everyone was on when you was boycotting, all respect. Everyone that you wanted to chat to.
Oh, they?
It was weird, man. It was like, hey,
they're having a party.
No rush.
Party. Yeah, well, hopefully they'll come back. Don't worry, I'm not contagious. Well, I am a bit, but yeah. So, what was everyone else? What was everyone else's answer then? Because I don't think we can have a Type 2 civilization unless something really drastic happens.
Say again. What's the latest?
I'm
saying that
I would tend to agree with you, Raj.
Yeah, I mean something very drastic. I don't know what, but that will unite. Humanity.
Well, that's a common argument to atheists and religionists alike, that you have to have a common enemy to bring you together, to cast off your frivolous differences, and prejudices against each other, to bring you together, which means a catastrophic event. A catastrophic event that brings fear to people in general, living in the same place, their annihilation.
Eric and Raj, yeah?
Okay.
I was saying, is there never going to be a time when the minds of the average person is not elevated past having to see an enemy outside, having to work together, where they can actually see the benefits,
All right,
where
so
they can see
I'll
the
give you an
benefits
example
rather
where
than just see the enemy.
I'll give you an example of something that could happen. Say if there was they found that there's a meteorite that is going to hit Earth and probably kill half the human population, and the only way to kind of destroy that meteorite or try and get it off its trajectory is to fund this multi-billion, basically it'll take lots of different countries, all their resources put together in order to do it. I reckon under those kind of situations you could kind of like get people to work together in order to fight that, and upon that then you can build, can't you? Once you've put that in place, yeah, this kind of like unity to defeat that. Once that's over, you don't know what might happen. People are like, okay, we can work together. We put all these resources together. We're now speaking, but it has to take something very drastic in order to get them in the same room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but
Yeah, but
it would be
wait, because
it
I'm
would
trying
still
to
be
ask, I'm trying to ask you, is it possible for this to happen without a threat to everyone? Like, why does there always? Because this is what it seems like. There always has to be an enemy for people to come together. Why does there have to always be an enemy for the people to work?
Yeah, because look, everybody is human beings are selfish by nature. And so we have in-group preference. We have thousands of years of history between each other. So example is like, with Pakistan and India and the Sikhs and the thingy. I mean, whether you like it or not, when you look at us, we look the same. But we've got a very, very bloody history between us that it's going to take a lot for us to forget that kind of stuff. You understand? It doesn't matter if it happened 300 years ago. You're still going to have that bit of like, okay, these people done that to my people. Yeah. And that's around the world, though. Yeah, every country has an issue with another country at some point. So how are you going to get them to
So
work
what if?
together?
Do you think if there was if the average person was not vain, like thought about themselves or how they're looked at, rather than thinking about how the society looks at it, do you think that would be one of the steps to people thinking at the next level?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to destroy your ego, your kind of anger, and that's a lot. That's actually to do with Sikhism as well. So I'm actually preaching a bit. So some of the things, some of the main kind of like downfalls of human beings, like your ego. And one of the thing about ego, I've got a lot of ego. So in the sense that and I'm very so a lot of people are similar to me, but not so vocal. Like they keep it in their own head. Do you understand? Like I'm very vocal about what I say. If I don't like you, you're gonna know. But there's a lot of people that don't like people just as much as I think. I think most people are very similar to me, but they're just too afraid to say it because there are
But
repercussions.
is it human being, or would it be robot like, to not think of yourself? Because obviously you're you in it. No one else is you.
That's what I'm saying. It's a human trait that God has instilled in us. It's a test for us. Like we have to try and beat that, but it's very hard to beat that. Like you're always like, for me, even if I'm not selfish about myself, do you know what? When I went to the supermarket, I didn't really care about what I was getting for myself. I was more worried about, look, my mum's at home. She's 77. Like these people are taking stuff, I need some stuff for my mother. So even though I'm not selfish for myself, I was being selfish for my mum. You understand? So there's always somebody that you can beat your own kind of ego and your own selfishness for yourself, but you might care for your kid, and you might want to I don't know, you might care for your mother and stuff like that, and you might do things that are very selfish just for them. Yeah, like when you go to the supermarket, doesn't it piss you off like when you see people like hoarding stuff and all that kind of shit, and you got a kid or you got an elderly person in your house, and you're like, dude, man, like why are you doing this?
Yeah, because it's so close to home. You live that life. You see these people that you're thinking about on on a general scale.
Yeah.
So I get where you're coming from, Rod. Yeah.
I watched a movie called Contagion. Watched that movie called Contagion around, I think it was like 3 years ago, and they predicted exactly what was going to happen with this stuff. Like people, the main thing was like how people start to become kind of feral, like going crazy, hoarding, being mass riots, police on the, armies on the street, and all that kind of stuff. So, I recommend people watching that movie Contagion, though, man. It's a very good predictor. Oh, look who's here. Oh no,
Big up, Rob. What's going on, bro?
He heard the call. Oh no, I'm not ready yet, though, Rob. I was just putting the feelers out to see if people are gonna kind of respond.
Hey, Rob only has to pull up, If man sees his license plate driving on the block here, then everyone starts running.
Yeah,
Rob's it.
No, but he's Rob the robot, so it's hard to kind of like, it's like fighting against a machine or a robot, so it's kind of difficult. All right, Rob, what have you come here to do
Rob,
then?
we can't hear you, man.
What you
You're
doing?
talking, yeah, we can't hear you, man.
Oh, that's good. Got a sign from God.
Oh,
The creator has done this. I should actually leg it now before he starts going for me.
God of Wi-Fi. Yeah, you better be careful, man.
Oh, did you watch that American Gods?
No, but Rob takes bodies, man. So
No, you need to watch American. You know what?
You know what happened? You know what happened? The creator sent Rob here. Okay.
Yeah.
He's our test.
Yeah. Right. He is a test from God. So that's one attribute that that's one. No, I watch American Gods. Do you know why, Veli? Because the God change
That show is amazing.
So at the moment, instead of having a god of the war, they've got a god of internet. Like the god is an internet god. He runs the whole internet. Yeah. There's another one, the god of social media. I'm talking about real gods that only become big or gods the more people believe in them. So right now in that program, 4 is like because no one believes in 4. He's some down and out god, like walking the streets and shit. But as this internet guy, this young guy, is like massive and one of the most powerful gods because so many people believe in the internet and social media. No, you need to watch that.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, unfortunately, Rob, we can hear you. Unfortunately.
Good evening. Good
evening.
Good morning to wherever everybody is.
Good morning. So what's stop the nicety.
Obviously, I heard you there, Raj, suggest
I know.
together with your fellow theists. And
Yeah,
you
I
were
know.
going to defeat G-Block, and I was interested, certainly on the question of whether a God exists or whether there's good reasons to believe it. I was interested into how you were going to defeat, or even, I don't even suggest you're on even ground. So maybe you can elaborate.
So I'm going to give you the plans because we're still going to defeat you. So I'll just give you the plans. Basically, firstly, I need to find. You asked me a question, and I have to say it's probably one of the most difficult questions because I've tried to look into this. You said find me one thing exclusive to a religion that cannot be found anywhere else. And right now, I haven't found it. So there's lots of stuff I could say. Oh, feed the weak. Don't kill, don't do this. But yeah, anybody could think of that, and it has been thought about others.
Humans came before religion, though.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That particular thing is the hardest thing to find because no matter what I think of or what I think might be exclusive to my faith, could be thought has actually been practiced elsewhere. Yeah.
Well, let me give you some pointers, Raj, that you can think about, right? So it was the question that Christopher Hitchens put out, and you could say something like, "Hey, prayer is exclusive to religion, right? And that it's a good thing, right?" You could say something like that, or you could say, as somebody put to him, right, that he suggested this was probably the closest that anybody got. I don't actually think it's a good one, but he suggested when he was alive that a theist came up to him and said, "Well, here's a moral statement that you couldn't make, atheist, or that it's not in your worldview. Is Father, forgive them for they know not what they do." Now, I don't think that's a moral statement because I don't think God should be forgiving His own creation anyway. So that wouldn't count for me, and neither would prayer, because prayer is like meditation. And if you claim that the reason that prayer is good is because you gain some benefit in the world, well, I can say to you, meditation is also good. Now, if you could consistently show that prayer to a particular deity gave those believers something unique that no other believer had, and we could say that it's good, then you would have a point. And I'd have to say, gee,
I'll be honest with you.
They get longer nails or they have healthier skin, and we can show that nobody else can do that, and it's only through prayer to the Hindu gods, then you'd have a point.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we believe in the Sikh gods. Big up to the Sikhs. But the thing is, I've thought about that already, and I don't think prayer is even an option. I think a lot of people pray, but they don't pray to God; they're praying to something. So they could be just meditating. So yeah, I agree. That's not a thing. So like I said to you, that question I've been thinking about, And right, so far, I still haven't found something. That doesn't mean I won't find something. Just a matter of searching. It could take
But
10 years. I don't know.
it's worse than that in this following sense, Raj. It's not even that we're on even ground. Think about it, right? If you put forward the claim that a supernatural, that you believe in something supernatural, then the burden of proof is on you. And if you can't demonstrate that, the position doesn't become neutral or agnostic. It becomes one of disbelief. Because if I asked you about any other supernatural claim other than your own, you would be the equivalent of an atheist, right? So your default position is disbelief. And the difference for myself and Veli and other G Block members is that our default position is the same for all gods. So it's not even that we're on even ground. You have a lot more harder work to do.
Yeah. I
That
agree.
is the case. And if you can't, we revert to atheism.
Yeah, it said
It's not
David and
agnostic.
Goliath, but remember David did win at the end, so don't worry about that. So the thing is, like, yeah, there's a lot of things that I've got my plans
Remember,
up my
it's
sleeve,
a
but
story, Raj.
what?
David and Goliath never really happened.
We would be David, wouldn't we, Raj? In that scenario, we would be David the atheist because we're the smallest minority on the planet.
No, we're talking about on this panel.
Goliath,
all right, so on this
sense.
panel,
You make a lot of noise, but in a battle,
no, but I'm talking about on this panel. I'm talking about on this panel. You are the Goliath. You've said already that you've defeated everyone, and so you lot have made the claim that you are the winners. So I'm going to put you in the we're going to be the underdogs on this, in the sense that we are
it's not so
fighting
much
an
that we've
uphill battle.
defeated everybody. I'm not sure that I'd use that word. It's more the case that the claims haven't been substantially justified. So it's not a case of defeat. There
You
could
need
be
to
a
speak
claim
to
out
Veli
there or
then, because
something.
Veli's always on the chat saying we undefeated. G Block undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's the one that's using the defeated and undefeated.
You know why? It's to wind up people like Raj, like Khan. You get me? All the people that are moist. Yeah, that. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Look, I don't mind people winning if they're winning on logical arguments. So far, you've shown logical arguments. Like, you haven't won on kind of like baseless arguments. Like, when people are putting forward arguments like you have no morality because you are an atheist, they're gonna lose, and I'm glad they lose on that argument. Do you understand? So I don't begrudge people winning. I don't mind. I don't begrudge people winning as long as they're winning on a logical and, like, say, fair argument. Like right now, you're winning on logical and fair arguments. I don't think I've heard anything that I think is unfair what you've said per se.
I think if a theist comes along and says you don't have morality, that's obviously demonstrably false. What a theist could say, and they would need to provide a substantial argument, is that you don't have a basis for it. And now we would have to agree what does it mean to have a basis? Because I don't think that God is a basis for morality. And if I delve into anybody's view on morality and their God, we'll find out that it's either arbitrary or that it exists outside of a God, in which case God is subject to that and not the arbiter of it either way. So, with the old paradox, it escapes me at the moment, Euthyphro's dilemma, right? Euthyphro's dilemma has never been answered adequately. And the advanced theists just claim, oh, well, God's nature is good. As in, like, where does this goodness come from? How do we know what is good? Is God appealing to something outside of himself that is good? Or is God appealing to whatever he says is good, in which case it's just arbitrary? It's just like might makes right. And the theist answer, or the advanced answer, is no. It's just that his nature is good. Well, how do we know that his nature is good? What is it about his nature that makes it good? Is it just him saying that his nature is good, or does he appeal to something external? So that the question just gets pushed back, and there's no answer to this.
I mean, my favorite is the slavery one. Obviously, you know why I like the slavery one, because obviously it shows a lot of people's hypocrisy, and a God cannot be a moral God if he didn't or let's just say if he's in some way condoning slavery in his text. So you know what I'm talking about. Let's not go too deep. You know value I'm talking about.
Sure, maybe you're lucky, Raj, that in Sikhism, I don't know if you guys have slavery, I haven't read your books, but certainly in Christianity and Islam, I think it's clear that at least at some point it was either condoned or accepted by God, in which case, yes, they have a very difficult time trying to skirt their way around that.
I mean, we do have stuff within our faith that, I mean, we don't have that, let's just say that kind of baggage, but we do have our own sort of things that, you could probably pick away at, which is stuff like karma, and stuff like this. So one of the argument was used was, oh, Raj, you condone slavery because you believe in karma, meaning that someone's past life will determine what their life is in the next life. Yeah. And so my argument is that, like the argument was that, okay, we do believe in karma. And so just for argument's sake, if someone was born into a slave woman's body, so God's put the fetus in there, but whatever you want to say, yeah, and then they were born. That baby is born free, but it's the slave owner that is actually enslaved them. So it's not God that's enslaving that baby. So karma is a bit of a tricky one, to be honest. I'm still trying to kind of like, because I think that's probably I think that in terms of the dharmic phase, our weakest point is the karma, because it sounds quite.
Yeah, but what's wrong with karma though? Because you don't have to believe in slavery to believe in karma, do you?
No, but the argument the false argument they were putting forward for a couple of days was that Raj, your God condones slavery because you believe in karma. So basically, they're saying that when someone's born into a slave, into a family that's been enslaved, it's God. Your God is condoning that. But I'm saying that when the baby is born, the baby is born free. It's the slave owner that's enslaved the baby, not God. So they're using a stupid argument in order to get to me, because obviously I demolished sellout spect. I said the word sellout spect. Yeah, I said it. I demolished him, so they were trying to get at me by saying your God is just as vindictive. Yeah. So yeah, which I don't believe.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on whether your God is all knowing and you believe in predestination, i.e., that He knows everything that's going to happen before it happens, and that everything that's being played out is simply human beings, on invisible strings that they're not unaware of are being pulled. If you have that belief, then it's a problem for you. If you don't have that belief, then you might be able to get out of that.
I think we have. I don't want to say too much because I need to just 100% look into it. I know we have some form of they say, you got not a predestination, but there is free will up to a point, but you do have kind of set paths, so you can make the decision yes or no to do something. From my understanding, I'll have to look into it then, because I'm obviously on my own journey.
Well, all you can say is you have a limited will, and you just don't know the next thing that's going to happen, but the omniscient creator does. So even though you think it's free, that's only because you are not omniscient and you don't know the next thing. But if you did, you'd see your whole life planned out ahead. And if you had the ability to avoid that, then you would have free will. So if you could see your path, if suddenly God gave you his omniscient knowledge, and you suddenly saw the path, you saw all the divergent paths you could take, but you saw like in bold the path that God had foreseen for you, and you could then divert from that, well, then you would have some limited version of or you'd have a more free will. But if you couldn't, and obviously you can't at the moment, so you're going along thinking you're speaking to us now like this was your choice. No, this was predetermined before the time, and even I believe that as a non-believer, right? So you guys are even more involved with that. And the libertarian version of free will, there's like 12% of philosophers sort of accept that anyway. People who have thought about this very deeply, everybody else, accepts some version of determinism. So I'm even in that, but obviously I don't think that God has done that. So I don't have the problem that you would have, where God has done this and then he's judging you and punishing you for things that he's already planned out for you, because that obviously, as you can see, doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, the one problem I think people from the Dharmic faith have faced in terms of morality is that if someone's born disabled, did God punish them for their previous life? And that's a difficult one, a very difficult one, because most people that would probably say yes, that somebody done something in their previous life that then.
But why would God punish you though? Even in your view, right? So forget about the Abrahamic faith for the moment. Why would God? Presumably, you also believe that God created us, right? So we are, in some sense, a part of God, or were a part, or a product of God, or whatever terms you want to use. Why would God punish himself or his creation for things that they couldn't possibly harm him to do? It's like us looking at an anthill, and we're giving the ants the rules, but when they divert, then we punish the ants, right? It's not hurting us. They're only hurting fellow ants at best, in which case we'd leave it to the ants to punish their fellow ants. What's the purpose of God punishing his own creation?
All right, so you're not going to probably like my analogy, but I give the analogy like a mother with their child. Like, a mother, doesn't want to punish their child. But if the child does something that is, let's just say, against, their rules, they're going to punish them, just to kind of.
Okay, but why though, Raj? Why would they do that, in your analogy?
Well, from my understanding, it's more of a. So we're putting this earth as a kind of a test. I know people don't like that. Like we're being put here.
Well, I agree with you on that.
And in some ways, that if you fail a part of the test, you're gonna have to have some repercussions, whether you fail the test or whether you have to retake it. And so the difference between, I say, although reincarnation seems quite harsh, compared to the alternative, which is that, you know, once you make a mistake, you're burning in hell for eternity, and God is chucking boiling hot water 10,000 times hotter than the sun down your throat. The alternative is that, you know, God does punish you, but you have to go through different life cycles. So, you know, if you've really done something really kind of like, let's just say you've done something so evil that, you know, you're going to be reincarnated back to, you know, you have to go through like a million life cycles to get back to the point. Because remember, the human being, like our point today, like as a human being, is like the final hurdle to get back to God. Now, some people will make
Okay,
it
so
and
but
will become one with God. But if you don't, you might be reincarnated. Say if you'd made a few mistakes, you might be reincarnated back into a human being, but you might be given some hardships in that life. Yeah, so you have to kind of overcome.
okay,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
what is what I'm asking though, Raj? What is the punishment for? Because in your analogy, the mother punishes the child for something that it does wrong, either because it's detrimental to the child or it's detrimental to some other living being, right? She wouldn't punish the child for smashing a rock on another rock, right? Because the rocks, there's no moral agency in rocks. We can't hurt rocks. So she would presumably punish the child because its behavior would negatively impact itself or other beings. And now
yeah. So I mean,
with God, it cannot, you can't hurt or harm God in any way, right? So the analogy isn't analogous in that way.
all right, so for Sikhs here, we have to. I'm talking about Sikhs, and I apologize if I make a mistake. People don't like talking about Sikhism, but I'm going to have to speak about it a bit. We have to kind of defeat 5 what we call kind of sins, yeah, in order to get back to God. Now, if you don't beat those or you don't overcome them, you're going to get some, because God has set you these kind of tasks or sins to defeat. So first of all, yeah, is lust. Yeah, you've got to try and defeat lust within yourself. The other is
That's a
wrath.
natural thing. But hang
All
on,
right, yeah, but let me just
Roger,
finish.
you
So the
haven't
other,
answered the
oh no,
original question.
but let me just
But lust
let
is
me
a
just finish.
natural thing, isn't it?
Let me finish you. So lust, yeah, I'm not talking about beating. You have to be able to kind of like control it, that you don't become some kind of sexual maniac going around, you know, like thinking about women and stuff like 24/7. You have to be able to kind of like everything in moderation. So wrath, yeah, not having kind of like anger when you get vengeance, and obviously I'm failing on that one a lot. Greed, you got to control, you know, how much you're kind of now. Right now, people are, you know, hoarding stuff and being greedy and stuff like that. Attachment, yeah, meaning that, you know, like you don't get too attached to these worldly goods or what's around you. And the final, and probably one of the most important, is ego, yeah, or excessive pride. So for us, those are the 5 main things that as human beings we don't have to defeat. Let me rephrase that. You don't have to, because you're going to have that, but you have to be able to control it. Yeah. And if you don't, you're going to fail the test on that. And that the
Okay.
repercussions of that would be being reincarnated, as, you know, depending on how severe it is. So if you let your, so for example, if you let your wrath get to a point where you're going around killing people en masse, like, you know, you might kill 10 people. Obviously, you know, when you're punished, you're going to get a severe punishment, which would mean that you'd have to go through millions of life cycles to get back there, get back to
That
being
seems
a
like an
human being.
excessive punishment. But let me ask you this, Raj. In the Abrahamic faith, they've got different answers to this. What is yours? Did God create human beings with this inherent bug in the system, i.e., that they are constantly fighting against what seems to be natural urges, or is it in some way human beings' fault that they came into existence this way? What's your view on this?
From my understanding, like I said, from a Sikh perspective, because obviously I'm a Sikh, this is kind of like, you know, this is like what God has created. Like, He's not made us perfect for a reason. In order for us to kind of like, if we was made perfect, then there wouldn't really be any test, would there? We'd just pass it with flying colors. We have to have these kind of like,
Why
let's
though?
say,
Why do we need to have these tests? What
because
for?
look, as people that believe in the creator, we believe that, you know, we've been put on this earth for a different reason to you. I believe we're on this earth as
Yeah,
a
but you
test
said
almost.
it's for a
So for
test. I'm
so
asking
for
you
us, in
why.
order,
Why does a test need to be there?
well, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really know the reason. Like, all I know is that the test is there. And look, for me to figure out why God done it, is like an ant trying to figure out nuclear
Is your
physics.
God an all good God though, Raj? Is he an all good God, or is he a malevolent God that wants to see pain and suffering and get some sort of pleasure out of that? What sort of God are you?
I believe God is God that I believe in is a good and just God, but he doesn't believe in, let's just say, like, you know, if someone does something wrong, you can't just let it go. Like, that person has to
Okay, cool.
understand what
So
they
let
did
me
was
give you an
wrong.
analogy. let me give you an analogy and tell me what you think of the creator. If you have one of these amazing scientists, you've seen the movies, right? There's many of them. A scientist creates a robot that has some level of limited will, but that he puts some bugs into the system. But he could have programmed it perfectly, but he didn't. He created some bugs in the system to see whether this robot would overcome. And the purpose is simply to see whether the robot will overcome this. If the robot doesn't, the robot comes back, it's torn to pieces, and it's rebuilt again. Do you think that would be a moral scientist where he could have, if the outcome is for the person to end up being perfect, he could have endowed them with the perfection, i.e. the perfect program, and allowed them to go and experience that program in its perfection, right? So now you both have the knowledge of the program and the experience. Instead, he creates one that has bugs that the program itself cannot avoid. These bugs are they're unavoidable. They're built into the system. And then there's a punishment and there's this karma. Do you think out of those two creators, which one do you think is more moral or is a better moral creator?
All right, so I'm gonna answer the way I have to answer it. Sorry if it's not the way you want it, but if the person that created this robot put this test, but for passing the test, they get something amazing where they will never suffer pain or will never have to go through, let's just say, all the problems that they've been put through, then I would say putting them through that test to see whether they're worthy of that reward is just, because giving something for free, like for no reason, when somebody might not be ready for it or deserves it, I don't think it is just in itself. So if you created an Android and you said, okay, we're going to put these faults in you, but you don't tell the Android that they put the faults in it, so it's kind of going to do things that probably go against what you might deem to be acceptable, but it controls itself still. It still managed to be able to kind of like stick to its moral line, even though it's got these bugs in its system. Yeah. And then that robot then gets rewarded with just say a system which has no faults, because it's shown that it has the responsibility to be able to actually, with bugs in the system already, to be able to be a moral robot. Yeah. So the inventor then takes everything out and says, okay, you're not going to feel no more pain, you're not going to feel nothing, you're not going to feel hunger, you're not going to feel anything like that, and that is your reward for sticking to the right path. So I don't think there's a problem with that if there's a reward at the end. Now, if it was all just negative and there was no reward at the end, then yeah, I would say that's unjust.
Okay, but let's look at it this way, Raj. I could conceive in the analogy of a maker intentionally putting a few bugs into the robot to see how does it behave with these bugs and whether it can self-learn with the bugs in the system. That could be a conceivable idea. What I can't conceive of, or what I see is utterly immoral, is with these bugs in the system that the robot is trying its best to overcome. Then when the robot either fails or doesn't live up to whatever the standard is or the metric that the creator has put forward, for them to punish it. I could see the creator bringing the robot back and saying, hey, look at what you've learned here. I'm now going to take 1 or 2 bugs out and I'm going to let you go out again with less bugs this time to see how you perform this time. And you've had a learning, but there's no punishment because I, the creator, inherently put the bugs into the system knowing that you couldn't entirely overcome it anyway. So I could conceive of it. What I can't conceive and what I see is immoral is the punishment element because there is bugs in the system. If there were no bugs, even then I would still find it problematic that you have punishment and judgment anyway. But can you see how it makes it much worse for punishment and judgment if there's already inherent bugs in the system?
All right, so remember the bugs being in the system doesn't mean that the robot has to do what goes against its own morality. So the bugs are there in order to test whether the robot, when we're using an analogy of a human being basically, but the robot is going to still behave morally. So for an example, say if you put the bugs in the robot and then the robot goes out and it kills like 50 people. Yeah. Now, ultimately, that bug that was put in there, the robot still has to do those deeds, and they will be punished according to the amount of suffering they've caused others. Yeah. So, but if they
but Raj, why punish them? Because you put the bug in the system, and they ultimately, at some level, are going to have some negative consequence on their fellow human beings, precisely because the bug is in there. No matter how hard they try to avoid it, it will happen. And now you're going, well, I'm going to punish you for a bug I put in. I would be okay to some degree if you put a bug in to test the system, but there was no punishment at the end, then you could conceivably do it. But to punish something with it, how do you reconcile the punishment element with bugs that I think you also agree are inherent in the system, rather than just a correction, rather than a punishment?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you start the premise of that it's a test and there's going to be repercussions if you fail the test, then I think, you know, that my argument would make sense. But if you're going down the line that you're just putting these bugs in for no reason, and that, you know, there's not going to be no repercussions, and I understand why you would think it's unjust. But some people that believe in God or the Creator believe that, you know, what we're doing on this world is like almost like some kind of like test, yeah, that we have to pass it in order to become one with God. Yeah, and if you
Okay,
fail
let's use
it,
your analogy of the. Okay, but let's use
if you
your
fail,
analogy of the test.
so if you fail the test, then what will happen is that, you know, we don't believe that, you know, you're going to flunk it 100% and you can never have another try, like, you know, the Abrahamic faith. We believe that there are uh, other chances in order to get back to the stage of being a human being and being one with God. But depending on how severe your crimes are, you might have to go through a million life cycles, like from an ant all the way up to a
I
thingy.
understand that. Right? So
Or if you've done a minor mistake, you might be reborn as a human being, and you just go back through. You know, like you're not going back to stage one.
I understand the concept that you're providing. Right, in your view, the more dire the evil that you commit, the more punishment there is. Let me ask you this: is there always a punishment, since almost every human being, if not every human being, apart from your gurus, is imperfect and will fail? Is there always some level of punishment, or is there a level at which there's no punishment, even if you do minor bad things, in your view?
I mean, I don't. When you're talking about minor bad things, because, you know, obviously you can do, in my opinion, my understanding, like if you've done something, you know, like, you know, I mean, if you're killing people or you're doing X, Y, Z, that's definitely a massive issue. Or you're beating people or being thingy. I don't think you have to pass the test 100%, from my understanding, in order to achieve one with God. You just need to balance it that your good outweighs your bad. So it's not.
Okay,
It's
but
not
how
like
do you know whether it does or not, though?
Well, I think if
you could argue. I'll give you an
Yeah.
example. You could argue that you kill somebody, you then go to prison for 20 years, and men have and women have done this. They then, let's say, find God, or in my case, find critical thinking and empathy. They come out and they help a massive amount of people. And it turns out that they've saved the lives of gang members. They used to be a gangster, they killed somebody. They've now got 20 gang members out of gangs. They've probably saved at minimum 5 lives. How do you establish whether this person has done more good than bad? What in your book, or any other book for that matter, makes that determination that we as humans can go, it seems like you've done more good than bad. Here's a criteria that we can have a look at, and you're probably going to go to heaven. How do we establish?
No, I don't
you
know.
have to wait till the end.
Like I said, I don't know the inner workings of God. Yeah, but for me, I would say that they would have to weigh up. So if you killed a person, yeah, in order to rebalance that scale in terms of like balancing it back up, you're gonna have to do a lot of things in order to rebalance it. Just saving one or two people, I don't know. I'm not God, but in order
Does
to
anybody know?
Yeah, I don't think anyone will know until we meet the Creator. But so in order to rebalance it, just saving one or two people from, you know, going down the same path, yeah, it's a good thing, but it's still not enough in order to rebalance the scale. Yeah, they're gonna have to do something pretty incredible. Maybe 1,000 people they save in order to get it back. Yeah, so they've saved like 1,000 people from killing other people.
Okay, but that's just a subjective view from you. Let's just
that's my own personal opinion.
Somebody else could say it's 2 lives. It's saving 2 lives is makes up for killing 1. Somebody could say it's 10, 20. Anybody could suck their thumb and come up with a number, right? So that's entirely subjective. But let me go back to the test, right? With the test, because you didn't like the robot so much. With the test, if the teacher gave you a test and the pass mark was 100%, otherwise there was some level of punishment. If you only got 50%, you got a caning. If you got 99%, you had to go home and write out the test once, right? So there was some level of punishment. Anything other than 100%, the teacher gives you the manual and says, "Here, study this manual for the test," right? You go home and study it. Unbeknownst to you, there's 5 pages missing. So the teacher has made it such that it's impossible to get 100%. Would you consider that teacher? And there's a punishment for anything less. The punishment gets worse as it gets as you get lower marks, but you can never get 100%. Would you consider that teacher immoral?
Yeah, I mean that teacher would be immoral, yes. But I don't
Okay.
believe God is going to judge you on 100%. I think there's probably a pass mark that we don't know. I don't think anyone can go through their life without committing
If the
some
teacher
form of.
didn't tell you what the pass mark is, then to use the analogy, and gave you a book where there was information missing such that you couldn't get 100%, but if you study perfectly, you might pass, but you don't know what the pass mark is. Would you still consider that teacher? Would you consider that teacher moral or immoral?
It depends on the. So, all right. So it's not an easy answer. So, say if the pass mark was 95%. Now, I would say that God would probably. I mean, the teacher would be immoral because that is still a very high percentage to hit. Now, if it was like 80%, yeah, then I don't think it's immoral. Like if you have to hit 80%, but they don't tell you have to hit 80%, that person's going to try to achieve 100. Yeah, he may not hit 100, but he might hit 85. Now, if you tell
Okay, so
normally what happens when you tell somebody that okay, you have to hit this amount to pass, what they will do here is to try and hit that mark. I might fall short. Now, the best thing is to try and hit 100. Yeah, and if you don't hit 100, you might hit 81,
okay,
and you
but
still pass.
sure, I understand that everybody's going to try and do their best. I'm not worried about the people taking the test so much as the teacher, right? Because there's a couple of things. One is the teacher has taken out information out of the manual that makes it the case that you cannot get 100%. Number one, and number two, the teacher hasn't told you what the pass mark is. And number three, the teacher is going to punish you for anything less than the pass mark. If we're now going with your analogy, which is less than 100%, but they haven't told you what that is. Let me contrast that. There's a teacher that's done that. If a teacher came along and said to you, hey, I'm giving you this manual, there are 5 pages that are missing. Unfortunately, in the printing press, they didn't print that. I'm either not going to ask you questions on that, or I'm going to ask you 2 of the questions. These are the 2. You don't have to answer them because you don't have anything there. And I'm telling you that you need to get 80%. Do you think that teacher is more moral than the first example of a teacher?
Sorry, I was just reading. Sorry, dude. Can you just quickly just repeat that very briefly? Because I was just reading something and I just got lost track.
Okay, you're listening now. You're paying attention?
Yeah. No, I was paying attention
Okay.
to the beginning, but someone just read a comment. So again.
Okay, so you've got your teacher, which
Yeah.
gives you a book that doesn't tell you that their page is missing, doesn't tell you what the pass mark is, and tells you that if you don't pass whatever the imaginary pass mark is that you don't know about, you will get punishment. That's teacher number 1. Teacher number 2 says to you, hey, here's a book. There are unfortunately pages missing that came that way from the printer. Either I'm not going to ask you questions on that, or unfortunately there are questions in there that came before the manual came without those pages, but I'm not going to mark you down on those. And the pass mark is thus only 85%. Do you think that teacher is more moral than teacher number 1?
I mean, in that specific example, yes. I think in that specific example, if there's pages missing from a manual or a test, or you're reading that book and the teacher doesn't tell you that, certain things are missing, and then I think that would be immoral. Like so
Okay.
on the second occasion, but I don't believe there are scriptures like from my understanding that have left pages out in
Okay,
terms
so
of
do you
how
think
to
in
live a
your view
pious life.
that your scripture covers every moral eventuality that could conceivably happen to human beings?
Look, I'm probably not the best person to answer yes or no, but I can find out for you and ask somebody.
What do you think, though? Just by
for me personally, I think it does because it gives a framework. Not so like the problem with some of the other religions is it's so very rigid about specifics, and so it's hard to kind of like it'll say specific things how to do it. With this Sikhism, it's much more broader, so you can kind of apply it to lots of different scenarios and not get so kind of
but also remember that that's a weakness as well, right? So
it could be a weak.
Yours is a weakness because man has to now interpret things. Man is fallible, so he could be wrong about what his interpretation of a broad framework is. So again, I ask you the question: if it were the case in Sikhism that your god or gods had created something that all the gurus had come together and created an obelisk such that you could touch this obelisk, and in every scenario, God would communicate to you directly what the right thing to do is, such that you would know about it at least. You could choose to do it or not. Do you think that then would be a better scenario than having man try to interpret God's words?
I mean, obviously, if you've got something that's directly linked to God, no one's going to say that, that wouldn't be an amazing kind of like thing to kind of like have on earth. I mean, if you could have that would be incredible, but that would make life a lot easier because you know exactly what needs to be done. Now, what I'm saying
Okay,
about
but
the
hang
kind
on,
of the well, hold on one
Raj,
minute. So
Raj, Raj.
what I'm saying about the types of parameters, I'm saying that there are certain kind of parameters put around that if you keep within that, I believe you would make the right decision about a lot of things. I'm not saying it's because human beings are not perfect. This is the problem. So yeah, can people abuse that system? Yeah, they could. But if you was following everything else in terms of trying to control, like remember what I said about the five kind of sins, the car, the wrath, the greed, the
Yeah, yeah,
attachment,
I
the
know
ego,
about
the lies.
those. Remember,
If you had that under control in the first place, and that was kind of being checked, then I think you would make the right decisions according to
okay.
that if you was to have that under control.
Remember here, there's something. Remember something that we don't get distracted on. We all agree that human beings are fallible. So even in your religion, human beings have been created such that they have a bug in the system. They're not they're not omniscient or infallible or indeed omnibenevolent, right? So they're not all good. They can't be mistaken. They don't know everything, right? So even in your view, which is definitely the case in the Abrahamic religions, they are, for whatever reason, they have a bug in the system. Let's put it that way, right? So you would agree with that, correct?
Uh, yeah, up to a certain degree. Yeah, I think that's a fair
Okay,
analogy.
so all we're really looking at is the morality of the creator of this buggy system, whatever his reason is for it, right? He could have reason. We're not talking about the reason per se at the moment as to why there's a bug. We're saying there is a bug, and we're then looking at the creator and going, okay, is he an omnibenevolent creator? In other words, is he going to take into account that he's created this system for whatever reason with a bug in the system? And if they had, because you said, oh, life would be too easy if you knew the moral answer to every question. And I would respond to you, no, it wouldn't necessarily be easier. In fact, I think a moral God would be obligated to give you those answers if he was judging you on them. Because if he left it open, it's like the teacher now not having it, and the pupils get together to try and come up with an answer that isn't in the book, and they go with consensus. Yeah, that sounds like the right answer, and they get it wrong, but they're punished for it. I'm sure you would agree that that would be immoral.
No, I wouldn't agree it would be immoral. I would say it would be a harsh test. Is it immoral? That's subjective, though, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is subjective
Yeah,
because the teacher hasn't provided them with the answer. They're trying to rationalize it. They'll have different ideas. They can be mistaken, and now they come up with the answer. And the teacher is not judging them on whether they kind of got it right. It's either
No,
right
but
or
let me
wrong,
ask you a question.
and they don't have the right answer.
Can something be harsh and still be moral?
Possibly, but that's not. But that's
Yeah.
not the question that's under
But that's the no. But the thing is,
discussion. Is it?
you're saying it's subject. You're saying it's objective. I'm saying to you, it's not. I'm saying it's subjective. You think that something you're saying that because it's such a harsh test, that automatically then it becomes objectively bad. I'm saying that it's a very harsh test, but it doesn't mean it's immoral. It's just a very harsh test.
Okay.
God is putting you. God is putting you through, like like a proper kind of run for a test of your system to see whether you're worthy of
Let me ask
becoming
you. Okay.
worthy of becoming one with God. Yeah, He's
Yeah,
not
but
going to just
God
let
is judging you.
But if you're not ready, but if you're not ready to become one with God, Him letting you in before you're ready is probably the wrong move in itself. That's probably immoral.
Yeah,
Like
well, he could give you the knowledge, right? Otherwise, you have to gain it over 1,000 lifetimes, suffer inexorably, or be tested continually with a bug in the system. Again, I ask you if that's a moral God. But going back to the example, right? God is judging on every action. He's not judging on the collection of your actions versus the good and the bad. He's judging every single action, isn't he? And if some of those actions, you don't know what the right action is, or you've got to kind of make up your own mind because you don't have definitive evidence, but you are being judged definitively on a particular moral question that you don't have a definitive answer to, do you not see the problem with that?
I can see why somebody that doesn't believe in a creator would see a problem with it, and I understand why you'd look at it and say, okay, this is very kind of like seems quite contradictory of a loving God. I can understand why you would think that. For people that believe,
why don't you think
because
that?
I believe in a creator that is if you want to become one with him, he's not going to just let you in and become one with him without you being worthy. And so you've got to be worthy
but that's
first.
a very
And
human trait, right? Now you're reducing the creator to like a human attribute. Hey, you've got to be really hard. It's got to be hard test for you, otherwise you don't get in the door.
Yeah, but I mean, anything. If you want a reward for something, or you want something that imagine being told that if you pass this test, you're never going to feel pain, you're never going to feel hunger, you're only going to feel love, you're going to be one with the Creator. That is something that like I think is worth putting yourself through a bit of harshness for a test. It's not like you're getting a sweet. It's something that is
Yeah, but the
eternal.
point is, even if it is harsh, you don't have a definitive answer as to what the right answer is in every case. If I said to you, Raj, what does it say in your books about whether human stem cell research is a moral act? You and your fellow Sikhs would have no clue. You go look in the books, you try and come up with some justification, you'd all argue amongst yourself, and ultimately there'd be no objective
No,
answer
I
to
would
that
say,
question.
if I'll be honest with you, like, look, I don't want to give too much away from my family situation, but I looked into this, and from my understanding, because we believe that there's a soul within within the sperm, within the embryo, and all of this, we would say it's probably, it would go against the Sikh tenets, in my opinion. I have to double check it, but because we don't believe that, even I understand with the stem cell, for me it's a very tricky one, because I don't want to go too much, but I've got somebody in my family that would benefit from it, but it goes against my religious beliefs. So like for me, it's like, oof, this is a bit of a weird
Yeah,
situation.
sure, I understand it's your religious beliefs, but nowhere in the book does it say, oh, Sikhs, I say to you that, when it becomes the time that human stem cell research becomes a viable option, you shall not do it as it is immoral, right? So you will have to infer something from your ancient books that gives you the idea that it's immoral. It's
But
nowhere
if we,
there, it's
but
black
yeah,
and
but if
white.
we, yeah, but if we believe that there's a soul, even within from the basics of when human life is created, then we would say that doing something that's going to be detrimental to its existence would go against our tenets of our faith, wouldn't
Okay,
we?
all right. Let me ask you this then: do you think that it's moral for one soul to be sacrificed for 10?
Well, yeah, obviously that's a very tough question, man. Is it moral to one life? It depends on the age of the person being sacrificed, whether they were gonna. Yeah, I mean, what's the? Is there any kind of is the person young?
Well, a
Are they
soul is
ill?
immortal, isn't it? Apparently, a soul is immortal according to you, right? So it's just the age of the body that you're seeing, but a soul is immortal, and it's in various stages of testing,
I
presumably.
believe that the individual soul has the right to exist. So I would say that yeah, it would be moral to sacrifice that one
It
soul for
would
the
be,
good of 10. Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, yeah, because
Uh,
that one soul is still a
So
soul,
at the
isn't it?
stage of a blastocyst, which is 100,000 cells, which is less cells than is in the brain of a fly, you think still has a soul. But if that blastocyst were to save 10 people, including somebody in your family, because it hasn't got a brain, it hasn't even developed in any way yet, and the soul is in any case indestructible and will just move on to the next thing, in that case, you could also have an argument that in fact that blastocyst is entirely immoral to do stem cell research that could save the lives of 10 people, and that soul can move on to another body, if you want to. It's not even a body at this stage, it's less than the brain of a fly. So you could in fact see that as being a moral act. The point is that there's nowhere in your book. You now have to rationalize these things as I do. You now have to essentially become an atheist and rationalize these things, because there's nowhere in your book that tells you this. But
No,
your
I
body
don't know.
judges you on the decisions you make either way, and that's the
Mm,
problem.
no. That's a big jump. You don't have to become an atheist to believe that. I can agree
I
with you
mean,
on certain.
reason,
No,
but you're
basically,
reasoning like an
let
atheist.
me
You're
no,
weighing
let
it
me
up,
all
right?
right. So let me just say something. I can agree on certain issues that atheists bring up. It doesn't mean I agree that there's no creator. So if you say to
No,
me,
I'm not saying you do
okay,
that.
yeah, I
I'm
know,
saying you
but
reason. In the case of the stem cells, you are reasoning like an atheist. You're weighing up the good and the bad, because nowhere in your book does it say specifically that stem cell research is banned. And if you
with,
claim, as you
with,
did,
with,
that one soul can be,
Would
or
you
one body can
with the
sacrifice
stem
another,
with the stem
would you say
cell.
all or nothing or one or the other, Rob? And that's not true. In the case
Yeah,
of the
Rick.
mind,
Yeah.
person who believes in the creator.
You
the
Okay?
got
point
So I
is
yeah,
mean
Rick.
that
you no, you're giving your standard to us to live
Yeah,
up
get
to.
him, Eric. Get
Hey,
him.
this is what you're doing. And come on, that's not fair, Rob.
I
It's not.
asked I asked Raj, what does it say in his book? He said his religion says that the soul or whatever comes in at the point of conception, i.e., And so a blastocyst is a short time after conception with 100,000 cells. He also said that he does think that it would be moral for one person to be sacrificed for 10. And in
No, I
this
said
case,
it,
it's
no,
not
no,
even
no.
a person yet.
So let me just say, I think you misunderstood. I'm saying it wouldn't. So it wouldn't be moral to sacrifice one person for 10. That's what I was saying. No, I didn't say it would.
Okay,
I don't know
but
whether
if
you
one
misheard that.
person decided, all right, so let's just change it. Raj,
Yeah.
if one person decided to sacrifice themselves and save 10 people and died in the process, would that be a moral act on their part?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yes, it would. Yes, it would be.
Yeah, so if one person
Correct.
say, like, are you talking about, like, say if there was a burning building, one person jumps
Yes,
in,
yeah. So he went in and saved 10
then he
other people
dies.
of various
Yeah, I mean,
ages and died.
that would be an amazing act of bravery and sacrifice.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the principle is at this stage that if a person agrees to sacrifice themselves, they're not going, hey, I want to die, but they sacrifice themselves to save others. You do agree that there is a moral virtue in doing that. Now we go to the area of a blastocyst, which is not even, only has the potential to be a human. It's not even remotely a human being by any scientific or medical standards. Now you can deny all of that and just say I'm anti-scientific and anti-medical if you like, but a blastocyst only has the potential to be a human being, and there is good reasons to believe that embryonic stem cell research does in fact help or save the
Yeah,
lives
but
of other
Rob, do you
people,
believe in a
and you would
soul
say
though?
it's immoral.
Hold on, but do you believe in a soul?
I
But
don't
there's
believe in
also
a soul, no.
adult. There's
But you do.
also there's
No, no, but
also adult stem cell
1
research
minute.
that's being done as well, Rob.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that when you say that,
you're not. So you have an
I can't
option.
hear both
You have
of
an
you.
option of embryonic stem cell research or adult stem cell research.
yeah.
You got a
So
choice between it.
what I'm saying is that although when you say that they're not it's just like an whatever you was calling it, that it's not any form of human being at that moment. If you don't believe in a soul, then it doesn't matter, because we don't care whether it's just a microcosm or we don't care if it's just one cell. To us, we believe in a soul. So the soul
Okay,
is in there from the
but
start.
Raj, the soul itself isn't the important part, because I think you would agree that a soul is immortal. So you can't kill a soul, can you?
I mean, the soul isn't
No, you
more.
can't.
It
You
is.
can't kill a soul. No, I mean, well, at least
So the only thing,
from the perspective of the Baha'i faith, no, you can't kill a soul.
okay, so the only thing that you could do is damage or destroy the physical vessel that the soul might have inhabited. But again, I would ask you, Raj, if you were a soul and you had sort of taken on or inhabited a blastocyst, and you were seeing what was going on, would you think that if the doctors said to you, or the doctors were making, they didn't know you existed, you were just, and you can go to the very next vessel, whichever vessel it is, right? And they took those 100,000 cells and saved the lives of 10 people. Would you say those doctors were moral?
Look, I'll be honest with you, because of my family.
I would say the doctors were moral if they did through the consulted consent of the person from which those stem cells are being taken. Rob.
Right. So for me, look, this situation, because it hits so close to home, I can't give too much of my family situation away. That I have pondered this, because I'm also against animal cruelty, but in order to test drugs and stuff, you have to use that they use animals. So I've pondered this for a long time. So yeah,
Okay,
it is something that
stick with the stem cell.
What I'm trying to say is that it's not one dimensional to me. It's very complicated. It's a real life scenario that I've contemplated. And so for me, I'll be honest with you, like the more and more I talk about it, the more I'm going to start probably. Let's just say that, look, for me at the moment, it's morally ambiguous.
Okay, what does it say in your book about stem cell research and the taking of a blastocyst, which is 100,000 cells? Does it say anything in your book about that scenario?
Obviously, it doesn't go into those specific terms, but we do believe that the soul, from the point of conception, is there. So for us, it doesn't matter if it's one cell, whether it's 1,000. It will be a soul within there. So I look.
Yeah, but hang on, Raj. You've agreed that the cell doesn't die. The soul, sorry, not the cell. The soul doesn't die. It can inhabit another body. So all that's happening is that a clump of cells that has the potential to be a human, because remember, some humans are aborted anyway, which is another question about your God allowing about 20% of abortions worldwide. So 1/5 of human beings die, quote unquote, from natural or let's call it God perceived conditions. So all that happens is this soul goes on to another set of cells to go and inhabit that. And yet these cells will save the lives of other, let's just say they were all Sikh members to make it easier for you, right? That wasn't, ISIS members or whatever the case is. These were fellow Sikhs, maybe it's a family member, whatever the case is, and the soul moves on to another thing. Do you not think that that's a moral act? That's what I'm asking. Is that
I think the problem with this is that you're look. If I look for me, when you're saying, I do believe abortion is murder. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry to anyone that's had an abortion. So for you saying this, it's like you're just saying, oh, just kill this soul. To me, there's not much difference between killing a grown-ass man and saying, okay, they're going to be reborn into another body. You're still destroying that particular soul.
Hang on a moment. Are you? Just let me just make sure I understand you. Are you saying that there's no difference between killing a grown-ass man and taking apart 100,000 cells in a blastocyst? Do you think those are analogous?
Look, I'm not going to say yes or no because I don't know the exactly what you're even saying. So I need to look into that to find out exactly at what point that particular terminology means. Is it at the point of conception? Is it the point that it's human
No, it's after
beings?
conception. It's 100,000 cells. So at this stage, the sperm and the egg have merged, and you have 100,000 cells, which is less cells that are in a brain of a fly. You know how small a brain of a fly is, right? Almost invisible. 100,000 cells is less than that. It has an 80% chance, given statistics, of the potential of becoming a human being. And yet, if those cells were allowed to be used in medical circumstances, they could very well, if not very probably, help save the lives of other people.
Look. For me, I do believe there's a soul in there, but if I wouldn't condemn a doctor or a patient. I wouldn't go around saying you've killed somebody and this and that because I think it's pretty complicated. I wouldn't condemn them. I wouldn't demonize them for doing it.
Would they be moral, though? I guess that's the question, not your condemnation. Would they, in your eyes, be moral or immoral if they used 100,000 cells
ambiguous.
to save other people?
I think it's morally ambiguous. It's complicated.
Okay, good. I'm fine with you saying it's morally ambiguous. Do you now see the problem that you are in from your book's point of view? Because you are suggesting it's morally ambiguous. God is not judging on whether it's morally ambiguous. He's judging on whether it's moral or immoral. You don't have a clear answer in the book. You are suggesting it's morally ambiguous. If he were to judge you on that point, do you not see that you would have a point to raise with him by saying, hang on a moment, God, I see this as morally ambiguous. I've thought about it from Rob's position. I've thought about it from my position. You weren't clear in your book. How on earth could you judge me one way or the other on this position?
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that. You can argue that and say, okay, and you didn't give me the right. Let's just say you didn't give me all the facts that I could make an informed decision. Yeah, I could say that.
He hasn't given you all the facts.
Yeah, and I think God will probably be quite compassionate on that. If he knows that.
I hope he will.
Yeah, I hope he will as well.
When you have your day in court with God, when you have your day in court with God, are you allowed to slither?
I'm not going to ask you though.
You better get robbed.
Rally to the court. As soon as he finds that you're from D Block, yeah, I'm back to the
I'll come in there and go, cops, in the ops.
No, it'll be straight back to being an ant, man. As soon as they hear you from D Block. No, but I think I look here. I look. All of these points you're making are very valid points. I'm not going to say what you said is unreasonable or that what you're saying is stupid. Like they're very valid points. There's stuff that I've pondered over in the past and still do.
And that's
I haven't come to the conclusion, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to look. For me, the believing in the Creator, I don't think you're ever going to make me an atheist. Can you make me question some of the decisions that God has made? Yeah, I can question them. Okay, that doesn't seem too logical. But to get to the point of being an atheist, I think being an atheist is an illogical step in itself.
Why?
Because I think you're chucking the baby out with the bathwater. You're like saying, okay, there's these issues here, there, and then what you're doing is just chucking everything out, and it's an all or nothing situation with a lot of atheists. Like you have your own kind of dogma within yourself.
All right, so Raj, what is it that we are missing that is necessary for either a moral life or a life that's well lived? What is there that is missing from atheism?
All right, first of all, I don't make the argument that you have to be part of a religious faith to be moral. I think some of the most moral people I've met have been atheists. I don't.
So what's the illogical bridge?
Well, I think the missing thing. So someone like say maybe like Ultra, I think he's from his behavior. He might be a freaking murderer in real life. I don't know, but from what I've seen online, he's been one of the most moral people and has had a lot of common sense. I do think God will take that into account and probably, put that on a balancing scale. That would be on there. But the fact that he's arrogant enough to believe that there's no creator will be held against him to a certain degree, in my opinion.
Okay,
How much
Raj,
I don't know.
Raj, this is why I couldn't be at least a theist, or as far as I can tell, an Abrahamic theist as well, either yours or theirs, right? Because the book isn't clear and I'm going to be judged on an unclear book. But you said that there was something illogical about the going from your position to an atheist. Now, I want to know what that is. If it's not morals, which I think you agreed, we
Yeah.
can be moral and we even have a foundation, what is it that is illogical about being an atheist that requires you to be either a Sikh or some other theist? What is it that's illogical?
You're not gonna like what I'm gonna say because I said it last time and you was like you ripped me. But the thing is, look for me when I wake up in the morning and I open the curtains and I see, what's around me. To me, that's just something that's incredible. Like I don't believe that we were just put here for nothing. I don't believe that what's
Why?
around
Why do
me.
you not think that though? When you look around, what tells you that we were put here for a reason by looking out the window?
Forget about put here for a reason. I believe that the universe was created by something or
Why?
someone.
When you look out the window, what is it that you're getting? What information are you getting outside the window that tells you that we must have been created?
It's not just a window. It's just me walking about. Like even when I see human beings walking about, it's the small little things that I see, and I think, oh my, these are things that are kind of like incredible. That the fact that this is happening. So for me, if you don't find those things that amazing, then I can't really prove to you that.
I can also agree, Raj. I can also agree.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
some
oh, yeah,
amazing
so
things.
I'll take that back. Yeah, you can find them amazing, but your reasoning for why they're here or how it functions overrides the kind of like. So you for you, don't take offense. You take this as a compliment. You're like a robot. You take everything as kind of like So something works X Y Z. That's all I need to know. Yeah.
No,
You
not at
don't.
all.
You
No,
don't.
not at all. When I'm
Oh,
reasoning, I try to be robotic in the sense that I don't have emotions creep in, but I can look around at certain things and go, yes, that's amazing. But I'm also somebody who's not, or attempts not to be biased or cherry pick. Because if I pointed out and showed you all the unpleasant things that happen in nature, that would blow your mind. If suddenly you focus your attention on all the unpleasant things that a God you wouldn't expect a God to be doing, you would want to virtually commit suicide. I walked past, because I live in the country, these cows ran down next to me, right? And we walked, myself and my child were walking. We looked at this and I said, how could anybody want to kill this, right? You see a hamburger on your plate. Here's a sentient animal that wants to live, that ran, we're strangers, by the way, ran down, thought we were going to let it out of the gate to feed it and stuff like that, right? So I can have that as an atheist. I can look at this with compassion, but then I can also see the negative sides. It seems to me you cherry picking, you're looking out there and you're forgetting all the negative things that are going on.
You do know I'm a misanthrope.
Sorry, what's that? I heard the term.
I'm a misanthrope, meaning that I've got a dislike or distrust for humanity. I think human beings are flawed and can be very detrimental to the earth in the way that we behave.
Well, then you should be an antinatalist. You should look up David Benatar. You would become an antinatalist very quickly. His argument is so strong.
That's
it's
the exact same
unbelievable.
argument. Sorry, Rob, that's the exact same answer I gave.
What's the name?
See that fucking them antinatalist guys.
Antinatalist David Benatar, Benatar. He's a South African philosopher, a head of philosophy in I think Cape Town. If you listen to, and he's debated people like Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, and other philosophers, and his argument against bringing new life into existence is extremely strong. I've not seen a good argument, and I've never heard this before.
I'm not an anti-natalist though. I know what you're talking about. There's somebody at the park that's an anti-natalist. I'm not to that point, but I have a
You're talking about that older guy that carries a placard or whatever.
Yeah, he's probably the best advert for it. But yeah, so for me, like I see that human beings are. Let's just say I don't see us as like, the be and end all. I don't walk around thinking this earth's mine.
No, but remember what you said, Raj. You looked out the window and you saw the magnificence of what you seem to be, whatever's going on out there, and you think there must be a creator to all this. And I'm pointing out that you are cherry picking and you're not seeing all the unpleasantness, because if you saw that, you'd probably think that Satan is running alongside the two of them in cahoots together at the very best.
When I'm saying that, I can still see the other side as well. I can see both. But a lot of the stuff that I see that is going on that I dislike normally is attributed to human behavior.
No,
A
but
lot
it's
of
not all of it. In fact, there's a great
not
deal that
all of
occurs
it.
in this.
There's animals and stuff and insects and stuff that are doing freaking savage stuff when you see them. I mean, like, we
Correct. Nothing
don't
to do with
realize
humans whatsoever.
that. So we
Much more. That's what we would expect, though, Raj, on a naturalistic universe. There'd be some things over time that we look at and go, that's wonderful, and be some things we go, no, that's terrible, right? But on your view, you're seeing that, but you're like ignoring that or somehow overriding it by what you consider the beauty. And I'm just thinking that you have a filter there to see what's good and ignore the bad, and then say, oh well, this must be the work of a benevolent creator.
Rob, like, trust me. If you look at my artwork, it's very negative about human beings. So for me, I do have a very negative stance on like there's a lot of things I walk about and I think, this is terrible. Like, but most of it, like I said, could be attributed to behavior, in terms of whether it's an insect, whether it's the fly, whether it's a dog, whether it's this. But when you're looking at, I'm talking about just like the basics of life, like being able to walk about, being able to breathe, being able, the sun, the air. Do you understand, like the basics of living?
Raj, what about a Venus? Raj, what about a Venus flytrap? So a fly goes in there to pollinate it and to in fact allow it to propagate, and it closes, and the fly slowly gets dissolved over hours. Do you think that that's a wonder of nature as well?
There's some wonder to it. It's pretty barbaric, and
would you think it's wondrous if you were the fly?
Of course not. I would think that's the most.
Right? And could that Venus flytrap find another way to propagate itself without heinously, let's just say, slowly digesting another sentient creature that wants to survive, and in fact would help the plant in any other circumstance?
I don't know enough about Venus flytraps, but I've watched a lot of documentaries on ants, and the way that ants kind of like, when they go to war with another colony, is like next level. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. They're kind of like,
all I'm saying, Raj, we can bring it to draw to a close. All I'm saying is when you look out the window, remember that you are looking at some beauty or some wondrousness, if you want to use that term, but there's a lot of stuff that is not wonderful, and it's not a human's fault. And what you're looking at is much more likely to be the case under a naturalistic universe than a benevolent God. If you claimed your God was malevolent, then I would agree. What you're looking at is very much in line with a malevolent God, i.e. a God that's either evil or a trickster or likes to see evil propagated with some kind of good to kind of balance it out. That would be fair, but that's not the view that you hold. So I think it's a cherry-picking view that is better explained under naturalism, aka not believing in any of these gods, than it is your view. Your view, in my view, is inconsistent, i.e. that you're not looking at the full picture.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone could say they're looking at the full picture unless you're some kind of like cyborg, Rob. So everyone's going to have their kind of
but you can evaluate, Raj. You don't have to know every single thing. You can reasonably evaluate.
Everyone's going to have biases.
An all good God.
We're all going to have
this wonder and this terribleness at the same time.
Everybody's going to have biases in their thoughts and their viewpoints. That's something that you can't even deny, Rob. And even from the rationalist point of view, you can't deny that, Rob. So,
what you're missing, Eric.
Anyway, I need to shoot you. Big up to everybody. I got something to go.
Don't worry, we won't shoot you, Raj. We won't shoot you.
You better run, Raj. Don't worry, man. The pressure was hot in it.
I'm not afraid. Let me say something to you. Let me say something. A lot of people say they're boycotting this channel, not because they think that they're winning. They're boycotting because they're scared to jump on, because they know they're going to get annihilated. I will keep on coming back because I don't think there's anything wrong with being questioned or challenged on your beliefs. I think you grow in a way, and start thinking about stuff. So to people that are kind of like saying they don't want to come on, like, is mainly because they're being freaking. Their viewpoints are very simplistic. You don't have morality because you don't believe in God, and then they're behaving more immoral than the people on the panel and believe in slavery and stuff. So yeah. Anyway,
my main thing, Raj, with yourself or anybody else, is to get some level of self-reflection for all of us, really, to go, hey, how can I reconcile what I believe to be an all-good God with what I see in the world? And that, for me, apart from other things, is another one of the strongest reasons why I couldn't believe in any of these gods. If you said the God was malevolent or a trickster, then I'd be more inclined to say, okay, that's a possibility. But if you're claiming it's an all-good God and what we see in the world that is not human-related, then that's evidence against that claim. And that's what the self-reflection that I'm sort of putting out there or inviting you to look at, because you're not looking at that openly. You're ignoring part of it and only looking at the other side of it. So I appreciate the conversation, but that's the intention, is to get people to evaluate it.
I don't believe I'm ignoring. I think my human, like, look, I don't think human beings can contemplate, or even understand the majesty of God. So sometimes I just don't want to think about it. It's like, okay, ignorance is bliss to a certain degree. Like, maybe you can.
Yeah, but that's also not an intellectually honest position, though. That can be intellectually lazy. Right?
I don't consider myself to be an intellectual, so I kind of like don't have that barrier. If I
Or
want to
even
say,
a rationally moral view to hold, right? Not to go, okay, I'm going to close my eyes because I don't want to see the consequences, because actually if I do look at them closely, it's liable to get me to think honestly, and maybe I would come to the conclusion that what I believed is not.
no, what I want to say is that I don't look, like I keep using the same analogy. Like, it's trying to figure out God is like an ant trying to figure out nuclear physics. I don't think our brains are wired to be able to understand. And I think it's only once we become one, or we're back, when we pass away, that we'll start to understand or get more.
I don't think that's a good view to hold either, Raj, because you're claiming that a book has been sent and the messages about God and his nature and what he wants has been sent down. To suggest that you don't understand God or don't understand his nature or his will or his ways, I think goes contrary to what your book claims to the messages that are supposed to be able to be sent, especially if you believe that it's a complete book, right? If it was an incomplete book, you might answer that, but you said that your book you felt was complete, in which case it should give you the answers to all of these questions.
Yeah, I mean, you can. So an analogy is like, you could have a book here, or this is given any other book here, and it's got, everything in there is correct, but your brain might not be able to kind of store all that information or actually contemplate all that information. Just because it's written down, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to. Your brain can actually consume the whole.
Okay.
thing.
All right, let's assume that we're the case for the moment. But do you think that your God, I'm talking about yours, not the Abrahamic one, do you think it or he or she or whatever term you wish to give it has the power to communicate such to its fallible creatures that it made fallible, by the way, in such a way that they could understand? Because if it's the case that it can't, that's hugely problematic.
So I believe that the gurus that were sent down had that capability. Like, they were as close to God as anybody could be.
Okay, that's fair enough. So he had an intermediary.
That they're the ones that were sent. They were the ones that will be able to that actually wrote down.
Did those gurus send down the message such that you can understand it clearly?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It should be able for everyone to understand the message clearly, but not everybody, unfortunately, is. I don't know. It's going to be difficult for me to say so, but basically, it's just, look, the message is there clearly for everybody to read. But like I said, you can have a book, which is 100% correct. Not all human beings are going to be able to consume that whole book and get everything in it. You understand? They might understand 80% of it.
Whose fault is that, though, Raj? If they are genuine seekers of wanting to understand and knowledge and so forth, whose fault is it that they are unable to do that?
I think it's one of the limitations of human beings as well. We're not all created equal.
And who put those limitations in place?
Well, probably God. I mean, I'm never going to be a nuclear scientist, are you? Am I?
No, but again, what we're saying is that whoever put these limitations in place obviously has to bear the responsibility for it, right?
Yeah, up to a certain degree. Yeah, I'm not going to say that's wrong. I'll say that, I would kind of, if I was to have a question and answer session with God, I'd be asking certain questions like, well, why didn't you make this a bit more clear, or why didn't you say this?
Correct.
And
me too.
Hopefully, God will be like, okay, valid point. But
you're putting a little toe on the other side of the fence. How does it feel?
I'm not dogmatic in that sense that I don't. I'm not so rigid in my thinking that I can't take points from anywhere. Like, I can take points from you. I can take points from a Satanist if I had to. Even a Satanist might have something that's good to say. Somebody that's
of course, anybody would.
So,
but I'm saying that you are now thinking of it in the same way. I'm not saying I'm right per se, but I am saying you are now thinking like I would also think, which is going, hey, God, how come you didn't do this? Was your intention for it to be clear? And if your intention was to be clear, how is it that I, a genuine truth seeker, couldn't get the clear message? Either it means that you created me such that I couldn't get it, or you did create me such that I could get it and your message wasn't clear enough and I did my utmost best. So who ultimately is responsible, oh God? And I think you, my dear God, have to take some responsibility here. And if it was a moral, loving God, he would say, yeah, you know what? I did in fact throw a few bugs in the system and made it a little bit blurry. and I'm going to take some
And
responsibility.
when I,
Then I
when
can
I
get on board with that.
yeah, if I say that, I'll say this is not me saying it. This is Rob saying it. So any consequences, can you pass over to Rob,
Don't
please?
worry. If your God exists and
Words.
I'm there, we will have a long
Not
conversation.
my
I will
words. I'm
judge
asking
him
you
as
to
much as
ask.
he's going to judge me, and maybe
Anyway,
he might end up being on the downside of the judgment curve here, even if we had an objective jury.
Imagine how long the queue's
that's
going to be
a
after
good
Rob to
conversation, man.
go for
Big
the
up.
judgment.
No, look, I
Hey,
enjoy these.
Raj,
Yeah,
Raj. Imagine, yeah, if Rob's next in the queue to
yeah.
get judged by God. Imagine how much people's going to be waiting in the queue.
Yeah, no, everyone be
They're
giggling.
waiting,
When we see, I'm gonna be giggling
debating.
if I saw Rob up there. I'll be like, oh, look at that Rob. Isn't that
That,
Rob that was
that's
fake?
but
I'll be giggling.
I know.
your point is
Rob's right against God.
your point is valid, Belly. You can only imagine. You can only imagine it.
Yeah. I'll be giggling to myself.
Hey, Rob,
I'll
you
be
had
like,
Raj under pressure, man. Trust me, Raj had to run.
no,
Never man, Raj.
no. It's not that pressure. I do.
Run, never man, Raj.
No, let me say that I enjoyed this conversation. I thought it was a good conversation. I actually thought about stuff that I hadn't thought about, and I think that's the thing. A lot of people who are in religions are fearful of opening their brains up because if they start to open, they start to think that they're going to lose faith. I still believe in what I believe, even though I've been challenged on certain things. Like you're not going to get me over to that. I'm not saying never, but I don't believe you could ever get me over to that side. But you can ask me questions that are challenging, and even you might even prove me wrong on certain things, and I'll be like, okay, fair
What would
enough.
it take, Raj? Let me ask you one final thing for you to ponder. Maybe you can go away and next time we chat, you can come back. What would it take for you to go, Rob, yes, it's a possibility that I could, quote, come over to the other side? Because if you ask me that question, I could give you an answer. I don't know if you could give me one.
Ooh.
If
Someone
not,
would need.
that's fine. Ponder it.
All right, so somebody would need to die and start talking from the dead, say there's no God. That's how drastic it needs to be.
Well, obviously, my view is that they wouldn't be able to do that. So
I know, so
you're now setting an impossible bar, right?
So that's what I'm saying. It's an impossible task. It's real crazy.
Do you think that it is morally or rationally possible to be a non-believer?
I think you can. I think people can, they can still live a pious life. They can still not believe in God and still probably be right on a lot of things. Do I think that? Do I think that you're right on they're not being a creator? No, but I still think you can be right on a lot of things. Yeah, it doesn't mean.
Is it possible? Okay, that's fine. Is it possible that a creator doesn't exist, or is it impossible?
I would say it's impossible, in my opinion.
Okay. So when you're ready next time, if you've run out of time now, come back, because that claim is probably the strongest claim that any theist could make. And in order for you to back that up, we'll talk about that maybe next time. That you may not realize it now, but that claim is like virtually the strongest, and almost no theist would say that. So you've put yourself at the extreme end of the theist bar to say that it's impossible that God could not exist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Have an argument or a reason.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, I don't ever think to myself, like, I don't sit down going, sometimes when I ponder over your thoughts, I say, okay, maybe I don't ever think you're right. I've never gone to myself even for a second, go, okay, maybe they might be right, or maybe an atheist might be right. What I will say to them is that they got good points. They have good rationale. They have good points as to why God might, the God that we believe in might not seem a moral God. But have I ever thought your arguments ever got me to the point where I think, okay, there might be a possibility there's no God? No, not yet. I'm still concrete.
No, but that's obviously for you. Yeah, you've got a criteria by which that may or may not. That's why I asked you. Do you have a criteria such that you could make that jump? And it sounds like you're not sure that you even have a criteria that could convince you, other than saying, yeah, you've got a few good points.
Yeah, I mean, what
I'm still going to believe anyway.
At the moment,
you don't want to tell you the real criteria. That's why.
Yeah,
you're going to beat the criteria.
No, let me do something. Like at this precise moment, obviously, because I'm on this panel, I'm probably being a bit arrogant with you guys. Going, no, so I'm going to think about that question. I think I'll still come back to the same conclusion. And then I'll answer
don't think about it and tell the truth on your criteria, man.
No, it's not. It's not. The problem is when you're in these environments, sometimes you're kind of like your ego takes over, and you're like, okay, you don't want to concede or back down on the point. So what I'll do is I'm pretty sure I'd still say the same thing, but when I come back, ask me again, and then hopefully I will have the same position. If not, I'm not arrogant enough to not back down and go, okay, fair enough, maybe I was mistaken on that. Anyway, shut your mouth. All right, so sorry, I wasn't saying you, but I'm gonna be off. So tomorrow's Veli Carl, isn't it? So I'll probably do a little bit of ranting tomorrow. Oh, can I use this a little clip on my channel, Veli? Come on, man.
Yeah, of course, man.
You guys, it's a good conversation, man. Good conversation. Well, big up to everybody, man. Thanks anyway.
All right, Raj. Thank you for having a chat.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry about the pressure, man. Rob pressures everyone, man. You know what I mean? Like, hey, yeah, man. So Rob, what do you think about the question of the day, man?
What is it? What does societies need to achieve to the type 2? Remind me what a type 2 civilization is. It 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yeah.
What's a type 2 again?
The 2 was the being able to, like, the whole planet's working together, and then we've got like energy sources where we're not paying for energy, and it's just like it's all literally for the benefit of the planet. We're able to manipulate science to a level where even if the planet was in danger, we'd be able to move it out of the way or something like that. I think.
Yeah. I think my understanding was type 2 would be a civilization that can harness the power of the sun, have like a Dyson device, which is a device that could orbit the sun and take the power of the sun. So obviously you need to have like an exceptional level of scientific knowledge. I think you'd have to have humankind come together with a common purpose and goal, with an agreed upon set of morals and agreed upon goals, for the betterment of humanity, whoever they may be. And where it's not one person profits, where there's sympathy, where there's a set of agreed upon morals. And I think even then it would take us, millennium to get to that level, to be able to build such a device. But I think, it would be a case of not seeing color, not seeing differences and so forth, but also having the view of that there are certain ideas that are contrary to that goal, and those ideas, while you can express them, if they in some way formulate into behaviors, that wouldn't be permitted. You couldn't have those sort of behaviors to take you away from the goal. If your goal is to get to Bristol and you're driving from London, and somebody wants to turn the steering wheel to take you to Bristol, if you want to go to Brighton, or if you're driving south and somebody slowly wants to turn the wheel to take you west, that wouldn't be permitted. They could think it in their head, but you wouldn't allow them to turn the wheel in that metaphor. And I think the same there. You wouldn't allow certain actions in a society that could take you away from that goal.
Well,
so what
my sentiment example. I mean,
how because like we're saying, we always talk about the good side of what it would look like, the fantasy new world and all that, but what's the punishment, and how is people gonna, like, what's the elevation of the population to, how are the people gonna be thinking in that, like, how will they reach that position in it of thinking? How have people reach that sort of that level?
Sorry, if you ask me, I didn't hear the last part there.
Yeah, sorry, just getting a text on my phone, but I was saying about, like, how do we reach the like, what's the punishment and the downsides of the type 2 civilization? Like, so if someone doesn't want to fall into line, or doesn't want to play their role that they're supposed to be playing, like, what sort of happens in them sort of situations?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I guess it depends on what the actions are. I mean, I suppose at the extreme end, it would be in some sort of incarceration and removal from society, that you couldn't impact the wider society, kind of like we do now. I guess it just depends on what the actions were. I'm not against thoughts. I don't think there should be thought crime, but obviously thoughts that translate to actions. I think in certain circumstances, clearly there should be a punishment for those. It would depend on what that is. You've seen the movie, what's the one with Jodie Foster, Contact? Have you seen that movie, for example?
No.
The one where they make contact with an alien species, then they decode this, like, it's worth watching. She picks up the signals coming in the, in these big things. She's been looking for SETI, the search for extraterrestrial life, and they pick up these set of signals, and eventually, after a long period of time, they work out how to build this device that will actually send them through a wormhole to meet aliens. And in that scenario, you've got this, again, crazy religious person. Again, most people aren't like that, but this particular crazy religious person ends up getting onto the device and sabotages it such that it blows up this $2 trillion device, killing the major people on there. Fortunately, they had a backup device in Japan, but it destroyed this $2 trillion device and stopped humanity at that moment in time from, reaching aliens. Now, he got killed in the explosion, but if he weren't, he'd obviously be incarcerated for life without the possibility of parole, that sort of thing.
So wouldn't the society be elevated to the level where the incarceration would be repair of the, do you know what I mean, like of the people's like thought pattern? I don't know. Like, I don't even know how to word it, innit?
Well,
Even
I think we've
whatever,
got to
it
have.
still sounds like some reprogramming or something like that. It still sort of sounds like that, innit? Like, so
Well, you start young, right? So you teach
you're programmed
a
wrong.
morality. Yeah, well, I think you would teach a morality that's widely agreed upon to be the best at the time, that's available to be updated as we get new information. And so you start at a young age, like we teach children in school now, just you have a much better version of that has objectively, as far as we can tell at least, objectively good outcomes to that. But you would still have to account for people who either can't learn or won't learn or have a psychopathic streak. I'm not sure you're going to get rid of that entirely. And so I don't think that you would have the entire population ever get to a point, certainly not at a type 2 civilization anyway, where the entire population is of the view that, hey, we're all, single-mindedly focused on a particular goal. You're going to have people who presumably would not do that, even if you've taught them the best ways, even if they don't have a moral reason for doing what they're doing. Some people do things immorally and irrationally. And I think you have to account for those sort of people as well. Hopefully there's very few of them, but I'm sure there'd still be some.
I was just trying to think, like, if what would they ever get to a time where the punishment is instead of it hurting or taking away from the person's liberties or whatever, the punishment is upgrade the person's state of mind or whatever, so they can.
Yes, yeah. That's an interesting question, right? And Sam Harris talks about that in, I think it's in The Moral Landscape. Would it be a moral act if we had a pill that could change somebody's moral behavior instantaneously from a psychopath to a loving person? Would we as a society or a government or even individuals, would it be would it be something that we would morally have to do? And I would probably say yes, even if the person themselves suggested, no, I want to stay a psychopath. I want to have these murderous thoughts. I would be of the view that their, quote, punishment in inverted commas would be to give them the pill that would erase their psychopathy and make them, quote, a better person, even if it was against their will. That would
What
be
gives
my view.
what gives you moral authority to do that, Robert?
Because it's objectively a better view to have, for which in this hypothetical that Veli's talking about would clearly be the case. It like a psychopathic murderer could not say that, hey, I want to stay there, because in prison the entire purpose of prison, right, is so that you can reflect on it and come out a different person. But here in this case, you don't need to go to prison. All you need to be done is given a pill, and you are already that better person.
Well, how would you be? How would you bring about such a device or such a means of doing this instantaneously, like you're saying?
With this hypothetical pill that Sam Harris talks about. So if you had a pill that like cured a headache but cured psychopathy or immorality, would we as a government or a nation be obligated to provide that to the person who's done the immoral act? And I think yes, we would, just as if we punish them with the idea that they can come out of prison a better person. Here's a pill to avoid all of that unnecessary suffering and so forth, and they are almost instantaneously become the better person.
But this is purely hypothetical, right? What you're talking about, yes?
Yeah. It's a moral hypothetical scenario of, would this be a moral act to do? Because we already imprison people, hoping that they will change their ways and become better people when they come out. And here you have the opportunity to instantaneously do that. The only question that would be worth considering is what happens if this person said, no, I don't want that. I want to stay this way. It's like somebody going to prison. If somebody went to prison and said, no, if you let me out, I will go murder again. Are we going to go, well, do you know what? We're going to let you out. No, we wouldn't, right? And it's the same with the pull. We wouldn't go, well.
It can be argued that prison is not a place of prison is not a place of rehabilitation, at least not anymore. The way
that was the original purpose, right?
Listen to this question.
But it's not the purpose now. That's the point. It may have been the original purpose, but it's not the purpose now. And people are still in prison now. Yes.
Well, what do you think the purpose of prison
systems don't work, innit? Because there's no rehabilitation, there's no reassimilating the people into a proper life.
Yeah.
It's like a boarding school for bad adults, basically. All you do is learn other crimes for more advanced criminals.
If it was a place of rehabilitation, the majority of prisons when they come out, they would have some type of skill that would make them employable, so that they can redeem their lives again.
That's what I was
going
to
ask. And such is not the case.
In the hypothetical scenario that this pill is available, and it's going to change one part of their personality, will it change their whole personality though? Or will it,
no, not necessarily. It would change them from a psychopath to a non-psychopath. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
The point. Okay, all right. Then hypothetically,
obviously, we're saying we can understand the benefits, of someone. I was going to say, Eric, we can understand the benefits of someone not being a psychopath. Yeah, we can understand the benefits of someone not being a psychopath, and whatever it is, like someone not being a paedophile, say, or whatever, all the heinous crimes in it, or whatever. Yeah. What if the pill changes parts of their personality where they're not the same sort of person as well? Then is it? Are we going to be weighing up the pros and cons because there's more benefits than cons, more pros than cons? Is it? Yeah, we're going to give him the pill because there's more pros to it than cons, even though it might change his personality a bit. Although it might so. It's going to make his life, and the rest of the people's lives around them, like safer and whatever. So,
I think you've added in a few variables that is not as easy to answer. It would depend on what those variables are. But if we were just using the hypothetical, where you're a psychopath and you become a non-psychopath, everything else staying the same or equal, then I think you'd be morally obligated to give that pill whether the person wanted it or not. Because most people don't know what's good for them, right? They will claim that they're happy the way they are. Most people don't know how happy or how good they could be. And they would resist things that would even objectively be better for them, just out of pure ignorance, for if nothing else, right? So I think we do that all the time.
Right. When there's no other, if it's literally just going to change the bad, what we're deeming as the bad, the societal bad or whatever, if it's literally only just going to change that, then it's going to be hard to argue on the opposite side of that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It's going to be hard to argue on the opposite side of that. But like I'm saying, because what I was trying to make arguments against it, even though I thought, right, it sounds like a good idea in the beginning, but let's try and argue against it to make see if it's
because the thing about it for me, it remains hypothetical until the experiments are actually carried out to see if in fact this would work or ends in catastrophe. And so I mean on a hypothetical basis, I can see having the conversation, but the conversation to me has no logical relevance until you actually start doing the experiments to see if in fact this conversation is worth having.
Every scenario we impose every day on G Block, I was going to say, Eric, every scenario we pose every day, every question of the day is always a hypothetical scenario, isn't it? Like, so it's never, even if it is around a real real topic. Like it's always something that's already happened or something like that's a law in something. Like, is this better than that? Or do you know what I mean? Like it's always like a hypothetical scenario, isn't it? Like, so, like although we're answering, like we're really in the thing of it's like we're far away from that happening, isn't it? Like, so.
I'll admit that I'm being subjective, but see, that's my problem. My problem is that when you talk about situations, hypothetical, conversations based on hypothetical situations, there's no result from that. I mean, now if you go from the hypothetical to actually, thinking out a theorem, okay, then going from the theorem using the scientific method to the point of doing a theory where you actually do experimentations, you do the research and development to make this pill or whatever device you need to change this person's this person's character from one of a psychopath to one of, let's say, at least a socially acceptable human being. Once you do the experiments, then you can see in fact this idea is a success or if it's a failure. But until you can see demonstrable results, okay, of this thought here, what's the relevance of it other than conversation?
Yeah, well, okay. So the relevance is to talk about a principle. So we start with a principle because the pragmatic implementation of the principle is always going to be more problematic than the principle itself. There will be various impediments that either are not conclusive or somewhat conclusive or whatever the case is. But if we can lock down a principle, at least we have something that we can look towards achieving. So that's why, certainly for me and most moral philosophers and most people, will talk about a principle first before they get to the pragmatic argument. And to bring up a pragmatic response to a principled argument is a category error. You couldn't say, if you were going to bring up a rational argument, hey, your principle of morality, I'm going to challenge that because in practice, X, Y, and Z might not be the case. That's irrelevant. That is not an argument against a principle. So we start with the principle, as Veli said, and then we can go, how might that work in practice?
But eventually, but the thing about it, okay, is it worthwhile having the principle if you can't live out the principle?
Of course.
By practical means?
Of course. How else do you do anything?
But think. I mean, because I get your point. I get your point on the principle. But what I'm saying is this. Okay, yeah, but those people who actually, based upon this principle, are actually going to carry out the work of doing this, what you're talking about. Okay. Then I can see that conversation. I can see that conversation with those people who are actually going to do this. Try to make this pill or this device or whatever the case may be, and then do the experiments to see how it works. Yeah, I can see that group of people doing that. But for me, I mean, having just based on what we're talking about right now, yeah, I can have this conversation now, okay, about this. All right. But if the conversation is going to remain like this, it's going to remain hypothetical, then for me personally, I'm being subjective, I don't want to talk about it anymore unless I'm talking about it from the point of view of people who are actually really putting thought and action into making this pill first and foremost, all right, and then doing the experiment behind it. If I'm hearing more from that, hypothetically, getting more detailed information and things like that, and see something progressive happening, then I'm fine with that. Because the more information I have, the more knowledge I have.
You see the pill, the hypothetical pill, yeah. Obviously, because it's a hypothetical scenario, yeah. Any problem or issue that you're gonna pose, we're gonna say it's already been tested for that, and it's passed the test to that, so it won't do that. Do you know what I mean? That because it's a hypothetical scenario, so you don't really need to, unless the question is what side effects or whatever it is of the pill, like that was really a side question, innit? Like it was more the type 2 civilizations and the stipulations around that sort of thing, innit? Yeah. So, but
I get that,
let me. I wanted to ask.
But that's the information. That's the information I want to have. I want to have the information pertaining to the answers to the side question that you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? Because because then it's progressive. You see what I'm saying? And it can go beyond hypothetical to actually practically being carried out. But if it remains hypothetical, and we're talking about the same, the same type of scenario, I lose interest. But I'm like I said, I'm being subjective. It's just me,
All right.
and I'm sure
Listen
there
to
are lots
this,
of
yeah.
people who don't think like me.
Listen to this. Listen to this, yeah. Like I wanted to ask Rob, yeah, because most of the people that have come onto the panel today has said that it's going to take something of imminent danger, a threat from outside of the planet to the planet, that's going to have to cause people to come together to get to the next level. Yeah. Do you think that there could ever be a development to the higher level of type 2 civilization, or to even just to the next level on the planet or whatever, without there being a so-called outside enemy, a bogeyman or a danger? Does it have to be a danger or enemy for the people them to forget about their differences and start working together, sort of thing? Or do you
I
think
think in
there's
principle
any
it's
other
certainly
ways?
possible. I think in principle it's possible. I do agree though that some sort of worldwide calamity would certainly bring people together at least to tackle that calamity a lot quicker. But again, let's say it was what was the movie where they blew
Independence
up the
Day.
White House? What was it?
Independence Day.
Independence Day, right? All that's happening at that moment in time, human beings are coming together to survive. They haven't agreed, other than their own survival, they haven't agreed the broader set of principles to move humanity forward. At this point, it's almost like you've regressed to your animal brain, which is, hey, if there's more of us together fighting this greater evil or the bigger evil, we're more likely to survive. So it goes back to caveman days, where if you had a bigger army of cavemen, they were likely to overpower the smaller army of cavemen. So that's kind of what's happening there. But that could, in fact, also get people then to reevaluate, hey, but we're all human here. And if we can come together to overcome this, this real life enemy, what other things could we see as being, enemies to the progression of humanity? So it could well do that. But I don't think in principle it's impossible that humanity could come together. I think, to be honest, I do think that the elimination or the reduction of religion would be one thing that would need to happen, because you have conflicting ideas on religion that go back 2,000 years that really aren't compatible with human flourishing, the future of humanity. So I think that would have to be reduced, if not eliminated. I don't think it's in principle it's possible, right? If you educated everybody to think critically and showed them there was no evidence, in principle, people would stop believing. But we know that many human beings, and that includes atheists, are irrational. And as I think Raj sort of demonstrated, he could see that some of the arguments weren't good, but he will still go away believing that, in what he believes. And that is problematic. And that's a level of thinking that I'm hoping to, and for myself as well, to get people to look at. Hang on a moment. But I think in principle, there's nothing that would prevent that from happening if we invoked certain criteria. But like you say, a worldwide calamity could well accelerate that process, although it may not. So that would be.
Hey, Veli, I think
What do you think is more probable?
everybody will go back to
that
their natural realm, brother. That's what I think. I think after the threat, post threat, everybody will go back to their norms, but you might see better relations between the nations. But I think everybody will fall back into where they were at with, a better relationships between some of the nations. That's how I think. That's what I think would happen.
Well, you will always have to have a progressive contingency.
Hey, listen, yeah, my battery's about to
Progressive
die,
contingency
yeah.
plan.
My battery's about to die, yeah. So I'm going to jump back on in about 10 minutes or something. I just need to get to the charger. I'll just start fucking getting back to my house now. So
Yeah, no worries.
I'll be in
think
the
one
chat.
thing
Yeah.
I think one thing that could progress humanity is something like the United Nations came together and said, hey, if we could demonstrate a particular moral system was in fact the best based on certain agreed criteria, then it should be implemented around the world. And if it turned out that it was Christianity or Islam or Baha'i or Buddhism or something else, and we all bought into that, and we could objectively show that criteria based on that system based on the criteria agreed upon was in fact the best, then I would agree that would be the way, that would be a way forward. I guess the stumbling block is, what is the criteria, and then how do you go about measuring whatever it is? But if we could agree on that as humanity and say, okay, we're going to gamble, right? I'm going to gamble as an atheist. I have the best criteria. Each of you are going to gamble, and we agree on a criteria. If one of you comes up with a better criteria, I have to accept it.
Hey Rob, that criteria would never get met. We'll be arguing over the criteria before we even get to the.
That's probably true, unfortunately. Yes,
Yeah.
that would be.
I think that you would have to have. I think that you maybe in the beginning, at least, maybe you would have to have a combination of the two, because I mean, people are people, and when you're people who are in survival mode, you're gonna do what you need to do to survive. Um, and after that, though, I think that you would have to develop a progressive. How can I say? You would have to draw up a I think progressive principles to keep everybody, you know, in harmony. So I mean, you're always going to have to in other words, you're going to always have to have a progressive contingency plan for all different types of scenarios, and you build them up as crises come.
I think you would sort of, as Jacob was pointing out, you'd need to try and get to, although it would be very difficult, I agree, a set of criteria that we could agree upon. What does it mean? How do we test it to decide if something's good? If somebody comes along and says, well, veiling women is the best way for women to behave in a society, well, the three of us would probably go, hang on, no, it isn't. But if there was a criteria that we could, but if there was a criteria we could establish as a benchmark for that, and in fact it demonstrated that women should be veiled, then I would have to accept that scientifically shows, if our criteria was the well-being of women, or in this particular case, I'd have to agree that shows that it's a better way for women to act in society. I'm confident it wouldn't be, but I'd have to put myself out there to the purview of science. Now, if somebody come along and says, no, I'm not going to accept science, I'm going to accept some other criteria, well then, as Jacob said, we'd have to agree that. Yeah, we'd have a difficult time agreeing on what that criteria is. If they say, hey, what's making me feel good, I don't think that would work. If they say, hey, it comes from my book, well, they'd have to show that their book, has got the criteria, or we'd have to agree that the book has got the best criteria.
Yeah.
I mean, the person who negates science altogether, I would say he or she is out. And I think that the person also, though, of faith, right? Who how can I say it? Also, though, you gotta have you can't be so rigid as to say, well, okay, well, we don't believe in religion, but you gotta give the person of faith opportunity to speak as well as you do the person who's
you basically going back to the old model. That's the old model then. Then we remaining the same.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to make effort together. You got to come together if you're going to make a plan together for the greatest good, right?
Right. You know what, Eric? Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, if you use, I know everybody hates it, but if you use the military model or the police model or whatever model you use, they come together. You don't know their religion. You don't know nothing, but it works that way. So, but they are paid to be that way too. I don't know how they act when they go home.
Well, they are paid, but they're paid for doing what, though? They're paid for being willing to put their lives on the line if they need to.
Yeah, I would just use it as a scheme model, but that's the closest I could think of.
Yeah, but I mean, but there's a purpose. Yeah, there's a reward. Yes, you're going to get paid for the services that you provide, but the services that you provide are rather severe.
I just use that as saying nations can harmonize.
Yeah, I agree with you, God, Jacob. You get an argument for me.
Yeah, I think you need to have the common goal, right? If the goal is the well-being of conscious creatures, the well-being of humanity, which I argue the goal would be, then the question becomes, okay, how do we best achieve that? What does well-being mean in practice, and how do we best go about achieving that? Is there some book that tells us the best way to do it? Is there some other method? And if there is, how do we, when we have two competing ideas, how do we evaluate which of them is better? Maybe not best, but which is better. And so we need the criteria and we need a methodology that can get us there, regardless of people's personal opinions on it. That's the difficulty.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, what happens if you have no books?
Well, if you don't have and I'm thinking of religious books, but if you don't have a book, then
That's
I
gonna
would
make it
argue
easier.
Well, would it make? I'm not sure if it would make it easier.
If you tell everybody to get rid of their books,
I don't
and
think
then
it'll make it easier because think about it. The scientist wants his science books, okay, that he can rely on, right? Because there is some truth in those science books.
Oh, I thought you were talking about religious
Okay?
books. I ain't know about all books.
The person of faith wants his book because there's truth in that book for that person of faith. Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
You know, both develop principles based upon what they deem as true, right?
But look, Eric, here's the thing. Just by sitting up here talking about this and not coming to agreements, that's how we would look in totality. Like if you get all the heads of peoples, we would just have this argument in a bigger way, and then everybody would just go off about their merry way.
But you know what though?
But let's say that we said looking after the elderly was a moral thing, and it said so in your books, and I agreed that, right? Then on that scenario, we would all agree on that. We'd have to still agree what it means. Why is it is a good thing? You might say because God says, care for everybody, and I might say because I want a society where the elderly are taken care of. Because when I get old, I'd like to be taken care of. Plus, they've given to society, so at that age they deserve to. So I would give a moral reason that might be different to yours, but we would agree that they should be taken care of. In that
I get you,
scenario,
Rob. I get you. That statute made the cut. Yeah. We put that on the board. We rocking with that.
Yeah, exactly. But the challenge is that we're using different criteria and we're coming to the same conclusion. The problem is, what if we use different criteria and come to different conclusions? How do we then proceed?
Yeah, that's of course, right?
You're breaking up at there. You broke up a bit, Eric, to me at least. Try again.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yep. Yeah, go for it.
But that's the risk. That's the risk of human development that we take, right? When we advance in human civilization, the scientist takes risks. Okay, the person of faith takes risks.
Garth, I don't think the risks are the same though, in the following sense. I mean, because ultimately there needs to be some reason to accept something. So if a book says so, and we can demonstrate it in reality, then I'm happy to accept it. I don't even have to accept that the God said it. I just have to accept that it's in a book and it's been demonstrated. But if a book said it and a scientist said it, but neither of them demonstrated it, we shouldn't accept either proposition, right? Until there's some reason to accept one or the other. And those reasons is really the criteria that we need to agree on. And that's the difficulty.
But then
we should start the conversation off with what we agree on first. Let's put everything on the board and see what do we agree on.
Yeah,
and work that way.
I would. Yeah, I think so, because the more that we agree on, the more that we can carry out the experiment, because that's what it would be.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So, for example,
based on common principles, right?
Yeah. So, for example, I guess we'd all agree that we need to be rational. We need to have some way to perform some sort of test, whatever that is, that we can all agree on. That is repeatable, that can be falsified or confirmed through multiple testing, presumably anywhere in the world. Those sort of things. I'm assuming we'd agree on that sort of criteria.
Now, I know this might throw you off, Rob, but we got to put the black man at the top. Do you agree on that? Does that make the board?
In what sense do you mean at the top?
Rulership. Rob, I'm messing with you.
No, well, I would ask you how so, and if you could show that in fact that was the morally best thing to do,
yeah,
I would agree.
But see, God and Jacob, Rob doesn't joke like that, though, man.
Rob, hey, you saw how fast he got quiet. Hold on, we got to talk about this.
No, I would agree that whoever it is, I mean, if we need to be ruled over, and we could demonstrate that a particular group of people or a subset of a group of people were the most benevolent or the most wise or would do the best for society, I don't mind that at all. We just need to have a demonstration that, in fact, those people were. I don't mind who it is, what color they are, whether they're male or female or something else, as long as they could show that, in fact, they would do the best for humanity with the agreed upon terms. I'm fine with that. We could
I
also
wasn't
come
trying
to
to
the
throw you
agreement
off,
that
man.
maybe
That
we
was a
don't
joke.
need to be
I
ruled.
wasn't trying to throw you off. That was a joke.
No, I know. But I would be happy with it, whichever way. That doesn't.
We would have to, but the point is, Robert, we would have to experiment. That's the risk. We would have to experiment to see if, in fact, whose ever principles work, right? So
Yes, I
you
think
still taking
ultimately
it
we
legit.
would. But I think before we even get to experiment, I think we can discard some ideas as either obviously or very
Yeah, I agree
likely
with that.
bad, right?
Yeah,
So
I agree.
we could
I agree
eliminate a
with
lot
that.
of that, and then we get down to the real serious sort of testing and going, okay, we're not sure if this is the case. It's either this or that or something else. But I think we can eliminate just by reason alone some obviously bad ideas. We wouldn't go, hey, let's throw Nazism into the pot to see whether, in fact, that's going to come out as one of the better alternatives. We can dismiss that immediately.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I
Right?
agree with
We
that.
don't need to have that in. So I
Yeah.
think there's some of
Hey,
those things
Rob,
by reason and history alone we can eliminate straight away.
Rob, we would even have to evaluate the way we determine the experiment. And I'll give you an example. I was talking shit one day. This was in where the fuck we was? I think Iraq somewhere. And I challenged the guy to a race. I said, I bet I can beat you down. He was a white guy. We bet $100, right? I get at the starting line, get in my running position. He hops in a Jeep and wins.
Yeah. Well, he swindled you, right? He bamboozled you, but he won, right?
Yeah, I said,
You
this slick
That's a good point there, right? Because you didn't agree upon how the race was to be run.
Parameters. You didn't think, parameters. You any
And
parameters,
it's partly your fault, Jacob, for not agreeing that, and it's
I
also
said,
his
this
fault
motherfucker.
because it was also his fault for when you say you're going to have a race. I think most people understand that, but again, it's useful to clarify. So it's a good example where yes, clarification is useful. Otherwise, somebody could do that and then think that it's been a good moral act to do that.
Well, I mean, but think about it though. I mean, did he really do anything immoral? You said, hey, I bet I can beat you, going this distance.
I hate him, but I was like, this motherfucker.
Right? And so what happened was you got down in the running stance because that's the view that you had in that race. The view he had in the race was to win it by any means necessary. Not getting down on the ground with you in the track stance and then taking off.
Yeah.
That was Jacob's point, right? But Eric, that was Jacob's point that
we got to
specify
criteria.
Yeah. You have to have the agreed criteria, but they didn't. That's the point I'm making. I mean, this is not hypothetical. They did this, and they did not agree on criteria for how they would carry it out.
But I think also that I think you could also say that in the spirit of having a race, most human beings understand what that means. So I think the white guy in that case would still have a moral case to answer. What do you, Mr. Person who jumped in the Jeep, what does it normally mean when somebody says let's have a race? Do they mean, is the typical idea that let's have a race in sort of motorized vehicle, or is a race normally with human beings running? And no, he could tap dance around that, but I venture that he would be on difficult moral ground to suggest that jumping in a Jeep is what is meant by a race.
But why even make that assumption though? Agree to criteria or leave it alone.
Yes, ideally that's true. That is true. I agree, and I think that was
that's the
Jacob's
fairest
point.
thing to do, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the fairest thing to do. But he didn't do that. They didn't do that. That's the point. They didn't do it. Okay? The God won, and God of Jacob, in his own reasoning, said, okay, well, he won. I got to pay this man. I don't like the way he won. I think it's unfair, but he won the race, so I paid him.
Well, hopefully Jacob challenged him again to an actual race on foot alone. Won his money back. That would be good. But
I mean, when you because the thing about it is that it puts people in the situation of being the victim because of an assumption that one of the people made in the contest, not made by the other person because they didn't agree. They didn't agree to criteria. They made assumptions. You see what I'm saying? The one that was God of Jacob, who was on the ground in the track runner stance, made an assumption. that that other dude would do the same thing, right? But
Yeah, and I think
they agree.
we would be
Yeah,
more careful in a society because
yeah,
we would have a common goal. So the goal
yeah,
could have been
yeah,
in that example to see who can run the fastest. The moment you say run the fastest or cover this distance on
yeah.
foot the fastest,
Right.
now the goal and the criteria is agreed upon.
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess it would be sort of more interesting for what your criteria might be. Mine would be reason, science, and empathy as at least as a starting point. I could always add to that. But
Yeah.
if somebody kept to me and said, well, my criteria is faith, I mean, I think I could just on reason alone immediately discount faith and show them why with a reductio ad absurdum, i.e. to reduce something to absurdity,
Well,
how faith would be one of the
yeah.
most terrible ways you could ever use something as an objective criteria or an agreed upon
Well,
criteria.
well, I wouldn't count out faith, but I wouldn't count out science either.
What would you
I
count
know
out?
the practical principles for carrying out the scientific method. You can see it; it's demonstrable. Okay, and when it comes to curing diseases or getting diagnoses from a doctor and cures for ailments, yeah, I'm not one who believes in faith healing like that. And my scripture does not say that either. That's why one time before we were talking about that, and I used the analogy that if my daughter is sick, am I going to pray? Am I going to pray to God that she gets well? Yes. Am I going to? But I'm also going to pray for the doctor that I've taken her to the diagnosis, and we are going to follow the doctor's instruction. And I'm going to pray that the doctor's instruction is correct. I'm going to do both, not one or the other. That's all I say.
Sorry, I missed part of that. What would be part of your criteria? Sorry, I missed it. I think it was the second
Okay,
part
okay.
again.
What I said was this. Okay, my daughter becomes ill. I've used this analogy
You're breaking
before
up a
when
bit there.
we've had this.
Your daughter got ill
Okay,
and
okay. Can you hear me now?
yeah, try again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, now I was saying the analogy that I'm using is this. My daughter is ill. I want her to get better, right? I want a diagnosis for the ailment that she has, and I want the doctor to give instructions, prescribe medication, and give instructions on how to take the medication so that my daughter gets well. Okay? I will not negate my faith. I'll pray to God that my daughter gets well. But I'm going to take my daughter to the doctor because I know I need to take my daughter to the doctor so that he can physically examine her and give a diagnosis as to what ailment she has and what medication, if need be prescribed and give instruction as to how this medication should be taken to cure her ailment. I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to negate one for the other. Okay, I combine both. I use the both.
Okay. Why would you use prayer though?
Why would I use prayer? I because I listen, man. I can't give you an absolute rational reason why I use prayer, but it gives comfort to me, being that I'm a theist, being that I believe there's a creator who basically orders the world the way it works, um, and this type of thing, in general. So prayer does give me comfort, okay? But
Yeah, I can
also
understand that. Sure, I can
it
understand that
gives
as an answer.
it,
That's a rational
okay,
answer. But I
all right,
think what
it gives.
what I think you'd have to
But what
agree
I'm saying,
is that you.
but what I'm saying is this. Listen, Rob. Listen to what I said afterwards, though. Practical application is that, and the scientific practical application is okay in accordance with the scientific method. Okay, is to take my daughter to the doctor. Okay, to get the
Yeah, no,
diagnosis, to
yeah,
find out
I
what the
understand.
ailment is, right? And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to make sure she gets the medication if need be, okay, that the doctor prescribes, and give the medication in regulated dosages, okay, okay, as the doctor instructs, so that my daughter can get over her ailment. You see what I'm saying? I'm not negating one for the other. I'm doing both because for me both have a how can I say? Both provides practical comfort. Okay, the doctor provides practical comfort for me because he physically sees my daughter. Okay, he physically examines her. He says, okay, the diagnosis is she's got flu. You need to give her you need to give her penicillin, a medical red. She's gonna go through. She's gonna take penicillin for a week. Okay, and see how she feels. After a week, bring her back. Okay? If she's all well and good, then fine. That's done from that end. Okay? Now at the same time, am I going to pray because it gives me comfort? Yes, I'm going to do that. Because it works
Yeah,
for me. So that's
I
subjective.
understand. But you are using those two methodologies, for want of a better word, with two different criteria. You're not praying because you think prayer will help her get better. You're praying because it makes you feel better. Taking her to the doctor is specifically because you think that she will get better. And it's a side effect that you feel better because you think the doctor is qualified. If you took your daughter to the doctor and he said, okay, I'm going to look in a crystal ball or I'm going to throw dice, that wouldn't give you any confidence, right?
But I'm praying that this doctor will use all of his confidence to render the correct diagnosis. I am doing that. Yes, it gives me comfort. Indeed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's all it does is give you comfort. It doesn't in any way affect, certainly not in any measurable way, affect the outcome either of the diagnosis or of the potential cure for your daughter, right? So one is, hey, I'm doing this because it makes me feel good. The other is I'm taking her to the doctor because there will be an outcome that will save her life or improve her health.
Well, not in the way that's written down that you can read it. No, I'd agree with you on that.
Because the easy way to check if you're using them both in the same way is say, well, don't take her to the doctor, pray alone. Or don't pray and just take her to the doctor and see whether she gets better in either criteria. Because now you've got a way to test which of these works. But you are using them both together. As long as you recognize you're using them for different outcomes, that's fine. But you're not using them for the same outcome. That's the main point. And in fact, you couldn't. You would either you'd pray and she'd get better, or you would not pray and the doctor would help her get better or worse. So you would have a good scientific test as to which one of those was effective. And especially if it was something that you could replicate, then we'd know which of those two methodologies is better. If the goal was to
why do I have to choose one? Why do I have to choose one or the other? Why can't I use both?
Good. Well, okay, because one of them has the goal of helping your daughter get better. The other has the goal of making you feel better. Now, it depends on the goal. If you want both, you could do both.
Yes.
If you want the goal of your daughter being better, then we know which one of those is very likely to get your daughter better, and the other one isn't. So you can have both goals. I mean, you can have both goals, but recognize that they are two different goals, and you're using one thing for one particular goal and one thing for another. And if you swap those around, you could see whether the goals are also still achieved. So you could go to the doctor to feel better and pray to get her to get better and see whether that works, or you could reverse it and pray because it makes you feel better and send her to the doctor because you think that she'll get better from the doctor. And when you do both of those experiments, you would presumably come up with something that you could repeat, and you would get some sort of methodology. Go, okay, now I know how I can use these two things. What I don't think you can do, though, is say, hey, I'm going to pray for her to get better, and I'm going to take her to the doctor and get better. That you can't do, because only one of those two methods will work. They both won't work, one or the other. And similarly, with the other way around, though, the feeling better is more subjective.
But I don't see it that way. That's where we disagree. And the only thing I can say respectfully is that we will continue to agree to disagree. Because I don't.
What part don't you agree with, though? What part don't you agree with?
The fact that the reason why I'm praying is that I'm praying that the doctor uses his utmost confidence, those skills that he has, to render the correct diagnosis for my daughter to get well through practical application. That is, through him physically examining her based upon the skills and competence he has to do his job as a doctor.
Sure. Do you think that he's going to do that whether you pray or not?
He's going to do it whether I pray or not. But this is my principle. You know, this is what I'm doing. You know.
So would you
But yeah,
agree then?
he's going to do it either way. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
He damn sure better
If
do it, because if he doesn't, if he doesn't do it, I'm going to take it to another doctor. It's just that simple.
Yeah, but if as well, if it could be demonstrated in some way that your prayer helped his diagnosis, then you would have an actual case to say, hey, not only the prayer actually helps the outcome, which is to make her feel better, to get better, not feel better, but to get better. My prayer helps, because now we've demonstrated when I pray, and we test the same thing. We send your daughter to 10 different doctors. 5 of them you pray for, 5 you don't. The 5 you pray for, they all render the same diagnosis, and that's shown to be the accurate diagnosis. The other 5 don't give an accurate diagnosis. Now you would have a case to say, hey, Rob, that prayer actually helped. But
Oh
short
yeah,
of that, all your
I would
prayer
have.
is doing is
Well,
it doesn't have
I would
any
have.
measurable effect
Yeah,
other than making you feel better,
basically what
which
you're
is
saying,
fine.
I would have to do that experiment, and I would agree with you. I would have to do that. I would have to do that experiment. You're right. I would agree with you on that. But
So at
I
this
tell you
stage,
this.
though,
I will tell you this, as a man of faith, and the significance that faith and the influence that faith has in my life, and I think, feel, and believe has enhanced my life and how I live it. I'm going to do that. And it may not make sense to people, and I may not have the, how can I say, the perfectly rational point of view, but I'm going to do what works for me, and in this specific case, for me and my daughter as well. I mean, it's something that I'm going to do, because, like I said, it provides comfort and relief for me, and my daughter's getting well. So it provides comfort and relief for her too, because she gets well from her health.
yeah, but she doesn't get well. You can't demonstrate that she gets well from your prayer. You agree?
Well, no, I can't physically demonstrate that.
Okay. So that
Or,
part you're
I-
taking
or
on
I
faith.
would have to, do the double blind experiment that you're talking about. 10 doctors, right? 5 doctors. I get 10 different opinions, right? From 5 doctors, right? I pray, okay. I pray for 5 doctors, and for the other 5 doctors, I don't pray. I would have to do the demonstration. I would have to do the experiment, and then the results would have to show and prove, of course. But come on, man, nothing works perfectly like that, man.
Okay, but why shouldn't prayer work though, if God is doing it and you're a faithful believer? Why shouldn't it work reliably?
Because God gives people the confidence to become doctors. Okay,
Okay,
this
so
is
by
what I
that
believe.
light though, okay,
I,
sure, but
I,
then by
believe that,
your
and so
rationale,
if
then you
yeah,
shouldn't pray to get her better. All you are praying for is to make yourself feel better. You agree with that?
well,
That's the entailment of what you just said.
um, no, I don't see it that way, Rob. That's the point, man. I don't.
Well,
And
I'm not
maybe,
seeing how you
like I
can't
said,
see it that way if you agree that prayer has no measurable effect. And if your prayer isn't answered
well,
and really what you're praying for is the doctor,
when
then
you say measurable effect, if you're talking about physical demonstrable effect, that very well could be the case. Okay, it's hypothetical what we're talking about now, but it could very well be the case that along with me taking it to the doctor, at the same time praying for the doctor, okay, to get the proper diagnosis and give the proper instruction as to heal her from an ailment. It may be this. It can be demonstrable. It's not impossible, Rob. And it seems like to me what you're saying is that it's impossible.
no, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that it hasn't been demonstrated to be the case. And given what you've previously said,
Okay,
it
so it
seems
hasn't
to
been
me.
okay. Okay, up to now it hasn't been demonstrated, right? But you saying yourself that it's not impossible, it means that it's possible. It can't be the case, right? So
Okay,
why
but
not do
that's
it? If
okay.
that's
But
a
Eric,
possibility.
let me just point out that that's not a good line of reasoning, because I could invoke that with anything. I could say that praying to Satan, doing voodoo, doing a rain dance hasn't been proven to be impossible, therefore it's possible. So that's not a criteria that we're going to rationally use, right? To say that something is likely to be the case or that we should in fact invoke it because it's not impossible. That's not a good line of reasoning.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
So if you, I mean, all the only point that's being made out of all of this.
Fine, that's your perspective. But
well,
okay,
I'm wondering whether it's a rational perspective or not.
My perspective, but there's no such thing as being perfectly rational, right?
Okay, but now you're setting a criteria. Now you're setting the bar that's impossibly high.
Because the fact of the matter is there is using being rational. Who's perfectly rational? Nobody is.
Okay, but that's not the bar that we want to. That's not the bar we want to set for ourselves, is it? We want to set a bar where we're as rational as possible, isn't it? Not the bar that, hey, we're as irrational as possible. That's not the bar we want to set. So if somebody said, hey, Eric, you know what? I think you should pray to Zeus. You would presumably say to them, no, I'm not going to pray to Zeus. And if they said to you, Eric, I pray to Zeus for my daughter that goes to the doctor because it makes me feel better, you would have to acknowledge that by that subjective criteria, of course, it can make them feel better. But that's got nothing to do with whether their daughter will be healed.
Who makes the final decision? But who makes the final decision as to my thought and the actions that I take? I do, right?
No. Remember what the goal is. Yes, is for your daughter to be healed. You could subjectively feel like it's giving you a beneficial effect, but as I pointed out, somebody who's praising Zeus or praising the universe could equally claim that they're getting a beneficial effect by praying to Zeus or the universe. So that's a subjective claim that has nothing to do with whether your daughter's going to get healed.
I'm not claiming objectivity, though. Okay? So I'm not being purely rational. I would agree with you on that.
And if somebody said, hey, I'm not going to pray at all, I'm just going to take my daughter to the doctor, and that in and of itself will give her the best chance of being healed, and it will make me feel good, you wouldn't have an objection to that either then?
I wouldn't have an objection to it at all. No.
Okay, so all we're saying then is that all praying does is make you feel better, which is fine, but it's got nothing to do with, as far as we can tell, actually the goal of healing your daughter. And if you say it has, then obviously you'd need to provide some reasons or evidence for that.
That's true. As far as we can tell, no, it may not have any demonstrable effect, but there is the possibility, isn't there?
And there's also I would say the possibility, if not the probability, that it doesn't, in which case its only effect is on you and not her.
There's still the possibility, though, Robert, that you can't deny.
Okay, but that's, like I said to you, that's not a good line of reasoning, because you could use that for anything. I could say the same to you about any claim. Hey, if it's not impossible, then I'm going to keep believing it. But that leads to an absurd, irrational position if everybody takes that position. Hey, if it's not impossible that Zeus doesn't exist, I'm going to believe in him and I'm going to pray to him. Or, hey, it's not impossible that Allah exists, I'm going to pray to him, right? That leads to absurdity. That would be an absurd, irrational position to hold for human beings.
Okay, then I'm irrational.
Is that something you want to be?
Well, I look at it this way. Okay, like I said, I'm not purely rational, but there are certain rational steps that I'm going to take, because taking her to the doctor, okay, and getting the diagnosis is demonstrable. Okay,
correct.
I can see that, right?
Yeah, so that has some sort of measurable effect, right? Whereas prayer doesn't have that. And that's the only point that I'm making, is you can still do it because it subjectively makes you feel better. But as far as we can tell, it has zero effect on any healing or, in fact, helping the doctor perform his actions any better either. If any of those could be demonstrated, then you'd have a good case to say, hey, my prayer actually has an effect on the end goal of making my daughter better. And I would have to agree with you. At the moment, that isn't the case. That's the only thing I'm saying. It's you're using two different things, and the criteria is for different reasons.
Oh, wait, okay, then what about doctors who are people of faith? We have doctors that are people of faith,
the same thing applies to them.
And they also carry out their professional duties, do they not?
Yeah, but the same thing applies to them. They're not using their faith in their duties to help people get well. And if they claim that they are, they'd have to give evidence. And especially if different doctors are using different faiths that are mutually incompatible, then obviously we have a problem. Either one of them is correct or both of them are wrong. And somebody who meditated could do the same thing, right? Hey, I'm going to meditate that everything goes okay, and the doctor diagnoses her and she gets well, and that makes somebody feel good. But again, we wouldn't claim that the meditation has any effect on the outcome of the person who's being diagnosed.
Well, the only thing I can do is agree to disagree.
I can't really hear you. Sorry.
I said the only thing I can do is to agree to disagree with you, Rob. I can do no more than that.
Sure, that's okay. You can disagree. I think the outcome is always to see whether we have rational reasons for doing what we're doing. And if your rational reason, as we've said, is to make yourself feel better, that's entirely rational. If your reason is to help her ultimately the goal of her being healed, then I would say that borders on being irrational. I wouldn't say be irrational totally, but it borders on there because there's no good reason. And if you use that criteria of, hey, if it hasn't been proven to be impossible, well, then anybody else could say the same, and that would be irrational if that was your reasoning for doing it. So, yeah, it depends on what your reason is for doing your actions. You could have a perfectly rational reason, which is for you to feel better, or an almost irrational reason, which is, hey, at some level, this is going to impact the wellness of my daughter.
Hey, Rob.
Yes, sir.
In this global hypothetical kumbaya society or world, what would be your core values first? Then, what would be your top 5? What would you say? Like,
I'll probably have to think about it, but the equality of people, irrespective of race or gender, as far as possible, the freedom of everybody, us to agree upon a moral standard, a moral standard that could be demonstrated to the best of our ability at the time that we do it.
You got a lot of core
level
values.
playing field in the sense of equality of equality of opportunity. I think that would be important, not outcome, but equality of opportunity. And I think probably for us to care about not only our fellow human beings, but other sentient creatures on this planet as well, to the best of our ability. That would probably be off the top of my head. I mean, I could probably think of others, but
yeah. I know I shotgunned you with that.
But you know what though? What you're saying is written in scripture though. It's written in my scripture.
I was trying to leave that out of there though. I just want to hit, core values. What would make this thing at the start? What would green light this thing? Because I want some core values to green light this whole project. So
So some of the things I've said, I think, would be that, and you could point to scriptures. That's true. You could point to them. I think what I would point out to you though is that I would agree. You could point to some, if not all of those, to some degree, but that would also be a bit of cherry picking because also in those scriptures are some things that I think we would all agree are heinous and that we wouldn't want to implement. So you could pick out the good bits. But if you're a consistent person, then you have to deal with the bad bits. And I don't have to do that, of course. I can choose without having to have the bad bits.
I would say my top 3 would have to be accountability, and we have to have some discipline in this society, and we have to have some integrity. I know that's broad, but those are my working ones. And I think everybody can agree with that.
Yeah, I think you can have that. I think certainly in the beginning. And as you become more advanced human beings, you would have self-discipline and the accountability would come more naturally. It isn't at the moment, but that would be the outcome for humanity, to have that self-accountability, to have that discipline. And again, for what end goal though? For yourself to be the king, or for humanity to be better, or, because you still need a goal that you're going to implement those criteria for.
I don't know at that point. I'm just throwing some shit on the board and see what stick.
Yeah. Like I say, especially because Eric mentioned it was in scripture, I think you have to wrestle with, depending on what your scripture says and whether you're taking bits and pieces. I mean, if you cherry pick different bits of religion, then you might be able to get away with it and say, hey, it's in my religion. But your one cherry picks, I think, from different religions. So you might be able to get away with it. But that's, again, I'd ask you why you think that's true. But that's a different discussion, I guess.
I believe if we're going to do the kumbaya, we should have like a silent faith, meaning don't ask, don't tell. Like, I want to ask what your religion is, but you ain't got to tell me. Do what you do. I think that would be a good start. Like, I won't ask you what is your faith. I won't ask you. You don't tell me. Just do what you do, and I think that'd be
I
somewhat
would
I think
think
simple.
so
that
too,
would I think that
because
would
you
work
still
if everybody stayed behind their doors or didn't where because what happens, I guess, Jacob, when different actions, behaviors conflict with each other. So one person says, well, hey, do you know what? Kicking the dog is a good thing. Somebody else says, no, I don't think hurting animals unnecessarily is a good thing. Um, and what do you do in that scenario? Because you could ignore what their belief system is, but at some level, that belief system is affecting their behavior, and that's manifest in the world in either a good or a bad way.
Yeah,
well, well
I ain't came to that cross that fork in the road.
mhm. But then what if, since we're being hypothetical, what if it works in a good way?
Well, then we
Would
would
it not
accept the
be?
behavior, right, regardless of where it came from. So if it was a good behavior, let's save the dog rather than kick it. Then whether you were Christian, Baha'i, atheist, Hindu, Muslim, whatever, we'd go, okay, that action is good. We wouldn't need to, as Jacob pointed out, we wouldn't need to go, what do you believe ultimately? We know that the action is good. I think the problem comes in when the actions are not good or there's a conflict about what a good action is. Then we have to ask, well, where did you get that from? Why do you believe that? And ultimately at that point, people will often refer back to something that undergirds whatever their belief is about why that action is good. And then religion, unfortunately, most often would come in.
Mm.
Yeah, like it's
So
enough.
basically saying this thing ain't gonna work.
I think it could, like I say, in principle, if we agreed on the criteria, but like you pointed out, that might be difficult.
Yeah.
Again, it could be easier if people, especially in my view at least, religious people cherry picked and they went, yep, that part of the Bible, that bit, or the Quran, or that bit, those parts I want to keep. The other bits I'm going to jettison. But that's difficult though, because now you're being inconsistent with a book. I would actually rather have somebody that's inconsistent and a morally good person than somebody who's consistent and a morally ambiguous or morally bad person. So I'd rather have the inconsistent person who's a morally good person. But that's very difficult for most human beings to be inconsistent continually, and especially if they're going to project it out to other people.
I believe if for order this to work, and I really believe this, that people would not, you can't believe in God if this is gonna work fluent. You have to not believe in God. That's what I
Say it
think.
again. If you what?
I said to believe in this type 2 system or this kumbaya one, you're gonna have to shelf God. Like, you cannot believe in God. That's the only way that would work. I see that working.
Yeah, well, I would agree that would probably be the only way to make it work from an Abrahamic. If you posited like an unconditionally loving God and you just took the best attributes and you attributed that to a God, that might be able to work. But then you'd again have to demonstrate why you think that God exists, because otherwise you could just use those moral precepts without the God. But that's the only way that you could probably appeal to God. But I agree with the Abrahamic gods, you probably couldn't get there with those. No.
Yep. So that's my final thought. I think in order for that to work, you're gonna have to shelf all your gods, put them in the garage, put them in the attic, and make your God a collector's item.
And you would have to, and that means that you would have to close all books of scripture.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't see it working.
No, unfortunately. To me, obviously, that would be a good thing. I think the world would be better if that happened, if all those books disappeared. What was that movie with Denzel Washington where he's carrying the last Bible and he's like a badass warrior? Can't remember what the movie was. It's like in a post-apocalyptic world. And some other guys trying to get the Bible because they know how powerful the ideas are. Yeah, that would be well, you won't want the post-apocalyptic world, but you would want to get down to the point where in my view at least, the religions, the scriptures are forgotten, and we as human beings come together for the well-being of ourselves and postulate a moral system on that. I think the world will be a well better place for that. But obviously most people won't agree and certainly won't do that. Although the numbers are encouraging, so I am encouraged by the Pew polling. By 2050, it suggests that at least 66 million people will become non-believers. About 3 million will become more Muslims, and Christianity will lose about 60 million. So the numbers on my side of the fence are encouraging, but again, given the birth rate, that's still small numbers, generally speaking. So By conversions, it's encouraging, but by birth rate, probably not so, unfortunately, because those people will take many, many years, if at all, to get to that point. So I'm not sure humanity is on the right trajectory from my point of view at this stage.
Yo, hey folks, I gotta cut out. Great conversation. See y'all on the flip side.
Take care, Jacob.
Yep.
All right, got it, Jacob. Peace.
There we go. Somebody in the chat is saying Book of Eli. That's the one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Denzel Washington.
I didn't see
Yeah.
the movie. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he's such a great actor. He's like a legend, man. He's one of the best actors in the
Oh,
world. He's brilliant.
Denzel, yeah. Oh yeah, he's
He'd be one of the actors I want to meet. Another one, Morgan Freeman. Just like
yeah.
legendary actors. It's like these
Oh
are
yeah.
guys like awesome.
I would have liked to have met James Earl Jones too.
Yeah, man. The voice of Darth Vader. I mean, how would you not say?
I mean that voice is distinct, man. I mean, and then
that's a godly voice, right? That's how God's voice. You would imagine a God's voice to sound.
well, I don't know about all that, but I mean, he's got a hell of a voice, though. I mean, he's got a command voice. I'll put it that way, you know. And along with the extra heavy breathing, you know, the over exaggerated heavy breathing, man. I mean, he fit Darth Vader like a hand in glove, man. I mean,
Oh yeah. And there's some great actors and great stories. I saw the one with Denzel Washington. It was pretty harrowing, actually, where he was. I don't know if you've seen it, and I cannot remember the name. He was this teacher for in this black college where he was teaching them to debate. They were debaters, and they eventually ended up debating the Harvard debaters.
right.
And they were driving along, and this was in, I don't know what it was, 1930s, 1940s, deep South, terribly racist, violent place. And they're driving along to their next debate, and they come across a lynching. It was like harrowing, because obviously they showed all these white people standing there, and then they show the body behind. The body's being burnt and it's hanging, and they're like shocked, and they're sitting in this car and like don't know what to do. And he's like slowly trying to reverse the car, and suddenly these people see they're in the car and they start to chase them. Luckily, they get to turn around and drive away. And I remember sort of saying to my wife, we were watching this, and I was saying, like, how could human beings behave like that and do that to another human being? The only reason I think they could do that is to see them as not human. But even then, right, even if you saw them as not human, why would you do that to another sentient human being unless you didn't see them as sentient, which would be utterly crazy. And it just defies belief that human beings would act to other human beings like that.
Yeah, I mean the thing, you know, because when you talk about, you know, thinking rationally, right, and rationality or rationale for doing something, I mean it just shows on either side of the fence. You can see that people can act in the most barbaric manner, whether they are they claim to be you know, people of faith, people of the book, or not. People are people, and they're fallible, and it's true. We do a lot of horrific things to each other. I mean, because for me in 2020, you know, I can't get my head around the fact that there are different parts of the world that are on fire right now as we speak. And for what? Is it worthwhile? I mean, is the end goal of the mission worthwhile when you're setting parts of the world on fire? And the year is 2020. I'm thinking that, I mean, if we can't think rationally right now, I mean, well, we see the results.
Yeah. It's a case of seeing, you know, you don't have to, I don't respect people's ideas, but I do respect people in and of themselves, because most ideas we rent in our head, we got them from somewhere else. We don't necessarily have good reasons for them, but the person themselves is separate from their ideas necessarily. And even if their ideas translate into actions, that still doesn't define a person in their entirety. But some actions are so hideous that we as human beings do define somebody by, you know, an action or set of actions. maybe Hitler was a loving person to his family, but to everybody else, or to a group of people, he was Satan reincarnated, and that's what he's remembered for, not the loving person that might have been with his wife or kids or whatever the case is. And that's the challenge. And most people are nowhere near like that, so he's an extreme example. But it's respecting that there are other human beings and treating them as if they are other human beings, even if we disagree with their ideas. And it also doesn't mean that we can't prevent certain behaviors that are, I think, demonstrably bad. That doesn't mean we disrespect a person, but their behavior that's going to impact either themselves or society that we deem to be immoral or detrimental. I think we've got a moral duty to prevent that.
Yeah. I mean, because if you think about what Hitler did, if you put it on a scale of what Stalin did with the purges, many more people, 3 times as many more people died in the purges in the Soviet Union under Stalin than the Holocaust under Hitler.
Yeah.
They both were heinous crimes, no doubt about it. Millions of people died. But when you talk about scale as far as the numbers of people, whose lives were put at, and to an abrupt, violent end. I mean, wow. And people say that, there's always a furious debate as to whether history repeats itself or not. And I'm like, okay, in the end, what does it matter? But of course, I mean, as you said, people don't, on average, they don't think rationally. They don't think deeply into things. And of course, our attention spans are short. Until we see a repeat of something, some atrocity or some heinous or diabolical act that is carried out that is, let's say, parallel to or similar to, something that has happened in the past.
Yeah, I think it's a case of seeing other human beings, regardless of their skin color or nationality or race, as fellow human beings, and I think that's the starting point, really.
Yeah, I see. See, the thing for me though is this: the notion of color blindness. I don't like it, and I'll tell you why. Because demonstrably, people are of different shades of skin color. It doesn't make any person any better or any worse because of the hue of their skin or their face. If we're thinking rationally, it's like, as MLK Jr. said, it's not about the color of the skin, it's about the content of your character in the end.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, you can't not see skin color, but for it to have as little measurable effect in the world, certainly from an egalitarian or equity point of view, I think is the goal. So you see somebody and you go, hey, I can see they're a different color to me or a different ethnicity or whatever the case is. But if the goal is to have the best person or whatever, I'm going to take that person regardless. I think that's, for me at least, the outcome would be that. And when I used to have people in London in a team, I had every race under the sun, male, female, you name it. In my mind, it's like, can this person do this job for this client? And this is a stressful client. Can they do it? I don't care what they look like. I don't care what the skin color. I don't care about their sex or gender, but I do care about whether they can get the job done. And that was the criteria. I mean, I think that should be the criteria in most cases.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I would agree. Or as a matter of fact, I do agree. Not I would agree. I do agree. Yeah.
Well, on that note of agreement, I will bid you a good night for the moment. I've got a few things to do, so I'm sure we'll catch up again. Nice speaking to you, Eric, and take care.
All right. Nice speaking to you, Rob. Man, peace and take care, man. Have a good night.
Oh, just a quick one. Shout out to Veli. There's Muhammad is in the backstage there. So Veli Muhammad is in the backstage, and I'll catch up with you again.
All right. Wow, nobody else is coming in? Okay, I'm out, y'all.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Damn, everyone just like dipped out. What's good?
Yo,
What's
yo,
up,
two secs,
man?
man. 2 secs, man. Chat to everyone in the chat, man. 2 secs, yeah.
Alright, do your thing, man. Yo, Captain Rambo, you still here? Captain Rambo. Captain Rambo, he's cool, man. Last time, you guys should have defended him, man. He's good peoples, man. But all right, so what I wanted to say to Eric and Rob, Eric, when you were praying to God, it calmed you down, and it kind of made you think a little bit, probably, right? And then for what's his name, Rob. Rob, you have to understand, Rob, that you have to understand, Rob, that even your way won't work at the end of the day. Like your way that you want people, you want to enforce on people, even though you're not trying to enforce on people, it probably won't work. at the end of the day. What's up? What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up, Muhammad? I just noticed that I came in because I was about to be out, man, because Rob just left like what, literally just a minute ago, there on my own, and I put the question in the YouTube chat there. Where is everyone? How you be,
Yeah.
Muhammad?
Dude, let me tell you guys something. Right? No, I'm good. I'm chilling,
Mm-hmm.
man. I'm relaxing. I'm chilling. I just want to say, like some things, like for example, when you start like studying religion or all that stuff, sometimes you can go crazy. You can go crazy. I want to point that out because you stop thinking of rational things, and then when you start thinking too much, for example, like Rob, I'm not even trying to diss on him. I'm not dissing on him or anything. You know, I don't think
Right.
it's good. I think you should
Mm-hmm.
just take a step back, relax, think of a better
Yeah.
solution than the solution that you're trying to point out because this solution that you're trying to do, it's not going to work for everyone, you know.
I would agree with that. When it comes to talking with Rob, it's like I don't like having debates. I like having conversations where people, if they make claims and they can show evidence for their claims, if it's something that I can read or something like that, or a film I can watch or something like that that gives their arguments or their claims credibility, then fine, I'll do that. You know, um, but with Rob, I mean, today, I mean, we came to a happy medium. We came to a point of agreement. That when it comes to people, their skin color doesn't matter. It's the content of their character as being human beings that
But
matters most.
Eric, you have to understand this. That should be like the first thing. That should be the most
Yeah,
important thing.
yeah, that's what I'm
Because
saying,
because
and we agree on
how you gonna no but Rob probably just agreed on that just right now. You get what I mean?
that.
He probably agreed
No,
on
but
it before.
yeah, as far as that statement is concerned, yeah, we've always agreed on that. And when I've heard him speak with other people, have conversations or debates with other people, he's always agreed on that. So he's consistent with that.
Yeah, it's just we gotta take care of one of each other. We're living here together. At the end of the day, I think the thing that's messing people up is like it's the government, work, stuff like that. People have to go to work, and there's not enough people, and they don't care about other people because of their situation and stuff like that. I feel like the government, all governments all over the world, no matter what, is the problem, right?
Hmm. Well,
Yes.
consider the fact that they're all mutually flawed in one way or another. Yeah, I mean, but the thing about it is that if you think about it, though, really, I mean, civilization could not advance population of people throughout the world that we have if we didn't have any form of government, any form of laws to live by.
Yeah, I think the problem
What
is
do you
that
think,
people.
Mohammed?
I think the problem is that people go overboard with the religion thing, and that's why you have all these people like killing each other. I think we should
Yeah.
learn to agree with each other.
Mhm. It's because I've told, friends and associates of mine that, sometimes I find it easier speaking with an atheist than I do with a co-religion. That is a person who is, who is a monotheist, who follows a monotheistic faith. Because what I found is just as atheists, they debate with each other. Sometimes they have furious debates. So do the people of faith have furious debates.
Yeah, you know what we should do some of these days? We should like like have a chill out. Billy does this sometimes. He like has a chill out day where everyone comes along and just talk about just, or like sometimes they don't even talk about like political or
Just talk
religion.
about random, talk about something random. Yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think yeah, I think it's a good. I think that was a good idea. I think that was one of the best ideas to have the Friday show. Where people just come in, and basically, say what's on their mind, and there's no, like you said, there's no specific subject or topic that comes to mind, whether it be religion, atheism, politics, Gnosticism, whatever the case may be. It's just that people come in, and even if they just come in for shits and giggles, just for to come in and laugh and joke with people. I think you need that break, you know.
No, but you have to look at it like this, man. All that negativity stuff is annoying. I hate that shit. Everyone
Oh,
who hates
oh,
on
yeah,
each other, it's boring. It's lame, and it's not good for your health anyways. Well, I don't get why people, but at the end of the day, that's what people like. And that's how fucked up it is. You have to see it, Eric. People like
yeah.
negative stuff. Like hate, talking shit. That's just I hate that. I always hated that.
Mhm. But yeah, I mean, but of course, people are going to do that, man. I mean, as long as we're human, and as long as the Most High doesn't make us, perfect people, then we're going to do that. That's human nature. So
Yeah, but at the same time, if you I just don't like, I don't like all the fighting. I hate that, man. I
yeah,
just
yeah.
let's come on here, talk about how you really feel. Talk about how what you want in life, what you want to do, help someone else. Why you gotta
Yeah, a lot of.
hate and shit? It's lame.
Well, that's if you think about it, man, when people people express themselves in their passions, um, emotionally, and even if they're doing their best to be rational and perhaps objective, is not a perfect science. We don't do that perfectly, and some people, will make a show. Sometimes one person can make a show go left, you know, with the quickness. You know, um, ultimately, what I would say is this. If it gets to the point where it gets nasty, really, really nasty like that, I found myself basically just tuning out. You know, from the live stream altogether. I just get out because I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to add to it. Trying to be,
Well,
within that fight.
that's
I don't want that piece of action. You know what I'm saying?
no, that's what I do. Like sometimes I try to like break it up. Like, come on, yo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's get along, man. There's no point of fighting. The more fighting we do is just gonna bring bad energy. And energy is important, bro. Like if you
Well,
have so much negative energy, even through this channel, bro, people are gonna start hating on it. People are not gonna like it. If you see two people hating it, it's just gonna bring bad energy to everyone. Everyone on here is just gonna, I believe in energy. I believe in, you know, bad
yeah,
energy and good energy.
I think that's why a lot of people who are in the chat and they're regulars here. They're not strangers to us who are regulars here. Either in the chat or in the panel. Sometimes they stay on the chat because they don't want to get in the fray. And I can't say I blame them. You know, they like, okay, we're watching the sideline, but of course you have some people in the chat that write down controversial comments and whatnot, you know. So, and then, when it's like, okay, well, if you disagree with what people on the panel are saying, and you want to express your view, well, come on the panel and do it. And there are people who won't do that. You know, they'll type away, but they won't come on the panel and express themselves in a conversation, or even, you know, in a rational argument, you know, with people on the panel whom they may be criticizing. You know, I don't like that either.
Check it out. Check it out, Eric. One time, me and Dan were on here, with Veli.
Mhm,
Veli was
mhm,
in the back, but he was listening probably. Me,
right.
Dan, and there was this like white nationalist. He came on, right,
Mhm,
and he was just like talking shit, mad shit, like, and then he was talking shit, and he was talking
mhm,
shit to Dan, and Dan was just going back at him, and I was like telling Dan, "Yo, it's all right, man. Just leave him alone. You know, it's okay. Let's just try to help him." And this guy was like, "Fuck you, you Middle Eastern piece of shit, and fuck Muhammad." I'm like, "All right, what am I supposed to do?"
yeah, you
I
see,
didn't say anything. I just kept my mouth shut, and then and then Dan kept on going back at him, back at him again. I'm like, Dan, I swear you're wasting your time, bro. Just help him out or something. And then he starts cussing at me again. I was like,
yeah,
what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
see, that's the thing, man. Some people you can't help. Okay, some people have a mindset and they're set in their ways in that mindset. Okay, because they have, you know, some fantasy that, you know, if the way I speak, the world actually worked that way, you know, and I'm in that world, oh, that would work fine for me. But because the world doesn't work that way, I'm still going to argue my point. You know, I'm going to be the rabble rouser. I'm the one that's going to make noise, and I don't give a damn what anybody thinks about me for making that noise. And you know, and it tends to go too far. You know.
No, but I really think if you could just talk to the person, even if he hates you, even if he's a Nazi, if you could just
Hmm.
talk to him and try to like explain to him this is wrong, you know, and actually be sincere about it, bro. These people have feelings too, you know.
And but
They
see, the
have
thing
feelings.
about it is, at one time or another, though, you have to come to some type of meeting of agreement about something. Because if you can't do that, then really, I mean, you can't have a rational discussion, a rational conversation. You know, if a person is set in a certain mindset, you know, right or wrong, if they keep pushing it, keep pushing it, keep pushing it. I mean, everybody has their limit. You know.
Well, that's why Rob is a great example because, you know, I feel like he he doesn't care. He just wants his way, and it
Well,
once.
yeah. Well, he focuses. You know, well, I mean, he focuses on issues that pertain to religion. I mean, he's obviously dead set against it. You know, even though he himself even acknowledges and said as much as that. Yeah, well, there are good principles. You know, in
No, bro.
scripture,
No,
but
I'm not
but
even trying to diss on Rob or anything. I like
yeah.
Rob. Rob is cool, you know. I like him, but you know, but sometimes I feel like he has like an agenda or something. He has
Of
like
course
a
he does. But
yeah.
if you really listen to him, you know what his agenda is. His agenda is to rid the world of religion. He said as much today. You know, he thinks that religion is irrelevant because it's not demonstrable that religion has any positive slash relevant influence on the world of humanity. You know, that's his view, and he
Yeah,
said so. And it's not as though he hides his view. You see what I'm saying? So if at least if he doesn't hide his view, he's consistent with his view. So be it. It doesn't mean that I have to agree with him, you know. But at least I can trust that when he says something that he means what he says. You know, he says, he gives his rationale for how he thinks, why he thinks the way he does,
no,
and
but Eric, Eric, most of the things he says is right, you know, but I feel like when he's wrong, he just doesn't want to hear about it. Like, even though I love
Well,
Rob,
of
like
course.
Rob is cool. You get what I mean? He's chill, but
Yeah.
sometimes he needs to take
Hmm.
a step back and relax, and not
Of course.
stop thinking like critically all the time, because once you do that, you're just gonna go mad. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah. Yeah, I get your point. I get your point. Yeah, and I agree. It's fortunately, today, we ended on, like I said, a happy medium. A point of agreement, point that we both agreed has rational points, and I believe has um moral principle behind it too. The idea of, it's not about a person's skin color, but the content of the person's character, who's in that skin, no matter what hue it is. And I can agree with someone who consistently says that, and really thinks and believes that all day, every day. It doesn't mean that I'm going to agree with all of what he says. And I realize, yeah, once Rob gets on a roll, it is what it is. I mean, he's going to press his point, and I get it. I get what you're saying, that sometimes he needs to back up. Take a breath. I agree with you. I agree with you
Yo,
100%.
Veli, Captain Rambo is in the back chat. Let him in, man.
Let the old man in.
Let him in, man.
I like hearing what he has to say too, though. You know.
No, Captain Rambo, he's cool, man. He's good people, man. You can tell. You can tell
Yeah.
Captain
I mean,
Rambo is good people.
yeah, because but the thing about it is, because of our age, right? I think we're pretty close to each other in age, and I think that we're two of the elders that come on this live stream, and come on the StreamYard panel and whatnot. He doesn't come in so often as he used to. Usually now when he comes in, he comes in because he has something specific to say, or a specific point or general point to make. He makes his point, he says peace to everybody, and he's out, you know.
Salute.
But we have,
Thank you very much. Eric,
yeah,
Muhammad,
yeah,
minimum respect.
Captain.
Salute, bro. First of all, big up to everybody in the chat. Big up Ready for allowing me to come on. I just want to stress certain things out. Bro,
Right.
over here, tomorrow, things is getting shut down, innit? The whole of the social services, the council, and all of that, they're all shutting their offices, blood. Yeah?
Oh, really?
Yeah?
Wow. Okay.
So I hope that the people who went out and done some fucking mass holding can at least share it to a neighbour down in the long run. Because
Yeah.
right about now, we don't know how. Basically, I'm in the security field, so the football's over. Basically, most of the big festivals of this in the summer is cancelled. Yeah, so this ain't a month thing, especially in the
No.
UK. Like, I'm
Yeah.
hearing Trump saying he might extend it to 18 months. Yeah, and
Wow.
these are the things.
Yo,
Yeah,
Captain
yo,
Rambo.
I'm here,
Captain
bro.
Rambo. What's up, my brother?
Big up my friends from up in Canada. I remember your voice, man. Yeah, Toronto.
What's up, my
Yeah,
friend? Yo,
Alaska.
Captain, I
Yo,
want to say that there's this medicine that they found. It's supposed to cure coronavirus if you have it. It's like it was for malaria. They used it for malaria, but it didn't work. Or I think it was Ebola. But you have to understand that Captain Rambo. The thing is about this virus thing, it shows
it's the
how
psyops,
it
man. It's
shows
the psyops,
how the
man.
governments don't really work, right? It shows how all the governments in the world don't really work. It's not designed to actually help us when we pay our taxes. You know what I mean?
Mm. And all I'm saying is to you, man, don't get caught up on the psyops. It's like this. Every action has a reaction. They got every antidote for every virus they got. Yeah, let's not be stupid now. If we go talk about the real things, let's talk the real stuff. They're selling us a load of crap. Yeah, they could do a world shift government right now, or your so-called new world order, or your so-called prophecies of revelations right happening right in front of your face right now, bro. You can't. You're not free to come to the UK, are you? You can't come now to the UK, can you?
No.
Yeah, no, it's
Right,
true.
right. I can't fly out to Jamaica, Africa, America, Europe. I can't fly out now. Yeah, things is grounded. Yeah,
Right.
they're telling
Mm-hmm.
you as a people
Yeah,
in all languages around the world, everything is getting shut down in it. So what I'm saying is,
yeah,
like, look, like, know what I mean? All I'm saying is, like, yo, people, man, read some dire straight. As what they could do, they could long it out long enough. Because what they will do
yeah.
is they will prove some death to you, bro. They'll make sure one of your friends, family, or somebody you know has died from this virus, you know, bro. So I ain't gonna say that this virus doesn't exist. I'm gonna say that they will make sure they will back this shit. The same way they convinced us of September 11th and giving us the justified reasons to go and invade in all these other countries up to recent date. Yeah, made us
Yeah.
give them the justifiable reasons to use aerodromes now. They might not use bucket bombs and all of that crap. They got aerodromes happily to do the job what is unmanned. Fly. If you use a
Mm-hmm.
rocket launcher or a torpedo, lick that out the sky, it doesn't mean shit. There's nobody's in there. We all know that they are willing to use innocent people for their agendas, meaning they could use a remote control aeroplane, give you all of the British Airway or the
Mm-hmm.
American airline, give you the most, or Virgin, but we don't know it's a remote control. Put us up in that and blood clot come chuck it through a fucking building. Stuff like
Yeah.
that they can do is known fact. They've been doing stuff in Ukraine, Russia, all of this. Bro, far as I say, I watched the film, they've been making a film called Purge. Why don't we change the name from Purge to what's going on now? Like when all
Yeah.
the governments is backing off, people's gonna kill each other. People's killing each other in shopping centres now. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's cool.
you know, I feel like it's just we're not prepared for all of this, you know. And
Most
they
people ain't.
could be.
I'll tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Most of you, I ain't talking to you, Eric, on this specifically thing, and I ain't talking to
Mm-hmm.
various other people. But you, my friend, you grew up in the States, yeah, Mohammed. Didn't you grow up with no military background? Don't you
I
go?
grew up.
Don't I don't. What is your voice? Yeah, sounds like you've been to university. You had a very good upbringing, as I sit. But I don't know you. I don't know you.
Wait, no.
Where
I
you
went to college for a little bit and then I dropped out, Captain.
is it? Did you start smoking weed with the bad boys and thought, "Fuck this shit, man. They're lying to us." I think that's the. I think that's the first effect of dropping out of anything. When you smoke
Mm-hmm.
weed in school and you say, and you start talking to yourself and saying, "This is bullshit, man," and you
No,
start reading
but
what they
you know, Captain, I used to be athletic. I used to play soccer or football, you guys say in Europe. When
is
I
it.
was 16, I got injured and then I started smoking, you know.
No disrespect. I think your injury is what like kind of put a hold on you on a lot of things. Yeah, is that what you're telling me? Meaning that when you was young, you was doing a lot of sports, you was finding yourself in various sports, and you had an injury, and it's kind of made you feel a bit low in yourself. It seems like that. But I'm not trying to say you depressed, but I'm saying We all have a highs in our life, and we all have a low. Especially when you get to our age, you realize you would have everything in life. Then one day you could be stripped to a one room, and it happens to a lot of us elders. We had everything. We were doing the gangs, doing shit. We was happening from we was in primary school. Then we reach a point in life where we might be relying on the fucking national security and everything there because it happens to us. We will tell you, yeah, we fought the war, we fought for your freedom, we fought for your struggles, and you young people don't really understand that. It's like you watch when you get to a certain age. You might have fought once you live through your gang wars, because when you get to a certain when you're in a certain age category, you always have that. That when you leave those age category, it doesn't come to you unless if you put yourself there. Most big men who we would consider as big men in their elders' age, who's had a family, got grandkids, they're still in this gang thing. It doesn't mean that every remember is I'm not trying to say that you can't hustle or it's a part of your environment, but you find out a lot of people live their best ages when they were young, bro. Like you, I know you smoke your weed and stuff, but I hope you got other inspirations, bro. Never give up on yourself, bro. You hear me? You hear me, my friend, Mohammed?
Yeah, I do. I do have inspirations. I have a
Yeah,
lot.
man. Make sure you travel. I don't know if you're in a wheelchair. I don't visualize the worst of you. But if you're a type of person who doesn't go out much because of, you might have been a fucking very good, outstanding basketball player. I don't know. You might have had a scholarship somewhere, and you was almost there, but you had an injury. And some people, it does happen, and it fucks the whole life up, bro. You got people who go to war, they were strong, come back over here, and some kid stabs them in the back. Now this man is crippled. We will find our great fools in life, man. But what I like to do, I don't like to disrespect like me. I don't really respect homeless people or tramps who you consider as a tramp. You know why? It's easy to get there, my friend. You understand? You have a man who goes through divorce and totally gets thrown off his humanity. He doesn't even speak, and he's homeless. He's shocked. You can't get a word out of him. The man has been broken to bits, so you will find it. You will find out everybody who had a very good upbringing and everything in life, when they lose things, it's very hard for them to really find themselves again. Then the person who really need somebody who says, like everybody, yeah, this is the problem with our stereotypic mind. All of us, yeah, right, goes through our ups and downs. And it's a thing where they say, always remember the same people you pass going up, you'll meet them when you're coming back down. And sometimes when you're coming back down, it could be dread for you because when you was up there, you forgot yourself. You forgot who your people were. You know? Yeah, man. So what's your view? I'm just trying to come up. I know it's a bit quiet. I'm in my house. I feel like my phone is working more clearly and everything now. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, man.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I agree with you, Captain. I mean, for me, when by the time I reached 16, I was a screw up, man.
How would you say?
And I
When
knew
you say screw up, why would you say you screw up?
I say I was a screw up because I did things that I knew was not in my best interest.
But you,
Okay,
but you did it anyway.
but I did it anyway. That's the
And
point.
that's
That's
called,
why I said
hold on. And that's called you're a teenager. You go through your adolescence, you're a teenager. If you was 18, 21 and you told me that, then I could kind of say, because they say when you basically 16, you should still be in parental care, that you're under parental guidance. And we all, as young men, especially men, at that age group, we break the most rules. We know our dad gives us the most fucking baddest beatings, but we still do shit to get those beatings. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how it is. It's called the adolescent stage. The most thing is when you say I fucked up when you're 20 or something like that, you're more for prime. You could say, and you more when you're 21 and you start having your own property, you got your baby mother and all of that. You're still 21. In your mum's eyes, you're still a child, but towards the world, they deal with you differently. Like the law deals with you differently. Like what you told me, what you done in 16 would be totally different if you say, you know what, you never even had the opportunity of life at 16. You get where I'm coming from, or living proper, and you want to access them. So don't look at yourself that way, bro.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why I say that is because I realize what my parents have done for me, and yes, parents do make sacrifices for their children. That's why they have them, and they teach them principles in life. They teach them certain rules in life, how to maneuver. As they get older. And things like that. But see, for me, the reason why I say I'm a screw up was because what I was doing contravened all their efforts. You understand? To move me forward, to help me mature and grow up. You know, and I did, and so I did things that when I think about it now, it's like no, I can't change it. So I don't even think in that way. Um, but I have to say that if I'm truthful with myself, and being introspective, I have to say that there's certain things that I regret I did, even as an adolescent. You know.
No, we do.
However, at the same time,
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say, Eric,
but at the same,
but what I'm trying to say to you, the gift what you got, you here to talk about it. We are here to discuss about it, and we are old school. So what you did when you were 16, let's look at how the world was when it was 16. The greatest pop star in the world was fucking Michael Jackson at that time. You know where I'm coming from? And you was going through things at that time. What today you could say you live through it. Man, you know people who died years ago, bro. When you was on the street, robbing, teaching, lying to mummy and daddy or whatever you was doing, you got people who's never made it your age, bro.
Right.
So we have to sometimes we have to still say to ourselves, we these are if you want to call them lessons or tests or whatever you want to choose to call them, that's what they are, really, basically. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, indeed they are. Yeah. I mean, you make mistakes and you learn from them. And the way I look at it is this: you
But
try
ask
not
me,
to make the same
but
mistake
ask me a
twice.
question. Because of, do you think because of man's or humans' expectations, sometimes we view ourselves too hard or we go too hard on ourselves?
I mean, I guess so. Yeah, but the thing about it is, people want to make their marks in life, okay? And when kids get into adolescence, that's when they first start breaking away from thinking in the same line as their parents, because they start to think for themselves. Their parents start getting on. Think about your future. What do you want to do with your life? Things like that, which means they're telling you, hey, listen. We can't think for you anymore. You got to think for yourself. You've made it this far, okay? You know, remember remember the lessons that we taught you. What works for you and what doesn't. And keep it moving. You know.
Man, man, that was that God, man. Really set some foundation for you to follow on. If you choose
Yeah.
to use it, it will help you, man. Sometimes
Yeah.
you have to remember, like a lot of people don't have guidance. We did, man, to a certain
Right.
degree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Indeed.
somebody,
I
you
did.
know.
Yeah. I had guidance. It's just that some of the good. I mean, some of the good guidance that I was getting from my parents in my adolescent years, I chose not to follow. So that's on me. I can't blame my parents for that. That's all I say.
Yeah,
When
man.
it comes to that, you have to hold yourself accountable to a certain degree, even when you're
Uh,
adolescent.
Shall I tell you the truth? The the
Yeah.
moment you start taking responsibility, like really truly, this really talk now. Like I'm
Hmm.
saying, until we acknowledge we are in total responsibility for our own actions. What you
Right.
think is down to you, but what you do, you
Hmm.
are responsible for.
Oh,
How you
indeed.
feel,
Yeah.
you can feel how you want to feel, but it's how you respond.
Hmm.
So that's why they say
Right.
it's how you respond, but really the word should be responsibility, not responsibility, because we comes back to you. You always done
Right.
and keep doing things over again. It's like uh, repetitively stuff, man. Keep on doing the same thing over and again. But anyway, what I'm saying is to you, my friend. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
you stay
Hmm.
safe. Yeah, Muhammad, stay safe. Yeah,
Yeah, man. I
Hmm.
want to say the same thing to you. You know, stay
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah. Right back to you, Captain.
yeah, man. And I mean, and at the end of the day, don't let your mind work too much on yourself. The
Right.
outcome
Yeah.
is the outcome. You always done.
Right.
So,
Indeed.
so salute and honor and respect the panel.
Hmm. Salute, Captain.
Big up the chat. Salute, and I'm gone. Thank you. Big up.
All right. Peace, Captain.
Yeah, man.
Hmm.
No, Captain, he's cool, man. He's old school.
Yeah. Hmm. I mean, the thing about it is that I mean, Captain and I, if you listen to our conversation, you can see that a lot of aspects I mean, we're in the same frame of mind. He's old school, I'm old school. You know, I know what he's talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. You know, and and it is what it is. You learn from your mistakes that you make in life. And like I said, as I was saying to Captain, I said, what I try not to do is make the same mistake twice. You make a mistake, yeah, okay, that's fine, but you got to learn from it. If you don't learn from it, that means that you're not holding yourself accountable for what you've done, even though it's a mistake. You know, you live and you learn, and you grow older, you mature, and hopefully you do better. You know, if you can pass on, if you can pass on a little bit of wisdom, um, to the next generation of young folks, young adults and things like that, then that's what you do. Because in the end, that's all you can do. If they're going to listen to you and learn from you, and they trust you because they see how you move as well as how you speak, then you're good. Some of them going to tell you basically that, hey, I'm going to do my own thing. It is what it is.
But the thing is, when there's so much hate, when there's so much hate, people just talking shit.
Yeah.
They're not pushing each other. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
like here in America, everyone's just like they don't care. They just care about themselves. They don't care about other people. They just want to do their own thing. Anyone else screw anyone over, kind
Yeah.
of thing. I don't like that. I don't like that because where we're from, especially in Iraq, it's not
Hmm.
it's not really like that.
Right.
You help your friends, you
Yeah.
help someone who's in need, you take care of one of each other.
Hmm.
It's just the society
Hmm.
that we live in. It's just so fucked up. Everyone's just so separated.
Yeah.
Like especially like when I came here to America, like
Hmm.
I didn't know this race thing existed. None of us did.
Oh
We
yeah,
didn't know
yeah.
racism existed. That was a shock. It's a shock,
Yeah.
man. It's not like it's not like a simple thing. It's not like a
No,
it's not like a it's not normal.
no, it's not normal. And the thing about it is, what makes it so shameful is that there's such a long, deep history of it. You know, it's as if that particular mistake is a mistake that is with us like a nightmare that we can't wake up from. When you talk about the racial prejudice thing and that type of stuff, man. I mean, and the hate that comes from it, the hate that is, how can I say, that emanates from it. You know,
No,
I
it's
would think,
it's like why, like why you racist, man?
yeah,
It's just
yeah,
come on,
hmm
we both bleed, we're both gonna die one
right,
day. Well, how you want
right,
your legacy to be? You want your legacy to be a good one. You want your legacy to be like, oh, this guy actually tried to help people. At least, at
right,
least, you know what? There's some good people, man, but they don't get
mm,
recognition.
yeah. I agree with you on that. Yeah, you're right.
There's some really, really good people, but they don't get recognition, man.
hmm You know why they don't get recognition? Because they're not loud about it. They just do good things. You know, they just are dignified people who live their lives the best way they know how, and it reflects by how they interact with their fellow human beings. And a lot of people don't get recognition when they do that in humility with humility.
No,
When they
no,
do it,
no, Eric, it doesn't sell. Yo, Veli, someone's in the back. Can you let them in? Veli, someone's in the back. Can you let them in? It doesn't sell, man. Hate sells. Hate, fighting, um,
yeah,
drama, drama sells.
oh,
You know,
hmm yeah, yeah,
which is just bad because it's just gonna destroy the world even more. You know, you gotta look into your soul in order to, because like when you see religious people, I'm not
hmm
hating on religious people, but if you look at religious people, they just throw
hmm
like all their common sense out the window. They just do that. Do you get what I mean? Like
I have to
most of
say,
them, most of them.
hmm
Do you get
yeah,
what I mean, Eric?
yeah, oh yeah, I get what you mean. Indeed, I do. I've seen it, and I try my best to keep myself above the fray of it, man, because I mean, for me, there's nothing worse than a person who's fanatical about anything, because that's overkill, and too much of a good thing is bad for you, you know. I remember, for example, back in the '80s when I was in Camp Pendleton, California, right? We had some Marines, who were actually they were corner preachers on the weekends. That's what they did. You know, and the language that they used to use, in order to push, particularly to push Christianity, because most of these guys, they were Christians, and to hear the way they speak, I mean, for me, rationally, rationally thinking, and fairly thinking, hearing some of the stuff that they said, I would never become a Christian. I would never want to be associated with an organized group of people, okay, who say they are of faith, but who think and speak the way this particular guy was speaking on that particular day. The typical Bible thumper, fanatic. It doesn't work. It's not a good look either.
Yeah, man. No, but honestly, the
hmm
truth is, the truth is, yo, Veli, someone's in the back, Veli, let them in, But Eric, the truth is,
hmm
is
Oh, Day Done. Day Done is in the back.
I don't know. I haven't talked to this guy yet, so I don't know. But the truth is, Eric, the negativity, that's what destroys the
hmm
world. Energy, your energy, my energy, that's what destroys everything if we do it wrong. So for example, if I'm having a bad day, that releases bad energy. Like if you notice, like ever since the coronavirus thing happened, everyone is just releasing their bad energy, and that's just fucking us up way more and ruining us more. So if you think about it, this world runs on energy, okay? If you have like people going around killing other people, innocent people or non-innocent, like at the same time, you need some policing, but damn, it's like fuck, like everything is just so fucked up. It's irreversible. That's what it is. You can't fix everything.
Well, well, yeah, I will say that. But see, the thing for me, I have to say that um, that pragmatically speaking, I'm an optimist when it comes to humankind. And for me, I feel like I have to be um, because there are, like you said, there are good people in the world, and the good people of the world, some of them are the most silent, you know, because they just want to live their lives peacefully and decently, and if they have family, if they have children, stuff like that, or young ones that, they can pass some wisdom on to, they do that. They live their lives, and they don't want to be in the middle of the fray. And I'm like-minded, with them and that attitude. Um, but unfortunately, these are the people that they do get overlooked by human society in general, because the only people that really know about them and how dignified they are the people that they come in closest contact with, people who they speak with, people who they may impart some wisdom to, and and dealing with living life on this planet Earth the way it is now, you know. But then of course they don't ask to be recognized either, you know.
Like check it out. Okay, imagine a world where you can just go to your neighbor's house, you can eat with them, all your neighbors, take care of
Yeah.
one each other, you know. If you don't have food, you could go
Yeah.
to your neighbors home and be like, I don't have food, and they'll be like,
Yeah.
if you don't eat, we don't eat, type of thing.
Yeah.
That is there in this world. Like you guys have to understand
Oh
that
yeah,
there
there
is
is.
people like that.
There is. Yeah, there are lots of people like that. But you don't hear about them. What you know why? Because they don't brag about it. They don't go around telling people you have to live like me. They don't do that. They let their deeds reflect their character. Reflect their mindset, and you know that's enough for them. And it most certainly is enough for the people who come in contact with them and learn from them. Become their friends. Their neighbors and the like.
Yeah, man. It's just it's just like when here in America, if they have to come up with a solution, and the only solution it would be is if people actually talk real on TV, because all of this politicians shit, all of this voting and all of that just separates us, and that's the truth. All of that separates us. It doesn't talk about the truth. They don't help each other out. Like we have a president who's a trip. We have like Democrats and Republicans. The Republicans were good back then and the Democrats were bad. If you look
Oh
at the
yeah,
history.
they call they call them Dixiecrats because they lived they lived south of the Mason Dixon line, and they were some of the most racist, most diabolical people that you would ever have the mispleasure of meeting. I mean, that's what it is. They were involved in lynchings. They were involved in a lot of racialist policies that that favored them and disfavored, black folks and all other folks that were non-white. I mean, that's the history, and it's deep rooted,
That's
you
what I
know.
saw. I saw that the Democrats were racist, like fucking racist, like killers, murderers. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
But see, the
It's
problem,
like why? Like fuck, man, just
yeah,
chill.
right. But just see, that's why I don't, I don't have any real loyalty towards party politics because there were Republicans also who were that way, who were racialists as well. You know, overall, they may have been, I will say, more productive in the actual policies that they carried out when it comes to getting employment and healthcare and education, opportunities in general, to live life and live life, well and prosperously. But at the same time, though, people are people, and whatever label you put on them is not going to make them a better person or a worse person. You know, um, people have different ideologies based on their imagination and attitudes, based on how they grew up, how they were raised by their parents, and legal guardians. You know, when kids grow up, when the kids grow up orphans and whatnot, they have another skewed view of life because of how they live. You know, so there's so many different factors, and how people see life and how they
Wait,
evaluate
so
it.
so Eric, I got a question, Eric. You were born in New York, right?
Yeah.
So what year were you born, if you don't mind me asking?
1963.
Okay. So was it racist back then, Eric? Like, was it
Oh
bad? Because
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the
I
history
mean,
of America that much.
in my neighborhood, okay, where I lived, okay, I lived in an apartment building, a privately owned apartment building. It was in the neighborhood. You had your little ruffians. They want to have their little gangs and stuff like that. So yeah, I saw that, but also in my building, I knew just about all of my neighbors, the adults as well as the kids. And we kids, we challenged each other and stuff like that. But at the same time, as kids, I can go, as a kid, I can go down to my neighbor's house and see my pal Butch one day and go see my pal Hank the next day, and I can go into their homes and know that I'm welcome there, because the adults there, you know, they had rules and regulations. They made you feel, welcome and comfortable there. If they were having dinner, perhaps they would invite you to dinner, this type of thing, or they would ask you to come, after dinner, or something like that, and then you and your pal can hang out in his room and whatnot. I had one friend of mine, Timothy, right? Him and I were really cool. He lived, but the thing about it with him, he lived with a house full of women. He had no male influence, you know. And I'm talking about when he's like, 10, 11 years old. I'm 10, 11. He's 10, 11 years old. I'm 11, maybe 12 years old. So it wasn't a whole lot of age difference, in the age gap, but I had both my parents that I lived with. I had the male influence, my father, and female influence, my mother. But he didn't have that. He lived in a house full of women, and we would talk about things. I would help him with his homework. I got him into, building models, building models and stuff like that. So, we did things together. It got to the point, man, where, he would tell me in the wintertime, he said, Eric, it gets cold, man. He said, in the wintertime, my legs get cold. He said, how do you handle that? How do you dress for that? I told him, well, my mother and my father, they buy me long john underwear. You know, I don't particularly like wearing them, but but I do wear them because it keeps me warm. And my parents make sure that in the wintertime I put my long johns on my body. You know, and he said, "Oh wow." He said, you think you can give me a set of two of long johns?" I didn't even, I didn't, I didn't even give it a thought other than, yeah, I'm gonna give Timothy a set of long johns. So at least he has one set, to keep him warm. And so I did that. And I think what happened was because my mom knew the neighbors and everything also. So I think she had a conversation uh, with 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 my buddy's with my homie's grandmother, right? The matriarch of the house apartment in which he lived. And I think she told my mom, she said, Timothy really likes your son. Your son really likes spending time with Timothy. He helps him with his homework, da da da, this, that, and the other. So he's got a male pal to hang out with. You know, but I think Timothy asked Eric to give him some long johns, and Eric actually gave him a set of long johns. The problem was that even though the long johns were laundered and they were cleaned, but they were used. So my mom, when she talked about it, she talked about me really lightly about it, and she was smiling and whatnot. But she said to me, but she said, Eric, um, Timothy appreciates, getting the long johns you gave to him. And when I heard that, I didn't say nothing. I was damn near trembling because I didn't think my mother knew about it, and I wanted to keep it a secret. I just wanted to keep it between me and Timothy. Timothy needs the long johns. I give him the long johns. He wears them. He stays warm. Keep it moving. So I didn't even think about the fact that his grandmother saw him, and she had to eventually put him in laundry and asked him where he got them from. And basically, my mom told me, she said, Eric, you can't give the boy your underwear though. Especially the underwear that are used. You can't do that. I know I washed